I am the fated villain. Chapter 912 to Chapter 959. The thick absolute fog seemed to have found a vent at that moment, and it surged madly towards the withered middle-aged Taoist. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock and disbelief. Jiang Minghan had grabbed his neck, and he was like a chick that had its neck strangled. He kept moving, and his veins popped out, but there was nothing he could do. Even though he had yet to truly transform into the zombie emperor, he was still a genuine quasi-immortal emperor. No matter what era or true world it was, they were all famous supreme figures who looked down on everything, ruled over endless territories, and commanded all living beings. However, in the hands of the young man in front of him, he could not resist at all. All his Tao arts seemed to have been sealed. Moreover, what made him feel the most disbelief and despair was that the Tao fruit he had condensed over countless years was rapidly crumbling and being devoured by the young man in front of him. The huge disparity in strength made him feel shocked and terrified, and he could not believe what he was seeing. He opened his mouth wide, wanting to roar, but he found that his spirit had been sealed, and he could not send out any thoughts. It was as if his entire body was bound to a point, a line, and he would never be able to reincarnate. The next moment, the black divine flame, deep and still, surrounded Guchanga's hand and completely enveloped the person. Soul plane? He shook his head gently and raised his palm. Endless laws and order surged forth and turned into a force that covered the sky, completely enveloping the area. The absolute fog let out sizzling sounds as it rushed into the person's body. It was like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea, surging violently. The soul plane might be big, but it was still attached to the origin world. The spiritlings that lived there were among the top 10 strongest races in the vast true world. Their ancestor had once presided over the great ritual. The person had wanted to report his origins just now to make Guchanga feel wary. Even the strongest rulers of the true world would not dare to not give face to the spiritlings. However, he had underestimated Guchanga's intentions. He also did not expect that Guchanga would not care about the so-called spiritlings at all. The world in this place slowly fell silent, and the absolute fog became thinner. The broken altar was originally there to steal the kismet of the true mountain and sea world. However, now that it had been destroyed by Guchanga, a lot of it had dissipated into the world and returned to the sea. As for this person's Tao fruit, Guchanga naturally took it without holding back. The absolute fog that filled the sky also dissipated along with this person's death. Beyond the blue sea realm, Guchanga could faintly see a blurry passage. It was surrounded by a bloody light, as if it was made of flesh and blood. It was easy to imagine how this figure came to this place. The blurry passage was connected to the vast ocean or the heaven-conquering battlefield. Guchanga had no interest in going over. He waved his sleeve and a dark light fell. The fruit of the way was immediately collected by the treasure bottle of the Great Path. He planned to refine it after leaving this place. The demonic qi within the Tsangming realm has dissipated, the bodies of these demons are also collapsing. What happened in there? Did a great battle happen just now? The many immortal kings in the city of no return who had not entered the Tsangming realm were stunned at this moment. They could not believe what they were seeing. The demonic qi that had affected them for countless generations was now dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, they thought about the great battle that had happened in the Tsangming realm just now. An immortal king said with a complicated expression, could it be that he was the one who dealt with the demonic qi? They could not help but think in that direction. Sin. Shuang also fell silent. She had once fought with the demons outside the Tsangming realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Naturally, she knew what the dissipation of the demonic qi here meant. However, she did not dare to believe and could not accept all of this. Why? Why would he deal with the source of the demonic qi here? She stared at the depths of the Tsangming realm. Although the demonic qi was thin and was dissipating continuously, it was not something they could get close to. The other elders fell silent. No one knew the answer to this question, nor did they understand why Guchanga did this. Let's go. It's time to leave this place. At this moment, a faint purple color filled the sky, illuminating the dark depths of the Tsangming realm. A figure slowly walked over from that place. Guchanga glanced at Luo Wang, Immortal King Blood Owl, and the others. Yes, my lord. Luo Wang, Immortal King Blood Owl, and the others did not know what Guchanga was doing in the depths of the Tsangming realm, nor did they dare to ask. They hurriedly followed behind him. Elder Turtle, Granny Medicine, and the other immortal kings in the city of no return wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. They stood rooted to the ground in a daze until Guchanga, Luo Wang, and the others were very far away. Only then did they regain their senses. Why was all of this different from what they had expected at the beginning? Guchanga's way of doing things and attitude did not have anything to do with the evil demon they had imagined him to be. Apart from destroying the surrounding star regions at the beginning and forcing the floating flame realm to appear, he did not seem to have done anything to the cultivators and living beings in the floating flame realm. At the beginning, everyone in the city of no return was prepared to fight to the death. In the end, the development did not go as they had expected in any way. Even the source of the demonic qi in the Tsangming realm was dealt with. After leaving the Tsangming realm, Guchanga left the place with Luo Wang and the others. He did not go to the floating flame realm. He came here only to confirm Qingyi's whereabouts. If he really wanted to destroy the floating flame realm, there was no need for him to do so. These people could only say that they were too afraid of him. They had already imagined him to be a temperamental, evil, and unforgivable evil person. But from the many things that he had discussed with Qingyi, he was not related to the so-called evil person. After all, destroying the true mountain and sea world and destroying the immortal palace was all part of his plan and calculations. As for how the people in the floating flame realm thought of him, he did not care. He left just like that? In the city of no return, the golden-winged roc, the ancestral alligator, and the other ancient living beings in the city of no return were shocked and in disbelief. They were all planning to fight to the death with Guchanga here. Even if the result was that their bodies and souls were destroyed, they would not hesitate to do so. But, Guchanga left just like that? And did not say anything? This gave them an illusory and unbelievable feeling. It was as if they were dreaming. What? He left just like that? The living beings and cultivators who had lived in the city of no return for generations were also in disbelief. They were all prepared to lose their lives. They had even told their children their last words and arrangements. Previously, the city of no return was enveloped in a tragic atmosphere. However, all of this seemed to be their wishful thinking. Guchanga did not seem to care about them at all. Didn't he come to destroy the city of no return? Some people widened their eyes, feeling that all of this was a little surreal. They had survived just like that, all the worries before were fake. Were they completely wasted? Stepping on us to death is like stepping on ants to him. Is that why he did not care at all? Or did he think that we were no threat to him? So he did not care about us? Many people were guessing the reason, but no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not think of a reason. In the end, they thought that Guchanga thought that it was easy to step on them to death, so he did not care about them. Let's not talk about this for now. Why did he get rid of the source of the demon? Qi? At that moment, a celestial king elder beside Granny Yao could not help but shake his head and ask in confusion. This question also appeared in the minds of Old Turtle, Granny Yao, the old city lord, and Sun Shuang. They could not understand. Could it be that there is some secret to what happened before? I heard that after he took over the celestial region, not only did he unite the world of origin and the celestial region, he also planned to unify the foreign realm and restore the glory of the mountain and sea world. The celestial region in the outside world is showing signs of recovery. There is hope for it to regain its glory before the immortal ancient era. Because of his appearance, the current celestial region is showing signs of recovery. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have remained silent. Another celestial king elder also spoke, and there was a hint of complicated emotions in his words. Although they had always been in Fu Yen realm, it did not mean that they did not know about the many things that had happened in the celestial region. From a certain point of view, what Guchanga was doing now was beneficial to the celestial region and the people. Even the place where Fu Yen realm was located had received good fortune because of it. Zero among them, the most obvious change was the change in the laws of the world and the increasingly dense spiritual energy. All these signs showed that the current celestial region was more and more suitable for cultivators to cultivate. When the will of heaven appeared, even in the remote universe and ancient realms, one could achieve Tao. From this point of view, Guchanga was indeed worthy of the title of Master of Heavenly Court. But, since he has no ill intentions, why did he destroy the barrier outside Fu Yen realm and force us to appear? Besides, even if he did this, what can he change? Back then, wasn't it this demon who destroyed the immortal palace and destroyed the celestial region, which led to the current situation? Hearing these words that seemed to be defending Guchanga, Sun Shuang gritted her teeth and said, her eyes full of unwillingness. If we put ourselves in his shoes, if he didn't do this, why would we appear? This is indeed the only feasible way. In my opinion, when he said that he was coming to find someone, he shouldn't be lying. It's just that the reason for what happened back then is not something we can find out. The only thing we know now is that he has no ill intentions towards us and won't kill us. This is already the best result. The celestial king elder who spoke just now shook his head gently and sighed. It was not that he was afraid of Guchanga and was afraid of death, so he thought of Guchanga in this way. However, judging from the many things that had happened, Guchanga did not have the intention to eliminate the Immortal Palace Remnant clan completely. It was purely because they were too worried. In addition, they had used their ancestors' true bone to awaken the celestial king Dharma body and provoked Guchanga outside the Moon Prince mansion. That was why they thought that Guchanga had come here for revenge. However, if Guchanga wanted revenge, with his ability, wouldn't it be easy for him to destroy the Fu Yen realm with a single hand? Why would he go through the trouble of coming to the Fu Yen realm personally? He even dealt with the source of the demonic qi. Of course, they did not know that Guchanga had dealt with the source of the demonic qi purely because he wanted to obtain the fruit of Tao. He was not as perfect as the people of the City of No Return thought. Could it be because he felt guilty? Another elder could not help but shake his head and guess. However, even he found it funny when he said this, and he showed some self-mockery. That's impossible. He must be plotting something, it's impossible for him to have any hidden reasons. He's a pure evil person, an unpardonable devil. Sun Shuang could not accept this. He was clearly the devil and enemy she hated the most. So why was he acting like this now? She remembered the words her father had told her when she was young, and the person he talked about the most was the unparalleled Devil Master. Due to his presence, the other true worlds did not dare to invade. Even the other true worlds, who were terrifying existences that even the Grand Palace Master had to address as senior, had to be respectful before him. This left an impression in her young heart that could not be erased. Even now, she still remembered that her father had brought her to the Immortal Palace. The immortal peaches planted by the Grand Palace Master had ripened, and he had invited all the celestial lords and ministers. It was a quiet and secluded courtyard. Immortal fog drifted in the air, and a clear spring flowed above the stones. The green bamboo trees were like a forest, and a cool breeze blew past. All the celestial lords were watching from afar, and it was not easy to get close. The Grand Palace Master and the unparalleled Devil Master walked side by side. They were dressed in white and looked otherworldly, like a perfect couple. Under the immortal peach tree, petals floated down and fell on the Grand Palace Master's hair. With a smile on his face, the Devil Master extended his hand and gently plucked the petals. The Grand Palace Master held his hand and looked at him. There seemed to be light in her eyes, and besides that, there seemed to be no one else in the world. The young Sun Shuang did not know what this meant at that time. She only felt that everything was so beautiful that she yearned for it. However, the greatest cruelty and tragedy in the world was to reveal the beauty and then tear it apart. When Sun Shuang learned that the Grand Palace Master had died at the hands of the Devil Master, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She was stunned, unable to accept all of this. If she thought about it this way, it was understandable that the Immortal Palace would be destroyed and the celestial region would be buried because of this. How could such a cold and heartless evil person have any kind thoughts? Sun Shuang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Once Guchanga left the floating flame realm, he returned to the heavenly court and began to refine the origin source Dao fruit. After all, this was a Dao fruit that was close to the level of an immortal emperor. To him, it was still quite beneficial. He might not have been able to find Qingyi, but this Dao fruit could be considered a pleasant surprise. Over the next few days, while Guchanga refined the Dao fruit, he also ordered the immortal kings of the various races to pay attention to the location of the land of reincarnation. The land of reincarnation was one of the most mysterious places in the true mountain and sea world. Before the immortal region was destroyed, Xianxia had used a supreme divine ability to hide the land of reincarnation. That was why normal people would not be able to find the land of reincarnation. They would need to deduce its location based on the direction of the souls of the living. Xianxia guessed that Xianxia was currently in the land of reincarnation. She planned to repeat the cycle of reincarnation and make the supreme existences who had passed away return. This was a very slow process. Based on his understanding of Xianxia, she should have started doing this a long time ago. As the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, she could be said to have put in a lot of effort to protect this world. When Xianxia tried to contact her in the beginning, he could see her intentions. She viewed the true mountain and sea world as her everything. Even if she had to give up everything for it, she would not hesitate. Perhaps this was related to her origins. Her existence could be said to be inseparable from the true mountain and sea world. The existence of a true spirit and the existence of the heavenly Tao contradict each other, but also coexist. From a certain point of view, this is quite apartment so many years have passed. If she has been carrying out this plan all this time, then she should have accumulated a power that cannot be ignored in secret. Xianxia shook his head slightly. He looked outside the hall, and his expression became somewhat profound. He acted according to their plan and played the role of the villain in this matter, bearing endless infamy. All of this was for his ultimate goal. Beyond the vast true mountain and sea world was the boundless vast ocean. In that place, every single wave was formed by many ancient worlds and universes. They were overlapping parts of many universes. The endless vast ocean separated the essence world from the vast true world. There was a clear division and boundary between the two worlds. If the living beings who had lived in the vast true world for generations wanted to head to the origin world, then they had to cross the vast ocean. But since ancient times, many epochs had been destroyed, and countless true worlds had collapsed. There were only a handful of people who could truly make it to the origin world. On the other hand, every single one of those people was a peerless figure that shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. They were peerless figures that were peerless throughout the ages. Looking at the long river of time that flowed through the heavens, there was basically no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Such characters were called anomalies. Their past and future were shrouded in fog. Even if one stood at the end of transcendence, one would not be able to probe into the past, present, and future of these people. What Xianxia needed to do now was to lure these people out. Meanwhile, in the human ancestors' hall in the upper realm, a small golden cauldron sat in the center. It looked as if it was made of immortal gold. It stood in all directions and suppressed the area, absorbing the power of faith from all over the upper realm. Countless strands of silver power of faith surged towards the cauldron like an ocean, covering the sky and earth. A woman in white sat cross-legged in front of the small cauldron, cultivating with the power of faith. An indistinct figure of an immortal condensed behind her. Her originally indistinct features gradually gained corporeal form. However, compared to the cold face of the woman in white, the figure of the immortal was much more aloof, as if it did not contain any emotions. Their faces could be said to be identical, but the only difference was their temperament. The woman in white was naturally Xianxia. She had already condensed her mark of Tao and become a true Tao enlightened one. However, in the current Great Era, the enlightened one's cultivation base was clearly far from enough. She was far from being considered a core power. That was why she would often find time to leave the Sanctus Palace and Divine Nation and return to the human ancestors' hall to cultivate. At this moment, as Xianxia opened her eyes, the indistinct figure of the immortal behind her also slowly dissipated and disappeared. Her glabella glowed faintly. In the depths of her consciousness, there was a palace that had been sleeping. However, now that the palace had a gap, thousands of rays of light and mysteries escaped, enveloping her entire body. Her entire person looked like a fairy from the ninth heaven, with a cold and noble air that made people respect and fear her. Choo-choo, it looks like you didn't slack off when I wasn't in the upper realm. At this moment, a soft laugh came from outside the hall. A beautiful woman in a long blue dress walked in with light steps with her hands behind her back. Wang Zijin looked at Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on a futon and focused on cultivating, and could not help but burst out laughing. Both of them were saintesses of the human ancestors' hall, but compared to her, Jiang Chuchu was more lively and carefree. Jiang Chuchu's personality was much more demure and cold, and she was also a person of few words. Before she met Guchanga, she placed the great responsibility of the human ancestors' hall on her shoulders, to protect the peace and tranquility of the world. At that time, she was extremely cold and aloof. Even when it came to herself, she would speak as little as possible, as if it was very strenuous for her to say one more word. It could be said that the two of them had completely opposite personalities. However, who would have thought that the cold and aloof saintess of the past would fall in love with that devil, Guchanga? For him, she could even betray the human ancestors' hall. She could ignore the responsibility and teachings of the human ancestors' hall. Now, she had already married Guchanga. These things were only learned after Wang Zijin returned to the upper realm. This made her feel that fate was playing tricks on her. Logically speaking, the person who first met Guchanga should have been her. What exactly happened between Jiang Chuchu and Guchanga, Wang Zijin did not know any of this. If she had not accidentally caught a glimpse of the chastity mark on Jiang Chuchu's arm when she was at the Immortal Academy, she would not have known about it. Connecting the fact that she often wandered outside Guchanga's cave abode, Wang Zijin probably would not have guessed it. However, the two of them grew up cultivating in the human ancestors' hall since they were young, and their relationship was quite deep. After being brought back to the upper realm by Guchanga, Wang Zijin accompanied her family for a while before leaving the longevity Wang family. She came to the human ancestors' hall to look for Jiang Chuchu. It could be said that other than her maid, Xiao, Jiang Chuchu was the person closest to her. Jiang Chuchu did not know that Wang Zijin was also interested in Guchanga in the beginning. Long time no see, but your cultivation hasn't improved. Jiang Chuchu, who opened her eyes, glanced at Wang Zijin indifferently. She still looked cold and arrogant. It hasn't improved, but it won't be a problem for me to suppress you, Wang Zijin said with a smile. However, before she could finish speaking, Jiang Chuchu, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, turned into a white shadow and pounced toward her. Her sleeves rolled up and her white hands pressed down lightly. She looked like a fairy dancing under the moon. It was shockingly beautiful, but every move she made was filled with murderous intent. Wang Zijin did not seem surprised at all. She gently leaped to the back and dodged Jiang Chuchu's move. Her body emitted an immortal light, which seemed to be filled with the fragrance of the Tao. She lifted her wrist slightly and directly exchanged a palm strike with Jiang Chuchu. The place suddenly became blurry. Neither of them used the power of their cultivation. They were just fighting with their physical skills. Their beautiful figures danced like butterflies in the hall. It was a pity that no one was here to admire them. Otherwise, it would have been a pleasing scene. However, after a few moves, the two of them stopped before a victor was decided. They each stood on one side. Jiang Chuchu raised her chin slightly. Although she still looked cold, she could not hide the smug look in her eyes. You actually won by half a move. It seems that you've improved a lot over the years. At the entrance of the palace, Wang Zijin stood still and shook her head. She had a headache. Of course. Jiang Chuchu wanted to snort softly, but she thought better of it. She did not want Wang Zijin to take advantage of her again. The two of them had known each other since they were young. When they were in the human ancestors' palace, they had fought many times. However, they could not decide the victor. Although she was talented and intelligent, in front of Wang Zijin, she seemed to be suppressed by her. Even if she worked hard to cultivate, she could barely compete with Wang Zijin. It should be known that Wang Zijin had always been uninterested in cultivation and rarely spent time on it. According to the elders of the human ancestors' palace, Wang Zijin was a natural candidate for cultivation. Unfortunately, she did not live up to expectations. She always liked to think about messy things. In the next moment, Jiang Chuchu rolled up her sleeves. Suddenly, a tea set appeared in the palace in front of her. There was also a stone table and a stone stool. The tea set was complete. There was even a special ancient wooden box at the side to hold the tea leaves. Hey, I didn't expect Holy Maiden Chuchu to know how to make tea. How unexpected. Wang Zijin was a little surprised. As far as she knew, Jiang Chuchu was not interested in anything other than cultivation. She was not proficient in any of the 4 arts. I know a lot. Jiang Chuchu could not help but glare at her. She gestured for her to sit down. Then, she rolled up her sleeves and began to make tea. Wang Zijin was amazed. Then, he said, "It seems that you learned it especially for him?" Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu's movements froze. The expression on her face also changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, they were married. This was something that the entire upper realm knew. At this time, what was there for her to worry about? Jiang Chuchu knew that the him that Wang Zijin was referring to was Guchanga. This was something that the entire upper realm knew, so there was no need for her to hide it. Back when she was still cultivating in the Immortal Academy, Wang Zijin had tried to probe her many times, but she was always perfunctory. Thinking about it this way, Jiang Chuchu felt a little guilty toward Wang Zijin. I didn't expect that I would be able to personally taste the tea made by Holy Maiden Chuchu thanks to that guy. Wang Zijin sat down casually. She put her hands on the stone table and rested her head on it. She looked at the steaming tea and chatted with Jiang Chuchu. Jiang Chuchu was focused on making tea. Hearing her teasing words, she was not annoyed at all. That's why you have to thank Chang'e. Without him, you wouldn't be so lucky. The corner of her mouth curved up slightly. You even called me Chang'e, Jiang Chuchu, you've changed. You're not the cold holy maiden that I used to know. Wang Zijin's beautiful eyes widened. She looked like she was scared out of her wits and patted her flat chest. Jiang Chuchu ignored her and continued to make tea. She was in a good mood. Hey, Chuchu, do you know anything about Guchanga? Do you know about his past and the things that happened in the past? You're such an innocent person. I really suspect that you were tricked by Guchanga from the beginning. Wang Zijin played with her hair beside her ear and asked absent-mindedly. Because she had stayed in the celestial realm for some time, she had heard quite a lot about Guchanga. Before she met Guchanga, she actually did not know that Guchanga was that demon master that everyone feared. Before this, she could not connect the two of them at all. However, she still allowed herself to accept all of this. She purely treated it as a setting. The person she liked was a demon who had once wreaked havoc and plunged the entire world into fear and darkness. There were thousands of demons behind him. They were clad in armor and wielded terrifying spears and halberds. They lay in wait in the darkness silently, waiting for the day they would trample over the heavens. When Wang Zijin was drunk in the Moon Prince Manor, she did indeed have such a strange dream. She dreamed that she was hugging that demon's neck and sitting in his arms. She hummed a gentle song. Stars shone brightly above her head, and water flowed beneath her feet, never to return. She felt that the dream was very beautiful. However, after waking up from the dream, there was nothing left. That was why after returning to the higher realm, Wang Zijin madly asked her parents, her clan, and the people she knew about that demon. It was as if she wanted to make up for the hundreds of years that she had lost. However, the news she received was that her good friend who had once accompanied her in her cultivation since she was young had now married that demon. Wang Zijin was stunned for a long time. In the end, she allowed herself to accept all of this. She came to find Jiang Chuchu with the intention of letting herself be more open-minded. What happened in the past is not important anymore, I don't care either. What is his background? What is his past? What's important is that Chang'e is very good to me now. That's enough for me. Jiang Chuchu was focused on boiling tea. Because of her faint smile, 2 faint dimples appeared on her fair and delicate cheeks. She rarely showed a smile in front of outsiders. Even Wang Zijin rarely saw her dimples. In the past, Jiang Chuchu gave people the impression that she was an unattainable and transcendent saintess. She was otherworldly, peerless, and untainted by the mortal world. For powerful cultivators, 100 years was just a blink of an eye. Jiang Chuchu had indeed changed a lot in these hundreds of years. Wang Zijin knew her very well. In the past, he had never seen Jiang Chuchu show such an expression. This was a kind of satisfaction and happiness. For her, this kind of life was also a kind of happiness. You're really a little fool who is content with what she has. If that guy Guchanga even lied to you, then he's really not human. After coming back to her senses, Wang Zijin simply put her hands flat on the stone table. She buried her head in her hands, and her black hair fell down. She muttered in a low voice. However, her tone was very low and soft. In the quiet palace, there was only the sound of the steaming tea. Jiang Chuchu looked at her with some curiosity and asked. What were you saying just now? Nothing. Just boil your tea, Wang Zijin replied in low spirits. She didn't even bother to raise her eyes to look at her. Jiang Chuchu was very smart. In fact, she could guess some of it. When they were in the Immortal Academy, Wang Zijin had actually inquired about her relationship with Gu Chang'e many times. However, at that time, she didn't think too much about it. She just felt that Wang Zijin was curious about Gu Chang'e. Now that he thought about it, weren't those questions also a form of probing? Unknowingly, the palace had quieted down. The two women did not speak, each of them having their own thoughts. Wang Zijin looked at the steaming tea and felt inexplicably upset. Do you have wine? Why don't we just drink? She looked up and patted the table again. I can't hold my liquor, so I'm not drinking. Jiang Chuchu shook his head decisively. Wang Zijin sneered, who are you kidding? I still remember the first time I drank wine. You were the one who had the guts to steal the mortal dust wine brewed by the third elder and had me drink it with you. That was the first time you did something rebellious. Really? I've already forgotten. Jiang Chuchu's face was a little red, but he still answered calmly and did not admit it. I don't care. I'm not in a good mood today. You have to drink with me. Wang Zijin was unhappy. He glared at her and took out a goblet of wine out of nowhere, opening it in front of Jiang Chuchu. A rich wine aroma filled the air, filling the palace with this kind of mellow aura. It was intoxicating. This wine was like pure immortal wine, sparkling and translucent. It was like a jadeite immortal jade. Although there was only one gu, it seemed to have gathered all the essence of heaven and earth. What wine is this? Jiang Chuchu was shocked. This is a wine that only immortal kings have the right to taste. Wang Zijin smiled. This was the immortal wine that she had asked the Moon Prince for using Gu Chang'e's name when she left the Moon Prince mansion. She clearly remembered that she had only taken a small sip and was drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. Her cultivation level improved a lot. When she asked the Moon Prince for it back then, the Moon Prince felt the pinch. Later on, Wang Zijin used Gu Chang'e's name, which was why the Moon Prince gritted his teeth and gave her this gu. A wine that only immortal kings can drink? Jiang Chuchu was curious, but more than that, he did not believe it. Wang Zijin smiled evilly and said, you'll know when you drink it. As an old friend, she knew Jiang Chuchu's alcohol tolerance. When he was drunk, he would often say some incantations. She could use this to get some information out of him. If Jiang Chuchu still did not compromise, then Wang Zijin could only take out the image recording stone that she had prepared beforehand. When the time came, she would put it in front of Gu Chang'e. She did not believe that Jiang Chuchu would not tell her everything honestly. When she thought of this, Wang Zijin showed a sly smile. She took out the voice transmission stone that she had asked Gu Chang'e for. She could use this to find him immediately. Come to Renzu Hall. Her words were concise, and she did not give any other explanation. She also did not wait for Gu Chang'e to reply. Very quickly, the rich aroma of wine filled the hall. The void blurred, and a ripple spread. Gu Chang'e stepped forward and appeared here. Did she call me here to clean up the mess? He looked at the scene in the hall. The wine fragrance filled the air. Wang Zijin and Jiang Chuchu had drunk a lot, and their eyes were hazy. One of them was lying on the stone table, while the other raised her snow-white neck and poured wine into her mouth, looking very heroic. If it was any other time, Gu Chang'e would find it pleasing to the eye. But now, the person who was drunk was Wang Zijin, and the person who was drinking the wine was Jiang Chuchu. This gave him a slight headache. At this moment, in the Longevity Wang family's territory, an uninvited guest had arrived. Greetings, young master of the Immortal Region's Wang family. In the Grand Hall, many patriarch-level figures of the Longevity Wang family appeared, and they were incomparably shocked. In addition, the higher-ups of the family, such as elders, also appeared. The other direct descendants of the Wang family were outside the hall, looking inside, shocked and curious. A young man was standing in the hall with his hands behind his back. Beside him was a true immortal realm old man. This young man was dressed in a blue robe, and he looked quite refined and kind. There was a smile on his face, and he gave off a humble and polite feeling. His entire body was surrounded by immortal energy, and he was incomparably transcendent. Strands of brilliance flowed out spontaneously, as if he was a true immortal. As for the old man beside him, although he was suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, and could not truly unleash the strength of an immortal, but in the current higher realm, he was a peerless expert who could look down on all living beings and cultivators. The arrival of these two great figures in the longevity Wang family was enough to alarm everyone. Several powerful figures appeared, coming to pay their respects, not daring to slight them in the slightest. Many of the clansmen were also excited, their eyes filled with excitement. Because this was the young master of an immortal king family in the immortal region. Countless years ago, the ancestors of the Wang family led many clansmen and ascended to the immortal region, leaving behind a bloodline in the immortal region, which was the current Wang family of the immortal region. And according to the introduction of this young man who called himself the young master of the Wang family, the current immortal region was the current immortal region. Right now, the Wang clan of the immortal realms was a true everlasting power. They had two immortal king ancestors. In fact, before this, the young Miss Wang Zijin, who had returned to the higher realm from the immortal region, had also mentioned this matter, and the Wang family had some understanding of it. However, the two bloodlines had not seen each other for countless years. Although they were both Wang family, the bloodline had definitely thinned to an unknown extent. Therefore, the people of the longevity Wang family did not think of going to the immortal region to acknowledge their ancestors. But today, this young man who called himself the young master of the Wang family appeared here and mentioned that he was from the immortal region's Wang family. How could this not make everyone in the longevity Wang family not feel excited? If they acknowledged their ancestors and merged the two bloodlines, the Wang family's strength would definitely soar qualitatively. An immortal family with two immortal king patriarchs overseeing it. In the current higher realm, other than divine nations, there were no immortal Tao figures on the surface. Everyone, there is no need to be overly courteous. The young man in the hall spoke, smiling slightly, indicating that there was no need to be so reserved. This was Anai Chen, who had occupied Wang Wushang's body. After leaving the immortal region, he had rushed to the longevity Wang family without stopping. Although he was somewhat unaccustomed to the higher realm's laws of heaven and earth, and even found it difficult to sense the existence of his astral avatar. However, there were no immortal Tao figures in this higher realm who could break free from the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. He also had a true immortal realm elder by his side, so he was not very worried about his own safety. At this moment, he had come to the longevity Wang family to meet with Wang Zijin and discuss some matters. Back in the boundless battlefield, if not for Wang Zijin saving him, he would not have become who he was today. In any case, there were some things that needed to be said face to face. In addition, when he was in the immortal region's Wang family, Anai Chen had learned many things about Wang Zijin. She was not a native of the immortal region, but had been brought up by the Wang family's immortal king patriarch from the higher realm. Such an ethereal and dazzling woman made his heart, which had been silent for a long time, throb uncontrollably. Anai Chen could not so easily give up. "Young Master Wang, may I ask why you have come to the higher realm?" The Wang family's patriarchs did not beat around the bush and asked directly. The rest of the family looked over, wanting to know Wang Wushang's purpose. In the crowd, Wang Zijin's younger brother, Wang Wushuang, also stared at the Wang family's young master. When Anai Chen heard this, he smiled faintly. "I came to this realm because I have a matter to discuss with cousin Zijin." After all, his current identity was Wang. Zijin's cousin in name. Looking for Zijin? Everyone in the Wang family was stunned for a moment, then came to a realization. No wonder. Many of the family members looked as if they had already guessed this. No matter what, Wang Zijin had lived in the immortal region for hundreds of years. It was not surprising that she knew the Wang family's young master. The Wang family's patriarchs also looked at each other and cupped their hands. To be honest, young Master Wang, Zijin is not in the family now. After she returned to the higher realm from the immortal region, she stayed in the family for a while. But she left the Wang family later, and we don't know where she went. Not in the family? Enichen was a little stunned, and the smile on his face faded a lot. He frowned and asked, "Seniors, can you guess where cousin Zijin will go?" He did not want to waste too much time in the higher realm. Although the Wang family's affairs in the immortal region had settled down for the time being, some things still needed to be arranged and planned. The Wang family's patriarchs looked troubled. They did not know Wang Zijin very well. After they revived, Wang Zijin was already taken to the immortal region. This time, Wang Zijin returned to the higher realm and did not say much to them. Their relationship could only be said to be average. They were not even familiar with each other. My sister might go to the human ancestors' hall. At this moment, it was Wang Zijin's younger brother, Wang Wushuang, who spoke. The young man from back then had become much calmer now. He felt that after his sister returned to the Wang family, apart from inquiring about the many things that had happened in the past few years, the most talked about was the human ancestors' hall. Back then, his sister had cultivated in the human ancestors' hall for more than 10 years, so it was understandable that she had deep feelings for it. Human ancestors' hall? What kind of faction is that? Enichen was still frowning. Before leaving the immortal region, he had inquired about the current factions in the higher realm. Apart from the divine nation that the demon lord had established in the higher realm, there were many factions that could not be underestimated. He had never heard of the other factions. Coincidentally, the human ancestors' hall was one of them. This is the orthodoxy that Zijin joined when she was young. It has a transcendent status in the higher realm, an elder of the Wang family respectfully replied. Although he did not know why Wang Wushang was looking for Wang Zijin, he did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Hearing this, Enichen nodded. Without waiting for him to finish, he waved his hand and said, "In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. I will personally go to this so-called human ancestors' hall to find cousin Zijin." At this point, he looked at Wang Wushuang who had just answered and asked, "Who are you to cousin Zijin?" He had just heard Wang Wushuang call Wang Zijin sister. "Wang Zijin is my sister," Wang Wushuang replied, his attitude rather respectful. After all, he was the successor of a celestial king family from the immortal region. His identity and status were worlds apart from theirs. "That's good. Then you will lead the way for me." Enichen nodded slightly, not giving Wang Wushuang a chance to refuse. Although he was Wang Zijin's younger brother, he was still someone from the higher realm. This was not worth too much of his attention. At this moment, the expressions of the Wang family members, including Wang Wushuang, changed slightly. The human ancestors' hall had never allowed males to enter. Even in the surrounding territories, there was such a rule. Moreover, the human ancestors' hall was inextricably linked to the current ruler of the higher realm and the immortal region, Guchanga. However, when the ancestor wanted to explain this matter, Wang Wushang waved his hand and interrupted him. They were also somewhat helpless. Then, a golden path of light spread out from the Wang family territory. The sound of Tao reverberated, shaking the heavens, and the universe all around them rumbled. Many cultivators and living beings in the surrounding star regions noticed this scene and were extremely shocked. On this golden path of light, Enichen stood tall. Immortal light seemed to flow around him, making him appear extremely transcendent. The perfected immortal elder beside him was silent. He was very cold and indifferent. He looked at everyone as if they were ants. In the current higher realm, although there were many who had attained the Tao, and powerhouses from various clans had done so one after another, those who had attained the immortal Tao were still extremely rare. The only shortcut was to hand over one's fate soul through the divine nation's immortal bestowment roll and immediately ascend to immortality. However, as the immortal region and the higher realm bordered each other, the world's environment changed drastically. Much fewer cultivators chose this path. Apart from the divine nation, no other faction had heard of an immortal Tao figure appearing. At this moment, this golden path of light illuminated the starry sky and swept across the longevity Wang family's territory, attracting the attention of various factions. "That's Wang Wushuang of the Wang family, but who is that young man beside him? An unfamiliar face? Could he be a big shot from the lower realm of the immortal region?" That old man beside him must be someone whose cultivation surpasses that of an immortal Tao. The surrounding laws are all distorted, he has a perfected immortal old servant following him. What is this young man's background? Many cultivators exclaimed in shock and astonishment. Although during this period of time, there were indeed many cases of creatures from the immortal region descending to the lower realm, they all came here to temper themselves with the younger generation. Moreover, they were all very low-key, doing their best to hide from others. Something like today, using golden light as a path and shaking the universe all around, was extremely rare. This made many cultivators discuss spiritedly, beginning to guess the identity of that unfamiliar young man. Now that the upper realm was connected to the immortal domain, many geniuses from the immortal domain would come to the lower realm to hone their skills. During this period of time, this was a common occurrence and was not considered rare. However, this was the first time many cultivators noticed that a young man from the immortal domain would come in such a high-profile manner. It was as if he wanted the entire upper realm to know. Moreover, he had an old servant who was suspected to be a perfected immortal. One could imagine that he had a shocking background in the immortal domain. Even so, most of the cultivators and living beings were still surprised and curious about what was going on. They were not worried that this young man from the immortal domain would dare to act presumptuously in the upper realm. Not to mention that he had a perfected immortal with him. Even the legendary immortal kings did not dare to violate the rules of the two realms. Sir, after passing through this star region, you will reach the territory of the human ancestors' hall. With my status, it is not appropriate for me to go there, so I will not go. The golden path to the heavens extended from the Wang family's territory. It passed through several star regions and finally stopped in a vast star region with life. However, when they reached here, Wang Wushuang, who was leading the way, cupped his hands slightly and took the initiative to speak. He chose to stay here and not go further. Xianxia stood on the golden path with his hands behind his back. He glanced at him and frowned slightly displeased. However, he did not want to vent his anger on such a small matter, so he nodded and said, "Fine. In that case, you can stay here." Since the human ancestors' hall was in front of them, it did not matter whether Wang Wushuang led the way or not. Xianxia had only come to the upper realm to find Wang Zijin. He had no other purpose. Yes. Wang Wushuang lowered his head and looked deeply at Wang Wushuang before he jumped off the golden path. He did not know what kind of status Wang Wushuang had in the immortal domain. However, the human ancestors' hall in front of them had a very special status in the upper realm. Almost everyone knew that the human ancestors' hall's saintess, Jiang Chuchu, was Guchunga's legal wife. Furthermore, the human ancestors' hall had always had a rule that forbade any males from approaching the surrounding territories. Therefore, in the eyes of many orthodoxies in the upper realm, the human ancestors' hall was no different from a forbidden zone. This was especially true for male cultivators. They didn't dare to approach her in the slightest for fear of causing misunderstandings. Back in the Longevity Wang family, the old ancestor had tried to explain the transcendent status of the human ancestor palace. However, Wang Wushuang didn't care and waved his hand to interrupt him. "You're the one who asked for it." Wang Wushuang gently shook his head as he watched the golden path spread into the distance. This Wang Wushuang said that he was looking for his sister, but his sister didn't receive the slightest news. If it weren't for that, he would not have left the Longevity Wang family. From this, it was obvious that his elder sister didn't have a good relationship with this Wang Wushuang. So what if he was the young master of an immortal king clan in the immortal realms? After coming to the upper realm, he still had to keep a low profile. This was not a place where he could show off. Soon, the golden light spread all the way and landed outside the human ancestor palace's territory. A majestic scene could be seen in front of him. The mountain range was verdant, and pavilions were faintly discernible. The unfallen divine city hung high in the sky like a brilliant sun, its brilliance shining in all directions. Countless strands of the power of providence and faith surged in from various starfields, rising and falling like a wave. What an astonishing power of faith! Xianxia couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise when he saw all this. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they could experience such changes. The entire world seemed to be bathed in the silver power of faith. If one used this power to cultivate, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. However, just as he was about to continue walking and enter, a group of women appeared. Around the mountain range, the figures of several women appeared and looked at him coldly. Halt, intruder. These women held thin swords and didn't have high cultivation bases. In Chen's eyes, they were no different from ants. However, they dared to appear here and stop him. Could it be that they couldn't see his cultivation base and the old man beside him? However, in the unfamiliar upper realm, Chen was rather tolerant and didn't intend to start a conflict. I came here from the immortal region to look for Miss Xijin. He cupped his hand slightly, his attitude gentle. No outsiders are allowed to set foot in the vicinity of the human ancestor palace. Please return. However, upon hearing those words, those women merely frowned and continued to block Chu Feng's path. In the past, if they heard that someone came from the immortal region, they would have been stunned. However, the current upper realm was no longer the same as before. The human ancestor palace was even more so. One should know that the human ancestor palace was backed by the divine nation and could be said to be Jiang Chuchu's maiden home. Its status was so high that all the orthodoxies in the upper realm respected it. When the disciples of the human ancestor palace went out, they were also popular, and no one dared to disrespect them. Although the young man in front of them claimed to be from the immortal region and said Wang Zijin's name, there was an old man with an unfathomable cultivation base following him, who seemed to be an old servant. But so what, since they were in the human ancestor palace, they had to abide by the rules. I came from the immortal region, and I am actually Miss Xijin's cousin. Chen frowned slightly, and the gentle expression on his face was much more restrained. He did not expect these women to still stop him. They really did not know what was good for them. In the human ancestor palace, no matter who you are, you have to abide by the rules. I hope that you will not make things difficult for us, sir. Even if Saint Xijin's father comes, he has to abide by the rules and wait outside. Sir, if you really want to see Saint Xijin, you can wait here. If Saint Xijin leaves the human ancestor palace, we will come here to inform you. Sir, you can contact Saint Xijin yourself. If she wants to see you, she will definitely come out to see you. When they heard this, the women's expressions did not change at all, and they continued to ask Chen to wait here. Wait here all this time? Chen frowned deeply. His time was precious. This time, he came to the upper realm from the immortal region after careful consideration. Now, he was told that he was going to continue wasting his time here. Can't the few of you help me inform Miss Xijin? At that moment, he said in a low voice, already showing some displeasure. However, the women still shook their heads. Their duty was to patrol. The human ancestor palace had never had a rule of reporting. If there was something that needed to be done with Saint Xijin, there would definitely be a way to contact her. There was no need for disciples like them to report. Chen's expression finally darkened. He did not want to cause trouble in the upper realm, but these women from the human ancestor palace did not know what was good for them, and insisted on stopping him here. They did not even care about his identity at all. Although he did not care about that, his body was still the successor of a celestial king family in the immortal region. Even in the immortal region, it was a top-notch status. Which cultivator or living being would not be respectful when they saw it? In the end, in the upper realm, they kept running into obstacles one after another. Then, I have no choice but to apologize to you all. Then, Chen took a deep breath, and his expression became calm. Then, before the women could react, he made his move. He made his move. A purple halo suddenly appeared in his originally deep eyes. It spread out like ripples and directly enveloped the women. In the next moment, they seemed to have lost their minds, and their eyes became dull. Then, Chen walked past them expressionlessly, and the perfected immortal elder followed beside him. The void around them became blurry. In an instant, the two of them seemed to have escaped into nothingness. In a place like the upper realm, the strength of a perfected immortal would be suppressed and restricted. However, it was still easy to sneak into an orthodoxy without anyone noticing. Unless it was an enlightened immortal with a very powerful divine sense, they would not be discovered. At the same time, in the main hall, the fragrance of wine filled the air, and immortal fog drifted around. It was like an immortal palace. If the two drunk women were ignored, it would be quite transcendent at this moment. Gu Changge looked at Jiang Chuchu, who was drinking wine with his head tilted up and even rolled up his sleeves, looking very heroic. It was really a headache. In the past, Jiang Chuchu had always given him the image of a cold and aloof person, but in fact, she was delicate and naive. He completely did not expect her to show such a side after drinking wine. Can wine really make people reveal their true colors? Gu Changge smiled and reached out to take the wine in her hand. In the end, Jiang Chuchu was like an octopus, almost sticking to him. Her head kept rubbing against his chest, and the delicate fragrance and wine directly rushed into Gu Changge's nose. "Husband, give the wine back to me," she muttered, and her mouth, which smelled of wine, kept rubbing against Gu Changge's neck. "You're drunk, Chuchu." Gu Changge was slightly helpless and rubbed her head. This was the immortal king wine. Although Jiang Chuchu had extraordinary talent, drinking too much might not be a good thing. Thinking of this, he glanced at Wang Zijin, who was still lying on the stone table, seemingly drunk. She was the one who took out the wine. Then she let him come to the Renzu hall. Wasn't this to let him see the scene of Jiang Chuchu getting drunk? If Jiang Chuchu woke up and knew all this, wouldn't she fight Wang Zijin to the death? This fake sisterly relationship was really gone just like that. "Husband, give me, I still want to drink." Jiang Chuchu was indeed drunk at this moment. Although she knew the person in front of her was Gu Changge, she was not sure if this was a dream. Her whole body was dizzy, and she only wanted to snatch the wine back from him. Although Gu Changge still doted on her, he naturally would not let her drink at this moment. So with a flick of his sleeve, the wine disappeared into thin air. Where's the wine?" Jiang Chuchu stared blankly at his empty palm for a while. She didn't even have the time to react. But her sobriety only lasted for a moment. The next moment, her consciousness was muddled, and her eyelids could not hold it anymore. She laid weakly in Gu Changge's arms. "Have a good sleep." Gu Changge's figure flashed and brought her into the bedroom of the Renzu hall to rest. He had stayed here for a long time, so he was familiar with the place. And when he returned to the hall, Wang Zijin was already looking at him with a smile on her face. She did not look drunk at all. "Is this how you trick Chuchu?" Gu Changge was not surprised at all, and sat down beside her. Back at the Moon Prince mansion in the immortal region, Wang Zijin had drunk this immortal king wine, so she naturally knew how terrifying its alcohol content was. So she was so smart, there was no way she would get drunk at this time. At most, she would pretend to be drunk and fool Jiang Chuchu. Wang Zijin smiled. "How can this be called tricking her? This is the immortal king wine I specially brought back from the immortal region, even I can't bear to drink it. But this time, she drank a small portion of my goo, my heart aches. After she wakes up, she might have broken through. As her husband, shouldn't you compensate me?" Saying so, she stretched out her jade-like hand and waved it in front of Gu Changge, indicating that he should return the remaining Gu Immortal King wine to her. Gu Changge pretended not to understand the meaning of her actions. She shook her head and said, "You know that she will say some nonsense after drinking." "Humph, you feel sorry for her?" Wang Zijin curled her lips, as if she was very disdainful of him. She said, "Before you came, Chuchu revealed many things to me. Lord Demon Lord, you really gave me a huge shock, to think that you actually tricked Chuchu like this?" Gu Changge didn't blush at all about this past. She still said with a calm expression, "It's too much to cheat. Chuchu and I love each other. It's not as bad as you say. From the moment I met you until now, I have always admired your shamelessness." Hearing this, Wang Zijin immediately showed a sincere expression of admiration. In front of Gu Changge, she did not hesitate to shoot her mouth off and was not afraid at all. "You asked me to come to Renzu Hall not just to let me see Chuchu's drunken state, right?" Gu Changge smiled. "Of course." Wang Zijin frowned when she mentioned this. She stretched out her hand. "Return it to me." "I will return it to you. Do you think I will really steal this bit of wine from you?" Gu Changge shook his head slightly, returning the wine gu to her. He would not steal this half gu immortal king wine from her. "I am in a bad mood, I want to drink with you." After Wang Zijin took back the wine gu, she poured a cup for Gu Changge. Then she poured another cup for herself. "Are you sure you want to drink with me, or drink this wine?" Guchunga's lips curled into an ambiguous smile. Wang Zijin stared at him. Why do you care? I think you were just trying to scare me with this wine, right? Guchunga was still smiling. Wang Zijin was exposed by him. She gritted her teeth, feeling extremely angry and embarrassed. Who are you calling a scaredy cat? She was flustered and exasperated. She wanted to get up and bite Guchunga. Then she felt her head being pressed down by Guchunga. He moved closer with a smile. Wang Zijin's eyes widened. Her mind was completely blank at this moment, as if her thoughts were frozen. She originally thought that she would be the one to do such a thing under the influence of alcohol. However, she did not expect that Guchunga would be more proactive than her. He was still strong and did not give her any room to resist or refuse. Alcohol was not intoxicating, but people were intoxicated. Although she had not drunk, Wang Zijin still felt that she was drunk. Her head was dizzy, and her body went soft. Guchunga looks at this woman, who is usually bold and unscrupulous and blabbermouth. However, at this moment, her eyes were tightly closed, and her eyelashes could not stop trembling. She was like a shy deer. She had no place to put her hands, so she could only grab his arms. She was obviously very nervous, but she did not make a sound. It seems that you really want to drink to boost your courage. He smiled softly in his heart. Don't laugh at me. Wang Zijin did not know where she got the strength, but she suddenly broke free. She seemed to know what Guchunga was thinking. She glared at him fiercely, then grabbed Guchunga's arms with both hands. She hugged his head and took the initiative to bite him. The territory of the human ancestor hall was not considered large in the entire upper realm. However, because of its superior status, there were few people in the territory. Apart from the disciples of the human ancestor hall who were patrolling, there were no other living beings or cultivators. Enichen brought the perfected immortal old man and walked through the void, passing through many halls and pavilions. He finally saw a majestic palace hanging high in the depths. White jade was the pillars, and glass was the roof tiles. It seemed to be able to reflect the brilliance of the heavens. It was unusually sacred. On the plaque of this palace, 3 ancient words, Human Ancestor Hall, were shining brightly, with thousands of mysterious lights flowing. Looks like this is the Human Ancestor Hall. Miss Zijin should be inside. Enichen came here. Although there were many restrictions and formation patterns around, they could not stop his footsteps. White fog was hazy, and multicolored light rose. This place was sacred and majestic, as if there was really a human ancestor god standing here, overlooking thousands of realms. Countless strands of silver power of faith converged from all over the world and finally intertwined in front of him. Even an ordinary person would be able to feel that kind of vast energy fluctuation, enough to drown a person. Why do I feel like something is wrong with 983? Enichen frowned slightly. There were no disciples standing guard in front of the human ancestor hall. It was exceptionally quiet. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a little abrupt for Miss Zijin? Enichen hesitated. Towards this wondrous woman who was bright and dazzling like a comet, he liked and was moved from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time to descend from the immortal domain. However, after arriving here, he was a little hesitant. He was worried that if it was too sudden, it would annoy Wang Zijin. Inside the hall, the scenery was bright and enchanting. Around the bed, white curtains and ribbons danced in the wind. Immortal mist was hazy, and it was difficult to conceal the beauty of the scene. At this moment, as if he had noticed something, Guchunga's eyes flashed with a strange light. He suddenly laughed softly. It seems that the person outside the hall is looking for you. Who is it? Wang Zijin couldn't sense it at all. She didn't have Guchunga's strength, so she didn't know that someone was coming to the human ancestor hall. A guy from the immortal domain. Guchunga just smiled softly and didn't take it to heart. Ignore him. Wang Zijin searched her memories in her mind. She didn't know if she had any friends in the immortal domain who would come to the human ancestor hall to look for her. She didn't intend to take a look at all. She threw it to the back of her mind and didn't want to care too much. Guchunga smiled, but there was still a strange light in his eyes. Then, he quietly looked in the direction of the outside of the hall. In the next moment, invisible ripples spread out like a misty fog, enveloping the entire human ancestor hall. Although he didn't care who the person outside the hall was, Xianxia still didn't want anyone to disturb them. Inside the hall, it was warm like the sun was shining, full of vitality. Outside the hall, Xianxia inexplicably felt a chill all over his body, as if a terrifying existence was suddenly staring at him. At this moment, he couldn't help but shiver, and his hands and feet were cold. What just happened? Xianxia's expression changed, and he was a little surprised. In front of him, the human ancestor hall, which was still a little mysterious, suddenly seemed to have changed a million times. It was as if he was in a foggy area. Apart from the fog around him, he couldn't see anything. In the vast wilderness, only he was left standing here alone. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Even the perfected immortal clone that he had refined a long time ago had disappeared. Where was the human ancestor hall in front of him? Even heaven and earth had completely disappeared. It was a vast expanse of emptiness, endless and boundless. I actually can't sense any aura or fluctuations, even my perfected immortal clone seems to have disappeared. I can't sense its existence. Xianxia's expression was uncertain. He knew that he had fallen into some kind of maze or formation pattern. He immediately thought of the human ancestor hall that he had planned to walk to just now. Perhaps there was some kind of restriction in front of the human ancestor hall that could make people lose themselves and unable to walk out. Such a method made Xianxia rather wary. However, he was not an ordinary person. After sensing that something was wrong, he quickly calmed himself down and began to think of a way to break out. The predecessor of the human ancestor hall was indeed extraordinary. He could set up such a formation pattern restriction in a place like the upper realm. Xianxia tried to summon the heroic spirits of his ancestors. However, they all failed. They seemed to have disappeared from this place along with his true immortal clone, completely cut off from him. It should be a maze. There's no danger. As long as I find a way to break it, or find the location of the formation core, I can leave this place. Xianxia was the young master of the Ming and I clan, after all. He didn't panic because of the situation in front of him. After he calmed down, he quickly thought of a way. Although the space before them appeared to be vast and boundless, there was no substantial danger. Therefore, it might just waste a lot of his time. However, when Xianxia took a step forward, the expression on his face suddenly changed, and he was somewhat in disbelief. How is this possible? He stared at his surroundings. The space was actually changing with his footsteps. In other words, he had just taken a step forward, and the mysterious space in front of him had changed so much because of the direction he took. In the next moment, Xianxia, who refused to believe it, took a few more steps backward. The space in front of him also fluctuated because of his actions. The distance that the fog spread was just the distance that he retreated from. After that, Xianxia tried several more times in other directions, and the results were just as he had expected. Is he planning to imprison me in one place forever? Xianxia finally reacted, and his expression was extremely ugly. This was not a maze formation. It was just that an expert had made a move to imprison him in one place. No matter where he went or how far he walked. In the next moment, he would return to the starting point and be trapped in this place forever. Is this to imprison me in one point and not let me get close to the human ancestor hall? Xianxia's expression became gloomy. He knew that there must be an expert in the human ancestor hall, so he took this opportunity to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert hidden in the upper realm. Therefore, after Xianxia understood the other party's intention, he simply stopped struggling and chose to sit cross-legged where he was. When he first came to the upper realm, he had underestimated this place because of its desolation. Now, he had suffered such a big loss in the human ancestor hall, which really made Xianxia sullen. Forget it. Since an expert has made a move, there's no point in me resisting. Then, Xianxia sat there cross-legged and calmed his mind completely. He planned to wait here. He did not believe that the expert would keep him trapped here forever. However, during this process, he gradually felt that something was wrong. He frowned and looked surprised. The speed of time passing in this place seemed to be different from the speed of the outside world. Does this also involve the domain of time? Not only did he trap me in one point, but he also intends to let me experience old age and die here? Enai Chen's expression was ugly. He really did not expect that the speed of time passing in this place was more than 100 times faster than the outside world. He could clearly see that his palm was becoming dry and wrinkled, and there were black spots in some places. Although it was only a very small domain of time, the laws it touched were profound and unfathomable. Even those immortal kings with exceedingly high cultivation bases would find it difficult to achieve this level. One had to know that Enai Chen himself was not an ordinary person. Although his cultivation base had not reached the true immortal realm, his strength could fight against true immortals. He even had the strength to fight against a quasi-immortal king. Could it be that there is an existence beyond the immortal king hidden in this human ancestor hall? The uneasiness in Enai Chen's heart grew stronger and stronger. He planned to break this domain with absolute strength. Boom, his eyes became deep, and a rich purple light appeared like a sea of lightning. He clenched his fist and punched toward the space. At this moment, a blurry phantom of a giant appeared behind Enai Chen. As he clenched his fist, he suddenly smashed into the sky. Endless lightning spread. This place seemed to have experienced a great earthquake. Heaven and earth shook, overturning everything and continuously striking down. However, no matter what Enai Chen did, this place didn't change at all, let alone show signs of collapsing. His eyes were bloodshot, full of unwillingness. He shouted angrily, "I wonder which expert is here. Please show yourself." However, no matter how Enai Chen called out, the surroundings were silent. No one answered. It was like a small stone smashed into the deep sea, not even a ripple was stirred up. Inside the hall, the clouds dispersed and the rain cleared. Wang Zijin leaned in Guchanga's arms, reaching out and drawing small circles. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, looking lazy, as if she was too lazy to move. "You are really too much," she couldn't help but mutter. Guchanga shook his head and said with a smile, "Is that so? I don't know who was the one who gave in half-heartedly. I was just going with the flow." Wang Zijin turned her head away, not wanting to pay attention to him. However, she looked at the overturned stone table and stone stool, and the somewhat messy bed. She sighed imperceptibly, then rubbed her hair in distress. She had only planned to drink. Who knew that it would become like this? If Jiang Chuchu woke up, how would she explain it to her, tell her that she took advantage of her when she was drunk, and then what? "I found you. Why don't you feel guilty at all? Why are you such a jerk?" Looking at the leisurely Guchanga, Wang Zijin was angry and opened her mouth to bite him again. "What do I have to feel guilty about? Didn't you ask me to come to the human ancestor hall and ask me to drink?" Guchanga shook his head gently and sighed, as if he didn't understand her. Wang Zijin was really angry. She found that he always liked to take advantage of her. "Okay, I got it. Hurry up and get up. There's nothing for you to do." She waved her hand and pushed Guchanga away in disdain. Then she said generously, "Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you." Her tone was as if she was treating Guchanga as a tool. However, Guchanga understood what she meant. He just smiled and didn't say anything. He slowly put on his clothes. "Outside the hall, is there a guy waiting for you?" "Who is it? You were wondering why I couldn't sense it before." Speaking of this, Wang Zijin felt annoyed. Who would come to see her at this time and disturb her? Fortunately, Guchanga seemed to have acted and stopped him outside the hall. However, when she got up, she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Then she glared fiercely at Guchanga. At this moment, in the open space not far from the human ancestor hall, a figure who already looked a little old was sitting there cross-legged. His whole body exuded a strong sense of lethargy, as if he had one foot in the grave and had reached the end of his life. When Wang Zijin and Guchanga arrived outside the hall, this figure was still roaring. His eyes were wide open and filled with blood vessels. It was unknown what he saw. "This is Wang Wushang?" Wang Zijin carefully judged this person's appearance and finally recognized him. She was very surprised. How did he become so old and frail? However, when she saw Guchanga's indifferent and casual expression, she understood that it must be because he acted. At this moment, when he heard Wang Zijin's words, Enai Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the open space, was shocked. All the scenes in front of him disappeared. He finally saw the many scenes in front of the human ancestor hall. Two figures were standing side by side in front of him, like a pair of immortals. The young man was wearing a green silk robe. His gaze was casual, his facial features were handsome, and his figure was tall and slender. The woman beside him was wearing a light blue dress. Her hair was loose, and there seemed to be some charm on her face. She was looking at him with a surprised expression. It was Wang Zijin and Guchanga. What? Enai Chen's eyes were wide open as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he was in the immortal region, he had seen Guchanga's true appearance from the memory of the perfected immortal realm elder who was possessed. Therefore, he recognized the young figure in front of him as Guchanga. But why would Guchanga appear in the upper realm? Wasn't he always in the heavenly court of the immortal region? At this moment, Enai Chen even suspected that he was still trapped in those illusions and hadn't come out. Otherwise, how could he see these scenes? Wang Zijin was with Guchanga. From the charm on her face, it wasn't difficult to guess what had happened between them. At this moment, Enai Chen felt like there was a boom in his head, as if there was an endless buzzing sound. He looked at it again. He wanted to see if what he saw was real or fake. But whether it was Wang Zijin or Guchanga, they were both real. Especially Guchanga, whose interested gaze seemed to see through all his secrets, as if he was a pitiful little bug. This made Enai Chen grit his teeth. He knew that the person who trapped him here was Guchanga. Besides him, there were probably not many people in the immortal region and the upper realm who had such means. Enai Chen was angry, sullen, and unwilling. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't describe his feelings at this moment. He saw the woman he loved snuggling with another man. Even just now, the two of them were making love in the human ancestor hall. In the end, he was trapped outside the hall by Guchanga and experienced many illusions. His life was quickly draining away and he was showing signs of old age. The inside and outside of the palace were only a few feet apart, but it was as if they were two different worlds. Wang Wushang, why are you here? At this moment, Wang Zijin tucked her hair behind her ear and said in a surprised voice. She saw that Wang Wushang's expression seemed a little strange, so she asked again. When they were in the immortal region, to be honest, she didn't have a good impression of this cheap cousin of hers. The other party treated her like a commodity. In order to ally with the Luo Manor, they did not hesitate to propose a marriage between her and Luo Xian of the Luo Manor. It was just that he was living under someone else's roof, and the other party's identity was that of the successor of the immortal King Manor. Wang Zijin could only complain secretly. He didn't want to meet Wang Wushang on a normal day. Therefore, the fact that Wang Wushang had come to the upper realm to look for her and even personally come to the human ancestors' hall had truly surprised her. Wang Wushang? Is this the future successor of the immortal region's Wang family? At this moment, Guchanga also smiled faintly and reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind Wang Zijin's ear. Wang Zijin glared at him and signaled him to stop fooling around. Was he deliberately doing this in front of others to show off to Wang Wushang? She didn't believe that Guchanga had such a gentle side. When Enai Chen heard this, he also came back to his senses. He was now using Wang Wushang's identity and walking outside with Wang Wushang's physical body, not Enai Chen. Therefore, it was normal that Wang Zijin couldn't recognize him. However, Guchanga was here, which made Enai Chen feel fear and hatred. He didn't know if Guchanga had seen through his identity. Although the dark defiant clan's talent was terrifying, the person in front of him was a man who made the entire heavens tremble in fear. Especially just now, when Guchanga had attacked and trapped him here, depriving him of a large amount of his lifespan, making him look old. Fortunately, his essence and foundation weren't damaged. As long as he returned to the immortal region, he would be able to quickly recover. I came to the upper realms because I wanted to discuss something with cousin Zijin. When he thought of this, Enai Chen returned to normal and said with a gentle expression. Wang Zijin looked at him in confusion. What is it? Did you come from the immortal region to talk about it? This matter is a little complicated. Enai Chen's expression did indeed become complicated. If Guchanga wasn't by his side, he would have revealed his true identity and told Wang Zijin why he had come. In the next 100 years, the entire True Mountain and Sea world would face a terrifying calamity. Due to the disappearance of the true spirit, the entire true mountain and sea world was exposed to the vast ocean. It had already been noticed by the hunters, and they were about to descend. At that time, all the living beings and existences in the true mountain and sea world would become sacrifices for the hunters. All the universes would be sacrificed, and they would become the source of energy for the true world prize to descend. Therefore, the only way was for him to successfully possess the true mountain and sea world within 100 years and become its new true spirit. Only then would he be able to protect the other living beings. At that time, he would truly become the master of the true mountain and sea world. However, he couldn't tell Wang Zijin about this right now. He couldn't reveal anything. Are you trying to keep me in suspense? Wang Zijin was a little dissatisfied with Wang Wushang's riddles. Besides, her relationship with Wang Wushang wasn't that close. His expression made it seem as if the two of them were very familiar with each other. It made Wang Zijin feel a little uncomfortable. Especially when Guchanga was still by his side. If he thought too much, wouldn't he have to spend a lot of effort to explain? Forget it. It's not a big deal. I'm already very satisfied to be able to see Cousin Zijin today. There are some things that I'll tell you in detail when you return to the immortal region. I won't disturb you and this lord any longer. Enichen didn't want to continue staying here in case he revealed any flaws. Once he smiled confidently, he was about to cup his fist and leave. In truth, he regretted his actions today. If he had known that Guchanga would be in the higher realm, he wouldn't have come. Especially when he discovered the relationship between Wang Zijin and Guchanga. This made Enichen feel even more aggrieved, indignant, and angry. It was as if a supreme treasure that he treasured had been snatched away from him. He even wondered if Guchanga had forced Wang Zijin to stay after she left the Wang mansion and went to the Moon Prince mansion to participate in the banquet. Too many things had happened during that period of time, his heart felt as if it was dripping blood. Guchanga watched Enichen leave with interest, but he didn't say anything to stop him. Wang Zijin saw that he kept staring at Wang Wushang. She thought that he was overthinking because of what happened just now and had misunderstood the relationship between Wang Wushang. When they were in the immortal region, she didn't see that Wang Wushang was interested in her. Instead, he was trying to matchmake her and Luo Xian. Why would he say something like that out of the blue today? I don't know why he suddenly said that, Wang Zijin explained. Wang Zijin explained, I wasn't even close to him before. Since you weren't familiar with him, why did you explain? Guilty? Guchanga glanced at her. He was a little surprised. Who was this Wang Wushang? Although ordinary people couldn't tell, he could feel that there was another aura in the depths of this guy's origin spirit. Therefore, Guchanga saw that there was a palm-sized blood-red coffin in the depths of his origin spirit. However, it was hidden very deeply. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to detect it. Only someone like Guchanga could see the abnormality with a single glance. Such a method was not common. Wang Zijin choked. Yes, why did she have to explain? Am I not angry because I misunderstood you? After all, who knew that he would come to the human ancestors' hall like a lunatic? He said some strange things. She still muttered. Why should I be angry? He is indeed a strange guy. Guchanga smiled and stopped teasing her. As for what secrets Wang Wushang was hiding, Guchanga didn't care. As long as it didn't interfere with his plan. He didn't care what kind of identity Wang Wushang had. Wang Zijin didn't think too much about it. She just felt that Wang Wushang was very strange today. After that, Guchanga planned to leave the upper realm. During this period of time, the Moon Monarch had sent news about the land of reincarnation. After drinking the immortal wine, Chuchu will probably sleep for 10 days to half a month before waking up. You're leaving just like that? Wang Zijin sensed his intentions, but she glanced at him and said with a displeased expression. Guchanga came from the immortal realm and didn't say more than a few words to Jiang Chuchu. Was he planning to leave just like that? To her, no matter what Guchanga did or said, there was a strong smell of scum. He didn't care about Jiang Chuchu, who was officially married. Also, didn't he see that she wasn't feeling well? Didn't he know to stay and care for her? As the saying went, he was heartless when he pulled out. Thinking of this, Wang Zijin was so angry that she wanted to hit herself. How did she fall for such a guy? First, he wasn't considerate. Second, he wasn't gentle and considerate. Instead, he often ignored them, as if it was the same with or without him. Sure, I don't lack this little bit of time. Guchanga didn't expect her resentment to be so great. She was just short of writing the word scum on her face. Wang Zijin was indeed different from other women. She didn't care about his identity. She cared more about her own feelings. She was direct and didn't beat around the bush. Guchanga was indeed very comfortable when he was with her. Wang Zijin didn't expect him to really agree. She still wanted to say something, but she couldn't help but swallow her words. Forget it. I know you have a lot of things to do. Indeed, I can't waste time on these things. However, she still waved her hand and turned to limp into the human ancestors' hall. Zero Guchanga shook his head helplessly. He walked over and picked her up. For this big show, he had planned for eternity. He didn't lack this little bit of time. Immortal Realm, Moon Monarch's residence. The Moon Monarch was wearing a white veil. Her beautiful hair was tied up high. She was frowning as she listened to her subordinate's report. Bai Chuan, the quasi-immortal king, was also here. He was the one who was investigating the land of reincarnation. A dark tide surged from the vast battlefield. Some corroded living beings rushed out. In the dark tide, someone saw a full moon hanging high in the sky. Some living souls floated over and seemed to have landed on that full moon. Bai Chuan was wearing battle armor. He lowered his head and said respectfully. Although he admired the Moon Monarch, he also knew that in the current environment of the immortal realm, these feelings had to be put aside. Previously, when Guchanga was temporarily staying in the Moon Monarch's residence, he was very worried that the Moon Monarch would be sullied and humiliated. In the end, he realized that he was worrying too much. He was slightly relieved. However, although the Moon Monarch knew his feelings, she never cared. A dark tide? I remember that the last dark tide was tens of millions of years ago. It was outside the vast battlefield. It was suspected that immortal kings were fighting. That was why it swept over there. Could it be that an immortal king is returning this time? Or is there another reason? The Moon Monarch frowned. Although the dark tide was terrifying and could easily cause some ancient realms to fall into darkness and be destroyed, it could not sweep over the immortal realm. That was because there were high embankments outside the vast battlefield that resisted the waves and impact from the vast ocean. I don't know about that. The vast battlefield has not been peaceful recently, Bai Chuan replied respectfully. I understand. The Moon Monarch nodded. Then, she pondered and said, the vast battlefield was previously controlled by those clans in the central immortal realm. They once picked up many good things from the embankment. It said that the Luo monarch has a damaged ancient scripture that drifted over from an unknown ancient realm. Now that the immortal realm had united, the vast battlefield was still guarded by a few immortal king clans. This was to prevent beings from other ancient realms from the vast ocean from disembarking and trekking over, catching the immortal realm off guard. Apart from the vast ocean, it was extremely difficult to forcefully break through the immortal realm's barrier from other regions. One needed to be extremely powerful. All of you are dismissed. Send more people to keep an eye on the vast ocean. The Moon Monarch waved her hand and gave the order. After Bai Chuan and the others left the palace, she sent a message to Guchanga to report this matter. A land of reincarnation seemed to have appeared in the dark tide that surged over from the vast ocean. This was extremely important news. In the Moon Monarch's opinion, Guchanga leaving this matter to her was a sign that she was highly valued. If she wanted to continue being valued, she had to deal with this matter properly. Although the current immortal realms looked calm, that was only on the surface. The real undercurrents could be said to be surging in the dark. Even if it was a celestial king, if they were accidentally swept into it, they would easily end up with their bodies crushed. The Moon Monarch was very self-aware. She had broken through to the immortal king realm by relying on the legacy left behind by her predecessors. She became a female immortal king and looked down on many universes. However, her talent was much weaker than others of the same level. Even many of the same level were trapped in this realm for tens of millions of years, or even longer. Although the current immortal domain's environment had changed a lot and was more suitable for cultivators and living beings to cultivate, that was only temporary. The Moon Monarch knew that the immortal domain would face a terrifying calamity in the near future. The earliest would be a few decades, the slowest would be a century. What could they do in these 100 years? Touch the unreachable immortal emperor realm, that was even more impossible. Hence, the Moon Monarch had already made up her mind. She had already given up on comprehending Tao and cultivating. Instead, she placed her focus on working for Xianxia in an attempt to gain Xianxia's favor. Only in this way would she be able to preserve her life in the upcoming calamity. She wouldn't end up with her Tao fruit shattering and her soul dissipating. Of course, in the Moon Monarch's opinion, it would be best if she could become Xianxia's woman. It was also the most foolproof method. Unfortunately, she felt that such a chance was very slim. Xianxia did not have that kind of interest in her. Back when Xianxia was still in the Moon Monarch residence, the Moon Monarch had actually tested him. However, Xianxia did not care at all, treating her like air. This made the Moon Monarch feel discouraged. In this vast immortal domain, many immortal kings had pursued her before. Her looks were definitely undeniable. However, it made sense. With Xianxia's identity, what kind of woman had he not seen before? It was said that the former Grand Palace Lord of the Immortal Palace was also his confidant. However, the Moon Monarch was a little skeptical about this rumor. After all, he could even kill his confidant. Just how heartless was Xianxia? Since I have confirmed that there might be clues to the land of reincarnation, why can't I personally investigate? Although it may be dangerous, isn't this an opportunity for me to perform? The Moon Prince's beautiful eyes sparkled. She had originally ordered her subordinates to investigate the land of reincarnation. But on second thought, this was something that Xianxia had personally ordered, which was enough to show how much importance he attached to this matter. Although there were many dangers in the dark tide, Celestial King still had the means to deal with them. They wouldn't let her lose her life there. She was willing to risk her life, which was enough to prove her attitude to Xianxia. Thinking up to this point, the Moon Sovereign waved her hand. A mist-like jade belt in the depths of the cave abode that was surrounded by chaotic chi shuttled over and wrapped around her slender waist. This was her Celestial King artifact, and it was forged from an extremely rare type of metal. It was indestructible, yet its texture was soft, and it could be transformed into a myriad of weapons with peerless might. After putting on the Celestial King artifact, the Moon Sovereign still didn't feel at ease, so she went to pick up a few more secret treasures. Only then did she tear through the cosmos, crossing space, heading towards the boundless battlefield. That place was guarded by several great Celestial King families from the central celestial domain, the security tight. However, they couldn't stop Celestial King-level existences. Moreover, she came under Xianxia's orders, so no one dared to stop her. The boundless battlefield was actually a general name, because it was connected to the boundless battlefield. A long time ago, this was already an ancient battlefield, its origins already unknown. Many figures from the ancient era were buried here. There were some remains that were even more ancient than the immortal ancient era before the taboo great era. The various signs also indicated that before the immortal ancient era, there was an even more grand and majestic era. Quite a few people of later generations obtained many of their predecessors' legacies in the boundless battlefield. There were some who dug up damaged supreme treasures in the primal chaos, containing innate natural luck, becoming a matchless celestial king. There were also some who obtained ancient pill recipes, reconstructing their innate talents, defying the heavens and changing their fates. Even the materials Moon King used to refine the immortal king artifact Moon God Belt were obtained from the boundless battlefield. For immortal domain's great clans and inheritances, the boundless battlefield contained all possibilities. They sent people to guard this place, stopping outsiders from entering. In reality, they also wanted to seize the boundless battlefield for themselves, monopolize the opportunities within. This was a boundless scarlet earth, as if dyed red by blood. Yellow sand was swept up in many places, the heavens flickering between light and dark, gloomy clouds everywhere. This place had no limits, as if it was an endless continent, full of devastation. All types of great rifts were everywhere, some places surging with blood-colored multicolored mist. In even further places, one could see blood and chi surging into the sky dome like smoke signals. These were the corpses of exceptional experts who had died who knew how many years ago. Every once in a while, they would erupt with terrifying blood and chi like volcanoes. All creatures that were sucked in would immediately be turned into ashes, body and soul erased. For ordinary creatures, this place was a cruel hell. Countless corpses were buried here. A piece of yellow mud or a pool of blood all contained terrifying killing energy, easily able to overturn heaven and earth. This place contained endless opportunities, but it also contained endless dangers. Even the sky covering yellow sand couldn't hide the traces of those great battles. They existed here from the ancient times until now, impossible to erase. At the border of this ancient battlefield was a majestic ancient city that floated in the air, like an imperial pass that would never fall. The aura was majestic, stars swirling about in the sky. In this ancient city's surroundings, it was as if there was an expanse of stellar mist. All life ancient stars before it were as insignificant as dust. It oversaw this place, overlooking the entire world. Outside this ancient city, one could see a terrifying and bottomless blade scar. It existed in the heavens above, exceptionally vicious, as if it was going to separate the world. This blade scar extended over, becoming a barrier that blocked the boundless battlefield. Even immortal kings didn't dare approach this blade scar, their bodies about to explode. Returning and coming, the soul doesn't return. In the ancient city, an ancient song sounded, as if someone was reminiscing about their past ancestors, full of grief and grief, those who heard it shedding tears. On the city walls, there were traces of blades, spears, swords, and halberds, experiencing countless great battles. The wide city gates were simply as tall as heaven and earth. Every day, many creatures and cultivators from all over Immortal Domain would come here, either to temper themselves, or to search for opportunities in the boundless battlefield. They naturally wouldn't enter too deeply. Those border areas had long been thoroughly searched by various great inheritances, but it was inevitable that they would overlook some things. It is said that the Luo Wang unexpectedly obtained an ancient scripture in the boundless battlefield, and later became an immortal king. Before that, although the Luo Wang's talent was not bad, he definitely did not reach the level of an immortal king seed. At most, he only made a name for himself in a small star domain. Later on, he relied on the ancient scripture he obtained in the boundless battlefield to soar into the sky and become an immortal king who looked down on countless beings. Of course, this is only a rumor from various places. Whether it is true or not, we have no way of knowing. However, there are countless opportunities in the boundless battlefield. If you can obtain one, it will be enough to be reborn and become the master. A group of cultivators was walking towards the city on the main road. Outside the ancient city, there were both men and women, but judging from their faces, they were all very young, in their 20s. Their eyes shone brightly, and their auras were steady. The person who spoke was dressed as an elder. He led the group into the city and introduced them. Hearing this, almost all the young men and women became excited, their eyes full of longing. It was as if as long as they passed through the ancient city in front of them, they would be able to find many opportunities and be reborn, defying the heavens and changing their fates. They were disciples of a large sect from a certain universe in the immortal realm. There was a true immortal realm ancestor in their clan, and they were well-deserved overlords among the surrounding forces. Now, they had rushed to the ancient city to gain experience. Not only were there opportunities, but there were also many dangers. There were also many powerful fierce beasts that had been eroded by the baleful aura of the boundless battlefield. Fighting with them could help them become stronger quickly. The current immortal realm was very suitable for cultivation. Everyone wanted to fight for the destiny of this generation to bear the heaven's core mark and become an immortal. For ordinary people, there were not many concerns. The general situation of the immortal realm did not have much to do with them. Wasn't the Luo Wang like us? It was only in the vast expanse battlefield that I was able to come this far. Besides the Luo Wang, there are other immortal kings who also obtained the legacy of their predecessors in the boundless battlefield. Although this place is dangerous, it is also an opportunity for us. Among the young men and women, a man with shining eyes couldn't help but whisper. When the other young men and women heard this, they were also very excited. It was as if they could see the day when they became immortal kings in the future, and they were yearning and excitement. At that time, I might have a chance to marry my little junior sister. The young man's heart was not calm at all. He set this matter as his goal and thought to himself. The junior sister in his heart was a girl. Luo Yanqi was a girl, and she was a girl. She was wearing a light dress, had light makeup, and her hair was like a cloud, she was like a pure orchid. At this moment, he was silently following the group. He did not say much, giving off a quiet and cold feeling. But was also, many young immortals that was that. As the most talented person in the heaven-seeking ancient sect, many elders had high hopes for him. Even those true immortal patriarchs personally bestowed techniques upon her, intending to take her as their disciple after she attained the Tao. Immortal is immortal was that immortal. Ever since she entered the sect and cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm, she was considered a quasi-Tao enlightened one. In just a few hundred years, she broke the fastest record in the immortal realm. If there were no accidents, she had a high chance of becoming an immortal king in the future. She would lead the immortal sect to glory. When the leading elder saw this, he stroked his beard and smiled, he was very pleased. Then, he led the group to be checked by the cultivators at the city gate. Then, they entered the ancient city. If they wanted to enter the vast battlefield, they had to pass through this ancient city. And if the living beings in the vast battlefield wanted to leave and enter the immortal realm, they had to pass through this city. It could be said that this city was very important. It was a place that they had to pass through. As long as they guarded this city, even immortal kings would not be able to pass through easily. The wide ancient street was enough to accommodate ancient giants. The buildings on both sides were also incomparably tall and majestic. They were like terrifying beasts standing here, overlooking everything. In front of these buildings, ordinary people were incomparably small. It was hard to imagine how they were built. Thin fog pervaded the air. There were cultivators on the ancient street, but it was not lively. Many people were in a hurry. There were signs of collapse in some places. No one knew how long they had been there. There were also many large cracks that ran through the ground. Star remains were scattered everywhere. They were all traces of battle, full of vicissitudes. This was the first time the ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples had come to this ancient city. They were shocked by the scene. Many rare immortal materials could be seen on some of the stalls. They shone brightly and were dazzling, but each of them had a shocking price. In the depths of this city, it was said that there were immortal kings overseeing it, and there were quite a few of them. In addition, there were also many true immortals. No one dared to act recklessly and break the rules here. A few days ago, someone seemed to have seen the Moon Prince leading many experts here. They seemed to have gone deep into the vast battlefield. It was said that there was a scarlet light in the vast battlefield, illuminating hundreds of thousands of miles. Many true immortals rushed over. Could the Moon Prince's personal appearance be related to this matter? The ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples were browsing through the many broken tools on the stalls. They heard some cultivators whispering about something, which immediately piqued the interest of many of them. The leading elder also stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with excitement. This time, the ancient heaven-seeking sect had led many disciples to this place because they had unexpectedly heard that there seemed to be a strange phenomenon in the vast battlefield. It was suspected that a supreme treasure had appeared. Many people rushed over. Therefore, they also wanted to try their luck, and at the same time, let the younger generation in the sect temper themselves. I didn't expect that the Moon Prince would come here personally. This means that something good is about to appear in the vast battlefield. The ancient heaven-seeking sect disciples were also very excited. They whispered to each other. The young man whose eyes were shining from before walked towards his junior sister Luo Yanqi in a slightly fawning manner, and said with a smile, "Junior sister, it seems that we have come at the right time this time, maybe we can really encounter some kind of opportunity." His name was Xianxia. He was one of the most famous geniuses of this generation of the ancient heaven-seeking sect. Although he was not as talented as junior sister Luo Yanqi, he had become a quasi-Tao cultivator in less than 10,000 years. However, junior sister Luo Yanqi's expression did not change at all. It was as if she did not hear him. She did not even turn her head. This made Xianxia a little unhappy. He followed junior sister Luo Yanqi's gaze and saw a white-robed figure not far away. It was an extremely good-looking young man. His figure was tall and slender, and he was dressed in snow-white robes. He was very otherworldly, and one could not help but think of a banished immortal. He walked in the ancient city at a steady pace. From time to time, he would stop at a stall at the side. "Junior Sister Luo, do you like to look at good-looking young men? I'm almost fascinated by them." Xianxia's tone could not help but be a little jealous. His tone was much higher. Hearing this, Luo Yanqi seemed to come back to her senses. She looked back at him and said, "Senior brother, don't you realize that the people around can't see him?" Luo Yanqi was wearing a light green dress, with plain and light makeup. Her hair was like the clouds, and she was as beautiful as an orchid. She quietly looked at the man in white who was standing by the side of the stall, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. That white-robed man looked like he stood above the world, aloof and otherworldly. There were clearly many cultivators and creatures in the surroundings, but no one could see him. He stopped by the side of the stall, as if he was sizing up some of the broken artifacts, giving off a completely different feeling from this world. At this moment, hearing the words of the little junior sister, the young man named Xianxia of the ancient heaven-seeking sect also noticed this scene. His originally somewhat jealous expression turned to surprise. Then, he looked at the surrounding senior and junior brothers. They didn't seem to notice the white figure there. If one didn't look carefully, they would have ignored him. Could this be a peerless expert? "I heard that this ancient city is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and there are all kinds of experts hidden here. Sometimes even the immortal king doesn't dare to be too presumptuous. It's really a hidden world." He was secretly shocked. At this time, the young man in white who was standing by the side of the stall seemed to have noticed their gazes and looked at them in surprise. Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly retracted his gaze, worried that it would cause the other party to be dissatisfied. On the other hand, the little junior sister Luo Yanqi was not surprised. She naturally looked at him and then nodded slightly. The young man in white was even more surprised. Then, he smiled and nodded. Then, he walked towards the depths of the ancient city at a leisurely pace, looking quite leisurely and natural. It was particularly inconsistent with the slightly oppressive atmosphere of the ancient city. As for the little junior sister Luo Yanqi, she also retracted her gaze, as if she was deep in thought. "Little junior sister, do you know this mysterious man?" Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. He felt that it was rare for his little junior sister to greet him. Normally, she would treat the teachers in the sect with a very calm attitude and would not pay too much attention to them. "I don't know him." Hearing this, Luo Yanqi glanced at him and shook her head. "Then you don't know him, yet you still greet him. Aren't you afraid of causing him to be dissatisfied?" Xianxia broke out in cold sweat in his heart. He was clearly in existence with unfathomable cultivation. How could he be someone they could provoke? "That won't happen. I can feel that he means no harm," Luo Yanqi said calmly. Then, she no longer paid attention to the senior brother and walked to the side. Following this, the ancient heaven-seeking sect continued to head towards the depths of the ancient city. They planned to leave the city from the other side before nightfall and head towards the vast expanse battlefield. This ancient city was very big. From one side to the other, one had to pass through many teleportation arrays. During this time, Xianxia also noticed the young man in white. He seemed to be heading to the vast expanse battlefield as well. Coincidentally, he was going the same way as them. Just like before, he walked there and no one around him seemed to be able to see him. Only he and his junior sister Luo Yanqi could see it, and Xianxia did not know why. The sky darkened, and the entire ancient city was shrouded in a gray aura. It was as if the sky was about to fall. A wide and vast river of stars surged there, emitting a heaven-shaking momentum. It was as if the heavenly river was surging, covering the sky and earth. It was incomparably majestic. The stars were like fog, appearing at the end of the sky and surrounding the ancient city. Some people saw a figure sitting cross-legged on it, breathing in and exhaling the starlight. A breath of essence that was like a chaotic waterfall rushed into the sky. The people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect appeared on an endless barren land. Endless yellow sand rolled, covering the sky and earth. The night wind was mixed with a bone-piercing chill that drilled directly into the soul, causing many disciples to shiver uncontrollably. we've finally set foot on the vast expanse battlefield. However, this is only the outermost area. We're still very far from the direction of this strange phenomenon. After arriving here, everyone has to be on high alert. The vast expanse battlefield is full of dangers, and there are many endless strange things. An elder of the ancient heaven-seeking sect said solemnly. In addition to them, there were many cultivators from all over the immortal realm. A few people walked in groups, and very few people walked on the road alone. Junior sister, you've been paying attention to that young man along the way. He seems to be looking at the moon now. Xianxia walked to his junior sister Luo Yanqi's side and could not help but whisper. In fact, there was no need for him to say anything. Luo Yanqi had been paying attention to that figure along the way. At this moment, she could not help but follow his gaze, looking at the vast and deep sky. A full moon of unknown size hung high up in the sky, as if supporting half of the night sky. It was big and round. Some fog-like substances could be seen floating slowly there, as if they were going to fall on the moon. The white-robed figure stood under the moonlight, like an immortal who was going to fly away with the wind. He was also looking at the full moon. Luo Yanqi did not pay attention to Xianxia, but looked in that direction with a strange expression. She did not know if it was her imagination, but she had been observing the white-robed man along the way, wanting to confirm if he was the same person as her. In the current immortal realm, there should be many people similar to her. They had awakened the memories of their previous lives, and even preserved part of the Tao fruit of their previous lives. This time, she came to the boundless battlefield with the disciples of the same sect because she wanted to retrieve the weapon she had lost here. When she first entered the city, Luo Yanqi was sizing up this figure. She felt that the aura on his body was very special. It seemed illusory, but it made her heart palpitate uneasily. This was an unfathomable figure, but he was not old. In the current immortal realm, other than those who had attained the immortal King Tao fruit in their early years, perhaps only people like her, who had also awakened the memories of their previous lives, could reach such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age. Just as Luo Yanqi was thinking, the white-robed figure in the distance suddenly disappeared. He left? Luo Yanqi was stunned. She looked in that direction a few more times to make sure that he had really disappeared, or what had happened. She felt a little regretful. Originally, she was wondering if she should go up and ask. If it was someone from her era, then perhaps they could talk. How long are you planning to follow me? However, in the next moment, a sudden voice appeared in her ears, causing her entire body to stiffen. She felt as if her soul was being suppressed to the point of trembling and fear. This white-robed young man, whom she had been observing along the way, appeared beside her out of thin air without any movement. Gu Chengge's face revealed some interest as he looked at the woman and asked. In fact, before this, Gu Chengge had already noticed that this woman was following him. Not only that, she had also been observing his actions. After leaving the upper realm, Gu Chengge received news from the Moon King and came to the vast battlefield. However, on the way, he was curious about the origin of this vast battlefield. That was why he stopped for a long time to see if he could deduce the reason for the formation of this vast battlefield from various clues. Although the vast battlefield was adjacent to the vast sea, it did not have much of a direct connection with the vast sea. In Gu Chengge's opinion, this was more like an ancient battlefield of the heavens dug up by someone. As for why the ancient battlefield of the heavens was moved here, Gu Chengge guessed that it should be to revive the supreme existences who had died in the War of the Heavens. However, there were too many battlefields of the heavens. When the real War of the Heavens broke out, it affected many true worlds. It could even spread from one side of the long river of time to the other side. No one knew how many powerhouses were buried in it. Therefore, unless one clearly knew who was buried in it and left behind a true soul, it was possible to revive them. Otherwise, all of this would be in vain. You. When did you appear? Luo Yanqi took a deep breath and calmed down. She turned to look at Gu Chengge and asked. She was now very sure that the Gu Chengge in front of her was definitely someone like her, who had awakened from the cycle of reincarnation and had the memories of his previous life and Tao fruit. Moreover, based on the memories of her previous life, she judged that Gu Chengge's strength was not weaker than the immortal kings of the immortal domain today. Everyone in the ancient heaven-seeking sect was also very surprised at this moment. They looked at Xianxia, who had suddenly appeared here, in shock. Xianxia, who had been trying to talk to his junior sister Luo Yanqi, could not help but shudder. He had an inexplicable fear of this mysterious man. "Since when have you been following me?" Xianxia smiled faintly. Luo Yanqi's voice froze. She knew that she had been sizing up Xianxia, which was why he had noticed her. However, there were many fellow disciples and elders here, so it was not convenient to say too much. She thought for a moment and said directly, "I think that we are on the same side. Maybe we can have some common topics." These words caused everyone from the ancient sky-seeking sect to widen their eyes in disbelief. Was this still the reticent junior sister that they knew? She actually took the initiative to say such words to a strange young man. Although this young man did indeed have a refined temperament and was extraordinary at a glance, it was clear that he was not ordinary. However, he wouldn't go so far as to say such a thing. A common topic? Can I interpret that as you trying to strike up a conversation with me? Xianxia still smiled faintly, as if his expression would not change at all. Luo Yanqi knew that she didn't mean that. However, it was not convenient to talk about her origin in this place. She was curious about Xianxia, but she was also curious about his origins. She wanted to know which era he had awakened from. Luo Yanqi had a feeling that in this current immortal domain, there were many people like her who were recovering in various corners. "You should understand that that's not what I meant. Between us, maybe we can have a good talk." Luo Yanqi replied. "Since you want to talk, then I'll give you this opportunity." Xianxia smiled faintly and did not say much. After he finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the vast battlefield. Luo Yanqi hesitated for a moment, but still followed closely, ignoring the shocked and puzzled gazes of the surrounding ancient sky-seeking sect disciples and elders. Junior sister, Xianxia, who had always admired her, shouted anxiously, but did not dare to follow. Because the feeling that Xianxia gave him was too terrifying. Just by standing there, it was as if the entire world was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to move. Even his soul was imprisoned. If he dared to struggle, he would be destroyed in both body and soul. "They haven't gone far, let's follow. Yanqi is the hope of our ancient sky-seeking sect. We can't let anything happen to her, and let her be bewitched and taken away by such a mysterious man of unknown origin." The ancient sky-seeking sect elder who reacted, gritted his teeth, suppressed the fear in his heart, and said in a trembling voice. The rest of the ancient sky-seeking sect disciples were also frightened. They did not know why, but they felt that this vast battlefield full of endless dangers was not as scary as that young man just now. The endless yellow sand rolled, and a wind blew from an unknown source, making the night seem even colder. A full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating this ancient battlefield. The roar of an unknown fierce beast came from afar, shaking the sky. Strands of baleful aura rose. Even after tens of thousands of years, they still remained on the battlefield. Luo Yanqi followed Xianxia's footsteps all the way into this place. Slowly, the figures of the many disciples behind her could not be seen. This made her hesitate for a moment, and she was still a little worried about them. The boundless battlefield was not like any other place. In the past, even she had encountered a great enemy here. She had died and entered the cycle of reincarnation, leaving behind all of her weapons here. Even though the ancient heaven-seeking sect seemed like a nameless sect to her, with only a true immortal in charge, it was still the sect of her current life. She did not want to see them in danger. "If you are worried about them, why follow me?" The smile on Xianxia's face had already disappeared. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, but one step was tens of thousands of miles. This was deliberately done. Otherwise, this woman called Luo Yanqi would not be able to keep up with him. "I just want to know which era you are from." Luo Yanqi was silent for a moment, but still chose the thing she was most concerned about. She wanted to know if those who had fallen or died could all return. If so, then she might be able to see her former family and friends again in this life. Although she had a part of her Dao fruit, she still could not see Xianxia in front of her clearly, let alone see herself clearly. Xianxia said with interest, "Why are you so sure that I am not from this era?" "Based on my intuition. In this era, it is impossible for a person like you to be born." Luo Yanqi replied. "But it does not matter what era I am from. On the contrary, I am quite curious about the era you were originally from. Xianxia smiled faintly. Just now, he had already deduced this woman's past. Although part of the truth was hidden in the long river of time, wrapped in fog. But it could not be hidden from him. This was a person who had almost become an emperor. To be more precise, she was a female quasi-immortal emperor. As a quasi-immortal emperor, she was able to conceal herself from the heavens. No matter if it was the past, present, or after her death, there was a fog that made it difficult for others to see through her. But that was for those of the same level and the immortal emperor level. In Xianxia's eyes, even if she was once a quasi-immortal emperor, there were not many secrets to speak of. If there was one place that was shrouded in fog in his eyes, it was this female quasi-immortal emperor. There were some things that he could not see through regarding the origin and history of this reincarnation. If it was done by Qing Yi, then it was impossible for Xianxia not to see through it. He had some guesses. Could it be that someone was secretly plotting something? Using these fallen supreme experts as chess pieces. Of course, this was only Xianxia's personal guess. After all, he had been planning many things. When he encountered these problems, it was inevitable that he would associate them with the above. Other than this, he really couldn't think of any other possibility. Why would these supreme experts who had died in the War of the Heavens revive one after another? This was a sign. Some people who had hidden very deeply would probably surface one after another. The era I was in? Luo Yanqi didn't know about Xianxia's many thoughts. At this moment, she thought that he was really interested in her origins, and she couldn't help but have some nostalgia in her eyes. In her eyes, Xianxia was definitely a peerless figure who could be compared to her in the past. The two of them were at the same level, and they were the same people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said these words. As for the other living beings and cultivators, in her eyes, they were just ordinary people who hadn't touched that domain. Xianxia didn't say much. He just looked at her quietly. That was the glorious era of the extreme realm. All kinds of methods competed, and hundreds of boats competed. Predecessors like me walked at the front of the Tao, spreading seeds for the future generations and leaving behind inheritances of Tao methods. Many of the future generations will call us predecessors. But we feel that we are more like adventurers who are constantly exploring the path of Tao, leaving behind Tao and experience for the future generations. Luo Yanqi also seemed to have opened up a chatterbox, full of nostalgia and reminiscence. She was not a native of the mountain and sea world. However, because of reincarnation, she woke up in the immortal region in this life and used the Tao fruit of her previous life to cultivate again. This vast battlefield was not a single battlefield. Instead, it was made up of many ancient battlefields, and too many peerless figures were buried there. She was just one of them. According to her words, the ancient great world she was originally in was not a real world. It was a vast ancient world that was born in the vast expanse, but it was also old, but its level had not been promoted to the level of a real world. In that world, Tao methods competed, and it was prosperous. It gave birth to many powerful figures, and there were many existences like her. In the most ancient times, there were people who passed down cultivation methods, establishing a Tao technique system, leaving behind a Tao tradition for later generations. There were also people who broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, taking that step and walking the path of Tao. However, like many ancient worlds, the world they were in had also been invaded by darkness. Crisis after crisis caused the world to be riddled with holes. It was like a piece of paper that had been crushed, filled with desolation. The tide of darkness from the boundless land swept over, engulfing the entire world, wiping out too many creatures and experts. In addition, there was also chaos of unknown origin that affected the entire universe. Countless living beings and cultivators became sacrifices and were buried within. Forwarders like her had broken through the dark tide time and time again, building flesh banks in the borderlands to ward off the dark calamities and leave peace for the other side of the world. One by one, they left bloody footprints on the embankment. They used their bodies to forge mountains and rivers, and gradually approached the truth. However, even if they were close to the truth and understood the truth, so what? At the end of the path, a majestic and terrifying figure was already standing there. They looked down on everything coldly and calmly, watching as countless living beings struggled beneath their feet. Even if it was a battle against the heavens, it would be difficult to harm them. This was a battle that made all living beings despair. All of the predecessors died. No one could survive, the figure that stood at the end of the darkness. With a slap, the world collapsed. The universe turned into decay. There was no existence that could stop it. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of Luo Yanqi's mouth. Her memories were incomplete, but regarding this scene, it was exceptionally clear. As a quasi-immortal emperor, she was already about to truly ignite the light of an immortal emperor, condensing an immortal emperor body. However, in front of those terrifying existences, she was still slapped to death with a single slap. There was no possibility of luck. This was the true equality of all living things. There would not be any difference due to the difference in their cultivation. All of the living beings and cultivators were like rain, falling from the end of the world. They were densely packed, countless. The rain of blood surged violently, drowning the vast universe. Then, all of the ancient worlds and universes were destroyed, no longer existing. Many of the memories were blurry, but only the tragedy of that battle was reflected in Luo Yanqi's mind like a brand. Even though she was called Ancestor Luo and Empress Luo by the living beings and cultivators of that world, what was the use? She still couldn't protect those who believed in her, couldn't protect the ancient world she was in. I'm really powerless. In such a battle, I couldn't change anything at all. Even predecessors like us could only be reduced to cannon fodder. The corners of Luo Yanqi's mouth were full of bitterness. She couldn't help but gently shake her head, letting herself come back to her senses. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have said a lot because she was immersed in her memories. Guchanga also stopped, quietly listening to her talk. Ever since she awakened the memories of her previous life, these scenes often appeared in her mind, but she couldn't tell anyone. After discovering that Guchanga seemed to be the same kind of person as her, she immediately opened her mouth. All of these things were said in one go. Of course, Luo Yanqi had reached such a level after all, and was qualified to come into contact with the truth of some things. Therefore, she understood that many ancient worlds were like her original home, invaded by darkness, destroyed by the Great Purge, and destroyed in the long river of time. In her opinion, Guchanga was someone who had suffered the same fate as her. After countless years, he woke up in a strange world, not knowing where he was and where his original home was buried. In the unseen world, only the once broken weapon was sending her a weak connection, telling her that all of this was not a dream, but something that had really happened. In this kind of loneliness, she suddenly found someone like her, which was why Luo Yanqi made such a series of actions. The Battle of Zhongtian is indeed despairing, but it is precisely because of this kind of despair that the ancestors of the 10,000 clans can be praised and wept for. Guchanga quietly watched Luo Yanqi finish talking about these things, and then sighed with emotion, as if he had also experienced such a thing. Actually, there was no need for her to say these things. He had already finished reading her life experience. This was the true reflection of those ancient worlds in the endless boundless expanse. There were too many similar ancient worlds. In the boundless expanse, they were only hit by a wave and shattered. When Luo Yanqi heard this, a light seemed to appear in her eyes, but it quickly dissipated and dimmed. Although it was inspiring, it was already a thing of the past. Moreover, their actions seemed tragic and stirring, but weren't they just ants trying to shake a tree and overestimating themselves? However, from Guchanga's reaction, she could tell that Guchanga had also experienced this. The world he was originally in was shattered and turned into ashes in the calamity. After all, in Luo Yanqi's opinion, there was no living creature or cultivator in this world that could contend against such a calamity. No matter how hard they tried, they would all turn into bubbles and perish in the end. I've finished talking about my matter. What about yours? She raised her eyes to look at Guchanga, somewhat curious. Guchanga smiled faintly, and said, like you, I am also a pioneer who trekked in order to find the Tao. There are also things that I want to protect, but with my current ability, I might not be able to do it. Of course, in order to do this, I can do anything. Are you the same as me? From Luo Yanqi's point of view, Guchanga spoke lightly and did not continue, but it contained an unshakable will. This kind of calmness was more like a true indifference to everything after experiencing countless things. She was even more curious about what Guchanga had experienced in the past. Something he wanted to protect? Was it a world that had once perished? An old friend, a lover, or a relative? This made Luo Yanqi think of herself. How could she not want to protect everything in her heart? However, since Gu Chang'e did not intend to say it, she could not continue to ask. I've already said what needs to be said. Do you still want to follow me? Such a small episode, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, was just a trivial matter. In the future, there would be even more people like Luo Yanqi. Perhaps it was not only the true mountain and sea realm. The other true worlds and ancient realms also had a kind of power that protected people who had once made great contributions to all living beings. It protected a wisp of their true soul from being destroyed so that they could wake up in the future and return one day. Is this the power of correction that belongs to the true heavenly Tao? Is it secretly setting things right and trying to seize back the authority that belongs to the heavenly Tao from the origin world? Gu Chang'e had a lot of guesses from this. I want to follow you for a while, is that okay? Luo Yanqi asked in a soft voice. She felt that she was the same as Gu Chang'e. They were the same kind of people. Since they had obsessions and thoughts in their hearts, they wanted to protect everything in the past. If they had the same goal, why couldn't they work hard together? Luo Yanqi felt that she would wake up one day in the future. This was not a coincidence or accident, but the true will of heaven. Since this was the will of the heavens, why not follow the will of the heavens? Luo Yanqi had a feeling that the Gu Chang'e in front of her was not a simple person. Following him might really be able to change something. You want to follow me? Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. He turned around and gave her a deep look. Although she had not truly awakened the strength of her previous life, and now she did not even have a foothold in the immortal path. However, with the Tao fruit of a quasi-immortal emperor, as long as she was given enough time, she might be able to grow into a peerless powerhouse in the near future. In the current era, there should be many people like Luo Yanqi in front of him. They seemed to have awakened from reincarnation with some kind of mission to fight the heavens again. Can I? Luo Yanqi looked at him seriously and asked. Gu Chang'e suddenly chuckled and asked, do you know who I am? You actually plan to follow me? A hint of confusion appeared on Luo Yanqi's face, but she still nodded and said, my intuition tells me that following you might really be able to change something. Furthermore, your identity is not important to me. What I want to follow is you, not your identity. She explained. Hearing this, the smile on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared, revealing a somewhat strange expression. If that's the case, then follow me. I hope you won't regret your decision today, he said. Judging from the current situation, perhaps he should consider taking in more trusted subordinates or something like that. The people he had nurtured in the upper realm were still too weak in the end. Even if they became true immortals, it would be difficult for them to play any role. As for Luo Wang, immortal king Blood Owl, and the others of the immortal domain, although they were true immortal kings, if they really faced the strongest people of the other realms, they would not be much different from cannon fodder. Luo Yanqi in front of him gave Gu Chang'e an inspiration. These supreme powerhouses who had awakened from reincarnation carried the Tao fruit of the past. In fact, it was similar to the rebirth of powerhouses. Each of them had extremely heaven-defying luck. These people could naturally reach a level that ordinary people could not reach in a short period of time. Moreover, such people had similar experiences, just as Luo Yanqi had said just now. Their homeland or home, the people or things they once wanted to protect, were all buried in the passage of time, destroyed in the great liquidation. If they woke up in this life, they would definitely carry the obsessions of their previous lives with them. They would want to save their friends and family, or restore their country. With such a similar obsession and goal, things would be much simpler. This Luo Yanqi in front of him was the best proof. However, she seemed to have some sort of misunderstanding towards him. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e really wanted to chuckle. In this regard, he might be able to borrow their strength. He was even considering if he should take this opportunity to establish the Heaven Destroyer Alliance. Or should we just call it the Heaven Slaying Alliance? Since ancient times, when one was involved in the name of heaven conquering, one would suffer the corresponding backlash of karmic luck and encounter misfortune or strangeness. Even immortal emperors would be wary or avoid them. However, Gu Chang'e didn't care. There was no such thing as ominous or strange in this world that could taint his body. For example, some of the orthodoxies with the name of heaven conquering either had a terrifying and tyrannical foundation, or were related to the real heaven. I don't think I will regret it. My intuition tells me that this is the right thing to do. Luo Yanqi said again, her expression had returned to normal. The sound of insects will only last for a lifetime. For the entire vast sea, the birth and death of an ancient world is just a wave of tides. Guchanga smiled faintly and said, in this world, no matter how strong you and I are, we will eventually decay. Perhaps your hesitation today can really change something in the future. Luo Yanqi was stunned. She didn't quite understand the meaning of Guchanga's words. However, before she had time to ask, Guchanga had already stepped into the depths of the vast battlefield. She chased after him and asked, then what should I call you? In the era before me, people liked to call me Luo Zhu or Luo Xian. Call me what? You can call me whatever you want. However, people like to call me Demon. Guchanga still smiled faintly. Demon? Luo Yanqi was stunned again. In the end, the people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect still couldn't really catch up with Luo Yanqi's pace and lost her halfway. Under the pitch-black night sky, the vast battlefield appeared exceptionally cold and desolate. Little junior sister, Xianxia fell to the ground in a daze, looking at the endless vast battlefield. The rest of the people of the ancient heaven-seeking sect also knew that they were powerless and couldn't catch up. Even the true immortals didn't dare to continue deeper. In front of them, there were many places where wisps of black fog had already risen. These black fogs seemed to have spirituality, twisting and exploding in the void, and then gushing out a dense baleful aura, ancient, corroding everything. For ordinary creatures, this place was an area of eternal deathly stillness, surrounded by fog and baleful aura all year round. It was like a boundary embankment as high as the sky, built here, majestic like a prostrate giant. On the other side, there was an earth-shattering sound, like the rumbling of worlds colliding, and the entire vast battlefield was trembling. Wave after wave slammed over, crashing on this boundary embankment, and then scattered, turning into steam that filled the sky. However, this steam was not simple, and it nurtured countless small worlds. To the creatures on this side of the boundary embankment, this was just a matter of a wave. However, to the cultivators living in those small worlds, it was a long cycle of reincarnation. This was the most powerful and mysterious force in the world. The tide rose and fell, worlds were born and worlds were destroyed, and it was endless. The frequency of the dark tide is getting faster and faster. I'm a little worried that the boundary embankment won't be able to stop the dark tide. Some waves even rushed to this side. On this side of the boundary embankment, there was actually an extremely majestic ancient castle, simple and unadorned. It was a battlefield fort that was once lost, and inscribed with countless runes and restrictions. Only, many places were damaged, not complete. It was only after later generations patched it up that it was able to stand tall in this world again. Right now, several terrifying figures stood outside the ancient castle, their expressions grave as they gazed towards the boundary embankment. Boundless power continuously slammed over, mountains swaying and earth moving, this place continuously shaking. Many areas of the ground exploded, a great rift valley the size of a universe appearing, endless multicolored light and skeletal remains gushing out from within. One could see just how many skeletons were buried here, simply impossible to count. The yellow sand beneath their feet piled up into land, mountains, and rivers. These great rift valleys were the traces left behind when the dark tide slammed over. If cultivators approached, they would easily be crushed into ashes by the terrifying power. Not even immortal kings dared to approach. It could be said that this was a mortal domain's true border. One could truly hear the rumbling sounds of the ancient world's pressure, heavy and majestic, suppressing everything. Ancient fortresses towered here one after another, covered in all types of ancient symbols. They shone with dazzling radiance, resisting the terrifying great power of the boundless sea. The figures that towered above the fortresses all came from immortal domains' few great immortal king families. They were ordered to stand guard here, always paying attention to the situation on the other side of the boundless sea. The tide of darkness surged over, and there were even some broken pieces of supreme treasures mixed within. They were wrapped up in the broken waves of the ancient world. Boundless waves surged there, sometimes surging, sometimes surging. One could imagine just how terrifying the power of these supreme treasures were when they were complete. Under this type of power that could easily crush immortal kings into ashes, they were completely unharmed. However, from another perspective, it could also prove just how terrifying the great battle back then was. These precious treasure fragments had been truly shattered, and were scattered throughout the vast sea, swept away by the tides in 10 different directions. If some of the fragments were swept to this side of the shore, it would definitely lead to countless creatures fighting over them. However, as the waves surged, no one dared to fight over them. Immortal kings were difficult to cross. This wasn't simply saying that without absolute certainty, one could cross the boundless sea. In those waves, there might be other great terrifying existences, their bodies and Tao erased at every turn. During this period of time, when the tide of darkness attacked, some scattered weapon fragments were sent flying over, releasing dazzling radiance, producing shocking irregular scenes. Immortal Domain's side was naturally alarmed as well. Quite a few Immortal King families immediately sent people over. Apart from this, some cultivators and creatures who received news couldn't hold themselves back, hurrying over, trying to get a share of the action. Some Immortal Kings were able to condense Immortal King Dao fruits precisely because they obtained the remains of their predecessors in the boundless battlefield, becoming Immortal Kings of their generation. It was unknown just how many people wanted to replicate their old path. When they learned that there might be opportunities that were about to appear here, they naturally flocked over. The tide of darkness this time doesn't seem to be a coincidence, but rather that someone is trying to cross over. This might be the fluctuations that were triggered. Within the fort, there were creatures speaking softly, observing the situation on the other side of the boundless sea through some type of strange treasure. However, they could only see a small area, which could only be considered a small beach. They were far from being able to see the boundless expanse of the boundless ocean. The figure beside him also said in a low voice, "If there really is something unusual, it's impossible for the immortal region to not sense it." In that area filled with chaos and darkness, there was endless fog, and the world was filled with chaos. However, one could see a bright moon hanging high up in the sky. It was as if the vast ocean below had become calm and peaceful. The appearance of such a bright moon in the sky above the boundless sea was truly shocking. Therefore, some cultivators were speculating whether the appearance of this bright moon was the cause of the ebb and flow of the dark tide, crashing towards the boundary dike. If one ignored the great terror in the boundless sea, the bright moon looked strangely beautiful. Strands of ribbon-like substance continuously floated upwards, giving off a magnificent and awe-inspiring feeling. The Moon Prince led many cultivators from the Moon Prince Manor and appeared in the distance. She was standing on the corpse of a mountainous ancient beast, gazing at the bright moon. Her dress and hair danced in the wind. What if that really is the land of reincarnation? Doesn't that mean that there might be another ancient world similar to the immortal region nurtured outside the boundless sea? The Moon Prince couldn't help but guess, her brows furrowed. She couldn't help but guess, because after so many years, the immortal region hadn't given birth to any exceptional figures. If reincarnation really existed, then what about those figures of the past? Did they really die? Even beings at the level of immortal kings had a way to leave behind a strand of their soul to preserve their lives. Let alone ancient beings from other eras. With that thought in mind, her figure drifted, heading towards the few forts in front. The figures within manifested one after another, greeting her. The powerhouses guarding this place were only true immortals. The most powerful one was a half-step immortal king. True immortal kings couldn't possibly stay here forever, because the boundless battlefield's laws were shattered, and their Tao arts were incomplete. This was because the murderous aura accumulated over the years would instead suppress the immortal kings, affecting their cultivation. Sometimes, some strange beings would emerge from the boundless sea, and it was impossible to guard against them. There was once an immortal king who was struck by them, and he severed his own Tao fruit, dropping his cultivation to preserve his life. That was why the immortal kings behind him were much more careful, and wouldn't easily set foot in this place. From the fort, they could clearly sense the terrifying pressure of the boundless sea. The Moon Prince thought for a while. She had her subordinates wait here, and then she flew out, heading towards the boundary embankment. This was the Moon Prince's second time approaching this place. The sky rumbled. Because of the suppressive force, it kept shaking and cracking. Her face was a little pale, but because she was wearing a veil, her expression was still calm. I didn't expect the might to have increased by almost 1,000 times compared to the last time I was here, the Moon Prince frowned as she muttered to herself. This place was still quite a distance away from the embankment, but that terrifying suffocating feeling had already spread over, making her feel like her body was about to explode. One had to know that this was still with the defensive ruins of the fort. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get so close at all. Last time, I walked almost 100 steps. Although I didn't reach the boundary embankment, I wasn't far away, but this time, I didn't even reach 30 steps. The Moon Prince was a little dissatisfied. Her cultivation hadn't improved by much. But this time, the number of steps she could advance was almost half of what it was before. However, the existence of the boundary embankment was rather special. Even she didn't know its true origin. Since ancient times, not many immortal kings could truly reach the 597 side. Although crossing the boundless sea required the strength of an immortal king. However, in this place, there was a boundary embankment. Even immortal kings couldn't get close to the boundless sea, and no one had truly tried to cross it before. However, from the Moon Prince's direction, she could still vaguely see. Outside the boundary embankment. When the waves retreated, there were some blurry footprints in the sand left behind. They were left behind by some supreme powerhouses in the past. I didn't expect that even an existence like the Moon Prince couldn't get too close. The living beings in the fort were all whispering. They were all very shocked. They could only take a few steps at most before they couldn't take it anymore. Their bodies also collapsed, unable to withstand the turbulent aura on the other side. However, the Moon Prince actually walked more than 30 steps. But that was all. Looking at her, it seemed like it would be very difficult for her to continue. The expression on the Moon Prince's fair and beautiful face was uncertain. She tried again, and the pressure in front of her was indeed stronger. It was far more terrifying than before. She was unwilling to give up. After all, before she left the Moon Prince mansion, she had secretly made up her mind to investigate the matter of that bright moon. This concerned whether she could be valued by Xianxia. As expected, it's not that easy, the Moon Prince hesitated. In the end, a hint of viciousness appeared in her eyes. She directly summoned her Immortal King artifact. The jade belt enveloped her like mist, making her look even more blurry and hazy. She walked forward while enduring the terrifying pressure. The boundless sea was vast and boundless. As far as the eye could see, there were waves that rose and fell. Every wave was formed from broken ancient worlds. They surged and surged, continuously striking and slapping. One could even see some small islands of strange shapes in the surroundings, lying across these waves. Quite a few terrifying corpses were submerged within, continuously bobbing up and down, revealing some rotten parts. For the entire boundless heavens, this was the most mysterious place. No one knew how this boundless sea came to be. Endless great fog shrouded this region. Even immortal kings could only see a blurry distance around them, unable to see anything further. If one didn't have the correct direction, they would definitely get lost here. All around them was darkness. However, at this moment, there was a hazy halo of light that appeared in this region. A giant figure that looked like a corpse sat cross-legged on one of the isolated islands. There seemed to be some type of fluctuation spreading from its entire body, like a weak spark in the dark night. This figure only had a pile of white bones left. It wore a tattered black robe, its eye sockets sunken, as if it had fallen into a deathly stillness. However, within the bones, there was a weak radiance that spread, illuminating a small region in the surroundings. Suddenly, a faint sound was released from this blurry figure's mouth. The originally extinguished light in its eyes gradually lit up at this moment. It seemed to have opened its eyes all of a sudden. However, because only the eye sockets were left, there was no concept of the so-called opening of eyes. However, it gave one a type of feeling as if it instantly came to life. How many years has it been? I finally feel the aura of life. Some ancient and cryptic syllables were released from this terrifying creature's mouth. It slowly got up from the isolated island, and then turned its head to look at the boundless sea behind it that was shrouded in darkness. Heaven-shocking waves slapped over from that place. It was as if there was some giant creature pushing the giant waves forward, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. Many broken ancient worlds were continuously tumbling and shattering in this wave, quickly bobbing up and down and drowning again. An ancient and shabby warship moved through the waves, rushing through the boundless energy, as if it came from a barbaric and ancient era. Countless ancient realms were completely crushed under this warship, turned into ashes, and then swept away by the waves. This was a shocking scene. World after world was born and extinguished before their eyes, scattering like sand. On this dilapidated ancient warship, there were numerous blurry and terrifying figures standing there. They were like cold and indifferent devil mountains that overlooked everything in the world, existing for eternity. They didn't say a single word, and they were like statues made of molten iron. They were solemn and silent, but their auras caused the boundless ocean beneath their feet to seethe. Ice-cold radiance flowed about, as if it was covered in fragments of time, making one's heart tremble with fear. They were known as hunters, but there were also creatures of the vast sea who called them hunters. This was someone who could truly travel through the boundless sea, traveling from the other end of the distant sea to this place. Searching and exploring in the boundless sea. In this vast ocean, they had traversed countless years and truly lived for countless epochs. In their eyes, the submerged and shattered ancient realms were no different from real dust. Who would have thought that I would still be able to encounter hunters in this life? The white-boned figure that stood up from that isolated island released a low chuckle, but it was unknown if it was a sound of regret. Within its deep eye sockets, flames of light jumped about, as if even the natural laws and order were melted away. Dazzling light suddenly appeared on its body. Every single piece of white bone was dazzling, great Tao fragments fluctuating and swirling about. In this withered, lawless, and unrestrained land, after sitting here for countless years, its life didn't show any signs of waning. One could well imagine just how terrifying its strength was. The boundless sea all around rose and fell because of its aura, great waves overflowing into the heavens. The strange creatures hidden in the darkness all retreated in alarm, not daring to approach in the slightest. It towered on the isolated island, gazing into the mysterious region behind it, able to hear heaven's shocking waves battering over. However, they all exploded in front of it, as if there was a formless barrier that isolated all things, immune to everything. On that dilapidated warship in the distance, suddenly, a terrifying figure opened its eyes. Blood-colored lightning hacked down from within, as if it could destroy everything, powerful beyond compare. There's someone in that direction. His outer appearance looked similar to that of a human, but there were some ancient patterns branded between his brows. His voice was ancient and dry, obscure and unclear. As he spoke, he seemed to want to move his body that had been stiff for a long time, and began to slowly stand up. And as he moved, the terrifying figures standing in the surroundings also seemed to come alive, their eyes blazing with incomparable intensity. The originally unparalleled aura was simply like a stormy sea that wanted to shatter everything. Terrifying gazes seemed to want to pierce through the boundless fog and see through that dark region. However, even with their eyesight, they could only see a faint light, as if there was a figure standing there, waiting for them. They began to communicate with each other in an obscure language. Boundless pressure caused many of the great waves that crashed over to be destroyed into ashes. We're closer to that true world. At this moment, in the depths of this ancient warship, an incomparably thin and small figure with dark skin also spoke. He looked like a monkey that was about to be dried up, but the other living beings around him were incredibly respectful towards him. They came from the distant True Spirit Ruins world. It was once an incredibly prosperous ancient world that had existed for countless years. It had given birth to all sorts of civilizations and legacies. There had been times when it flourished, and there had also been times when it declined. However, just like how the tides came and went, everything in the world could not escape the fate of flourishing and declining, rising and falling. There was nothing that could truly become eternal. The True Spirit Ruins world behind them was naturally no exception. After going through many cycles of reincarnation and bearing the burden of several great showings, it finally reached its limit and began to crumble and disintegrate. The only true spirits that remained were those with weak intellect. They protected that true world and concealed it so that it would not be discovered by the other terrifying predators. Left with no other choice, they could only walk the path of hunters like the other living beings trekking in the boundless ocean. They trekked alone in the endless boundless ocean, hunting, foraging, and surviving like lone wolves. They had to find a new true world before it disappeared so that they could inject new life force into the home behind them. For this, they trekked in the boundless ocean for countless years, leaving their homes behind to travel into the distance. In fact, they had long since forgotten what their home had become. Perhaps it had already been destroyed while they were trekking. However, they had no other choice. Once they decided on this path, there was no room for retreat. Fortunately, on the way, they finally sensed the presence of a true world not too far away from them. That true world could not be considered ancient. In fact, compared to the other true worlds, it could be said that it had just been born not too long ago. This was the target they had been searching for all this time. A true world like this would not have a terrifying foundation of power. The true spirits that were born there would at most be those who had just stepped onto the path of transcendence. What caused them to be even more pleasantly surprised was that the true square world seemed to have encountered a terrifying calamity. The true spirit's presence had disappeared, and it could no longer protect its existence. In fact, it could not even hide the presence of a true world, causing it to be exposed in the vast boundless ocean. This was no different from lighting a bonfire in the darkness and dripping a drop of blood in the deep sea. All the predators who smelled it would swarm over. After all, there was no lack of madmen with incomparably terrifying strength in the world. They had long since stopped caring about who they were, their past, and even less about the world they had been born in. In the eyes of these madmen, besides prey, there was nothing else. Not only would they hunt the living beings trekking in the boundless ocean, they would also treat some of the weaker true worlds as food and devour them. It was precisely because their levels of cultivation were so great that they had nothing to fear. They only had one thought in their hearts, and that was to advance to a higher realm. That was why they became one of the most terrifying living beings. Looks like we've run into a madman. The thin figure sitting in the depths of the ancient warship stared at the dark region before him and said. The ancient warship under their feet was made of unique materials. It could be said that it had gathered all the power of the true world behind them. It could allow them to safely traverse the boundless ocean. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to wander in this place for such a long period of time by themselves. In terms of strength, they were naturally inferior to the madmen who trekked alone in the boundless ocean. All of them were people who could not be predicted. If there was no need, they did not want to run into those madmen. Big brother, why don't we change our direction and go around from another direction to avoid that place? The other figure who had woken up in the ancient warship asked. He was also unwilling to take the risk. They might be hunters, but they were also afraid of the madmen who had no qualms about anything. They did not want to waste time and strength in this place. After all, they still had to rush to the weak true world and receive the true world behind them so that they could devour it and fuse with it to give birth to a new life. I'm afraid it's already too late. If we don't go, he might come over. The thin figure shook his head. His gaze was calm and profound. Huge waves surged into the sky. The boundless ocean in this region roared because of the ancient warship. The fog was parted, and indistinct figures could be seen in some of the dark regions. They looked as if they were trapped in those places like souls and could not come into contact with them. I am Ancestor Whitebone King. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The flames in the eyes of the white-bone figure standing on the small island danced. Although he was wearing a tattered black robe, no one could underestimate him. He seemed to be grinning. Then, he slowly walked towards the ancient warship. What was shocking was that the boundless ocean under his feet had become deathly still. It was as if a road had been paved, and the waves were calm. Many of the ancient worlds were trampled under his feet, turning into a flat road. It was as if white bones could be seen behind him. White bone Great Tao, the pupils of the figures on the ancient warship shrank. This was a peerless figure who had condensed a true Great Tao. Greetings, fellow Taoists. In the depths of the ancient warship, the figure who was respectfully called Big Brother stood up and walked over. He spoke in an obscure language, but the two of them had high levels of cultivation. They did not need to communicate with words. Through the fluctuations of their divine thoughts, they could understand each other. Where do you want to go? Can you give me a ride? The figure called Ancestor Whitebone King was only a skeleton, but at this moment, he seemed to be grinning. His eyes flickered with flames as he sized up the figures on the ancient warship. Some kind of mood fluctuation spread, as if he was in a good mood. With your strength, what tools do you need to go to a certain place? The figure who was respectfully called Big Brother narrowed his eyes slightly, but he still asked calmly. The other party's strength was very terrifying. He had lived in this area for who knew how many years, which made him feel a little scared. One had to know that he had cultivated the immortal Emperor's light, then stepped onto the transcendence path, condensed his own great Tao, and had already passed the third decay. In the entire boundless ocean, there were many people who had cultivated the immortal Emperor's light. In some of the vast ancient worlds, they could also stay for countless years without experiencing life and death. However, in the eyes of those who had stepped onto the transcendence path, the so-called immortal Emperor's light could be extinguished with a wave of their hand. Every time they passed the celestial cataclysm, their cultivation base and strength would increase immeasurably. He dared to bring his race to traverse the boundless ocean because he was the strongest person in the true world behind him. He had already passed the third decay and touched the true Tao domain. He could kill the so-called immortal emperor with just a thought. But who would have thought that he would meet a madman here whose strength made him feel fear? No, no, no. The boundless ocean is so vast. With the strength of my legs, I don't know how long it will take to find another place to stay. Since you are in such a hurry, you must have found a good place. Ancestor Whitebone King only smiled and shook his head. However, because he was a skeleton, he looked extremely terrifying. When the people on the ancient warship heard this, they felt a chill run down their backs, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying existence. The hull of the ship is made of primordial source metal and fortune calamity metal. It seems that the true world behind you is rich in resources. When I ate the true world, I only obtained palm-sized primordial source metal in the end. He was still talking to himself, seemingly very emotional, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Moreover, he had already boarded the ancient warship without anyone noticing. Then, with a crack, he twisted off the head of a terrifying creature beside him and started to chew on it. The vast sea trembled, and the ancient warship rumbled. The hunters from the True Spirit Ruins world shuddered in fear, shocked by the scene before their eyes. They had traversed this boundless sea for countless years, and they had also experienced all kinds of calamities. However, none of them had ever caused them to feel so terrified. They felt as if they had been frozen to the spot and could not move at all. The skinny figure, who was respectfully addressed as Big Brother, looked at this scene with deep sorrow in his eyes. However, he did not dare to stop them. In fact, he did not even dare to say anything. In the face of absolute power, if they dared to resist, the result would not be good for them. In fact, there was a possibility that their efforts over countless years would all be for naught. What a familiar taste. Ancestor King Whitebone did not seem to care about the gazes of the people around him. He sighed with emotion, then casually threw away the head that he had bitten off a few times. It was as if he just wanted to taste the taste of fresh life. He did not care about how the people around him feared him. To an existence like him, a long period of time was just the blink of an eye. When he closed his eyes and took a nap, it might be 10 million eons. Besides existences at the same level as him, all other living beings were the same as ants in his eyes. It did not matter if they were immortal emperors or immortal kings. Fellow Taoists, aren't we going to continue on our journey? The Whitebone Ancestor King grinned, his sinister skeletal face causing people to tremble in fear. The ancient and broken warship once again charged through the vast sea, cutting through the thick waves and charging into the depths of the darkness. The fog was boundless, but there seemed to be a weak bonfire shining in that direction, pointing the way. It was like a weak star shining in the night. That was the coordinates of the vast sea world. When the ancient warship filled with hunters truly descended on the true mountain sea world, it would bring about a disaster for the entire true world. The true mountain and sea world might be huge, but in truth, it was as insignificant as a speck of dust in the vast universe. The boundless vast sea gave birth to countless ancient worlds and living beings. They had existed since ancient times. Every day, many worlds would die and be born. 363 inches the eyes of the truly powerful, such a scene could be said to be normal. The birth of an ancient world was like the birth of a certain flame after countless lives collided. Suddenly, there was light that illuminated the darkness. This was the greatest and most mysterious miracle. Since the beginning of time, so many experts wanted to understand the truth of life and the Upanishads of the world. However, none of them could explain it. For example, the birth of the true world was a miracle. Some supreme beings felt that these were the higher-level substances that collided in the primordial chaos. In a certain instant, after billions of coincidental changes, the creation that was produced contained the true substance of life, and could give birth to all things. That was why the true world was fundamentally different from the other ancient worlds. When a true world was born, it could continuously grow, transform, and advance step by step. This was not like the other ancient realms, which required the level of the entire world to reach a certain level before it could be upgraded to a higher level. Such a difference was like the difference between a mortal and a genius. It was a difference in the nature of the world. They were different from each other from the start. It was precisely because of this reason that many of the most powerful warriors had set their eyes on the true worlds that had just been born. They believed that the existence of a true world was the most direct proof of their transformation to a higher level, and they wanted to understand its true essence. Over the course of countless years, the vast expanse had given birth to an unknown number of supreme beings, as well as countless miracles and mysteries. To the truly ancient true worlds, only those who had surpassed a mortal emperor and stepped onto the path of transcendence could be considered true supreme beings. Those who had yet to step onto transcendence were all ants. Of course, only the true worlds that had leaped past 9 decays of celestial beings and become true transcendents had the right to be called true immortal worlds. The other true worlds could at most be called ancient true worlds. Apart from them, the other true worlds could generally be called newborn true worlds. For example, the true mountain and sea world was a newborn true world. The true immortal worlds, the ancient true worlds, and the newborn true worlds were 3 extremely strict levels. In truth, these were the levels of worlds that were publicly acknowledged by all cultivators in the vast true worlds. As for the other ancient worlds, before they were promoted to true worlds, they could be classified as unrated worlds. Of course, even if the ancient true worlds were the same, the power they had was completely different. A newborn true world's power and destiny could at most support a few existences who had surpassed a mortal emperor. Even if those existences stepped onto the path of transcendence, they would at most pass the first and second decay. The third decay was also known as the third decay disaster, and the realms before that were known as the void Tao realm. Only those who had passed the third decay would have the chance to touch the truth realm. Only ancient cultivators in the truth realm had the right to be called the foundation of an ancient true world. However, even if they were all in the truth realm, the difference in their celestial being tribulations would create a terrifying difference in power. After every disaster, there would be a world-shaking change. Some ancient cultivators in the truth realm could even create a true world with a single thought. Their chi could form the universe, and their thoughts could move the universe. Their true bodies would already be standing in the domain of indestructibility, and they would not be affected by karma, time, or anything like that. They could be said to be omnipotent. For example, the true spirit ruins world could only be considered to have barely touched the threshold of an ancient true world. The strongest person there was in existence who had passed the third decay and stood at the peak of the void Tao realm. The vast ocean was simply too big. Even those in the void Tao realm could not pry into the mysteries within. Otherwise, they would not have left their homes and come to the distant worlds in search of a new life for the true world behind them. Rumble, as the ancient warship from the true spirit ruins world moved through the vast ocean, quite a number of gazes were focused on it from afar. These figures also stood tall in the dark fog. Their eyes were incomparably cold, as if there was no emotion in them. However, they only watched quietly and emotionlessly as the ancient warship left into the distance. Before the vast ocean dried up, no one knew what was contained in it. Besides, above the vast ocean was the origin world, which meant that it was eternal. That place was seen as the source of all the regions in the universe and the origin of all matter. However, even the ancient sages who had walked on the path of transcendence found it difficult to pry into its true mysteries. Instead, due to the origin world's existence, the entire vast ocean had been affected, and countless ancient worlds had been punished. This punishment had gradually turned into the calamity in the eyes of all living beings. Of course, there were no living beings or cultivators who could clearly explain the reason behind the calamity. They did not know why it happened. Some said that it was because the heavenly Tao was unjust and merciless. It slaughtered all living beings, which was why the Heaven Slayer existed. There were also some who said that it was because the heavenly Tao was set in motion and could not be changed. It was a fixed path. After a certain amount of time, the entire world would return to chaos and reach a certain balance. The existence of the calamity was to restrict this balance, so that yin and yang would flow and all living things would return to one. The calamity was not just targeted at one true world, but the entire true world. No power or Tao orthodoxy could escape from it. However, since the ancient true worlds had been around for a long time, they had a way to deal with the calamity and would not truly be buried in it. The true world of Yin Yang was a true world that could be ranked at the top of the vast true world. It was known as the true immortal world. This was because it had given birth to true transcendence. There were many ancient and powerful orthodoxies in this true world. They had been around for even longer than many true worlds. Eternal Destruction Manor was one of them. It was a well-deserved overlord. The current Manor Lord was a peerless figure who had already passed his seventh blight. He was truly a peerless existence who could look down on all those who had existed since ancient times. In this majestic manor located in the depths of the universe, the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor sat cross-legged in a long black robe. He looked as if he had not moved since ancient times. His eyes were closed. There were many figures kneeling below him. They were devout and fanatical. There were also blurry figures standing in the deep void on both sides of the manor. They looked as if they were standing at the end of the long river of time. Every single person here was unimaginably powerful. Looks like World Life Hall is really asking the nine heavens for help. The heaven-punishing sect might think that they are aloof, but they are just people who do not care. That Tao Lord Eternal Life relied on the legacy of his predecessors to reach this step. He really thinks that he is someone important. How dare he try to meddle in the affairs of my Yin-Yang true world? The Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor opened his eyes. His deep eyes seemed to encompass the entire universe. Endless mysteries flowed within them. He spoke coldly. He seemed to be a little angry. The entire manor trembled. The Yin-Yang true world was a true immortal true world. Eternal Destruction Manor was a well-deserved orthodoxy. It was an orthodoxy established by that transcending one. Due to disputes, World Life Hall and Eternal Destruction Manor broke away and formed their own orthodoxies. However, the two were still closely related. Sooner or later, they would unite again. The Hall Master of World Life Hall had suffered a Tao injury that was difficult to heal because he fought over a chaos spirit treasure in the vast expanse. He had also reached the critical point of passing his eighth blight. He could only fight for a glimmer of hope with his heavily injured body. In the end, he failed and died. Even at his peak, he was not confident that he could pass his eighth blight, let alone be severely injured. Therefore, after the Hall Master of World Life Hall died, the other Vice Hall Masters began to stir and tried to take over. Otherwise, they would only end up being annexed by the other orthodoxies of the Yin-Yang true world. For this, they did not hesitate to contact the Eternal Tao Lord of the Nine Heavens, the Sect Master of Heaven-Punishing Sect. Of course, these things could not be hidden from the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor. Eternal Destruction Manor ruled over the vast territory of the Yin-Yang true world. There were countless ancient worlds under its jurisdiction. There were many worlds that were comparable to ancient true worlds. As for new true worlds, there were even more of them. To put it bluntly, Eternal Destruction Manor was one of the strongest factions in the vast true worlds. When they heard the Manor Lord's words, the people in the manor kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare to say anything. The Eternal Tao Lord was also a peerless figure who had passed his seventh blight. There was no need to talk nonsense. Even if they had any thoughts in their hearts, they might be discovered. Besides people at the same level, everyone else was like ants before such an existence. No matter how far apart they were, they could be killed with a single thought. All living things were equal. There was no difference between them. The true death world is not stable either. They have been trying to become a single true world. The matter of the World Life Hall might make them act strangely. The next calamity is not far away. Before that, someone must pass his seventh blight. Otherwise, it will be difficult to keep the current situation in check. A myriad of abnormal phenomena flashed past the Manor Lord's eyes. Stars were destroyed, and the universe collapsed. His thoughts flashed through his mind millions of times in an instant. The blurry river of destiny appeared before his eyes. Countless lines intersected with each other and flowed quietly like a river. Countless fragmented scenes appeared on the long river before collapsing and shattering. This cycle repeated for an unknown number of times. Time seemed to have stopped in this place. My Xianxia true world is so big. It borders hundreds of millions of worlds, but I can't find an anomaly, he frowned. He might seem to be muttering to himself, but he was actually saying it for the people below him. The anomaly was no longer a secret before an existence like the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor. To them, only those with talents like the anomaly had the right to truly touch the path of transcendence and hope to reach their level. The situation in the Xianxia true world could not be shaken. A suitable candidate had to be found as soon as possible to temporarily take over the World Life Hall. And this suitable candidate had to be at the seventh blight, the same level as him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to keep the other orthodoxies in check. If he took over the World Life Hall himself, the other orthodoxies such as Intentionless Mountain and Rebirth Cave would be dissatisfied. The situation would become even more unstable. At that time, the slightly peaceful situation in the Xianxia true world would change again. None of this was what the Manor Master of Aeon Destruction Manor wanted to see. The Xianxia true world was connected to hundreds of millions of ancient worlds. The territory it governed was unimaginably vast. The kneeling figures in the mansion before them were the true masters of those ancient worlds. They controlled the lives of all living beings. To put it bluntly, anyone who walked out of this place could easily destroy a superworld. This was the true terror of Eternal Destruction Manor's foundation. There were plenty of peerless figures who had walked the path of transcendence. Among them, there was no lack of supreme giants who had already passed the third blight and successfully entered the Truth Tao realm. They were in charge of an ancient true world and had long lives. No one knew how long they had lived, but they were worthy of the title of immortal. Now that the Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor intended to interfere in the matter of World Life Hall, everyone was shocked. They guessed that Eternal Destruction Manor would make a big move soon. If there are no anomalies in the Xianxia true world, then investigate the rest of the true worlds, pay attention to the movements of the other true worlds, especially those in the 9 heavens. If Eternal Tao Lord does anything, report to me immediately. Heaven Punishing Sect promotes the name of Heaven Punishing, but they haven't done anything for many eons. They're just people who deceive the world. This Eternal Tao Lord is just using the name of Heaven Punishing to gather the Heaven Punishers of all races. Haha, how can I let him get what he wants? The Manor Lord of Eternal Destruction Manor let out a cold, disdainful laugh. Then he waved his sleeve and disappeared from the mansion. Only then did the others let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if they had come back to life. However, they didn't dare to stay for long. They quickly left and gave orders to the ancient worlds behind them to be on the lookout for anomalies. The Xianxia true world hadn't seen an anomaly for countless years. Moreover, it had been a long time since the last powerhouse had stepped on the path of transcendence. There were very few powerhouses who walked on this path. They needed heaven-defying luck to break the shackles of fate. Only then could they see a glimmer of hope. To put it bluntly, according to the luck of an immortal true world, an immortal king could be born every few eons. Perhaps one immortal emperor could be born of 100 immortal kings. There might not even be one immortal emperor in 10,000 immortal emperors who could step on the path of transcendence. Only those who had walked this path would know how difficult it was. It wasn't as simple as having great willpower and talent. It required one to break one's fate, control one's own destiny, and condense one's own Tao. What was about to happen in the vast heavens had no effect on Xianxia. Regardless of whether it was unifying the other true worlds or recreating the true mountain and sea world, it was not his goal. His goal was always the other two true progenitors of the origin world. If the true mountain and sea realm did not meet his expectations, he could settle everything at any time, reshuffle everything and start all over again. Xianxia didn't mind, and planned for a long time. However, this plan gave him a lot of hope. If all of this continued as planned, it would more or less give him a different kind of surprise. The boundless battlefield was extremely large, as if it was formed from many ancient universes. There were fallen star regions, desolate mountains and seas, as well as dried-up star rivers. Xianxia brought Luo Yanqi all the way to the border of the boundless sea, which was adjacent to the outside world. Along the way, they encountered the so-called strange creatures, as well as some strange creatures mixed in the darkness. There were also some creatures that fled here through other means. However, Xianxia did not care about them. As if he did not see them, he walked past them. For ordinary people, these creatures were a disaster that they would definitely die if they encountered them. However, they were not stupid. They would not touch Xianxia. They would avoid him as far as possible. Luo Yanqi did not speak along the way. She wanted to talk to Xianxia, but she understood that his casual attitude seemed to come from his mood. Perhaps when he was in a good mood, he would say a few words to her. However, sometimes, he really seemed to ignore her and treat her like air. She saw the fear and wariness of these creatures towards Xianxia. This was an instinct that was almost engraved in their souls. This also allowed Luo Yanqi to have a clear but vague guess about Xianxia's strength. At the boundary embankment of the boundless battlefield, huge waves still surged into the sky, continuously slamming over from the other side, emitting world-shaking rumbling sounds. Ancient realms were destroyed and shattered one after another. They bobbed up and down, containing boundless power. This was enough to annihilate any living creature, crushing them into ashes. Bunkers stood in the distance, their entire bodies flowing with clear splendor. On their surface, ancient runes of the Great Tao flew out one after another, rushing towards those aftershocks. However, they were quickly obliterated, only able to cancel out the fluctuations from that side. The ancient cultivators in charge of guarding this place were all stunned by the scene before them, deeply moved. What is the Moon Prince doing? Could it be that she plans to go to the other side of the boundary embankment? Isn't she afraid of dying in that place? Although she is an immortal king, many ancient supreme experts are buried there. Is she really not afraid of dying? They couldn't help but express their doubts, unable to understand the Moon Prince's actions. On the other side of the boundary embankment, a line of blood-red footprints could be seen extending outwards. Heaven and earth rumbled, the entire universe was in chaos and darkness. Streak after streak of blood-red lightning struck down, destroying heaven and earth. The Moon Prince was dressed in white, looking ethereal and brilliant, but in reality, the emotions on her face seemed to be very calm. Then, relying on the Immortal King artifact to protect herself, she walked towards the other side of the boundary embankment. Her dress was dyed in blood, wounds visible in some places, torn by terrifying Great Tao rules, a ghastly sight. Originally, when she walked a few dozen steps towards the boundary embankment, she had already reached her limit. If she continued forward, her life would only be in danger. However, after hesitating, the Moon Prince decisively brought out the Immortal King artifact, continuing to trudge over, attempting to reach the other side of the boundary embankment. The boundless darkness, but there was a blurry light that seeped out. There was a blurry full moon hanging high in the sky, bright and beautiful, the light gentle. Wisps of misty substance floated from all over the place. It was extremely beautiful. However, on the other side of the boundary embankment, there was no way to see the full moon more clearly, let alone investigate its origins. The Moon Prince thought of Xianxia's importance and instructions, which was why she made up her mind to take the risk. Because of this, she could only grit her teeth and trudge towards the other side of the boundary embankment. Although she was an immortal king, when the boundless power crushed over, it was like a blade of the immortal Tao, causing her flesh to split open, terrifying scars appearing on her body. With practically every step she took, the pressure she had to endure increased several-fold. Now, even that Immortal King artifact of hers actually showed signs of cracks, as if it could not hold on any longer. However, there was still a very long distance between her and the boundary embankment ahead. In the Moon Prince's opinion, this distance might really be unreachable, impossible to reach. Right now, she finally understood a little how powerful those supreme experts who had left their footprints on the boundary embankment were. Perhaps they had already surpassed the level of Immortal King, touching on another level. Is this really the only way? The Moon Prince was still somewhat unwilling to accept that she had become an Immortal King in this era. Although her talent was not as good as others of the same level, she did not slack off at all. Day after day, year after year, she comprehended Tao techniques, wanting to advance to a higher level. However, her upper limit seemed to have been restricted and locked. No matter how hard she tried, her cultivation would not fluctuate at all. Now, in this shoal that led to the boundary embankment, even taking a few more steps forward had become incredibly difficult for her. That's why I want to be valued by him, hoping to protect myself before this chaotic era arrives. Bitterness surfaced in her heart. At this moment, even her immortal King Dao fruit seemed to have cracked, showing signs of instability. After all, this was the immortal king position that she had obtained through trickery by relying on the legacy left behind by her ancestors. The Moon Prince could not ask for anything more. She tried to take a few more steps forward. Her arms that were as fair as snow lotus roots. Immediately, fine scars appeared, as if densely packed small knives had cut open her arms. In this place, an immortal king's astonishing vitality was completely useless. Moreover, the speed at which her vitality was draining away was unimaginable. The Moon Prince could not help but let out a soft cry of pain. There was a sweet taste in her throat, and blood almost surged out. 0-0 at this point, the great Tao fell like a guillotine, clanging as it pressed down. She could not even turn back. It was already difficult for her to move at all. Even just turning around could break through this situation, causing her body to collapse. However, it was at this moment that the Moon Prince felt that she had reached a certain limit. Even her immortal king artifact was about to collapse. The pressure in front of her suddenly lightened. All of the terrifying intent that crushed down retreated like a tide, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Her surroundings became calm and peaceful. It was as if she was standing in some tranquil harbor. This made the Moon Prince a little suspicious. Was it her imagination? Was this the final radiance of the setting sun before her spirit collapsed? Why did you commit suicide? However, in the next moment, a calm voice came from ahead. The Moon Prince instantly returned to her senses, and her consciousness also cleared. A slender figure appeared in front of her. There seemed to be a young woman beside him, sizing her up curiously. My lord. The Moon Prince reacted and hurriedly bowed. She did not expect Xianxia to appear in this place. She thought that he had only sent someone to investigate. She did not expect him to come personally. Moreover, his words made her face burn a little. Commit suicide, she had indeed overestimated her own abilities. If not for Xianxia's timely appearance, she might really have been crushed by the power here. Even her spirit would have collapsed and shattered. Before this, the Moon Prince had never thought that the restrictive power on this side of the boundary embankment would be so terrifying. No wonder it could withstand the waves on the other side of the boundless ocean. It had been majestic for countless eras. Xianxia did not turn back. He only nodded slightly. Then, he turned his gaze to the other side of the boundary embankment. He indeed did not expect the Moon Prince to take the risk and enter this place personally. Without the strength of a quasi-immortal emperor, it was basically impossible to reach the boundary embankment. In Xianxia's eyes, her actions were no different from seeking death. Very foolish. Or did she really think that this would make him think highly of her? Luo Yanqi also looked at the Moon Prince strangely. She did not expect to meet a female immortal king in this place. If Xianxia had been half a step slower, she might really have died here. In the current immortal domain, there were only a few female immortal kings who were so beautiful. She must be the one in the southern immortal domain. Luo Yanqi quickly determined the Moon Prince's identity. She addressed Xianxia as Lord, then the identity that Xianxia had not mentioned in detail was also very obvious. On the other side of the boundary embankment was the boundless vast expanse. Huge waves surged into the sky and flooded over. Some of the waves were smashed and crashed over. However, there were also many ancient realms within, some decaying, some in ruins. Xianxia did not pay much attention to the Moon Prince. He walked towards the bright moon hidden in the black fog. When he arrived here, he had already determined that this was the land of reincarnation. However, the fact that Qingyi would bury the land of reincarnation in the vast expanse was somewhat out of his expectations. Was she planning to make more preparations in case the mountain and sea realm really encountered a destructive disaster? A golden path appeared under Xianxia's feet. It directly crossed the boundary embankment and led into the vast expanse. The terrifying pressure in this place did not affect him at all. Even the various types of true lightning that never stopped all year round disappeared in front of him. The Moon Prince looked at this scene in shock. She did not expect that one day, she would be able to leave the immortal domain and come to the vast expanse. However, the malice and fear here made her shiver. She understood why even immortal kings did not dare to easily cross the vast expanse. It was because they did not know what was hidden in the thick black fog around them. Were they malicious eyes, or was it an invisible, terrifying shadow that was coldly watching them? There's actually someone who can cross that boundary embankment and go to the vast expanse. In the fort, the ancient cultivators in charge of guarding were also extremely shocked. They did not expect to see this scene. Not only did the Moon Prince not die, she was saved by the mysterious young man who suddenly appeared behind her and left the immortal domain with him. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe this scene. The vast ocean, which was originally surging with surging waves and black fog, was calm at that moment. It made the Moon Queen feel like she was dreaming. She followed closely behind Xianxia. They stood on the golden path and followed him towards the moon hanging in the depths. The Moon Queen did not care about who the woman beside him was. She had not completely calmed down yet. She needed some time to calm down. The moon was like a boundless continent. It hung high in the sky above the vast ocean. Wisps of moonlight scattered down, making it seem gentle and bright. However, if anyone took a closer look, they would discover that there was a lot of fog drifting about, rising from the surface of the sea. They were all damaged and ancient worlds that bobbed up and down in the surging waves. Xianxia watched all of this calmly. Then, he extended his hand and touched one of the specks of light. Is it really guiding the souls of those who have gone to the afterlife? He lifted his head and looked at the moon. It might seem very close, but there was a huge distance between it and the vast ocean. There were layers of space and latitude between them. The drifting souls surged towards it. They did not just come from the true mountain and sea world. They also came from the other damaged ancient worlds in the vast ocean. To these souls, that place was the land of reincarnation. It was created outside the true world and was not restricted or shackled by the laws of the world. However, they had to be constantly wary of the attacks and dangers from the vast ocean and other places. Xianxia was curious as well. Where would these souls who came from all over go to be reincarnated in the end? The land of reincarnation was one of the most mysterious places in the world. When it came to the continuation of life, even those who were exceedingly powerful would find it difficult to explain its mysteries clearly. It was the first time the Moon Queen and Luo Yanqi had seen this. When they saw the drifting specks of light, they were shocked. Who would have thought that the place where all living beings had reincarnated would be on the moon? Of course, the moon was not the only one in the entire universe. It was like a peerless figure who had truly condensed himself. The past, the future, and the present were all him. His legend was reflected in the universe, so he existed in all the universes. Every single one of them was him. As for that bright moon, it was a similar existence. The bright moon seen in that place was similar to the bright moons seen in other places. In the depths of this bright moon, a silver lake converged. It was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. It shone with a brilliant silver light, like melted silver. The radiance that filled the sky drifted over from all over the place and slowly sank into the lake. In the distance, an ancient tree could be seen standing in the depths of the lake. Its branches were intertwined with each other. Every single leaf seemed to hold up a world, and it was heavy and vast. Chaotic chi descended and effused out, and it was like a boundless expanse of mist. This was a shocking scene. A heaven-supporting ancient tree was situated in this silver lake, as if it was supporting countless ancient realms. The collision of each leaf produced a rumbling sound that shook the world, rumbling and majestic. On the ancient tree's crown, there was a grand and sacred palace. Divine light shone brilliantly, and the sound of the great Tao interweaved. The entire silver reincarnation lake resonated with it. Apart from this, one could also see that in the depths of reincarnation lake, There were 6 vortexes that seemed to have existed since ancient times, and they were suffused with a desolate and ancient aura. Many specks of light, after converging into Reincarnation Lake, would drift towards those 6 vortexes. For ordinary creatures, this was the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, what was on the other side of the vortexes, no one knew. From the outside, this bright moon seemed more like an independent universe. In the depths, it seemed even more vast, like a star that had long been barren. There were terrifyingly tattered potholes everywhere, and blood of all different colors accumulated. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, and even true immortal cultivators would feel like their bodies were about to explode. Apart from this, there were many shattered coffins that had been flipped over, and they were incomparably ancient. This place was still vast and boundless. Great stars were reflected in heaven and earth, and they flowed with dim radiance. A pitch-black river surged, and black multicolored light surged, mixed with thousands of complicated divine lights of laws. No one would have thought that the surface of the bright and beautiful moon would be such a scene. It was very similar to the legendary reincarnation underworld, filled with the aura of the dead. Xianxia brought the Moon Prince and Luo Yanxi from the vast sea and stepped into this place. At that moment, the 3 of them stood side by side on a black mountain peak. The Moon Prince and Luo Yanxi were extremely shocked. They did not even dare to believe the scene before their eyes. Was this the magnificent moon they had seen before? They simply could not believe that it was real. It was a ghastly sight, full of holes. This place was like a universe that had once been shattered. It had experienced many battles and wars. Luo Yanxi thought of the era when she was known as the Luo ancestor. Back then, the ancient world that had experienced all sorts of great battles was like this. Only when one truly set foot in it would one understand just what kind of desperate slaughter had taken place within it. Xianxia had some guesses. When he sensed the strange fluctuations here, he knew that Qingyi was definitely here. She should be making preparations for the true mountain and sea world. She had made so many arrangements not only to let the people who had passed away return, but also to prepare for the third apocalypse. If the true mountain and sea world was truly destroyed, then perhaps a new hope would be born in this land of reincarnation. Then, golden light rose under his feet, and he headed into the depths. There did not seem to be any living beings on the broken ground under his feet, and he could not sense any living aura either. This was a land of absolute silence. It was filled with coldness and silence. Over the countless years, no other living beings seemed to have stepped into this place. To all living beings, this place seemed to have been lost in some corner. At that moment, a slender living being that was as bright as the moon swam in the depths of the silver lake. It tumbled up and down, receiving the floating specks of light, as if it wanted to send them to the ancient palace at the top of the tree that towered into the sky. From the distance, this living being looked like a jade belt. It was incredibly beautiful. Its eyes were like glass, and there was a faint crimson color to them. This was an immortal beast that had yet to reach adulthood. It was still in its infancy. If it truly grew up, its body would be as tall as the galaxy. In fact, according to some ancient records, the immortal beast could give birth to a universe within its body. From this, it could be seen just how gigantic its body was. There was only one small moongazer serpent in this silver lake of reincarnation. It was empty and silent, as if it was a place of eternal slumber. It received the specks of light that looked like wandering souls and sent them to the lake. It was as if its existence here was to help these souls go to the place of eternal slumber. Suddenly, it seemed to have sensed something. Its crimson eyes blinked, and it looked towards the other side of the lake. It was a barren, silent, and abandoned land. The mountains were dried up, and there were signs of war everywhere. There were also all sorts of chaotic auras in some of the large rifts. There was no sign of life there. Besides deathly silence, there was only coldness and darkness. These were the themes and colors that would never change. There were all sorts of ancient and complicated patterns carved into the mountains and earth. They could suppress everything, and no living being or cultivator could step into them. That was why it was impossible for other living beings to appear here for such a long time. It was purely an accident that it had come here. Master, when will she wake up? The small moongazer serpent blinked its eyes, thinking that it had sensed wrongly. In such a barren and remote place, isolated from all other worlds, how could there be the fluctuations of other living beings? It shook its head, and then continued to receive the specks of light in front of it, and sent them to the 6 sea eyes. These were souls that had drifted over from many worlds. Some were the size of a palm, some were the size of a grain of rice, and some were even larger, like watermelons. Each speck of light represented a soul that was about to be sent into reincarnation. Some souls were very powerful when they were alive, and their level of life was very high. Even if they were only in a soul state, they were far more powerful than other souls. Moreover, these powerful souls carried the wisdom of their previous lives. Even if they were baptized in reincarnation, it was impossible to completely erase the memories of their previous lives. What it wanted to do was to safely send these confused souls that didn't know where to go to the 6 sea eyes. This was because its master had said that this was the true entrance to reincarnation, and it represented the 6 paths of reincarnation. All living things in the world, as long as they followed the law of birth, old age, illness, and death, and their souls didn't scatter, they would go through these 6 doors. After being washed clean, they would be sent to other worlds to receive a new beginning and a new life. After the small moongazer serpent was brought here by its master, it had no choice but to accept such a mission. Every day, it tirelessly sent those souls drifting over to the sea eyes. But in the vast heavens, how many worlds were there? The ancient worlds that were born and died every day were simply innumerable. This place was only a place of reincarnation. But there were still countless specks of light that drifted over from the vast expanse and finally rose here. After all, the level of some worlds was too low, and it was impossible for reincarnation to exist. Not to mention the original world that gave birth to new life and created reincarnation. If Master still doesn't wake up, I will die of exhaustion here. The small moongazer serpent looked eagerly at the towering ancient tree that stood in the depths of Reincarnation Lake. The palace was the place where its master had always been sleeping. And this towering ancient tree was actually a sapling of the epic tree that had not yet grown up. It carried the world and nurtured chaos. When it truly thrived, it would definitely give birth to a powerful world. It now missed the time when it was still in the upper realm. It followed its master in a small world where no one disturbed it. It was free and carefree. Every day, there was endless food to eat. When it was full, it could sleep. When it woke up, it could continue to eat. From time to time, it would act coquettishly in front of its master and get a lot of delicious food. However, ever since it followed its master and left the upper realm, that kind of life had become a luxury and was far away from it. In these hundreds of years, it had not eaten its fill. It was starving all day long and had lost a lot of weight. This made the small moongazer serpent feel wronged, but its master had fallen into a deep sleep and it did not know how long it would take for her to wake up. It could only work here, day after day, year after year. Thinking of this, the small moongazer serpent's eyes were filled with tears. It felt wronged and could only force back its tears. It was the majestic moongazer serpent. When the immortal palace was at its peak, even the immortal king had to treat it with respect. Suddenly, the small moongazer serpent blinked its eyes again and looked across Reincarnation Lake. A ray of dazzling golden light spread out from that place. Many ancient runes and restrictions engraved on the ground emitted dazzling light. However, they all vanished into nothingness before this golden path of light, and they completely vanished without a trace, causing the surroundings to become tranquil. There were 3 figures standing on this golden path. One of them was extremely familiar, and it was immediately stunned. Then, it reacted. With a whoosh, it turned into a streak of silver light and rushed over. Its speed was as fast as a stream of light, causing the entire silent Reincarnation Lake to stir up shocking waves. What kind of strange beast is this? Xianxia and the Moon King, who were standing on the golden path and sizing up the vast silver lake, were shocked by it. When they suddenly saw this scene, while they were shocked, they thought that the strange beast here was attacking them and immediately became vigilant. The Moon Prince's injuries were more or less healed. He directly took out his Immortal King artifact and waited. Xianxia was shocked, but she was not vigilant. With Guchanga by her side, she did not have to worry about anything. However, what shocked the two of them even more was that when this silver light landed in front of them, it directly turned into a silver-haired girl around 14 or 15 years old. Her face was exquisite and moving. Her pair of glass-like eyes carried a hint of crimson. Her long silver hair that was as beautiful as the moonlight poured down. She was shockingly beautiful. However, this silver-haired girl had an extremely aggrieved expression at this moment. She sobbed and directly pounced on Xianxia at the side. "Master, you're finally here," she had a sobbing tone, but the moment she was about to hug Xianxia's waist, he pressed her head expressionlessly, not letting her come over. "Don't wipe your tears on me." Xianxia naturally recognized it at a glance. This was the small moongazer serpent that he had brought out from the Purple Mountain back then. However, because he found it troublesome, he threw it to Xianxia and asked her to help take care of it. Only when he had time would he think of visiting it. Little Plenilune was originally brought out from the Purple Mountain by Xianxia when he was looking for the 7 weapons of heaven wielding that were hidden in the Xian Palace. However, at that time, he had many things to do and had no time to take care of this guy. Moreover, he thought that Xianxia was relatively free, so he brought little Plenilune to her and raised it on her behalf. However, after raising it like this, it had been raised until now. Back then, when Xianxia left the upper realm, little Plenilune was also brought along by her and left. It was really unexpected that Xianxia would see her in this place, but it also seemed to be reasonable. "Master," at this moment, little Plenilune's eyes were red. She was sobbing, and her little nose was twitching. She felt extremely wronged. She did not expect that Xianxia would hold her head down and not let her come over. Originally, when she saw Xianxia appear here, she was extremely surprised and skipped over. She wanted to have an unexpected reunion with Xianxia and tell him her grievances. In the end, he was still so cold and heartless. He directly held her down and did not let her get close. Xianxia looked at her and shook his head slightly. "I'm not your master." "Did you recognize the wrong person?" "No." Little Plenilune looked at him aggrievedly. Her eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed. How could she have recognized the wrong person? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to raise her, why would she follow Master Qingyi? Luo Yanqi and the Moon Prince were also stunned. They did not expect this silver-haired girl to know Xianxia. And she even called Xianxia master. However, they did not dare to ask too much. They just watched silently from the side. "Where's Qingyi? Where is she now?" Xianxia ignored little Plenilune's emotional changes and only asked. He understood this fellow. If Qingyi was by her side, she would definitely not call him that. She would hide as far away as possible. This aggrieved look was purely for him to see. Perhaps she couldn't stay in this place any longer and wanted him to take her away. That was why she showed such an expression. Little Plenilune sniffled and replied, "Master Xian clothed, after she brought me here, she fell into a deep sleep. She hasn't moved for hundreds of years." "Fell into a deep sleep?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Yes. Master Qingyi is currently sleeping in that palace. Even I can't rashly disturb her. I don't know when she will wake up," little Plenilune continued, pointing at the towering ancient tree in the depths of Reincarnation Lake. From this direction, only a blurry outline could be seen. However, that type of lofty and boundless chaotic energy cascaded down, as if supporting the entire world. It was indeed shocking. Luo Yanqi was once a quasi-immortal emperor after all. Her eyesight was astonishing, so she naturally saw through the clues. Could that be the sapling of the world tree or the epic tree? She was shocked. The epic tree and the world tree were actually the same. It was just that people in different worlds had different names for this primordial divine tree. It was rumored that the epic tree nurtured all living beings in the world. Each leaf supported an ancient world. However, this was ultimately just a rumor. In the world she was originally in, the epic tree had long withered and died. It had lost its life force. No matter how they tried, it was difficult to revive it. Therefore, seeing such a suspected sapling of the epic tree in this place shocked Luo Yanqi. Although the Moon Prince hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could guess what it was. It was rumored that the epic tree of the immortal region was guarded by the immortal palace. However, after the forbidden epic, the immortal palace collapsed, and the epic tree disappeared. It was suspected that it was destroyed or stolen by someone. The sapling of the epic tree was actually here, combined with the words of the silver-haired girl in front of him, the Moon Prince was even more shocked. She seemed to have been involved in an ancient secret that involved many things of the Immortal Palace. So it really happened after I left the upper world? Gu Chang'e nodded and looked toward the depths of the reincarnation lake. This was actually similar to his guess. However, he didn't expect Qingyi to be in a deep sleep. He originally thought that Qingyi was scheming something and couldn't appear in the world for the time being. If she appeared in the world, with her former identity as the master of the Immortal Palace. As long as she raised her arm and called for help, those remnants of the Immortal Palace hidden in the dark would definitely appear. After so many years, remnants of the Immortal Palace even appeared in the floating flame realm. Not to mention the other ancient worlds and small worlds. Let's go and see your master. After that, Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly and let little Plenilune lead the way to the sapling of the epic tree. The epic tree of the immortal region was stolen to the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. That was why the war between the upper world and the 8 Desolates' 10 regions lasted for many epochs. However, after the 8 Desolates' 10 regions were conquered, Gu Chang'e took the epic tree and planted it in his inner universe. At the same time, it was also because of that epic tree that he killed the entire upper world's foundation. Now, that epic tree was planted in the upper world, in the reincarnation lake that Gu Chang'e had personally created. Of course, the reincarnation lake in the upper world was different from the reincarnation lake here. The reincarnation lake under its jurisdiction was also different. Gu Chang'e felt that Qingyi was planning to create a new true world. However, this process was still very long. Now, it was only a prototype. This land of reincarnation was only the beginning of its evolution. It wasn't complete. She was planning for the future of the true mountain and sea world. If it was destroyed in the third calamity, there would still be some hope. Gu Chang'e's gaze deepened. He didn't want to waste time on these things. To him, the true mountain and sea world was just a tool that could be casually discarded. In the end, Qingyi had planned and paid a great price for this. She didn't hesitate to fall into deep sleep to nurture the sapling of the epic tree. Soon, the little Plenilune serpent led the way. The entire lake that was shining with silver light seemed to have calmed down. Thousands of light spots gathered and floated, sinking into the center of the lake. This silence was a stark contrast to the barren and broken scene they had seen before. The sapling of the epic tree stood in the depths of the reincarnation lake. Although it hadn't fully grown, it already showed its ancient majesty. There was a new will of the rules of the world being nurtured in it, as if it was waiting for the day when it was completely born. The huge treetop filled the sky, and primal chaos chi filled the sky. Every leaf carried a small world within it. At this moment, when they collided, they let out a rumbling sound. It was extremely shocking. The Moon Prince sensed an unprecedented aura of the Tao here. It was completely different from the Tao he encountered in the immortal region. Gu Chang'e stood under this tree and raised his head to look at the lush tree crown. The majestic palace sat on the top of the tree, exuding a solemn and sacred air. Although this epic tree was only a sapling, this pressure was enough to suppress immortal king-level beings, making them unable to breathe. The branches were ancient and knotted, shining brilliantly, surrounded by immortal light and Tao light. He walked forward, and the golden path extended all the way to the tree crown. The majestic pressure dissipated, and it couldn't affect him at all. The Moon Prince and Luo Yanqi quickly followed behind him. The little Plenilune serpent stuck close to Gu Chang'e, ignoring his seemingly disdainful look. In her opinion, only Gu Chang'e could bring her out of this damned place. She didn't want to continue staying here at all. In the palace, Gu Chang'e saw the sleeping Qingyi. She lay quietly on the bed, and the curtain fluttered gently. Her facial features were thin and beautiful, and her eyes were clear and clean, like a person in a painting. She looked very peaceful, as if she was detached from the world, and had nothing to do with everything in the world. Master Qingyi, the little Plenilune serpent stood at the side and called out softly. She didn't know how long Qingyi would be asleep for. The Moon Prince didn't get close, but she was completely stunned by the scene before her, overturning what she had always known. The person sleeping in the palace was actually the former Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace. According to the rumors, didn't she die in Gu Chang'e's hands during the Forbidden Era? Even her corpse didn't exist. However, she clearly looked unharmed, as if she was still alive. It was just that no one knew why she was sleeping here. In many rumors, the Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace was the Demon Lord's lover. As for why the two of them turned against each other in the end, this was also an eternal mystery that no one knew. Luo Yanqi wasn't as shocked as the Moon Prince. After all, she wasn't from this true world. She had heard some rumors about Guchunga, so she guessed that many things that happened in the past actually had their reasons and secrets. It was just like what she said when she wanted to follow Guchunga. He had his own goal, and everything he did was to achieve that goal. In the eyes of the two girls, Guchunga was silently looking at the sleeping Qingyi by the side. He reached out as if he wanted to straighten the hair by her ear, but his hand stopped in midair. This action seemed to hide a myriad of emotions and complications. Was it love but regret, or was it because of the guilt he felt? Helplessness, or was it all of these emotions? The Moon Prince didn't expect that Guchunga, who had always been cold and heartless in her eyes, would reveal such an expression. This made her even more certain of her guess. Many unknown things happened before the Forbidden Era. There were many hidden secrets that were buried in the passage of time. Otherwise, Guchunga wouldn't have attacked the Immortal Region and the Immortal Palace for no reason. All of you, wait for me outside. Suddenly, Guchunga spoke, asking the Moon Prince, Luo Yanqi, and little Plenilune to leave the palace. Although they didn't understand, they didn't dare to ask anything. They could tell that Guchunga seemed to have something on his mind. Perhaps he wanted to use this opportunity to say something. After watching them leave, Yi Zichen nodded. Guchunga retracted his palm in midair and said calmly, "How long are you going to sleep for?" As soon as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. The eyelashes of Qingyi, who had her eyes closed, suddenly trembled before she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Guchunga. Her eyes were calm and peaceful, like warm and clear jade, but also like the bright and flawless moon. "You're here." Qingyi sat up on the bed. Her expression seemed normal, but it was still difficult to hide her paleness and fatigue. Guchunga nodded slightly. He knew that Qingyi hadn't really fallen into a deep sleep, but her consciousness had entered a state of cultivation. 003 This state could be awakened by the outside world at any time. It was like a creature's instinct. When they were on the verge of an extremely bad situation, they would let their consciousness enter a certain state and slowly cultivate themselves. Qingyi was originally the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm. It was normal for her to cultivate and recover through this method. There's no need for you to waste your essence to nourish this epic tree sapling. Guchunga thought for a moment and shook his head. Qingyi didn't answer. She only tilted her head and looked at him. "Are you going to call me Aunt Qing or Qingyi now?" she asked and changed the topic. "Is there a difference between these two names?" Guchunga seemed to be a little helpless. "Of course there's a difference." Qingyi smiled mischievously and said, "If you call me Aunt Qing, it means that you haven't recovered your memories. If you call me Qingyi, it means that you should have remembered everything." Guchunga shook his head and said, "Then I'll call you Qingyi. Looks like a lot of things have happened in the upper realm and the immortal region during this period of time." "That's great. I can feel your presence again. It's so reassuring." Qingyi smiled when she heard that. Then, she wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned her head against it. Guchunga lowered his eyes and looked at her. His hand, which was about to land on her head, stiffened slightly. But after thinking about it, he still chose to place his hand on her head and stroked her hair gently. "A lot of things have happened in the upper realm and the immortal region, but they should be within your expectations. It won't have too much of an effect on what happens later," he said softly. When he turned into the Demon Lord and walked through the vast universe with the identity of the Heaven Destroyer, he saved Qingyi during the first calamity of the mountain and sea world. This woman, who had always been gentle and kind, had fallen into depravity from that moment onwards. However, he had always treated her as a chess piece that could be used and discarded at any time. Even during the dark years countless eons ago, he played along with her and played a good show with her. He deceived everyone and deceived them. However, even now, she did not know about it at all. She always thought that he was helping her. He even did not hesitate to become the demon in the eyes of the world, an evil person who brought disaster to the universe. He carried the crime of countless eons. Guchunga had never felt guilty. But at that moment, for some reason, he could not bear to see her like this, as well as a sense of loss. Was it because he thought of Yu Mingkong, who had a similar experience? Jiang Chuchu? Or Gu Xianer? A hint of bewilderment appeared in Gu Chang's eyes, and it was one that even he found unbelievable. However, this change only lasted for an instant. Soon, he regained his composure. He lowered his head and looked at Qing Yi, who was leaning against his waist. He reached out and gently stroked her hair. The two of them were silent, as if they were enjoying this rare moment of peace. Looks like the higher realm and the immortal region have settled down. Then I can relax slightly. At that moment, Qing Yi suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. She was dignified and beautiful, and her eyes curved up as if she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Her original tiredness and fatigue were swept away at that moment. Not a single trace of it was left. Gu Changge nodded slightly and said with a smile, "For the past 100 years, the immortal region and the higher realm have indeed settled down in peace. I have also gotten rid of the unstable elements in the other world for the time being. However, it will still take some time for the true mountain and sea world to completely unite. Also, there should be hunters outside the vast expanse who have noticed this place. Perhaps they will soon descend upon the true mountain and sea world. With the true mountain and sea world's current strength and foundation, it will be very difficult for them to fight against them. Thank you for your hard work." Qing Yi nodded. She was not surprised by this. After losing my protection, the true mountain and sea world revealing the coordinates of the vast expanse is within my expectations. Over the years, I've made quite a few plans. The powerful warriors who died in the war against the heavens have all been successfully reincarnated. Before long, they will return from the cycle of reincarnation, but at that time, when she said this, she suddenly felt a little guilty. She also wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Gu Changge understood what she meant. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. It's just a misunderstanding. Sooner or later, it will be resolved. You know that I'm not someone who cares about such things." He could feel that Qing Yi's hands around his waist seemed to have tightened at this moment. "I'm sorry for making you bear the infamy and accusations for so long. Not only did I cause you to reincarnate, I also had to bear the endless curses and misunderstandings. Even your disciple from back then turned against you, much less the others. In the eyes of today's world, you are an out-and-out great devil who brings chaos to the heavens. You are the source of all destruction. However, I am the only one who knows that it is you who is bearing all of this. No one will understand you." Qing Yi's eyes were filled with sadness, guilt, and pain. But if she did not do this, then she truly did not know how she could save all the lives in the true mountain and sea world. How to protect the common people safely during the second cultivation tribulation. Therefore, he could only wrong the person he loved and give up his family for the greater good. As the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, she did not have many choices. Hearing this, Gu Changge only smiled gently and reached out to hug her, saying, "You don't have to apologize to me. This has nothing to do with you. Besides, wasn't I the one who suggested this idea? You don't have to feel guilty towards me. This will not only make you feel bad, but it will also make me feel bad." Hearing this, Qing Yi hugged him tightly, not knowing what to say. During the first cultivation tribulation, which was also the first war against the heavens, Gu Changge had appeared by accident and saved her from the hands of an ancient cultivator in the Void Dao realm who had gone through his second blight. At that time, Qing Yi had just stepped into the path of transcendence and had not even stabilized her realm. It was simply difficult for her to fight against those peerless people in the Void Dao realm who had already gone through a few disasters of heaven's blight. Gu Changge's appearance easily defeated those existences who were a disaster to the true mountain and sea world. To the true mountain and sea world, Void Dao realm was an unreachable land. At that time only Qing Yi, who was the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, who had the power of Kismet and the power of the world, could fight against him. Even the heirs of the true mountain and sea world found it difficult to fight against him. To the true mountain and sea world, which was just a newborn true world, this sort of cultivation tribulation was no different from a world-ending disaster. Besides, there was an even more terrifying power behind those people in the Void Dao realm. To put it bluntly, if Gu Changge had not appeared during the first cultivation tribulation, the true mountain and sea world would not have been destroyed. Just like many newborn true worlds, they would have disappeared in the long river of time and would have been buried in the ruins of chaos. It would have been impossible for the immortal palace and the immortal domain after that to exist. The true mountain and sea world only has what it has today because of you, Qingyi mumbled softly. Only those who had personally experienced all of this would understand what had happened in the past. That is all in the past. Right now, what you need to think about is how you will face the third cultivation tribulation. It is just like the disasters of Heaven's Blight. Each cultivation tribulation is a trial, and it is much more terrifying than the previous ones, Xianxia said with a slight shake of his head. To cultivators, the disasters they had to face were the disasters of Heaven's Blight, from the first blight to the ninth blight. And to the true world, the disasters they had to face were the great reckoning of the cultivation tribulation. Even if they managed to avoid the first cultivation tribulation, there was still the second cultivation tribulation, the third cultivation tribulation. This was actually a process of continuously nurturing Gu. With each disasters of Heaven's Blight and cultivation tribulation, stronger cultivators and stronger true worlds would be nurtured. Then, during the Great Reckoning, they would reap the harvest. But since ancient times, there had never been a true world that managed to go through 9 cultivation tribulations. Not to mention becoming a true world. That was just a rumor. Becoming a true world would allow them to transcend the world and not be affected by the cultivation tribulations. They would truly be free for eternity. Many of the true worlds were planning for this. They wanted to annex the other true worlds so that they could become the only one. The third cultivation tribulation should be coming soon. When Qingyi heard this, worry appeared in her eyes. The true mountain and sea world had yet to recover from the aftermath of the previous cultivation tribulation. She was still recovering. And yet, the third cultivation tribulation was coming soon. This sort of terrifying pressure was truly suffocating. Because of that, Qingyi considered using her own essence to nurture a sapling of the tree of Aeon in preparation for the third cultivation tribulation. At that time, even if the true mountain and sea world was destroyed, she would have a way to protect all the lives in the world and allow them to reincarnate. However, this process was still very long. The third cultivation tribulation is coming soon, Xianxia said calmly. If we don't make preparations beforehand, then the true mountain and sea world might truly be destroyed this time. Qingyi's eyes darkened. In the face of absolute power, all plans and preparations were useless. Using the current true mountain and sea world to fight against the third cultivation tribulation, that was no different from a fool's dream. The current true mountain and sea world might not even have a single cultivator who had stepped onto the path of transcendence. Their strength had yet to recover to before the first cultivation tribulation. And the third cultivation tribulation was much more terrifying than the first cultivation tribulation. You don't have to think too much about this. Xianxia continued speaking calmly. There are countless ancient worlds that are destroyed every day in this vast universe. All of this is part of a cycle. Unless an anomaly is born, it's impossible to break this cycle. But the birth of an anomaly is incredibly difficult. Even those ancient true worlds might not be able to give birth to even one anomaly after so many years. As a new true world, the true mountain and sea world can already be considered lucky to survive the second cultivation tribulation. His words were very realistic, but in Xianxia's eyes, this was something that was destined to happen. In the past, it was impossible for him to say these words. But today, his emotions were suddenly stirred up. He did not want Qingyi to put in so much effort for no reason. Besides, in Xianxia's original plan, the true mountain and sea world was supposed to be abandoned. Once its value was used up, what did its life and death have to do with him? In his eyes, there was not much difference between the true mountain and sea world and the ancient worlds that were destroyed every day in the vast universe. He could easily protect the people around him. Even if the final showdown arrived, it would not be a problem. That was why in Xianxia's eyes, there was no need for Qingyi to put in so much effort for this. Of course, he also knew that this method was indeed selfish. It was the same as not caring about Qingyi's feelings, but, I can't ignore the lives of the true mountain and sea world. I am the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world. Qingyi knew what Xianxia meant, but she still shook her head. Her heart was very firm. Xianxia did not speak. He had already said what he needed to say. This time, he came to the land of reincarnation to find Qingyi only to confirm one thing. She was indeed setting up the land of reincarnation, but it did not involve the entire universe. Just like Luo Yanqi outside the hall, her reincarnation had nothing to do with Qingyi. In other words, there was someone else in charge of everything in the dark, trying to make the powerful people who had died return. As for who this person was, Gu Chang'e was still not sure. Since you came to find me, then help me treat my injuries while you're at it. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Qingyi's face. She raised her eyes and looked at Gu Chang'e. Her fair and flawless face was suffused with a layer of faint rosy glow. Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned. He did not understand what she meant. You've injured your essence. If you want to recover, you'll need a long time. Then, he reacted and could not help but chuckle. The curtain fluttered and immortal fog filled the hall. The spring light was bright and beautiful. A few days later, Gu Chang'e left the hall. He did not bring little Plenilun with him. Qingyi had also woken up. Although she had not completely recovered, her injuries were much better than before. She did not need to fall into a deep sleep to recover. However, Qingyi did not plan to leave the reincarnation lake yet. Gu Chang'e originally planned to let her appear and let the survivors of the immortal palace appear. But now that he thought about it, whether those survivors appeared or not did not have much to do with him. As for the disaster that the true mountain and sea world was about to face, he thought about it for a while and decided to take action. He could use this opportunity to organize the heaven-slaying alliance that he had considered before. In the War of the Heavens, Gu Chang'e indeed needed such a force to raise the flag of the heaven-slaying alliance and gather the vast power of the heavens. The current true mountain and sea world was the predecessor of the heaven-slaying alliance. Luo Yanqi and the Moon King waited for him outside the reincarnation lake. They did not stay long at the crown of the epic tree. Gu Chang'e did not mention anything about Qingyi. The two women were very tactful and did not dare to ask. They could also tell that Gu Chang'e and the former Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace had a secret past that no one knew about. Perhaps there was a reason for the destruction of the Immortal Palace. After returning to the Immortal region, Gu Chang'e asked the Moon King to gather the other Immortal Kings and station them outside the vast battlefield. At the same time, he asked them to inform the various immortal realms that within 100 years, the Immortal region would welcome a world-destroying catastrophe. Everyone might die. The hunters from the vast ocean would cross over and descend upon the true mountain and sea world. Their strength was terrifying, far beyond what the world could imagine. They would sacrifice everything. At that time, even the immortal kings would not be able to escape. This news was spread by the various immortal king clans. It immediately caused an uproar in the various immortal realms, and all living beings were terrified. 100 years was not long, but it was not short either. In the eyes of powerful cultivators, it was just a snap of the fingers. This news quickly swept through the various realms like a hurricane. Even the upper realm was not spared. All the orthodoxies and cultivators fell into shock and unease. This was news that was personally spread by the immortal kings. How could it be fake? Although some people doubted the authenticity of the news, soon, the matter of the strange phenomenon at the end of the world many years ago was spread by many clans in the immortal region. At that time, the world seemed to have faded, turning into a foam-like substance. The vast ocean pounced over and surged at the end of the endless world. The blurry traces of the ancient warship illuminated the heavens, and there seemed to be a terrifying demonic shadow that had never changed since ancient times. Several ancient true immortals who had a deep understanding of ancient history and had specially studied the vast ocean also asserted that it was the sign of a great calamity. Such a strange phenomenon had appeared in many universes before, causing everyone to tremble and be terrified. The immortal region had finally calmed down with great difficulty, and now they were going to encounter another world-destroying catastrophe. Moreover, even the high and mighty immortal kings were not spared. What about ordinary cultivators? It was probably as the news said, that they were turned into ashes in an instant. They did not even have the right to be sacrificed. This news caused the various universes in the immortal region to fall into an atmosphere of chaos, fear, and unease. Could it be that the current prosperous era was about to come to an end so soon? They were unwilling to accept this at all. 100 years of time, for cultivators, really was just the blink of an eye. Even if it was an ordinary cultivator, a single round of seclusion would easily last 1,000 years, perhaps even 10,000 years. There was even less of a need to talk about those with profound cultivations. They truly feared that when they woke up the next day, a great calamity would descend. Everyone felt a sense of urgency and uneasiness, not doubting the authenticity of these words. Many immortal king families were making preparations for this, preparing to face this great calamity. Those as powerful as immortal kings were all sacrifices. The entire world, all universes would be sacrificed. At that time, ordinary creatures didn't even have the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder. After learning of all of this, it really made one feel despair and unwillingness. Apart from the immortal king families, the other ancient inheritances, powers with true immortals overseeing them were also making preparations, trying to see if they could leave immortal domain through the boundless battlefield. This included the foreign realms side. When they received news, the foreign realms' immortal kings who previously served immortal domain's heavenly court were all terrified and uneasy. They thought of the emperor clan ancestors who left with their clansmen a long time ago. They abandoned the foreign realm, as if they had long guessed that in the near future, immortal domain and the foreign realm would suffer an unprecedented terrifying calamity. All of the universes were surrounded in an atmosphere of uneasiness and fear. This is clearly an incomparably prosperous great world, so why did this type of thing happen? With several immortal kings personally speaking, isn't this the same as giving all of us the death penalty? In many of immortal domain's ancient cities, there were younger generation individuals who were unwilling to accept this, muttering softly, fists tightly clenched. They hadn't grown up yet, still a bit of distance from the immortal Tao realm. They clearly saw hope in the present world, yet now, they were instead given despair? How could they accept this? Luo King Manor's Luo Xian also had a bitter expression at the corners of his lips. He already obtained confirmation from Luo King Manor's old ancestor. This great calamity would descend in at most 100 years. Those supreme existences trekking through the boundless sea were definitely not something immortal kings could contend against. Moreover, their numbers were still unknown. Now that Heavenly Court is ruling the world, could it be that that person doesn't care about immortal domain? Someone clenched his teeth, thinking of Xianxia who sat high up in the depths of Heavenly Court, overlooking all life. Since he was so powerful, why couldn't he stop all of this? There were actually quite a few cultivators who had such thoughts. However, most of them felt that although Xianxia ruled the immortal domains and established the Heavenly Court, it didn't mean that he cared about the lives of the people in the 380 immortal domains. After all, before the Forbidden Era, he had personally destroyed the immortal domains. Moreover, in the face of this calamity, perhaps even Xianxia would not be able to do anything. Many cultivators felt bitter, their hearts filled with sorrow. It was as if they could already see the arrival of that day. The originally flourishing age dimmed and came to an end. Everything returned to ruins. The various universes of the immortal realms were enveloped in such an atmosphere. Many of the geniuses who had originally planned to make a name for themselves felt their hearts sink. They had lost the will to compete. It was the same for the upper realm as well. Those geniuses who had embarked on the emperor's path early on in an attempt to prove their Tao were in an indescribable state of mind. All of a sudden, it was as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on their shoulders, making it hard for them to breathe. Within the Fuyan realm, the immortal palace remnant clan, who had already regained their peace, also received this news. Grandpa, Sun Shuang stood in the palace and held the old city lord's hand tightly. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. Although she knew that the old city lord was not her biological grandfather, she had always treated him as her grandfather. But now, he was really going to pass away in meditation. He only had one breath left. There were still many elders standing in the palace. Their faces were filled with unbearable grief as they sighed softly. Cough cough, the world has turned to ruins. Looks like the calamity this time has really come true. But it's laughable that it didn't happen to that person. Instead, it happened outside the vast expanse. The old city lord was coughing. His breathing was thin, and his voice was extremely weak. His heart was also filled with bitterness. All along, he had thought that the calamity foretold by his ancestor would come true on Xianxia. But he did not expect that Xianxia would not make things difficult for them. The real calamity was actually outside the vast expanse. The true mountain and sea world, which had lost its protection, would be exposed to the darkness and attract the hunters who were trekking in the vast expanse. The hearts of the people in the palace were also filled with indescribable bitterness. They had already learned the truth of the calamity from the old city lord. Before the forbidden epoch, there was no concept of the celestial domain or the upper realm. They were all called the true mountain and sea world. Outside the true mountain and sea world, there was a boundless vast expanse. Countless ancient realms were born within it. Realms were born and realms were destroyed. The true mountain and sea world was just one of them. In the vast expanse, immortal kings only had the right to cross it. The so-called hunters who were eyeing the true mountain and sea world were existences that were much stronger and more terrifying than immortal kings. Once these hunters arrived in the true mountain and sea world, they would use it as a hunting ground. They would sacrifice everything to welcome the world behind them and swallow everything. At that time, everything in the celestial domain would be sacrificed. No one would be spared. While Xianxia was grieving, she could not help but feel a little lost. Was she still determined to take revenge at this time? When the nest was overturned, no egg would remain intact. Outside of Floating Flame Realm, similar scenes were happening in many ancient realms and small worlds in the celestial domain. In the endless sea race, Ao Ling was explaining things to several immortal kings. These immortal kings were the true foundation of the sea race, and they had only recovered recently. Ao Ling was the little princess of the dragon race, and her father was once the ancestor true dragon. Her status was indescribably high. The secrets she knew were far from what these immortal kings could compare to. Before the disaster descends this time, my brothers might return. If we can't hide in time, then we can only think of a way to leave. Leave the celestial domain. Ao Ling's voice was a little heavy. She was someone who had personally experienced the first calamity and came from the era of innate legends. Her seniority was unimaginable. Hence, she knew very well what kind of people the hunters who crossed the vast expanse sea were. They were definitely not people the current true mountain and sea world could contend against. From the beginning, there was no room for negotiation or possibility. Are we really going to give up on our land? The immortal kings could not hide the grief on their faces. This meant that they would have to leave their homeland and leave this place. Moreover, what kind of dangers would they encounter during the migration? No one was sure. Even if the entire race migrated, at least 90% of them would die on the way. If it was not for the fact that they had no choice, they would not be willing to do so. A long time ago, my father had this premonition and left behind many methods. The dragon race does not only have a legacy in the true mountain and sea world. We can follow the path he left behind and migrate to other ancient worlds to search for other races. Ao Ling was unprecedentedly calm. She was the backbone of the entire sea race. She might seem young, but all the immortal kings listened to her and waited for her decision. Her decision was also the last resort. Otherwise, the entire sea race would be buried with the celestial region. The entire immortal domain was filled with such an atmosphere of unease and fear. Every day that passed was torture for every single person. Many immortal kings received orders to stand guard in the vast expanse battlefield and pay close attention to the scene outside the vast expanse. Recently, everyone felt that time was like a knife that cut down every day. It was incomparably torturous, and every day felt like a year. The curtains of the future calamity had been lifted. Ordinary people could do nothing but wait quietly for the calamity to descend. Under this kind of atmosphere, a shadow was cast over the hearts of the various races and orthodoxies. Everyone quieted down. Even living beings and cultivators with average cultivation bases seemed to have sensed that there seemed to be a terrifying existence in the distant sky. It was approaching and would soon descend. The powerhouses of the various races, including some immortal kings, went to the heavenly court to visit and seek a solution. However, they were told that Xianxia was not in the heavenly court. They were extremely disappointed. They already knew that the news of the calamity was spread by the Moon Prince and the others under Xianxia's orders. They thought that Xianxia was going to make a decision to help the celestial region avoid this calamity. However, now he was nowhere to be seen. They did not know where he was. While they were bitter, a shadow was cast over their hearts. In the land of the immortal region's king family, Chen, who had a lot of his lifespan taken away by Guchanga in the upper realm, had almost recovered. Naturally, he also knew about the news that had spread in the celestial region. This was out of his expectations. He originally thought that this news would be kept secret by Guchanga and the others and would not be made public. After all, it would cause all the living beings in the celestial region to be anxious and uneasy, and there was a high possibility that it would cause chaos. But this is also good. Letting all living beings know about this beforehand is also a good thing for me. As long as I can possess the true mountain and sea world and become the new true spirit, I can protect this world and hide the coordinates of the true mountain and sea world. Those hunters will not be able to come. Only I, Chen, can save the true mountain and sea world. I am the only savior. Chen's eyes sparkled. Then, he waved his hand and had the heroic spirits of his ancestors appear. He discussed with them and made preparations for this. With his current level of cultivation, he was still far from being able to possess the true mountain and sea world. That was why he had to use the power of the heroic spirits of his ancestors to completely control the Wang family. Then, he would gradually invade the true mountain and sea world. These 100 years were definitely more than enough for Chen. In the depths of the divine kingdom in the upper realm. Compared to the fear and uneasiness in the various universes, this place was much quieter. It was not affected or disturbed by the outside world at all. I've already ordered people to search for the Immortal Palace's treasures. If there are no accidents, we will find them soon. Yu Mingkong said softly. She was busy cultivating and did not know much about the many things that had happened during this period of time. However, since Guchanga told her not to worry about it, she had nothing to worry about. As long as Guchanga was around, she would be at ease. The Immortal Palace's treasures are actually not important. If we find them, it can be considered as ending one of our obsessions. Guchanga smiled. After all, he had put in a lot of effort to gather the 7 artifacts of heaven wielding. Right now, the various forces in the celestial region and the upper world seemed to be preparing for their deaths. When they learned that the disaster was about to descend, they were filled with panic and unease. Even the Gu family was the same. However, since Guchanga asked people to spread the news, he naturally had a plan. It was impossible for him to say that the people around him would really die in the disaster. He had spread this news in advance because he had another purpose. He wanted to completely force those big guys out of hiding. Not long after, Guchanga unexpectedly saw an old friend. It seems that you have obtained an unexpected inheritance during this period of time. He smiled and gestured for the other party to sit down. There was no need to act like a gentleman like before. Ji, when he was in the lower realm, was the first son of Destiny's golden finger that he had met. She lived in his ring. Later on, she was persuaded by Guchanga to follow him and be brought to the upper realm together. However, as time went by, Guchanga didn't have as much contact with her as before. He could not remember how long it had been since he saw Ji. The last time he saw her seemed to be after the end of the expedition in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, or after his wedding. The current Ji's cultivation was actually close to the level of a quasi-immortal king. There was a faint majestic aura between her brows, like that of a peerless goddess. I accidentally stumbled into an ancient space-time crack and obtained the inheritance of a natural god named Zhu Rong. He claimed to be my ancestor. Ji briefly recounted her experience. Even she herself felt that it was surreal and unbelievable. Of course, she knew a lot of things from the inheritance of that ancestor. This was because her ancestor had fallen in the first war of the heavens. He could be considered one of the first gods born in the mountain sea realm. When he was at his peak, his cultivation had surpassed the immortal emperor realm. She also knew about the war of the heavens and the calamity. This time, she came to find Guchanga to ask if there was anything she could do to help. This disaster involved the entire immortal region and the upper realm. No living creature in any universe could escape. With your current cultivation, you can't help much. Guchanga only shook his head. Ji was only close to the level of a quasi-immortal king. Even if she became an immortal king and was comparable to her ancestor, Zhu Rong, she could not change anything. Ji's expression was a little gloomy. She had obtained the inheritance from Zhu Rong, the innate god who claimed to be her ancestor. She knew quite a lot about the truth and secrets of the current world. Every few epochs, a real world would face a calamity called the cataclysm. During this cataclysm, all living beings and cultivators would be punished. From then on, civilization would be destroyed, inheritance would be cut off, and everything would return to chaos. After countless years, new life would be born from chaos, and the cycle would repeat itself. Even if one was lucky enough to survive this cataclysm, there would be a second, third, until the day when the world was truly destroyed. During the journey of cultivation, cultivators would experience many tribulations and setbacks. This cataclysm was the test and trial that the will of the heavens had for the world. The will of the heavens was not benevolent and treated all living beings as dogs. No matter what kind of living being it was, before the cataclysm, there was no difference. Whether one's cultivation base was strong or weak, they would all be punished. According to the inheritance that Xianxia knew, after the previous cataclysm, the real mountain and sea world had fallen into decline. Even after countless years, it had not completely recovered. Now, in the vast expanse outside the real mountain and sea world, there was a hunter who was about to descend. It was not something that the remaining powerful cultivators could resist. While she was on her way to find Xianxia, she had already heard about the rumors in various places and witnessed the fear and uneasiness in various places. In the past, the ancestor Zhu Rong was dissatisfied with the will of the heavens and tried to fight against it. During the first cataclysm, his body and soul were destroyed. If Xianxia had not accidentally obtained his inheritance, she might not have known about this secret hidden in the real history. When the cataclysm descends this time, what should we do? Should we watch as this world is destroyed and sacrificed? Xianxia did not understand and asked Xianxia. Xianxia's background and identity were not important to her. If Xianxia had not recognized her, brought her to the upper realm, and helped her rebuild her physical body, she would not be who she was now. Xianxia had always been a grateful person. Since he had chosen to follow Xianxia, it was impossible for him to change his mind. Therefore, even though she had heard many bad rumors and criticisms about Xianxia over the years, she did not pay too much attention to them. In her heart, Xianxia was still the young master who had done her a great favor. The true mountain and sea world won't be destroyed so easily. At that time, some people will not be able to hold themselves back and show up to fight against it. You don't have to worry about this. Everything is still under my control. Xianxia gently shook his head. Xianxia had been with him for a long time, so there was no harm in telling her some things. The arrival of the hunters outside of the vast expanse was also Xianxia using them as bait in an attempt to catch some big fish. Countless years had passed since the first war of the heavens. From the age of innate legends, to the age of immortal investiture, to the beginning of immortal ancient, one ancient era after another passed, and then to the forbidden era after the second calamity. During such a long period of time, Xianxia did not believe that there were no old fellows who had been hibernating. During the first war of the heavens, the true mountain and sea world had suffered great losses. However, under the protection of Qing Yi, the true spirits of many powerful warriors had been able to safely reincarnate. However, before the Forbidden Era, these powerful warriors had not shown themselves. Even now, the immortal realm had already fallen to the point of fragmentation, and immortal kings could control several universes. They still did not show themselves, hiding in the dark. No one knew where they were hiding. Xianxia had spread the news of the hunters in the vast expanse to the entire world long ago because he wanted to lure them out. He had tried to do so before, but these people were too steadfast and were not willing to show themselves. Therefore, Xianxia had no choice but to give them a big one. Unless they really wanted to watch in the dark as the true mountain and sea world was destroyed and sacrificed. Young master, you expected this? Xianxia was a little surprised, but more than that, she was pleasantly surprised. Since all of this was under Xianxia's control, it meant that he had expected this a long time ago. So what else did she have to worry about? The entire upper realm and the immortal region were shrouded in this uneasy atmosphere. 100 years would pass very quickly. Even if they were to find a way out at this time, it would be too late. Many races and forces were anxious and fell into despair. Some places even showed signs of chaos. burning, killing, robbing, and committing all kinds of crimes, no matter what the consequences were. They only wanted a day of enjoyment. This was especially so in the remote areas of the universe that were very far away from the center of the upper realm. Order collapsed, and the rules did not exist. No one cared about the so-called restrictions anymore. Although the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals of the divine nation and the heavenly court took action to suppress the chaos, they gradually became powerless. In the end, the divine nation and the heavenly court did not care anymore. In the eyes of the world, it was obvious that they could not take care of themselves and did not have the extra energy to care about these trivial matters. Even many forces that had submitted to the divine nation did not listen to the restrictions at this time. They began to seek a way out. They felt that within 100 years, the catastrophe would descend, and no one could survive. The powerful divine nation and the heavenly court had many immortal kings overseeing them. They were personally founded by Xianxia. However, in the face of this catastrophe, they still seemed powerless. It was difficult for them to resist. Under such an atmosphere, the immortal region and the upper realm were completely chaotic. Many ancient cities became restless. Many cultivators and living beings died in this chaos. The stable situation that had been maintained with great difficulty completely collapsed. Everywhere was in turmoil. Many immortal worlds, imperishable orthodoxies, and even the immortal king families of the immortal region began to shrink their territories on a large scale and evacuate to small worlds, trying to preserve the flames of hope as much as possible. In every universe, the rumbling of ancient warships could be heard. There were supreme experts opening the way, trying to migrate to some desolate small worlds to take refuge there. There were also orthodoxies who chose to live in seclusion. They wanted to be like many of the previous life-forbidden zones, standing alone in the mortal world and not caring about the world. However, at this time, even the rulers of the life-forbidden zones had woken up and were too busy to take care of themselves. This catastrophe would engulf the entire true mountain and sea world, not just the upper realm or the immortal region. Unless they left the true mountain and sea world and traveled across the vast expanse, they would not be able to escape. Xianxia sat calmly at the peak of the divine nation, overlooking the changes in the various worlds and universes. His emotions did not change much. The current chaos was just the beginning. It had not truly affected the imperishable orthodoxies. When the imperishable orthodoxies and even the immortal Tao forces began to stir, it would be the true prelude to the chaos in the immortal region and the upper realm. During this time, the divine nation and the heavenly court could only barely maintain order and peace in the surrounding territories. After all, there was no one who was truly stupid enough to cause trouble in the territories of the divine nation and the heavenly court at this time. Looking at the foundation that we worked so hard to build over the years on the verge of collapse, I feel quite upset. Mei's emotions were very complicated. She could be said to have witnessed the beginning of this chaos with her own eyes. Over the years, she had contributed greatly to the divine nation being able to quickly control the various heavens and stabilize the situation. She had done many things personally. Just like that, she had watched the order of the various heavens collapse and the various universes fall into chaos. She still couldn't bear it. The once peaceful and stable situation really seemed to be gone forever. There is no such thing as an imperishable nation in this world. Rather than saying that this is collapse, it would be better to say that this is a new life. Order can be rebuilt. Even if the universe is destroyed, it can be reborn. This calamity may be able to bring new vitality to this world. Xianxia shook his head slightly. He swept his gaze across the entire vast universe, except for the territories of the divine nation and the heavenly court, which were still relatively stable. Various degrees of chaos had occurred in the territories of the other orthodoxies. Even in the immortal region, several immortal kings had gone to the vast expanse battlefield to guard it, leading to many battles in the various universes. Many true immortals fought, affecting many of the surrounding territories. Many innocent beings died tragically. Everywhere was a scene of doomsday. Bring new vitality? But many people will also die. Mei gazed at the vast sea of clouds outside the hall. The divine nation stood at the peak of the upper realm. It could overlook the changes in the various universes and feel the subtle changes in this world. This catastrophe had yet to truly descend, but its influence had already spread to the various worlds and universes, the 8 Desolates 10 regions, and many of the surrounding ancient realms. 0. The Boundary Monument Sea was the sea that bordered the Upper Realm and the 8 Desolates 10 regions. It was boundless. Only the many broken boundary monuments that stood tall told of its ancient desolation. Many ancient realms that had been destroyed in the Great War were buried amidst these waves. They floated up and down, but were showing signs of drying up. Many years had passed since the Upper Realm's crusade against the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Now, the 8 Desolates 10 regions on the other side of the Boundary Monument Sea had long returned to the Upper Realm's territory. The orthodoxies that participated in the crusade against the 8 Desolates 10 regions had divided the vast territories of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. The true ruler of the 8 Desolates 10 regions was the Empyrean Maiden, who sat on the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea in Heavenly Deer City. Her identity was very special. During the war between the 8 Desolates 10 regions and the Upper Realm, for some reason, she submitted to Xianxia. Therefore, as the guardian goddess of Heavenly Deer City, her actions made many cultivators and beings in the 8 Desolates 10 regions despise her. However, later on, it was indeed because of the Empyrean Maiden that the 8 Desolates 10 regions were safe from the Upper Realm's slaughter. At this moment, the Empyrean Maiden stood on top of a tower in Heavenly Deer City, frowning as she looked in the direction of the Boundary Monument Sea. After being brought back by Xianxia from the Immortal Region, she returned to Heavenly Deer City to stabilize her cultivation base. She had heard many rumors and news in the outside world, but it seemed to have spread very far. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. 0. The Boundary Monument Sea has dried up. During this time, there have been strange movements. The Empyrean Maiden looked in the direction of the Boundary Monument Sea. Large patches of the seabed were revealed, forming terrifying rifts. Previously, because of the Boundary Monument Sea's existence, it was filled with endless chaotic aura, and many broken ancient worlds floated up and down. Meanwhile, as that place dried up, those floating ancient realms were also destroyed, disappearing without a trace. Looking at it now, it looked like a pile of broken graveyards. Many places were covered with weathered corpses. They were terrifyingly white and hadn't dried up for many years. There were also places densely covered with craters, like an independent small world. It was hard to imagine that the Boundary Monument Sea would have such a scene. In the middle, it was a scene of desolation. This place seemed to have been destroyed by a shocking battle a long time ago. Stars fell one after another, smashing endless craters in this place. It was vast and boundless, like another universe. Death was the eternal theme, and the broken places were endless black earth. During this time, there were strange movements in the Boundary Monument Sea. Some people heard the sound of mountains and seas, while others heard soldiers galloping and fighting in the starry sky. This place used to be a battlefield. Are those old friends who fought side by side with me still here? If you all are still here, then I reckon you all won't be able to hide anymore. An old man whose entire body was as white as snow, and even his beard was white, silently appeared in this place. He carried regret and reminiscence as he walked through the dried-up Boundary Monument Sea. The earth beneath his feet was full of cracks, full of fiendish energy and killing intent that hadn't scattered yet. One could see just how bitter and terrifying the battle here was. The territory here was vast and boundless. One could see a bit from the craters created by the countless stars smashing into it. There were some world-shocking great rift valleys that directly ran through the entire ground. It was unknown where the white-clothed elder came from, but he walked through this place like a lonely ghost, heading towards the depths of the boundless territory step by step. He spoke many ancient words from his mouth, cryptic and difficult to understand, as if he was calling out to something. The deeper places were simply like corpse pits, large amounts of corpses buried within. Some of them still wore armor, underworld metal divine clothes, many parts of their bodies pierced through by terrifying weapons, the blood long dried up. He walked through the endless black earth, all he saw was destruction. Rivers of blood, corpses, and many coffins could often be seen underground. Finally, in a terrifying crater that seemed to have been formed by a terrifying giant hand, the white-clothed elder stopped. He looked at the small mound of earth inside. It seemed to be a lonely grave without a name, and he didn't know when it was built. Tuing, are you still alive? He looked at the small mound of earth and asked. This place could actually be called Underworld Earth. There were corpses and ancient coffins everywhere, as well as shattered weapons and armors. Many places were small mounds of unknown origin. It was unknown who built these small graves, but they had experienced countless years. The white-clothed elder was like a lonely ghost, walking through this place. Then, he stopped before a small grave, speaking with a bit of sorrow and nostalgia. Tuing, are you still alive? His voice was hoarse, speaking a type of language that was difficult to understand in the present era, but it contained great sorrow and sentimentality. In the spacious underground depths, many small graves towered, but there were no weeds, nor were there any tombstones. It looked like a nameless grave, but just like this, it was full of sorrow. No one replied to the white-clothed elder's words. He was the only one standing here, all alone. Then, he released a long sigh, his figure gradually fading away. I guarded your graves for countless years, personally burying you all, but I know that one day, you all will return. Tuing, you were the general that was most valued by the Great One, your strength great, the one with the greatest hope of taking that step. I refuse to believe that you really died in that battle. You should be just like me, still alive, right? Back then, the battle against the heavens was so heroic. The white-clothed elder's eyes were full of sadness, reaching out his hand, landing on the small grave before him. His name was Ming, could only be considered an elder who guarded the graves of his past comrades, doing this generation after generation, never leaving. However, in terms of origins, it could be traced back to countless great eras ago, to the time known as the innate legend era. He was also like his past comrades, dying in the war against the heavens. His body was in pieces, weapons exploding, battle robes dyed in blood, falling from the sky. However, after countless years, he actually woke up here alone. What entered his eyes was the bitter battlefield of that battle. Only, it seemed like an extremely long time had passed. This place was completely desolate, without any signs of life. Everyone was dead, corpses piled up in all directions. Many ancient realms were struck down, falling to this place. He buried the corpses of many of his comrades, guarding their graves in this place, hoping that one day in the future, he would see them wake up. Only, this type of hope became fainter and fainter, not even knowing if it could be realized. Ming didn't know why he woke up after so many years. He clearly remembered that he had fought against a terrifying being from the vast expanse. In the end, they had both perished. That battle was too bitter, the heavens collapsing, the earth destroyed. The terrifying millstone of destruction was slowly pushing over from afar. Every time it rotated, the entire world would be obliterated, collapsing and exploding. Countless living beings would be turned into ashes. Powerful Khanate races were also annihilated by the millstone of destruction. Powerful beings like the true dragons and true phoenixes were also insignificant and powerless as they withered and fell. They used the power of the world to counterattack the heavens, intending to attack the heavens. Just how majestic was this? The boundless amount of creatures didn't care about their own lives as they slaughtered their way over. The entire world was shaken by this. What a pity. That battle was still a failure. Many people died, a bitter expression appeared on the corners of Ming's mouth, and her aged face was filled with unwillingness. When he woke up many years later, he didn't even know what had happened back then. He didn't know what had happened to the world after that battle. What was the result of the War of the Heavens? So what if there were living beings? This is the last time I'll sweep your grave. Old friend, it's time for me to leave this place. The living beings outside the vast expanse will descend upon this world again. Although I've decayed, I still have the power to fight. In the end, Ming sat there for a long time before he got up to leave. Before he left, he let out a long sigh and looked at the horizon in the distance, full of nostalgia. Although he had been guarding the grave of his former comrade on the dry seabed of the Boundary Monument Sea, it didn't mean that he didn't know what had happened in the outside world. The white-robed elders. Figure flashed, and he left this underworld-like area and walked toward the sea outside the Boundary Monument Sea. He did not believe that apart from him, everyone else had died in that battle. There were many powerful Khanate gods, true dragons, true phoenixes, Kirans, and other powerful races. Even now, there seemed to be traces and bloodlines left, which meant that the result of that battle might not be as tragic as imagined. At this moment, a woman in a white dress was waiting on the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. When she saw the white-robed elder's figure appear on the sea, she stepped forward and cupped her hands. "Master, I've driven away all the cultivators and living beings that came to surround us. The Boundary Monument Sea hasn't been calm recently. Perhaps there will be some changes." The woman in the white dress was tall and slender, and her face was very delicate. If Xianxia was here, he would be a little surprised. Because this woman in the white dress looked very similar to Xianxia. Of course, he also recognized this woman in the white dress. She was Xianxia's biological sister, Xianxia. Back then, Xianxia had personally gone to the Shen family in the Tianlan domain to find Xianxia's biological parents. At that time, Xianxia's parents had already given birth to a sister for her, named Xianxia. Many things had happened in the Shen family. Xianxia had taken advantage of the situation to get rid of Li Xiu, the son of destiny who had returned from the War Immortal sect. The son of destiny named Li Xiu and Xianxia had a lot of entanglements because of the engagement. However, this was something that had happened before the conquest of the 8 desolates and 10 regions. The Tianlan domain was not far from the Boundary Monument Sea. It could be considered as the outpost of the upper domain when the conquest of the 8 desolates and 10 regions was carried out. Many years had passed since that battle. The budding young girl back then had now grown into a slender and elegant woman. The old man in white stepped on the waves and walked to the shore. All the nostalgia and emotions from before had disappeared. They had become cold and stern. When he heard this, he only nodded and did not say much. The woman in front of him was the disciple he had taken in after he left the Boundary Monument Sea and walked the world. As for why he had taken her in as a disciple, the old man in white thought it was very strange. It was as if there was some kind of connection between them. This was because this woman's appearance was very similar to the peerless female war immortal who had led them out of the vast expanse. At first, the old man in white could not help but feel a little confused. He was in a daze. It was hard to imagine, and he wondered if she was the reincarnation of that person. However, later on, he realized that he was just thinking too much. Perhaps it was just a flower with a similar face. That was all. Although he had woken up many years later, he had not returned to his peak. However, in this era, he was still a well-deserved peerless figure. His cultivation was unparalleled, and even the heaven and earth rules of the upper domain could not suppress him. Therefore, he only slightly revealed his unfathomable strength and took in the woman in front of him as a disciple. He taught her carefully. Her name was Xianxia. She was the favored daughter of the Shen clan in the Tianlan domain. Her cultivation was also considered to be the best among her peers. This also made the old man in white feel a little relieved. He realized that she was indeed a good seedling. Moreover, her heart towards the Tao was unprecedentedly strong and firm. After knowing that the upper domain was going to suffer a great calamity, she still did not waver. She was also not dejected like other cultivators and blamed the heavens. This temperament was very rare, and it made the old man in white very satisfied. Although it was impossible for her to be the reincarnation of that person, this similar appearance and firm Tao heart still made him feel very emotional. That person back then could be considered a rising star that he had seen with his own eyes. She was born to face the calamity. Unfortunately, she was born at the wrong time. If she was given more time, she might really change something. Let's go. There's nothing unusual under the Boundary Monument Sea. The phenomenon here has little to do with the bottom of the Boundary Monument Sea. It might be the weapon fragments that fell in the Boundary Monument Sea that caused the phenomenon. The old man in white called Ming came back to his senses and shook his head gently. Then, he took Xianxia and left. He planned to let Xianxia return to her family and say goodbye to her parents. Then, he would take her to the immortal domain and personally see the vast battlefield. What kind of calamity was this? Was it going to affect the world? Xianxia followed behind Ming. Her gaze was incomparably firm. She had already known her master's intentions and was not afraid at all. Her heart towards the Tao was very firm. A long time ago, she had told her parents that she would not marry in this life and would always accompany the divine path alone. The mysterious master in front of her had an extremely ancient origin and was untraceable. His strength was even more unfathomable. Xianxia personally watched him walk out from the depths of the boundary monument sea. Many of the broken ancient realms that rose and fell calmed down under his feet. Even the aftermath of the great Tao was eliminated. This kind of method was beyond imagination. It was not something that ordinary immortal Tao figures could compare to. Therefore, after serious consideration, she agreed to take him as her master and cultivate with him. This time, the calamity of the world had arrived and shook the world. No living beings could be spared. This mysterious master had finally decided to come out. He was going to the vast battlefield and might not return. He asked Xianxia to stay in the Tianlan realm and not follow him. However, Xianxia refused. She was not afraid of death. Moreover, if she went to the immortal domain and personally experienced this level of battle, she would not have any regrets. Xianxia did not want to live under the halo of her sister Guxian. She also had her own goals. The great upheaval of the world. Scenes like this were actually happening everywhere. In some of the forbidden zones that had long been hidden from the world and had been sealed for a long time, strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the depths. A huge origin stone in the corner cracked open. The layers of stone peeled off. The momentum was shocking. Then, thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious pillars, heaven and earth rumbled. The great Tao hummed as if an auspicious beast was about to descend into the world again. Thick immortal fog drowned that place, alarming all the living beings in the forbidden zone. In the end, a blurry figure walked out. He raised his head and roared, almost causing the stars in the sky to fall. Endless chaotic chi rushed into the sky and spread to the desolate universe. On a desolate mountain, there was an old temple that had been in disrepair for a long time. It was desolate and uninhabited. Now, there was a thick light diffusing from it. It was like a sacred pure land that drowned the nearby mountain range. The sculptures in the ancient temple seemed to come to life and began to crack. There were vague living beings that were about to walk out. In a remote mountain village, there was a sloppy old Taoist at the entrance of the village all year round. He often deceived the villagers. He said that he was actually the reincarnation of a great figure from ancient times. As long as he was given a hot bun, he would be conferred the title of a celestial lord when he cultivated again. No villagers were willing to believe him. However, there were children who often listened to his stories and were tricked by him into taking away the candied haws in their hands. Now, he was drunk and lying on a large bluestone mountain at the entrance of the village, looking up at the boundless sky. Under his messy hair, his eyes were extremely deep. "The sky is about to change," the old Taoist muttered to himself. He raised his head and drank all the wine in the wine gourd. Then, he smacked his lips. A villager passing by heard him and couldn't help but shake his head. "He's drunk again. He's starting to talk nonsense." However, as he spoke, the villager looked up at the sky and found that the mountain in the distance was a little dark. Many thick dark clouds seemed to be floating over. "Hey, the sky is really changing. I have to go home and collect the clothes." He scratched the back of his head. He didn't expect this crazy Taoist to be able to see the sky change. "I have to go." The crazy Taoist didn't care about the villager passing by. He seemed to be still muttering to himself. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out a white waterfall. It turned into a small sword the size of a palm. It expanded with the wind and landed in the void in the blink of an eye. "This old Taoist is going." As his voice fell, he leaped up and stood on the flying immortal with his hands behind his back. He stepped on the air and left. His Taoist robe fluttered, and his sloppy appearance was swept away. He looked quite sage-like. "What?" The villager below opened his eyes wide and looked at this scene in disbelief. He almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. After a long time, he reacted and shouted to the surroundings, "Immortal, immortal, immortal." Many villagers heard the news and rushed over. However, no one was willing to believe him. They thought that he was crazy and talking nonsense. The crazy Taoist who cheated the children of candied haws at the entrance of the village was actually an immortal, and he flew away on a sword? What kind of joke was this? The sky and earth were changing rapidly. A catastrophe was about to descend outside the vast expanse. Different rumors appeared in many places. A certain mountain was shining brightly, illuminating 3,000 miles. Purple chi was endless, covering the sky and the sun. In a certain ancient well, a golden carp leaped out of the sky. It rode on the clouds and turned into a dragon. The sky and earth were changing, and the environment of the various worlds were also changing rapidly. Ancient myths appeared again. There were living creatures in the void that were gradually approaching the world. There were also worlds buried in the void that were beginning to appear and reflect the current world. At this moment, not only the powerful cultivators, but even the ordinary people sensed the abnormality. The environment of the world was changing every day. Some of the originally barren mountains seemed to have a new lease of life overnight. They were full of vitality, and the mountains were covered in greenery. Withered old trees sprouted green buds, and rivers appeared in dried-up riverbeds again. Different phenomena were reflected in every universe. Something big is going to happen, many ordinary creatures were whispering, although they didn't know what was going on. But they all knew that something big was going to happen. Even some of the cattle that plowed the soil in some remote mountain villages began to speak human language. Then, they rode on clouds and mist and disappeared. To the ordinary people, it seemed like the records of ancient myths that were gradually turning into reality. This was a sign that the myths were about to appear in the world. At the same time, it was also a sign that the ancient powerhouses were reviving and returning. In the ancient orthodoxies, the scenes were even more shocking. Figures suddenly walked out of the ancestral halls that were originally unguarded, claiming to be their ancestors. For example, there were even more figures who had sat up in the mausoleum. No one knew how long they had been sleeping. Many of them were stained with mud. They opened the coffin lid and slowly sat up, frightening the later generations who were in charge of guarding the tombs. The world was in turmoil. Every once in a while, there would be an incredible rumor that spread everywhere. Everyone realized that if a catastrophe really descended outside of the vast expanse, they might be able to resist it. Because they seemed to have never truly understood this world. They didn't even completely understand the past of their orthodoxies. Some of the imperishable orthodoxies even learned that their founding masters were actually just the little Taoist apprentices of some big shot, who were ordered to leave behind their orthodoxies. Then, they faked their deaths and went to that big shot's place of seclusion to guard him. After countless years, their founding masters were still alive. They told them all of this through secret techniques and dreams, so that they could prepare to welcome that big shot's arrival. There were too many such things. Every time they spread, it would shake the world. It even overturned what many creatures had always known about their orthodoxies and clans. In this great era, the regulations of heaven and earth had already stabilized. The regulations of the celestial realm and the higher realm had completely merged, continuously raising the ceiling of battle prowess that the two realms could accommodate. Although it had not truly reached the peak of the era, it was approaching the era before the taboo era. If there was no calamity in 100 years, this would be the best era for all living beings. Attaining the Tao, attaining immortality, and even having a chance to become an immortal king. Many of the revived old fellows also discovered this problem. This world didn't truly suppress their strength, so it wouldn't affect them too much. Although there was more or less some impact, compared to their initial estimation, it was negligible. Such a great era was beyond their expectations. After the Forbidden Era, many people chose to use all kinds of forbidden arts to conceal themselves from the heavenly secrets and their blood chi fluctuations, and thus fell into a deep sleep. There were also some whose origins were even more ancient, able to trace back to before the taboo Great Era, that incomparably prosperous era. After they were revived, the first thing they did was to quickly understand the current world and the many things that had happened in the past. Many of them only woke up from their long slumber because they sensed something in the dark. They still didn't know what had happened in this world. Among them, there was no lack of people who were truly ancient. They had truly walked the path of reincarnation and were reincarnated after the first cultivation disaster. They retained most of their original memories and understood many of the secrets of this world. To them, there was no difference between the immortal region and the upper realm. They were both part of the true mountain and sea world. In this current era, there aren't many existences who truly understand the cultivation disaster. They don't even know what they went through. They don't know that after the first and second cultivation disasters, the current true mountain and sea world would become like this. In their eyes, just the taboo era alone is an ancient history that they can't touch, but before the taboo era, there were many even more ancient eras and epochs. Each of those eras and civilizations were once dazzling and prosperous to the extreme. These are all things that the people of the later generations don't understand. Some of the revived old fellows couldn't help but sink into nostalgia and sentimentality when they understood the many things of the current era. These words were spread among many of the Tao orthodoxies, and many cultivators and living beings suddenly came to a realization. In the eyes of these existences, the so-called ancientness was perhaps just a flash in the pan, a stream of light that disappeared into the distance. True ancientness spanned tens of millions of eons. Even the long river of time seemed to be unable to bear all of that. These ancient existences understood the truth of the world. They knew the reason behind the calamity. In fact, they even knew how the ancient history was destroyed and how the eons of the past were buried. Of course, there were also some living beings who survived after the taboo era. Once they understood the many things of the current era, they still found it difficult to calm down. I didn't expect that he would still be alive and control the current era. During that battle, the entire heavens were destroyed. All the universes collapsed. They whispered to each other in shock. At that time, they had accidentally fallen into eternal slumber. Some of them didn't even know how they had been resurrected. They had clearly been buried in the calamity. Many of them had clearly died, but after an innumerable amount of time, they would unexpectedly wake up in a certain place. They would look around in a daze, not knowing where they were. That battle had been too tragic. Everyone still remembered how the eternal celestial palace had abruptly collapsed overnight. How laughable. He was the one who destroyed the universe in the past, but now, he controls all the forces and established his own divine country and celestial court. What right does he have to deserve such a great demon? Some of the descendants of the celestial palace whispered. There was unwillingness and hatred in their eyes. It was truly difficult for them to accept such a fact. Time was the greatest power in the world, but it could not wipe away the hatred in their hearts. Similar scenes were happening in the celestial region, the higher worlds, and even the other world. The kismet of the various heavens increased, stretching out and surging. Guchanga watched all of this in silence. Everything that happened in the various heavens was under his gaze, and it was also within his expectations. The pressure from beyond the vast expanse was approaching, and it even caused the will of the various heavens to awaken. It had faintly startled those old fellows who had been hiding deeply. This could be said to be an instinct of the true mountain and sea world. When it was faced with an insurmountable calamity, it would awaken the supreme powerhouses it had nurtured. In the eyes of normal living beings, there was no difference between the world and the universe. In fact, they would not realize that they also had some sort of consciousness. The cycle of life, death, and reincarnation was one of them. The true world and living beings had always been in a symbiotic relationship. This was also the reason why Guchanga had used this opportunity to fish and startle those old fellows out. The various heavens are becoming lively. But what's coming next is the real show. Guchanga smiled faintly and lifted his head to look at the end of the true mountain and sea world. From where he was, he could clearly see that the end of the world was becoming fainter. It was as if a barrier was gradually disintegrating, turning into some sort of indistinct and incomplete substance. That substance was similar to a bubble. It enveloped the end of the true mountain and sea world and became a barrier that isolated the ripples from the vast expanse ocean. However, at that moment, that barrier was on the verge of crumbling. And this was just the sign of the hunters descending from the vast expanse ocean. At the same time, it was also the warning that the true mountain and sea world gave to all living beings. Guchanga already saw an ancient and modeled ancient warship, rushing over through the great waves and black mist. Ancient realms were crushed one after another, thus exploding. That ancient warship was made of an incredibly rare metal. Even if it had traveled through the vast expanse ocean for many years, it did not show any signs of decay. The figures standing on it were like gods and demons. They suppressed the universe and had a presence that could devour the clouds. Of course, compared to the previous 2 eons, this disaster was nothing. However, the current true mountain and sea world could not be compared to the era before the eons. Xianxia did not intend to do anything as of then. The 100 years had just begun. To the true mountain and sea world, it was not as if they did not have a chance. Now, it's time to use the other chess pieces, Xianxia mumbled softly, and his gaze became incredibly profound. In the depths of the endless sea race in the immortal region, the immortal kings who had finished their discussion and were planning to migrate were all gathered in a majestic, ancient palace. The palace seemed to be made of bronze, and there were countless innate divine runes carved into it. Each rune contained a supreme profound meaning, and they were obscure and difficult to understand. Besides the immortal kings, only Ao Ling and a middle-aged man with an ancient face and an awe-inspiring presence stood in the palace. The middle-aged man was dressed in a golden dragon robe and a purple gold crown on his head. There was a dragon horn on his forehead, and his arms were covered in a layer of faint golden dragon scales. All the immortal kings of the endless sea race were incredibly excited and respectful when they saw the middle-aged man. They could clearly sense the terrifying pressure coming from his body and the terrifying pressure in the depths of their blood. Over the past few days, the ancient palace had accompanied the middle-aged man to the depths of the endless sea race. It was a former dragon palace of the dragon race. Just the formation patterns that were set up could easily defend against the attacks of immortal king-tier existences. From the way little ancestor Ao Ling addressed the middle-aged man, they could guess his identity. The third prince of the dragon race, Ao Teng, was the son of the ancestral dragon and Ao Ling's brother. His cultivation was unfathomable. He had always been sleeping in this palace. Until recently, when the depths of the endless sea race were filled with multicolored light and auspicious qi, it alarmed everyone. Many immortal kings, including Ao Ling, rushed over to see this scene. The world has changed, and we moved at 070. I didn't expect to wake up again, and after hundreds of millions of years, the middle-aged man whispered with a complicated expression. Although he had just woken up, he had already adapted to this era. He had also learned many things from his younger sister, Ao Ling. He stood there for a long time, and it took him a long time to recover from his shock. During the first war of the heavens, his origin was injured. He was saved by his father, the ancestral dragon, and sent to the depths of the dragon palace to recuperate. As for what happened after that, he didn't know. I don't know why father sealed me and why it took so long for me to wake up. Ao Ting said softly, unable to understand his father's actions. Father left me a letter, telling me that my brothers will all wake up in this world. Ao Ling also spoke. Although she felt joy from reuniting with her family, she felt even more heaviness in her heart. It was as if there was some invisible net that enveloped all of them. The more they probed, the more they would sink into it, and it would be difficult for them to struggle free. She also saw the many changes in the celestial realm and the higher realm. Not only did she not feel any joy, she instead felt a chill run down her back. Why did so many people wake up at this time? It seemed like they had made an appointment a long time ago. Or was there an invisible and terrifying hand behind the scenes that pushed all of this to happen? Ao Ling didn't dare think about it. It was simply too terrifying, her hair standing on end. Since father said so, then he must have his own reasons. I have already woken up in this world, so there is no need to consider moving away from home. Although there are many dangers outside the vast expanse, it is not as terrifying as you think. In the past, I followed father out of the vast expanse and fought against the Reckoners. Ao Ting soon calmed down and did not dwell on this matter. To him, the most important thing was that the true mountain and sea world was about to face an external enemy. Dragons had lived in this world for generations. Unless they had no other choice, how could they leave their home? Leave for the outside world? The current situation in the true mountain and sea world is very unique. After the War of the Heavens, many things happened. That lord even personally ended an epic and buried it in darkness, Ao Ling said with a complicated expression. Ao Ling said with a complicated expression. She hadn't told Ao Ting about these things in detail. The War of the Heavens was too long ago. Even the immortal kings here had never heard of it. If Ao Ling had not personally told them about the past, the immortal kings might not have believed it. Before the forbidden epic, there had been an even more ancient era, and there had been plenty of prosperous and terrifying civilizations. Today's cultivation methods were actually passed down from that ancient era. After that, it was perfected by countless predecessors, and only then was there a stable system. In the early days, immortal kings and immortal emperors were just general terms. There was only a vague concept of what step they had reached in their cultivation. Third brother, you have always respected that Lord like father, but you still have to accept this reality, that Lord is no longer the Lord we respected in the past. The current him is so cold that it's like he's a completely different person, Ao Ling said softly. There was a complicated look in her eyes. She had personally participated in the Immortal Kings Association in Moon Prince Mansion, and she had personally seen Guchanga. That coldness that seemed to have been carved into his bones and that calmness that looked down on all life as if they were ants was unfamiliar to her. Guchanga might not have recognized her. However, when she was young, she had heard many rumors about that lord. Even her father, one of the strongest people in the world, respected him greatly. He had even said that after the Great War, all life in the true mountain and sea world had withered away, and their life force had declined. The other true worlds did not dare to take advantage of the situation to invade, and it was all thanks to that lord keeping watch over them. I know what you mean, but I believe that he might have a reason for doing this. Ao Ting shook his head. He understood what Ao Ling meant. When he woke up, he had also understood the current world at the first instant. That was why he knew who the Lord Ao Ling spoke of was, and he also knew what had happened during the Forbidden Epic. In Ao Ting's eyes, the Forbidden Epic had actually happened before the second apocalypse. When the apocalypse was about to arrive, that Lord suddenly destroyed the worlds with a single hand and destroyed that epic. Everyone died and was buried in the darkness. So why were there so many people waking up in the current era? Besides, wasn't the timing at that time too much of a coincidence? Ao Ting felt that there might be some unknown reason behind this. I will find a chance to personally meet that lord. We don't understand him at all, so how can we come to a conclusion based on these matters? Whether or not he is right or wrong, it should be judged by later generations, not by us. Ao Ting waved his sleeves as a heavy expression appeared on his face. When Ao Ling heard this, she wanted to say something. However, when the words reached her mouth, she stopped. She did not know how to refute. Although she also had a feeling that there might be some hidden existence in this. All the immortal kings in the hall stood solemnly in silence. Such a conversation wasn't something that they could interrupt. Ao Ting gave the order to gather the forces of the Sea Tribe. He planned to personally explore the vast battlefield. As the son of the ancestral dragon, he had once commanded hundreds of millions of dragons. Even though he did not hesitate to die, why would he care about this so-called calamity? As far as he was concerned, the vast expanse beyond the vast expanse was filled with many dangers. However, the true mountain and sea world had gone through two calamities without being destroyed, and because of it, the level of the entire world had also undergone some sort of transformation. Over the countless years, there had definitely been many experts born. In terms of overall strength, there was no need for them to fear this calamity. On the other side, within Song Ming's territory, the elders of the City of No Return also unexpectedly saw a person. It was a sturdy figure dressed in a silver robe. He rode a white horse and had a long saber in his hand as he stepped into the area. From his appearance, he looked to be in his 30s, but there seemed to be endless vicissitudes of life in his eyes. Little Xin Shuang, you've already grown so big. He looked at Xin Shuang, who was covering her mouth but had tears in her eyes. He could not help but smile slightly, and a gentle expression appeared on his face. The oldest elders of the City of No Return were also stunned at that moment, as if they could not believe the scene before their eyes. Uncle Yi, you didn't die? Xin Shuang's voice trembled slightly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice was choked with sobs. She clearly saw that the figure in front of her was after the celestial palace had been destroyed. He had died under that palm strike like a moth to a flame. He had been torn into pieces, and his body and soul had been destroyed. But why did she see him in the current world? You are Commander Yi, Lord Yi? The elders who recognized this person also reacted one after another. Their voices could not hide the shock and tremble in them. This was the most valued subordinate of Xin Shuang's father, the Longevity Star Monarch. It could be said that the two of them were very close and were as close as brothers. This Commander Yi's cultivation was unparalleled, and he could fight against hundreds of millions of soldiers alone. I didn't expect to see familiar figures. But you're all old now. The silver-robed figure swept his gaze across the familiar figures in front of him, and a look of nostalgia appeared on his face. Xianxia and the others were incomparably excited. They did not expect to see an old friend one day, and in such a situation at that. It was simply inconceivable. The silver-robed middle-aged man reminisced about the past with everyone and told them about his experience. He originally thought that he had died in the chaos of the celestial palace, killed by the demon master's palm strike. But he did not expect to wake up in a certain place many years later. It was just that he had forgotten a lot of his past. It was only recently that he gradually regained his memories. Then, he heard the news and came to the Tsangming realm. He was also very puzzled. He had clearly died, so how could he be resurrected again? Recently, there have been all kinds of news. Many old fellows from the ancient era have jumped out. Among them, there is no lack of people who have died. The group of elders in the city of no return had extremely complicated emotions. Naturally, they had heard the news. Originally, they thought that it was just a rumor. They did not expect that the former commander would appear in front of them again in such a way. If that's the case, does it mean that father did not necessarily die in that chaos? Xianxia became excited again. She had seen the people who had died with her own eyes come back to life. Her father's cultivation was stronger, so why couldn't he be resurrected? Then what was the reason for the chaos in the past? Thinking of this, Xianxia was even more puzzled and puzzled. She suddenly remembered that when Guchanga appeared in the city of no return, he said that he was looking for someone, but he did not say who it was. Now, it seemed that the person he was looking for should be someone who had died in the Forbidden Era. Didn't that mean that he already knew all this and knew that those people were not dead, or that they would not die? Could it be that he did this on purpose? Xianxia suddenly had a bold guess. Soon, a few years had passed. The upper realm and the immortal domain became more and more turbulent. The return and revival of many strong cultivators broke the slightly chaotic situation, and rare peace was restored everywhere. However, ordinary cultivators could feel the undercurrent surging. This was only the last calm before the storm. During this period, all kinds of rumors appeared. Some said that the appearance of these ancient figures was actually a sign of great changes in the world. Of course, there were also other theories. They felt that someone was going to save the world in this chaotic world. All the orthodoxies had their strongest cultivators return, and their strength had undergone tremendous changes. Even the immortal king families of the immortal domain did not dare to underestimate the orthodoxies of the upper realm. In a way, the roots of the immortal domain were in the upper realm. Some of the families in the immortal domain had migrated from the upper realm, and their ancestral grounds were in the upper realm. Even the unparalleled immortal dynasty has some old emperors from other eras, and there is no lack of the first-generation monarch, in the divine kingdom, on a soft couch in the palace. Yu Mingkong rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She felt that the situation in the upper realm during this period made her unable to see clearly. As a reincarnator, everything had exceeded her expectations. None of the events had developed according to the trajectory in her memory. However, at this point, she did not care much about this. There were so many past lives. Who knew if it was a dream or not? Isn't this even better? All kinds of demons, ghosts, and monsters have jumped out? Guchanga smiled gently. He wore a simple green robe and stood in the palace with his hands behind his back. The void in front of him was blurry, like a mirror reflecting the scenes of the world. All of this was within his expectations. However, this was just the beginning. The chess pieces he used had not really shown themselves yet. Yu Mingkong knew that he had other plans, so she was not too worried. During this period, she had heard too many rumors about Guchanga. From the innate mythological era to the taboo era, the long river of time seemed to have Guchanga's shadow behind it. Because of the revival of these ancient figures, many buried secrets were also unearthed. Even some of the ordinary creatures learned some of the ancient history and learned some of the ancient and true secrets. There were different opinions about Guchanga. Some people saw him as a devil who committed all kinds of evil, who buried the ancient era and brought disaster to the heavens. There were also people who felt that he was the benefactor of the current common people. He personally united the immortal domain and the upper realm, and made the foreign side start to merge with the immortal domain. The laws of heaven and earth were almost complete. The surging fate was also because of him. However, Yu Mingkong did not care about these. A long time ago, even if she knew that Xianxia was the inheritor of the demonic arts, she also chose to stand firmly by his side, even if she was against the whole world. I might have to go into seclusion for a long time, Yu Mingkong said softly. Is it because of the great dream reincarnation immortal art? Xianxia turned around and was slightly surprised. However, he quickly guessed the reason. Yu Mingkong's cultivation method was related to fate and reincarnation. Previously, she had used the Great Dream Reincarnation immortal art to cross the river of time and cultivate in the past. Of course, this was also because of Xianxia's protection by her side. Otherwise, with Yu Mingkong's current strength, even if it was just a dream, it would be impossible for her to bear the terrifying karma and backlash and cross the river of time. This made Xianxia suddenly think of Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao, who were trapped in the river of time. Now, they were also cultivating in the past. Yes, I might be in seclusion for a long time. I don't know when I'll wake up, Yu Mingkong said softly. Then you can cultivate without worry. There's no need to worry about anything. Xianxia just smiled. He walked over and gently hugged her. Then don't miss me. Yu Mingkong leaned her head on his shoulder and suddenly smiled mischievously. I will miss you. Xianxia held her soft hand and smiled faintly. Yu Mingkong went into seclusion. Just as she said, even she didn't know when she would wake up. Although she created the Great Dream Reincarnation immortal art, she didn't fully understand the many mysteries in it. A big dream, perhaps he would return to the ancient times. Xianxia sent the puppet Ada to guard Yu Mingkong outside the cave abode. Ada was born from the murderous aura of the demon lord's true blood in the demon burial abyss. However, its potential was not inferior to those immortal kings at all. All these years, Xianxia had intentionally or unintentionally fed Ada with many resources. Ada's true strength had grown to the level of an immortal king. However, the fact that Yu Mingkong was in seclusion made Xianxia think about other things. He might not be worried about the disaster that would befall the true mountain and sea world in the future, but the people beside him were different. It was the same for his parents and clan in this life. After finding out that his true identity was the former world devastator demon master, the Longevity Gu clan was more or less afraid of him. This was something that could not be changed or avoided. Xianxia did not care about it at first. However, now that Yu Mingkong was going to go into closed-door cultivation, he had no choice but to consider these things. Perhaps he should let the people around him improve their strength or something. Xianxia naturally had the ability to protect them, but he could not guarantee that he could protect everyone around him when he finally pulled in the net. After all, the other two true ancestors that he was plotting against were truly unfathomable and indescribable existences. Even now, Xianxia was not completely confident that he could succeed in the end. If I were alone in this world, why would I care about these things? In the end, I still included myself in this plan. Xianxia shook his head gently and rubbed the center of his brows. At the same time, in the depths of the Longevity Gu clan's territory, there was a pure and holy scene there. Ancient trees towered into the sky, divine mountains were lofty, and immortal chi was thick. It was like an independent universe. Clouds rose, and a silver waterfall fell from the sky. Even in this world that was undergoing shocking changes, it still gave off an air of transcendence. At that moment, many of the Gu clan's progenitors were gathered in the clan's ancestral hall with solemn expressions. This was a simple and ancient courtyard. It did not look like a grand palace or a pavilion, but there were terrifying divine patterns that flickered and intersected with each other everywhere. They were filled with an ancient air. Since the Gu clan was founded, it has actually spanned hundreds of millions of epochs. Even before the era of the taboo era and at the beginning of the era of the innate legends, the Gu clan could still be found. An old man with a face full of vicissitudes, dressed in a wide black robe, was standing in the ancestral hall and speaking to everyone. He was dressed in a black robe embroidered with the pattern of fallen leaves. It covered his body and even his feet. At first glance, people could not see the figure under the robe. All they could see was a wide black robe. However, many of the Gu clan's progenitors here were incomparably respectful to this person. Even the arrogant progenitors like Gu Lang stood quietly and listened to these words. Beside this black-robed old man, there were a few existences with equally ancient auras. They were surrounded by fog and surged with chaotic light, causing people's hearts to tremble. They came from the immortal domain. To be precise, they came from the immortal domain's Gu clan. After the taboo era, the Gu clan was divided into two parts. Some of the progenitors brought their clansmen to the immortal domain. The remaining clansmen stayed in the upper realm to guard the clan's homeland. When Gu Chang'e was in the immortal domain, he actually knew about the other branch of the Gu clan. However, he did not go and ask about it. The black-robed old man who spoke was the founder of the Gu clan in name. There were quite a number of clansmen who called him the first ancestor, but he considered himself the ninth ancestor. No one knew how long he had lived, but he had lived for a very long time. Many of the progenitors thought that he had passed away and disappeared into the passage of time, but they did not expect that he would appear again in this world and lead the many clansmen of the Gu clan in the immortal domain. In terms of age, the true mountain and sea world is nothing before the Gu clan. The black-robed old man's voice was ancient. Just by standing there, he gave off the feeling that time was passing. The space and time around them distorted, and even the laws of the world were wailing. The hearts of the many Gu clan's progenitors in the ancestral hall trembled because of the ninth ancestor's words. They did not expect to hear such a truth. They did not know much about the origins of the Gu clan. There were only a few records in the ancient scrolls. However, they did not expect that the Gu clan would have such a long history. Even the true mountain and sea world was nothing before them. The Gu clan has been in hibernation in the true mountain and sea world for countless years, and from the start until now, we only have one goal, and that is to revive our great ancestor. The next moment, the black-robed old man's words caused a bang to ring in the hearts of all the Gu clan's progenitors. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and they were immediately stunned on the spot. His voice was not loud, but it contained a presence that made people's hearts tremble. It was as if even the stars in the sky were trembling and about to fall. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe these words. Revive their ancestor, the Gu clan's ancestor? Who was that person? The black-robed old man was not surprised by the crowd's reaction. His ancient voice gradually became softer. In the past, the Gu clan's ancestor took the final step and became an eternal existence in Truth Tao realm. Since ancient times, there have only been a handful of such existences. Those so-called ancient cultivators in Truth Tao realm who went through their 7th, 8th, and even 9th decrees could only be crushed to death with one finger of the ancestors. However, in the end, in that disaster where there was practically no hope, he chose to turn his body into a world to protect all living beings and gave up on himself. When he said this, his voice became softer and even a little hoarse, as if he had witnessed that battle with his own eyes. P.S. The more I write, the more difficult it is to write. There are too many threads and pitfalls involved. I can't write quickly even if I want to. I can only try my best to be steady and finish the story well. In truth, I regret opening the other book. I overestimated my condition and opened both books, but I was not satisfied with both. I also did not update much, and it really made my mind tired. Also, this book has been changed. It can be found on Anime Kwai Kansas. Those who are interested can go and take a look. He chose to create a world with his body and protect all living beings. All the Gu family's progenitors in the ancestral hall were shocked. It was as if they had also fallen into that disaster because of the black-robed old man's words. What kind of person was the Gu family's distant ancestor? How could he save all living beings with his own power? The world was dark, the universe collapsed, and all the worlds were destroyed. Endless darkness enveloped the world. War, fire, blood, and chaos. However, there was one person who stood tall under the heavens, contending against all enemies, and never falling. How great was his courage and determination, they might not have seen it before, but at that moment, they were filled with respect for their distant ancestor. It was as if there was still an unyielding will and great courage flowing in his blood. I didn't expect that the Gu family's origins would be like this. One of the progenitors could not help but whisper. His voice was filled with admiration. An endless amount of time passed just like that. Our distant ancestor was buried in the world, and his body turned into all worlds. The true mountain and sea world was only born because of his good fortune in the past. The black-robed old man's ancient and deep voice rang out once again as he continued to talk about the secret. Everyone was stunned once again. Even the true mountain and sea world was only born because of the distant ancestor's legacy? What kind of unfathomable and terrifying power was this? It was simply unimaginable and indescribable. Even immortal kings and immortal emperors were as insignificant as dust in front of this level. Our bloodline moved here to protect the true spirit left behind by our distant ancestor so that he could be resurrected one day. Even if an endless amount of time has passed, our distant ancestor will still be able to return. The black-robed old man swept his gaze across the crowd slowly. His calm and deep voice was filled with unwavering determination. He explained all this to the Gu family's progenitors because he wanted them to understand this secret. The Gu family in the true mountain and sea world could only be considered as a bloodline in the vast universe. The disaster was about to arrive. If he did not tell them all this beforehand, he was worried that the Gu family would fall into chaos because of it. In fact, they did not even know how to deal with the current world. Besides, these things should be told to them. Right now, the realm barrier outside of the immortal domain isn't going to hold on for much longer. Although this old man does not fear the hunter who crossed the vast expanse to come here, I do not wish for my Gu clan to be harmed in this calamity. That's why I told you about this, because I wanted to bring all of you out of the true mountain and sea world and rush to the 9 heavens. Over there lies the true main bloodline of my Gu clan. It is also the true burial place of the distant ancestor. The black-robed old man looked at the shocked clansman and spoke again. There was a bright light in his eyes. Only he, the 9th ancestor who had created the Gu family in the true mountain and sea world, knew about these things. The rest of the Gu clan, including the rest of the great ancestors, had no idea that such a thing had happened. Not only did the Gu family have such an ancient origin, but they also seemed to bear the heavy responsibility of reviving their ancestors. 9 heavens, is that the legendary immortal root? Origin of immortals, one of the progenitors found it difficult to calm down. He did not expect that the true main bloodline of the Gu clan would be in the legendary 9 heavens. Before this, they had naturally heard of the rumors about the 9 heavens and understood just how transcendent that place was. Before the immortal ancient era, there were already cultivators who spent their entire lives searching for the 9 heavens. There were also all sorts of rumors, such as people entering the 9 heavens through some unexpected places, leaving behind all sorts of wild guesses for the later generations. In fact, even Immortal Palace, which had once unified the true mountain and sea world, had once searched for the 9 heavens, and there were people who had truly gone there. In the eyes of the world, the 9 heavens represented the sacred, and to cultivators, it had a completely different meaning. The 9 heavens are not as sacred as you think. That place is actually the land where the heavens are buried, and there are many things buried there. A nostalgic look appeared in the black-robed old man's eyes. He could not help but shake his head, and his tone finally regained its calm. Once he finished speaking, he looked at the people in the ancestral hall quietly, giving them time to calm down. They had suddenly obtained so much information and secrets. Even if they were powerful, it would be difficult for them to digest all of it in a short period of time. Then are we going to start migrating now? Are we going to give up on everything in the true mountain and sea world? One of the progenitors asked after some thought. They had lived in this place for many years and had long since developed feelings for it. It was not easy for them to leave just because they wanted to. If we can leave as soon as possible, then leave as soon as possible. Right now, the celestial region is not a place where we can stay for long. I might not be afraid of the hunters beyond the vast expanse, but before I can truly revive the distant ancestor, I don't want to waste too much energy on these things. The black-robed old man only shook his head calmly. In his heart, there was nothing more important than reviving the distant ancestor. As for how he would revive the distant ancestor, he did not go into detail. The Gu family's progenitors also did not ask about it. Progenitor, based on what you said, doesn't that mean that in the near future, the celestial region will be completely destroyed? Even if so many ancient existences have been revived, it won't be of any use, right? There were still people who were unwilling to give up on the homeland where the Gu family had lived for generations. When the black-robed old man heard this, he still shook his head. There were many other things that he did not say. Historically speaking, his existence could be traced back to the birth of the true mountain and sea world, which was before the era of the innate legends. That was why his vision surpassed everyone else's, and he could easily determine the extent of the calamity that would befall the celestial region this time. In terms of cultivation, he had already surpassed the immortal emperor realm and was in the void Tao realm. He had already gone through 2 heavenly blight disasters. In the current true mountain and sea world, he could not find anyone who was stronger than him. Besides Xianxia, who was the reincarnation of the demon master. He believed in his own judgment. If he continued to stay in the true mountain and sea world, it would only cause unnecessary losses. The Gu family's progenitors in the ancestral hall fell silent. Before the old man who had founded the Gu family, any decision they made was completely useless. I'm only doing this to protect the Gu family. His voice was ancient, but he did not explain too much. If you're doing this to protect the Gu family, then why are you giving up on the family's land? However, at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the ancestral hall, and Xianxia appeared. He walked over with a natural expression, and his gaze landed on the black-robed old man. He seemed to be sizing him up with interest. Xianxia, the many progenitors in the ancestral hall were shocked. Clearly, they did not expect that Xianxia would appear here at this time. However, in terms of seniority, they were Xianxia's progenitors. However, in terms of identity, Xianxia's true identity was the world devastator demon master. His origins could not be traced. In front of him, they could only be considered juniors. The black-robed old man's gaze focused slightly. At the same time, he was also sizing up Xianxia, who had appeared. When he was in the celestial region, he already knew of Xianxia's existence. However, he had no intention of showing himself at that time. Now, he could be considered to have truly met Xianxia. He could not figure out the origins of this world devastator demon master who had reincarnated into the Gu family. Xianxia had already existed during the first war of the heavens. Moreover, he had saved the incarnation of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm as a former heaven destroyer. He knew all these things and had even seen them with his own eyes. However, with the transcendence of the Gu family, he had never participated in that war. Even before the Forbidden Era, when the Immortal Palace was founded, he witnessed everything with his own eyes as a spectator. However, why would Xianxia destroy the Immortal Palace? How did he become enemies with the master of the Immortal Palace? He did not know, nor did he understand the reason. How should I address you? The black-robed old man shook his head slightly in his heart. Even if it was the reincarnated Xianxia, he still could not see clearly. He did not even know what realm the current Xianxia was in. His entire person seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. Since ancient times, including now, there was no sign of him. This was somewhat inconceivable. If it was in the past, he would not be shocked and puzzled. After all, his cultivation was not as strong as Xianxia's, and he could not see through his origins. However, now, Xianxia obviously had not recovered to his peak state. But why could he still not see Xianxia clearly? 01 had to know that even immortal emperors could reverse time, see the past and future, deduce the secrets of heaven, and see through karma. What's more, he was an existence that surpassed immortal emperors. His true strength had reached a level that no one could guess. The name is not important. You can call me Demon Master, or you can call me Xianxia like the ancestors. Xianxia had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This was the big fish that he had been fishing for. People who had revived in other eras were just small fish and not worth his attention. There was not even a real emperor among them. However, the appearance of the founder of the Gu family in front of him was of great significance to Xianxia now. Even though this involved another chess piece that he had set up. However, it did not matter now. The black-robed old man was silent for a moment. He did not expect Xianxia to be so straightforward. I'll still call you Demon Master, he said. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, Progenitor, you can call me whatever you like. I didn't come here to call you that. The black-robed old man's strength surpassed that of immortal emperors. He had even reached the void Tao realm and passed the second heaven's blight. To put it bluntly, he was definitely one of the strongest people in the history of the true mountain and sea world. Even at his peak, Xingyi barely had the qualifications to fight with him. I can guess your goal, but the true mountain and sea world is hopeless. Zero otherwise, I wouldn't have made the decision to give up the clan's land so easily. The black-robed old man seemed to know Guchanga's goal and shook his head slightly. Guchanga sighed softly and said, "Progenitor, why do you say that? Don't we still have 100 years? These 100 years are more than enough for the true mountain and sea world." Hearing this, the black-robed old man's eyes focused, and his expression became serious. He knew that with Guchanga's status, he would not say such words so easily. Did that not mean that Guchanga had some sort of plan? However, what could be changed in 100 years, even if he had another 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even 100 eras, there would not be any changes. If it wasn't because there was no other way, who would be willing to leave their home? After all, this is the foundation I built with my own hands, the family I created with my own hands. Your parents and clansmen are all my descendants. How can I bear to watch them be sacrificed along with this world? I don't know what your plan is, but I can tell you directly. This time, the hunters who crossed over from beyond the vast expanse are very strong. They definitely have an ancient true world supporting them. Besides that, I also sensed a mad and chaotic presence among them. There might be a lunatic among them. At this point, the black-robed old man no longer hid anything. He did not expect the Gu family members to understand what he said and understand how dangerous the situation was. However, he knew that Guchanga definitely understood what he meant. A hunter with an ancient true world supporting him would not be much weaker than him. And those who were called lunatics were all ruthless people who had destroyed a true world with their own hands. They had long since lost their emotions and did not have any misgivings. Besides him and Guchanga, who else in the current true mountain and sea world had the right to fight against those hunters? It was precisely because of this that the black-robed old man decided to bring all the members of the Gu family to migrate to the Nine Heavens. He did not want to stay in this place and be sacrificed along with the true mountain and sea world. He was very clear-headed and rational. He understood just how terrifying this disaster was to the true mountain and sea world. The other living beings were not afraid because they were ignorant and could not come into contact with this level of power. They understood too little. However, Guchanga should understand this. The true mountain and sea world is not as weak as you think, progenitor. Those who should return will return. Could this disaster compare to the calamity? Guchanga smiled faintly. His tone did not become solemn because of what the black-robed old man said. Did I underestimate the true mountain and sea world, or are you saying that you have some sort of plan that I do not know about? When the black-robed old man heard this, he frowned. Under his wide robe, he began making deductions. At his current level, there were many things that he did not need to deliberately deduce. He would have a premonition about them. Even the life, past, and future of a cultivator could be clearly understood with just one glance. The reason why he wanted to migrate with the Gu family and leave this world was because he saw the scenes from the past. The true mountain and sea world was covered in a rain of blood. The heavens had collapsed, and the world was hazy. All living beings were plunged into misery and suffering, and the entire world was sacrificed. He could not see the slightest bit of hope in this. He could only see gray and desolation. The world had collapsed, and all worlds were enveloped in endless blood and fire. Yet now, Guchanga suddenly told him that he had underestimated the true mountain and sea world. There was a hint of doubt and confusion in the black-robed old man's heart. He quickly began to deduce, but as he continued to deduce, his frown deepened. Why was the celestial domain still the same as the future he had seen? It was broken, collapsed, and its order was destroyed. He felt that there was something strange about it, so he continued to deduce it again and again. There were billions of possibilities in every instant, but in the eyes of an existence like him, these billions of possibilities were clear lines that could lead him to the set result of the future. Impossible. When he tried to deduce the Guchanga in front of him again, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have disappeared from the past, the future, and even the present. He was clearly standing here, but it also seemed like he was not there. He stood in a dimension unknown to others and looked down on all living beings. The black-robed old man swiftly raised his head and stared at Guchanga. You have clearly not recovered to your former peak, but why is it that even in the present world, you are nowhere to be seen? Who the hell are you? Was the dark calamity many epochs ago deliberately set up by you? He seemed to have understood something at that moment, and he asked with a grave voice. If that was really the case, did it not mean that even he had been deceived by Xianxia in the past? He thought that he was a person who was above the world and looked down on the changes of the people in the epochs, the turmoil of the mountains and rivers, and the movement of the stars from the perspective of a bystander. But in truth, all of this was under Xianxia's control and planning. All of the Gu family clansmen in the ancestral hall felt a kind of pressure, as if their souls were trembling. This was just a strand of aura that the black-robed old man had inadvertently revealed when he spoke just now. He had no intention of targeting them. However, this terrifying suffocating feeling that was as vast as the entire universe was pressing down on them still terrified them. For an existence like this ancestor of the Gu clan, his cultivation could only be described as unfathomable and indescribable. It was completely at a level that they could not guess or imagine. However, Xianxia seemed as if he didn't feel this pressure, and his expression was composed as he smiled faintly. Ancestor, what do you mean? Are you doubting me? Do you really think that I intend to destroy the true mountain and sea world and make all the living beings in the world die with it? His words caused the expressions of all the ancestors in the ancestral hall to change. They suddenly felt that Xianxia and this ancestor seemed to be competing against each other. No matter what, Xianxia was a member of the Gu clan, and he was even familiar with some of them. Naturally, they did not want Xianxia to come into conflict with this ancestor. The black-robed old man also understood that he had lost his composure, and his expression quickly returned to normal. It had been a long time since he had such a huge fluctuation in his emotions like today. Originally, he had an aloof attitude towards the true mountain and sea world, because since ancient times, there were not many people who could truly enter his eyes. The only exception was Xianxia. But why could he not sense the presence of any other space-time or time on Xianxia, or even the ripples of existence? It was as if Xianxia had truly collected all the figures in the timeline, and the endless space-time had returned to one, and he was the only one. As an ancient cultivator in the Void Tao realm who had walked on the path of transcendence and had even gone through 2 heavenly blight tribulations, he knew what this meant, which was why everyone found it hard to believe. He stood tall in the current world, but he could not find Xianxia's figure in the past. It was as if he did not exist in the past, nor did he exist in the future. In fact, he did not even exist in the current world he was in. It was as if Xianxia had appeared out of thin air. It was such a creepy thing to do. It's not that I doubt you, but I suddenly don't understand your origins. Since ancient times, only those with talent who broke through the shackles and restrictions had the right to jump from the immortal realm to the Tao realm. Could it be that you are an anomaly among anomalies, a so-called anomaly? The black-robed old man's voice was slightly deep. His origins were extremely ancient, and could be traced back to countless eras ago. At that time, cultivation realms were not as detailed as now. Ancient cultivators like them were used to calling themselves the mortal realm, the immortal realm, and the Tao realm. The mortal realm generally covered all the realms before the immortal path. Even those who stood at the peak of the human path, who were also those who had achieved the Tao, were only at the peak of the mortal realm. As for the immortal realm, it was actually a series of realms from the true immortal realm to the immortal emperor realm. After walking on the path of transcendence, it was the Tao realm. The division between the void Tao realm and the true Tao realm also came from this. However, there were too few ancient cultivators who had walked to the Tao realm. Even those ancient true worlds that had been nurtured for countless eras and gone through many calamities had only given birth to a few existences in the Tao realm. Therefore, the black-robed old man was completely qualified to look down on the true mountain and sea world. This was just a newly born ancient world, and there was not even a single ancient cultivator. During the first war of the heavens, if the demon lord had not appeared, there might not have been the second calamity, and the current true mountain and sea world. This series of events made the black-robed old man think in a certain direction. Especially when Xianxia said these words in front of him today. Ancestor, you worry too much. I just want to tell you that the true mountain and sea world will not be destroyed because of this calamity. As for the anomaly, you can understand it that way, but I would rather call it an anomaly. Xianxia still smiled faintly. The black-robed old man's frown deepened. Anomaly? If there was an anomaly in the unseen world, then it was pardonable. He did not dare to directly say that he could determine the past and present, and that he could see through everything. The path of cultivation was long and filled with dangers. There was no end to the Tao. He did not think that he was truly invincible after reaching this realm. Even someone as strong as the distant ancestor had a time when he was unable to reverse the situation. I came here to look for you because there is something I want to discuss with you. I also know about the Gu family. The 9 heavens are located in a very distant place, and it is inevitable that some unavoidable accidents will happen on the way. I naturally do not wish for many of my family members to die and be placed in a dangerous situation. The heavens are heartless and treat all living things as nothing more than straw. All living things are nothing more than straw, and they are cut down again and again. Xianxia did not pay attention to the black-robed old man and the puzzled expressions of his family members in the ancestral hall. He began to explain his purpose in coming here. Since he had already caught the big fish, he should have a use for it. From a certain point of view, there was indeed no one more suitable than the Gu family's ancestor. When the black-robed old man heard these words, he sank into silence. Perhaps the members of the Gu family in the ancestral hall did not understand the meaning of these words, but at his level, he naturally understood what Xianxia was trying to say. Although it was fated that every true world would be tested by the Aeon Calamity after the passage of time, it was still fated. If they went through the Aeon Calamity, they would undergo a new transformation and reach a higher level. If they did not go through the Aeon Calamity, their bodies and souls would scatter, and they would return to nothingness. They would be buried in the primordial chaos and wait for a chance encounter hundreds of millions of years later to give birth to a new life. This was similar to cultivators. From the moment they stepped onto the path of cultivation, they were destined to fight to cross it. None of the living beings in the universe were spared from such a fate. If this was the fate of the heavens, then they could just accept it. However, the higher their level was, the more they would discover just how terrifying the world was. The so-called struggle was just being locked in a cage and fighting to grow stronger like Gu. When the time was right, they would reap the harvest and settle the score. To put it nicely, they were called cultivators, but in truth, they were just leaks in the eyes of the living beings of a higher level. They would be reaped after a wave was reaped. Even if an anomaly was born among them, they would have a chance to break through the cage and approach the real world. However, in the end, they would still be crushed to death by the terrifying hand that would stretch out from there. What Xianxia said at that moment was the same in the black-robed old man's eyes. I naturally understand what you're saying, but what's the use of understanding? Back then, even the distant ancestor could not escape this fate. What can we do? His expression could not help but reveal some sadness. He shook his head and was a little dispirited. Over the countless years, haven't there been many heavens destroyers who wanted to rush out and approach the real world? Even if their bodies and bones were crushed and their souls destroyed, they would not hesitate. What is there to be afraid of? Xianxia was still smiling faintly. When the heavens destroyers were mentioned, the black-robed old man's expression changed slightly. He could not help but look up at the sky outside the ancestral hall. When he did not see any strange phenomena, he was slightly relieved. The words "heaven's destroyer" could not be said easily. It could easily lead to endless disasters. However, Xianxia said it so calmly in front of so many Gu clan members in the ancestral hall. The black-robed old man could not help but bitterly smile in his heart. He really did not have any scruples. The higher one's level was, the more they could feel that kind of unseen, ever-present gaze. Everything he said and everything he did had to be done with utmost caution. Why don't you just tell me directly what you want to do? The black-robed old man sighed in his heart. It seemed that the longer he lived, the smaller his courage became. Although Xianxia should be an existence that was more ancient and mysterious than him, he was still young. However, with his current appearance, he was just a young man. He was young and full of vigor, fearless and unconcerned, and he openly said the 2 words "heaven's punishment." I want to reorganize the true world and establish the Heaven's Destroyer Alliance in the name of Heaven's Destroyer. Xianxia was still smiling faintly, and his tone was also very casual. What? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He was even shocked, horrified, and in disbelief. Rumble. In the void, there seemed to be hundreds of millions of thunderclaps at this moment. A terrifying aura was about to rush over from beyond the sky. It was as if this sentence had touched a taboo that should not be touched, and awakened a terrifying existence that was in deep sleep. All the members of the Gu family in the ancestral hall felt as if their divine souls were about to explode and their spiritual seas were about to collapse. Their bodies trembled all over. Their entire bodies were about to collapse to the ground. A pair of eyes that seemed to have landed from an unknown place was about to look over. The boundless power that came with it was as if a part of the blue sky was about to crash down, crushing their spines and turning their divine souls into ashes. However, Guchunga's expression still did not change at all. With a calm expression, he waved his sleeve. There seemed to be a dull and miserable groan from the depths of heaven and earth. Then, this terrifying power suddenly dissipated like a tide. All the members of the Gu family felt as if they had been fished out of the sea at this moment. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Even though they had been through many storms in 3 years, there was still some fear and uneasiness in their eyes. What exactly is this? Someone could not help but murmur. There was still a trace of fear in the depths of their eyes. The black-robed old man's expression had returned to normal. He only looked at Guchunga with a complicated expression. He did not expect that Guchunga's ambition would be so great that he would dare to set up the Heaven Alliance. How bold and daring did he have to be? After all, he had only said that sentence just now, and it had caused such a terrifying phenomenon and attracted the attention of a certain place. If he really set up the Heaven Alliance, it would cause endless waves and cause a terrible karma backlash. The black-robed old man did not dare to imagine. However, what shocked him even more was that Guchunga had blocked the gaze that was about to look at him with a casual wave of his hand. This strength might not have returned to its peak state, but it should not be far away. How far did you go in the past? How did you reincarnate and cultivate again? The black-robed old man finally could not help but ask the biggest question in his heart. With Guchunga's strength, even after the Forbidden Era, it would be easy for him to destroy the entire True Mountain and Sea world. What kind of existence could fight against him? But why did Guchunga, who had such invincible strength, end up in the state of reincarnation? The black-robed old man might have lived through that era, but there were many things that he only knew a little about. It was like the cause of the Forbidden Era and the various things that happened in between after the First War of the Heavens. To the black-robed old man, it was as if he was shrouded in a layer of fog. He could clearly see everything. But when he looked closer, he found that the fog was getting thicker. The scenes he saw before became blurry and chaotic again. To him, the current Guchunga seemed to be shrouded in fog. All of his actions and words made him feel that it was inconceivable and difficult to understand. Suddenly, the black-robed old man seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Guchunga in disbelief. Could it be that you are like the distant ancestor and ran into an irresistible power from the real world? Besides this possibility, he could not think of any other possibility that could make Guchunga reincarnate and cultivate again. Even the powerful warriors from the other ancient true worlds might not be able to do anything to Guchunga when he was at his peak. But when he thought about it this way, he became even more terrified. Even the terrifying power from the real world could not truly kill Guchunga. It could only make him reincarnate. After many years, Guchunga had returned to the world. He was not dead. Did that not mean that Guchunga was stronger than the distant ancestor of the Gu family? After all, even the distant ancestor was wary of that power. He once said that it was not something that any living creature in the world could withstand. Even if it was just a wisp of chi, it could easily destroy all lives and make all cultivators vanish. No wonder you have such boldness and courage to say such words. You are a companion of the distant ancestor. In fact, you might have even gone further than the distant ancestor. At that moment, the black-robed old man finally understood a little. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of his lips. Guchunga did not answer too much. He still had a faint smile on his face. Since the black-robed old man was connecting in that direction, then he would naturally not expose anything. The people of the Gu family in the ancestral hall could only understand half of the words that sounded like a riddle. However, they did not understand what the black-robed old man meant. Guchunga was on the same level as the Gu clan's ancestor. Could it be that he could go even further? Compared to the transcending distant ancestors, he might be able to go even further. This is definitely one of the most powerful individuals from past to present. Their hearts were filled with shock. Originally, when they found out about the many secrets of the Gu family, they already felt that it was very inconceivable. They needed a period of time to digest these facts. However, he never expected that Gu Changge's true origin was even more powerful than his ancestor. Those words were personally spoken by the ancestor before him. This shock was even more shocking and inconceivable than personally hearing the deeds of the distant ancestor just now. With you guarding the true mountain and sea world, it is indeed more useful than any other defensive measures. The black-robed old man's expression had already returned to normal, but his heart was still not calm. He also understood. Gu Changge had personally said that the true mountain and sea world was not as simple as it seemed. He definitely had his own intentions and plans. The black-robed old man did not intend to ask any more questions about this. With Gu Changge around, there was naturally no need to worry about this so-called hunter disaster. At that time, it would be hard to say who would be the hunter and who would be the hunted. I am not staying in the true mountain and sea world just to guard this place. Gu Changge smiled faintly. His eyes became deep and profound. He said, "The heavens are not benevolent. I want to build the alliance of heaven. I want to use the power of all ages to attack the heavens and purge the world. I came here today to ask for a favor from you, progenitor." The black-robed old man's eyebrows twitched again because of his words. However, when he thought about Gu Changge's origins, there did not seem to be anything wrong with it. He could only force himself to remain calm and not make a fuss because of this. After all, when one reached Gu Changge's level, one's pursuit of Tao and Tao had already reached its limit. There might be no end to the Tao, but there was an end to the road. They were already standing at the end of the road. That was why the people at the same level as Gu Changge and the Gu family's progenitor were no longer thinking about how to survive the calamity or how to get through heaven's blight. Instead, they were thinking about how to attack the heavens and how to break through the end of the road to reach the end. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" the black-robed old man asked in a low voice. He knew that he had no room to refuse. Even though his identity was that of Gu Changge's ancestor in this life, it was of no use. In this kind of situation, Gu Changge probably wouldn't give him a choice. "I want you to build the Heaven Crusade Alliance with me, progenitor." Gu Changge said these 3 words without hesitation. Just as the black-robed old man's expression was about to change drastically again, he continued, "The Heaven Crusade Alliance will not only have my power alone. Only by using the power of all ages will we have a chance to attack the heavens and prove our Tao. As you can see, I haven't recovered to my peak state. I also lack ancient cultivators who can control the situation. The birth of the Heaven Crusade Alliance can't be completed overnight. I can only play a role in it at most. If we want to break the cage and come into contact with the true power, we have to gather the power of all ages." Many of the Gu family members present did not understand what these words meant. However, judging from the black-robed old man's gradually changing expression, the information contained was absolutely terrifying. Attack the heavens and prove their Tao, they did not dare to imagine these things at all. The black-robed old man's expression became completely heavy. He remained silent. Because of Gu Changge's words, huge waves surged in his heart. He could not calm down at all. Attack the heavens and prove their Tao, this was something that even their progenitor did not dare to say. Who in the billions of universes and the vast heavens would dare to say such a thing? Even the Heaven Crusade sect, which was established in the 9 heavens, dared to name themselves this because of the uniqueness of the 9 heavens. If they walked out of the 9 heavens, they would probably suffer a terrifying backlash in an instant and would be destroyed easily. Of course, I will give you some time to think about it, progenitor. You don't have to decide whether to agree or not now. That's just a suggestion of mine. The profound expression on Gu Changge's face disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face once again. The Heaven Crusade Alliance was only the first step of his plan. In Gu Changge's opinion, the many subsequent plans were actually more important. He had spoken to the black-robed old man like this mainly because the current true mountain and sea world did indeed lack suitable ancient cultivators. Even the ancient existences who had survived the calamity might not have reached the immortal emperor realm, let alone the path of transcendence. I understand. The black-robed old man nodded. He did not directly answer Gu Changge. This kind of thing was not something that could be easily said or agreed to. He had to be extremely careful. The gaze from the unseen was not a joke. It was just like how when Xianxia mentioned the Heaven Crusade sect, thunder had exploded in the void, and a terrifying might had almost enveloped this place. The higher the level, the more they had to pay attention to this. If a normal person said this, it would definitely not affect them. At that moment, the black-robed old man was also considering whether he should think of a way to contact the main family in the 9 heavens and discuss this matter. Even though their goal had always been to revive their ancestor, it did not mean that they were willing to become leeks and be harvested by others. The reason why their ancestor had died in the past was because he had encountered the great terror of the true land and had no choice but to use his body to create a world. Xianxia left the Gu family and did not talk to the other progenitors or family members. Their levels were different now. Even if he let go of everything and spoke to them calmly, they would still be afraid and uneasy. As for his parents in this life, he only glanced at them from afar before turning around and leaving. Gu Lintian had already stepped down from the position of family head, the two of them long focusing on cultivation, both of them currently in seclusion. Xianxia secretly sent over a strand of innate natural luck energy. Even though it couldn't help them reverse the innate heavens, it was still easy for them to be reborn, to break out of their cocoons and become butterflies. In this great world, everyone was striving to cross over. If they remained stagnant, they would soon be submerged by the great Era's flood, buried within. Even though the various lands were in chaos, great calamities descending, many cultivators were still unwilling to give up, trying to seize that trace of life. Xianxia's emotions were actually not that deep. He had seen this type of scene too many times, already too familiar with it to the point where he couldn't be any more familiar with it. In the following few months, the higher realms, immortal domain, and even the foreign side all displayed heaven-shocking irregular scenes. It was to the extent where several Emperor clan ancestors appeared in the foreign side. They were previously sleeping in a certain desolate region, not moving since the ancient times. Now, the instant they revived, half a mortal emperor might rushed into the heavens, shaking up the world. The cosmos of all sides rumbled, great Tao clashing. Countless natural laws interweaved, pouring down from the limits of the heavens like a waterfall. Only, after reviving, they all kept a low profile. They already learned about many things that happened during this period of time, not daring to act arrogantly. Even though half-immortal emperors were strong, in this chaotic great world, it didn't mean that they were unmatched. This was especially the case when they learned that in at most 100 years, there would be powerful enemies descending from beyond the boundless expanse, bringing endless disaster to this realm. At that time, everyone would become sacrifices, sacrificed together with the heavens. Even immortal kings were only cannon fodder, half-immortal emperors were merely slightly stronger cannon fodder. They were even more alarmed, feeling a wave of uneasiness. They originally thought that reviving in this great world would give them hope of advancing their cultivation a step further. However, they never expected it to be this cruel and bitter, to the extent where it could even be described as despair. Of course, this was only a scene from the foreign side. It was like in immortal domain, the higher realms, and some other places, there were still many ancient figures reviving. Luo Wang and the others who were in charge of overseeing the boundless battlefield saw quite a few figures appear there during this period of time. They even saw a white-bearded and white-haired elder, bringing a woman with him, crossing that realm dike, heading into the boundless expanse. This left them shocked. This was definitely a supergiant whose cultivation exceeded immortal king realm, even exceeding half-immortal emperor. Previously, when Moon King tried to cross realm dike 523, he almost died along the way, unable to even touch the realm dike. This white-bearded and white-haired elder was even more unfathomable. This was especially the case when there was a young woman at his side, an existence suspected to be his disciple. Luo Wang and the others immediately reported this matter to Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't pay it too much attention. During this period of time, more and more ancient giants revived. Among them, there was no lack of individuals whose cultivation exceeded half-immortal emperor, cultivating immortal emperor radiance. However, unless they already exceeded the immortal emperor realm, stepped into the Tao realm, starting the 9 blight path, they still couldn't draw Xianxia's attention. He placed more of his thoughts on refining the demon lord true blood, recovering to his peak state when he was the demon lord. The drop of Demon Lord true blood that was left in the demon burial abyss was actually a backup plan that Xianxia had left behind a long time ago. Although he destroyed the Demon Lord's body with a thought, the Demon Lord's creation realm cultivation had long been condensed into the first drop of true blood. When he sealed Xianxia in the demon burial abyss, he sealed the drop of true blood together with her. She would gradually become demonic, although it was due to the influence of her mental state. However, it was also due to the aura emitted by the drop of true blood for countless days and nights. Of course, when Xianxia did this, how could she not have wanted Xianxia to guard the drop of true blood as well? Although it was said that he sealed her there, he actually wanted her to guard the drop of true blood, waiting for Xianxia to retrieve it in the future. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. Xianxia rose from the boundless void. The many foundations that he had accumulated before were mostly refined and absorbed by him. The path of transcendence had a total of 9 tribulations, and this path was also known as the Tao realm. However, he didn't need to comprehend many Tao techniques like ordinary cultivators. When his cultivation reached a certain level, he would naturally break through to the next realm. Just like before, when he added points through the system, he further evolved the destiny value, which was also luck, into energy through certain rules. In fact, it was essentially the same, but with the appearance of a system, it was more like an anomaly. He looked at the current situation of the various realms. Compared to the chaos and uneasiness before the catastrophe, the various realms had temporarily restored peace and order with the gradual recovery of the experts of various races. However, this was only on the surface. Xianxia wasn't interested in these matters. He only swept his gaze across the many familiar faces. The Gu clan's ancestor hadn't given him a reply yet, as if he was still considering. Xianxia did not rush him. There was no need to rush this kind of thing. Besides, there was still some time before the group of hunters outside the vast expanse sea would descend upon the true mountain and sea world. However, this was not the main point. Those hunters were not worthy of Xianxia's attention. What he was considering now was whether he should contact the other true worlds. The formation of the Heaven Punishing Alliance naturally could not involve only one true world. If they wanted to rely on a true world to shake the real world, which was also the origin world, then that was practically a fantasy, a fool's dream. Xianxia swept his gaze across the other true worlds. While the power of nothingness was refining the Demon Lord's true blood, even Jiang Chuchu, Yin Mei, and the others had entered seclusion. They were also trying to break through to a higher realm. Compared to before, there was not much to deal with in the Divine Nation and the Heavenly Court. Usually, there were only a few heavenly soldiers and generals patrolling the area to maintain order. The various races and orthodoxies were not stupid. They would not offend the Divine Nation and the Heavenly Court. Moreover, during this period of time, many old monsters had revived. Some ancient figures had even experienced the dark calamity of the Forbidden Era in the same era as Xianxia. Therefore, they were well aware of how terrifying Xianxia was. None of them dared to act rashly. They all holed up in their own territories. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I last saw Xianxia. Xianxia's figure appeared in the Heavenly Court's 4 Cardinal Divine Palace. The magnificent palace was exceptionally cold and quiet. There was no sign of human habitation. It had been a long time since anyone had appeared here. After Yu Mingkong entered seclusion, Xianxia gave the order. Many of the Heavenly Court's affairs were handed over to his many officials, including the various immortal king clans in the immortal region. Therefore, there was almost no one in the vast central area of the Heavenly Court. Even the experts who had followed Xianxia and were highly regarded by him did not dare to set foot here without permission. He shook his head slightly. In the empty palace, only the hanging curtain was fluttering in the wind. Xianxia stood there alone for a long time without moving. Ever since the last time he returned from the immortal region with the big red bird and saw Xianxia, the two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time. According to the big red bird, Xianxia was the reincarnation of an heir from the true mountain and sea world. He had once died in the true mountain and sea world while resisting the culpa of measure. However, Xianxia's memories of the true mountain and sea world's heirs were very vague and limited. In the past, he had not paid much attention to it. He had placed most of his attention on the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, Qingyi. It's still missing the smell of human smoke. Even though I'm used to the loneliness of eternity, I'm still not used to not seeing this punching bag for so long. Xianxia sighed slightly. He knew that Xianxia was probably training and becoming stronger with the help of the big red bird. Therefore, he did not use any means to deduce her whereabouts. After a long time, he walked out of the hall. The space before his eyes was blurry. He walked slowly within it. In the Shrine of Destiny, Xianxia, who was dressed in a plain long dress, was sitting on a praying mat with her eyes closed. She did not move at all. She had also entered some kind of deep level of isolation. However, the Shrine of Destiny had always been quiet. There were not many living beings in the galaxy within a circumference of nearly 1,000,000 miles. Xianxia had also dismissed all the maids in the Shrine of Destiny. She had accompanied the immortal boat and the ancient lamp. Xianxia's arrival did not wake her up. He only watched from the side without making a sound. After watching for a while, he quietly left. Xianxia did not know why he had come to the Shrine of Destiny. Why did he want to look at Xianxia? Was it because the people around him had all entered isolation? Was it because he was a little lonely? Wanted to find someone to talk to, or was it because he felt guilty towards Xianxia? Xianxia found it difficult to understand these emotions. He did not cultivate the Tao of emotionlessness, but whether it was the body of a demon lord or the body of a true ancestor, he was destined to be different from ordinary people. It was impossible for him to follow the prescribed order and experience all kinds of things like ordinary people, experiencing all kinds of things in the world. Why would I have such emotions? Is this the internal audit telling me that my emotions are incomplete? Xianxia gently shook his head. He had never felt that he could be considered a person with emotions. In order to achieve his goals, he could use any means at his disposal, by hook or by crook. In his view, the process was more important than the result. Therefore, when considering many things, he would first consider the result, and then consider what means to use in order to achieve this result as quickly as possible. This was a natural habit that had already been branded into the depths of his soul like a brand. In Xianxia's eyes, all kinds of things in the world, whether people or objects, could be regarded as tools. The only difference between them was the level of their value. Therefore, most of the time, it was difficult for him to develop true feelings for these tools. Perhaps I should also, in a true sense, experience the 7 emotions and 6 desires of all living beings, true emotions. Xianxia looked inside himself, and then calmed his heart and pondered. At his level, there were many things that he felt, which were not groundless. It was very likely that this was a great opportunity. The more simple a problem seemed, the easier it was to return to the essence, to return to nature, and to approach the origin of nature. When he reunited with Xianxia on the moon in the boundless sea, he discovered this problem. At first, he was also slightly puzzled as to why he felt some guilt towards Xianxia and could not bear to. This was something that was impossible in the past. As long as Xianxia could help him complete his plan and achieve his goal, he would not hesitate to abandon her. Therefore, there was no such thing as soft-heartedness and compassion. But when Xianxia hugged him and treated him as her only support, never doubting him from the beginning to the end, he still felt some palpitations in his heart. This made Xianxia think of Yu Mingkong, Gu Xian'er, and Jiang Chuchu. During this period of time, when he was refining the drop of true blood, Xianxia was also thinking about this problem. How did he view the family around him, a tool? Or a plaything? He did not cultivate the Tao of ruthlessness. Before he completely awakened his past memories, he had indeed experienced many things with them. And these emotions, before this, had never been born. Therefore, after Xianxia introspected, he suddenly understood. His current body was walking the path of the Tao. The Tao of man was not a saint, who could be ruthless. If a comparison had to be made, then the body of the demon lord and the true ancestor was the Tao of heaven, in the true sense of ruthlessness. All these, the 100 states of the world, were all illusory bubbles. And Xianxia, he now felt compassion and other emotions. In his view, this was the transformation process from the Tao of heaven to the Tao of man. The Tao of heaven takes from the surplus and makes up for the deficiency. The vast common people, the boundless myriad of spirits, this is the so-called surplus. And the Tao of man takes from the deficiency and makes up for the surplus. The two complement each other. Xianxia had a lot of understanding in his heart. For now, this was indeed a great opportunity. In his view, it could even increase the chances of success of the many schemes he had set up by 30%. The existence of the true ancestor could be said to be the representative of the Tao of Heaven, representing the will of heaven. And now, what he needed to do was to make up for the Tao of man. The birth of the true ancestor was a secret that no one could trace, or know. Because if one truly followed the established path, even if one added in the existence of variables and variables, it was impossible for a new existence like the true ancestor to appear. The true ancestor originally represented the concept of the Tao. Because of their existence, the Tao was born. They stood at the end and beginning of all tangible and intangible matter. Their strength was in the truest sense inconceivable. It was impossible for such an existence to be born in the world. Even if one deduced from the beginning of time to the end of time, one would not be able to find an existence like them. No one could truly describe what kind of existence it was. No one knew what kind of existence it was. Xianxia knew all this, which was why he had set up for so long. But now, this opportunity allowed him to see another possibility. After all, he was originally a true ancestor and naturally knew the strength of that level. And the appearance of the Tao of man, in a sense, there was a glimmer of possibility that in terms of fundamental level, he could surpass the true ancestor's realm. After leaving the divine palace of destiny, Xianxia began to travel the various universes. He also went to see the assassin nation that Bai Lianer had cultivated. Its predecessor was the dark heavenly court that Xianxia had established. But after the merger of the dark heavenly court and the heavenly court, several major factions were split up and controlled by Bai Lianer. For example, the Evil Suppression Department, the Azura Palace, and the Hall of Life were all under her management. All these years, Bai Lianer and Xianxia were in charge of the divine nation and the heavenly court's selection of geniuses. The two women were enjoying themselves. In their eyes, the pursuit of cultivation wasn't that important. Xianxia just watched all of this from the void, then quietly left without showing himself. Bai Lianer had also become an enlightened Tao, a true killing emperor. But in the current great era, the power of an enlightened Tao was too weak and could not be of much use. Xianxia's cultivation was not strong. She was not good at cultivation in the first place. After all these years, she was only at the quasi-emperor level. In Xianxia's opinion, with her talent, it was very difficult for her to break through the shackles and enter the enlightened Tao, which was the emperor realm. If there was no other fortune, she would be trapped in this realm for life. In fact, if he wanted to, he could see Xianxia's future with just a glance. However, Xianxia did not do so. Everything was so complicated that she could see the future at a glance. It was really too boring. Now, he just wanted to experience the various emotions of mortals, to see the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and to make up for the missing Tao of man. But seeing Xianxia's words, Xianxia suddenly thought of her sister, Xianxia. After the last time, he had not seen Xianxia for a long time. Although Xianxia wanted to go against him after being bewitched by Xianxia. But Xianxia had said a long time ago that he did not want to kill or punish her. He was not a good person. From the beginning, he had been using Xianxia to create an almost perfect image for her, making her trust him with all her heart. Finally, after knowing the truth, Xianxia was on the verge of collapse, feeling that the world had collapsed. This was normal. Xianxia was not crazy enough to think that Xianxia would still trust him after knowing the truth. There was another soul in Xianxia's body. That true soul had stayed in the demon burial abyss and was infected by the demonic qi. All of its actions and thoughts were inclined towards the demonic path. Over time, Xianxia would more or less be affected. Moreover, later on, she even rushed to the demon mountain to seek protection from Xianxia. She was bewitched by Xianxia's words, so she wanted to go against Xianxia and wanted Xianxia to give her an explanation. Of course, more than that. She wanted to give herself an explanation. She wanted to know what kind of position she had in Xianxia's heart. Was she a worthless chess piece that could be casually thrown away, or was she not even a chess piece? Was she just a laughable plaything that he played with? From the perspective of a bystander, Xianxia was actually a pitiful person. After being brought to the upper realm by Xianxia, because of the 2 souls in one body, she had to become an inheritor of demonic arts. and Guchanga, the original body, openly threw the blame of many disasters on the inheritor of demonic arts. Although these things were not done by Xianxia, she had no choice but to escape everywhere, fearing that her true identity would be discovered. In the end, even she firmly believed that she was the inheritor of demonic arts and would bring disaster to the world in the future. She would stand on the opposite side of Guchanga. For her, every day during that period was torture and pain. Guchanga left this area and continued to travel in various universes. He passed through various star regions with life and then landed in the ancient star of life. He walked in the mortal world and truly returned to nature. Like an ordinary creature, he admired the mountains and rivers and went down the river. He did not deduce Xianxia's current whereabouts, nor did he want to do so. He just let nature take its course. If there was fate, he would naturally see her. If not, there was no need to force it. In today's great world, she no longer needed to worry about her identity as the inheritor of demonic arts. She could totally choose to live the life she wanted. Guchanga also did not want to disturb her peace. In the end, he traveled through many mountains and rivers. Sometimes he would be with others, and sometimes he would be alone in the mountains and swamps. He stepped on many small mortal countries, experienced wars, witnessed the birth of ancient countries, witnessed the collapse of ancient cities, and witnessed the demise of dynasties. This was not a very long process. During the decades along the way, Guchanga walked through mountains, swamps, and ancient cities with the identity of a mortal, not revealing the slightest bit of cultivation. Even those who traveled with him treated him as a real mortal. During this period, Guchanga saw with his own eyes the chaos between cultivators, fighting for wealth, companions, techniques, and land, and killing each other. He had also seen ancient dynasties disappear one after another under the Great World, vanishing just like that, drowning in the torrent of history. Guchanga also witnessed the separation of life and death between many mortals. He saw the birth of life and also saw the death of life and the aging of life. His understanding of mortal emotions was obviously much deeper. Later on, he walked through the starry universe and appeared in many ancient realms. He even went to the demon realm and left his footprints there again. However, Demon Empress Xiao was no longer in the demon realm. She only left behind a Dharma body to guard in case the demon realm was in chaos. Her original body went to the starry sky in search of an opportunity to break through. She stepped on the Emperor's road a few years ago and reached the Emperor realm in the depths of another starry sky. However, she did not choose to return to the demon realm. Instead, she continued on her journey in an attempt to break through to a higher realm. For today's world, the cultivation of those who had achieved the Tao could be said to be far from enough. The demon Empress Xiao knew this very well. As the ruler of the demon realm, although she had an ambiguous relationship with Guchanga, it was difficult to convince the masses without absolute strength. Even immortal kings had to carefully hide, unable to withstand the wind and waves. During this time, there were naturally many ancient great demons in the demon realm. They had a long lifespan and terrifying strength. The demon court, which originally unified the various realms, was also in a state of collapse. The various demon ancestors occupied a region and did not give in to each other. If it were not for the close relationship between the demon empress and Guchanga, they would not dare to attack the demon court. Otherwise, they would have already annexed the demon court. From this, it could be seen that the situation in the demon realm was turbulent. The originally peaceful places were once again filled with war, and the common people of the demon realm had no way to make a living. Guchanga stayed in the demon realm for a while. He didn't go to the demon court, nor did he look for Xiao to talk about old times. He still chose to view all of this from the perspective of a traveler. He was impartial and would not say which side he was biased towards. Several years later, he left quietly, and no one knew that he had come. Guchanga then went to other places. He went to the Sky Water Domain, passed through the Boundary Monument Sea, and appeared in 8 Desolate's 167 domains. Celestial Deer City still stood tall and majestic, its walls engraved with ancient runes that flowed with terrifying power. Cultivators from various clans came and went. It was extremely lively, and there was no lack of hawking sounds on the ancient streets. Compared to the other realms, this place had become a pure land. There were no wars or disputes, and order was maintained. At least, that was the case for now. The 8 desolates and 10 regions that were previously divided up by the various orthodoxies of the upper realm had now been abandoned one after another. Each domain had a new master. From a certain point of view, it was as if they had been reborn. Xianxia had obtained the epic tree here. He was also the first to break through Skydeer City and enter the 8 desolates' 10 regions. However, he basically never came here again after that. Now that he had reunited with his old acquaintance, he did not feel any emotions. He only felt a little emotional. Time passed by quickly. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy did not sense his arrival. Now that he had returned to his original state, even if he had a great background in cultivation, he would not be able to sense it. Therefore, when Xianxia suddenly appeared beside the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, she was shocked. It took her a long time to recover from her shock. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy, who was now a true immortal, could be considered an overlord. To be able to appear beside her so silently, his cultivation level was definitely unimaginable. This was her first reaction. Then, she subconsciously wanted to attack Xianxia. Of course, with her cultivation level, she could not hurt Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly had a bad taste in his mouth. He thought of the past with the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy and suddenly wanted to scare her. Therefore, when she saw that the person was Xianxia, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy was relieved. Then, she glared at him. The two of them did not have deep feelings for each other. In the beginning, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had planned to sacrifice herself. She had left the city in an attempt to stop Xianxia. At that time, there was a vast army from the upper world stationed at the shore of the Boundary Monument Sea. There were countless powerhouses. If the Empyrean Deer City was breached, the 8 desolates' 10 regions would definitely not be able to resist. That would be a terrible catastrophe for the Empyrean Deer City and the 8 desolates' 10 regions behind it. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy left alone to protect the Empyrean Deer City that her master had left behind. She planned to eliminate the biggest threat, Xianxia, outside the Boundary Monument Sea. Unfortunately, she had underestimated Xianxia's strength and methods. Not only did she not manage to hurt Xianxia, but she was also captured. She was infected by the demonic aura and almost turned into a demon. She, who was originally as pure as a Buddhist lotus, seemed to be somewhat evil and awe-inspiring. After that, many things happened when the two of them went to the 9 mountains. With Xianxia's help, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy got rid of a senior sister who had betrayed her master and had been hiding for many years. Then, she called herself Xianxia's concubine. All the cultivators in the Empyrean Deer City and the 8 desolates' 10 regions thought that the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy had betrayed them. In order to survive, she did not hesitate to submit to Xianxia and was even willing to be his concubine. The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy did not care about the insults and ridicule. She continued to do her own thing and did not care about the opinions of others. Xianxia remembered all these clearly. It was also because of the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy that the 8 desolates' 10 regions were safe. The two of them did not have deep feelings for each other. At most, they were dependent on each other and were dependent on each other. Xianxia came to the Empyrean Deer City because he was following the universe's starry sky. It just so happened that it was on the way. Therefore, he wanted to revisit this place and take a look. During this time, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy told him about the changes in the Boundary Monument Sea. A while ago, there were many strange scenes that appeared there. A portion of the originally surging Boundary Monument Sea had already dried up, revealing the cracked seabed. She had sent people to investigate, but they were stopped by an invisible force and could not really get close. Therefore, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy did not know what had happened in the depths of the Boundary Monument Sea. Xianxia did not care about this. He had known for a long time that there was an ancient battlefield under the Boundary Monument Sea. The original heaven-conquering army had fallen there. Later on, for some reason, the ancient battlefield fell there. The Boundary Monument Sea and the vast ocean came from the same source, but there was a clear difference in levels. It could be said that the Boundary Monument Sea was actually the water of the vast ocean that had evolved over countless years. That was why many cultivators were curious about the origins of those tumbling ancient realms. Why was it that even true immortals could not cross and became a natural barrier in the 8 Desolates 10 regions? These were not secrets to the current Xianxia, so he told the Empyrean deer mystic fairy not to worry about it. Even if some old guys from ancient eras came out from the depths of the Boundary Monument Sea, they would not act rashly. After staying in Empyrean Deer City for a few years, Xianxia also left. Along the way, he had seen all kinds of things in the world: life, death, grief, anger, obsession, and hatred. However, to him, these insights were far from enough. It was like witnessing these as a bystander, but he could not really experience them. It was as if he was just a little bit away. It was like mist in the clouds, separated by mountains and seas. He could not personally touch it, let alone approach it. He sighed in his heart. He still felt that he could not truly experience these things like a mortal. After all, what he was doing was just like observing the lives of mortals from another perspective. His actions were actually not much different from the heavenly Tao. Mortals were fundamentally different from him in terms of life. If I just act like a mortal, I can't make up for imperfect the Tao of man to begin with. This point is like standing at a high place, like observing ants, looking down on these. Xianxia frowned. He felt that he should change his mindset and method. Otherwise, if he continued like this, he could only look at flowers through the mist. He could only vaguely see a little bit. Therefore, he might have to abandon his current identity and cultivation and truly become immortal. Of course, it was not really abandoning it. Instead, he had to completely become immortal during this period of time. It was as if he had forgotten his origins and everything. In this case, it was not a bad idea. He could completely cut off his previous problems. Therefore, in the next few years, Xianxia personally sealed many of his memories, forgetting his past as a cultivator. He even completely hid his cultivation. This time, he was finally like a mortal, able to experience all kinds of normal emotions. He would get sick, he would feel pain, he would feel hatred for the wicked, he would feel pity for the weak, he would feel sympathy for the tragic experiences, he would feel joy for the sunny weather. Xianxia felt that he could really live like a mortal. No, he was now a mortal in the true sense of the word. He did not use the method of reincarnation to comprehend these things. Instead, it was like starting a new life. Xianxia could not cross the starry sky like a cultivator, flying in the sky and burrowing through the earth. Even if it was just climbing over a mountain, he would be so tired that he would gasp for breath. He would feel hungry, thirsty, dizzy, powerless, and many other feelings that only mortals would have. His life would grow old with the passing of time. He could no longer stay in his youth forever. He could no longer stand in the high and mighty domain and look down on everything in the heavens. Even when he walked through mountains and swamps, he had to avoid many wild beasts to avoid becoming food for them. After becoming immortal, he would get sick, hungry, tired, and old. Xianxia felt that his memory had become bad. He began to forget some things and had symptoms of forgetfulness. He seemed to have forgotten his purpose and why he had become like this. Who was he before? What did he want to do? Why did he keep walking? Where was his destination? Thus, Xianxia stopped. He felt very tired and needed to find a place to stop. He did not want to rest, but simply wanted to rest. He was really tired, but not in the physical sense. This tiredness seemed to have accumulated for countless years. Then, at this moment, it burst out like a tidal wave, completely drowning him. Xianxia village. This was the place that Xianxia had left behind. This village was not very big. There were only a few hundred families. However, it was surrounded by mountains and rivers. There were many official roads that connected to the nearest town. Every day, caravans would pass by here, bringing all kinds of beautiful and inexpensive goods. They came from cities in the distance. There were even powerful cultivators who could fly in the sky and burrow through the earth to guard the peace in all directions. I must go to the Scorching Sun sect next year and ask the immortals of the Scorching Sun sect to accept me as a disciple. At that time, I can also become an immortal who can fly in the sky and burrow through the earth. In a slightly dilapidated brick house, a little boy with slightly tanned skin and patched clothes clenched his fists and said with determination in his eyes. The Scorching Sun sect only accepts children with roots. You silly boy, what are you thinking? Why don't you eat properly? Do you think you can become an immortal just because you want to? So many rich young masters can't squeeze in even if they break their heads. A middle-aged man with a simple and honest face reached out his chopsticks and knocked the little boy's head, scolding him with a smile. The woman next to him also shook her head and smiled helplessly. This was a simple and warm family of 3. They were also the family that temporarily took in Xianxia. He walked all the way to Xianxia village, intending to rest here. This middle-aged man was called Wang Erniu, a very simple name. At that time, he rushed back from the market with his child, Wang Xianxia, and happened to see Xianxia resting on a blue stone. Xianxia looked travel-worn, and even his clothes were a little shabby. But sitting there, Wang Erniu found it hard to forget. This was a very strange feeling. Even the master in the city recently did not have such a bearing. So, Wang Erniu tried to go up and ask. Xianxia just happened to feel a little thirsty, so he tried to ask for a bowl of water to drink. Wang Erniu was very warm and simple. He took him home, asked his wife to heat up the meal, and even killed an old hen that he had raised for several years. Xianxia originally wanted to leave after drinking the water, but he could not refuse Wang Erniu's kindness. Why can't you become an immortal? Isn't the sister at the village in the west an immortal? After so many years, I haven't seen her age. She's always so beautiful. I don't care. Anyway, I'm going to become an immortal and marry Sister Fairy when I grow up. Although Wang Xianxia was scolded by his father, he still said that when he grew up, he would marry Sister Fairy. Undoubtedly, after saying this, he was hit on the head again by the chopsticks. Wang Erniu's face became serious, and he said, "You little brat, don't talk nonsense. That Miss Su is the reincarnation of a living Buddha. For so many years, not only did she treat the villagers for free, but she also taught you to read and write. If you dare to say this again, I'll beat your ass." When Wang Erniu mentioned that Miss Su, his face was full of undisguised respect. They were not cultured, but they knew how to be grateful. When he was still a child, that Miss Su appeared in Xianxia village. At that time, the village, as well as the surrounding villages and towns, encountered a plague of unknown origin. Many people died in it, and there were floating corpses everywhere. Everyone was in despair. Even the most famous doctor was infected by the plague, and in the end, he chose to burn himself with fire. Some of the cultivation sects in the distance were also helpless. In order to prevent the disaster from spreading, they could only think of a way to burn this place. When everyone was in despair, it was Miss Su, who passed by, who saved everyone. It was a plague that could harm people, but when it fell into her hands, it was completely fine. Even now, Wang Erniu could still remember the scene. Miss Su, who was as beautiful as a fairy, was dressed in white and walked over like a fairy. She held a white jade bottle in her hand, and there was a freshly picked willow branch in it. Wherever she walked, drops of water would sprinkle, and everyone's symptoms would be resolved. The plague that had engulfed more than a dozen nearby villages was resolved by her hands, vanishing like smoke in thin air. In everyone's hearts, that Miss Su was a living bodhisattva who saved people. Subsequently, Miss Su temporarily settled down in the east of Xianxia village, near a lake. She built a small courtyard surrounded by green bamboo. The lake was clear, and she raised some poultry and some medicinal herbs. Sometimes, she would sit cross-legged in the middle of the lake and play the zither. When some villagers fell ill, they would also come to ask her for help. Sometimes, she would also appear in the private school outside and teach some children in the village to read and read. That Miss Su had stayed like this for several decades, and her appearance had never changed. There were also powerful cultivators who wanted to visit after hearing the news. However, before they could get close, they became respectful on the way. When they did not see her in person, they turned around and left respectfully, not daring to show any disrespect. Therefore, all the villagers believed that the mysterious Miss Su of unknown origins was an immortal with unfathomable strength. No one knew where she came from, and no one knew her real name. He only knew that her surname was Su and that she was as beautiful as a fairy. She liked to wear white clothes and play the zither in the middle of the lake. Some villagers guessed that she might have come here to relax, or perhaps she once had a sweetheart and was missing someone. The sound of the zither was sometimes continuous, like a lingering smoke, and sometimes as cold as ice, high and piercing through the clouds. "I only said that I wanted to marry Big Sister Fairy. I didn't say that I wanted to marry Big Sister Sue. Big Sister Sue wouldn't fancy a little brat like me. Besides, father, you're the one who's talking nonsense. Let me tell you, I have a foundation. Today, when I was herding cows, I met an old Taoist who appeared on his sword. He smiled and patted my head. He said that I had sword bones and was suitable for swordsmanship. He even asked me if I wanted to become an immortal like him, who could fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. Then, he gave me a jade pendant and told me to wait for him. In the face of his father's harsh criticism, Xianxia was very dissatisfied and told him what happened during the day. After returning from the market, he was asked by his father to herd cows at the entrance of the village. It was there that he met the mysterious old Taoist. The old Taoist chuckled and patted his head and hands, saying that he was a good seedling who was suitable for swordsmanship and that he could become a powerful sword immortal like him in the future. While speaking, Xianxia took out a simple jade pendant with sword patterns. He shook it under the shocked gazes of his father and mother. This is, Wang Erniu originally thought that this child was lying to him and spouting nonsense. However, after seeing this jade pendant, he was completely stunned. Xianxia village only had about 100 families. However, the surrounding villagers were no stranger to immortals, or cultivators. In their eyes, flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth was a representation of immortals. The strong ones could even live for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. The Scorching Sun sect was the cultivation sect closest to Xianxia village. The sect master was called Master Scorching Sunday. It was said that he had lived for more than 800 years and could easily control fire and boil the sea. Even many rich young masters in the nearby cities were racking their brains in an attempt to join the school. However, the Scorching Sun sect had a high requirement for accepting disciples. Even if they paid a lot of money, they could only become a servant disciple at most. If they wanted to cultivate superior cultivation techniques, they must have a suitable foundation. Otherwise, they would have to work hard for the rest of their lives. Although Wang Erniu and the others were ordinary people, they knew that immortals were not something they could pursue. Therefore, when he heard his son say these words, he wanted to scold him and tell him not to be delusional and to herd cows obediently. If he was capable in the future, he would pass the exam and become a scholar and bring glory to the family. If not, he would sell the cows and find a wife to carry on the family line. However, Wang Erniu did not expect that his son would be so lucky to encounter the legendary immortal fate. Is this true? He suddenly became excited and almost forgot that there was a guest in the family, Xianxia. He could not even complete his sentence and became trembling. What did immortals mean to ordinary people? Flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth? Glory and wealth? Longevity and longevity, those were not people they could come into contact with or even imagine. Now, he suddenly learned that his son could become such an immortal. The couple's excitement and disbelief could be imagined. Although Xianxia was young, he knew what this meant. He raised his face and said proudly, "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you, father? I saw with my own eyes that old Taoist master controlled a flying sword and fell from the sky." That's great, that's great. Wang Erniu was extremely excited. His rough hands caressed the jade pendant as if it was a treasure. Suddenly, he realized something and hurriedly turned around to look at Xianxia, who had been silent and eating the dishes on the table. "Xianxia, keep this jade pendant. Don't let anyone know," he hurriedly instructed. It was not that he was worried about Xianxia who was suddenly brought home. It was just that he was used to being honest. When he suddenly saw an immortal fate, it was as if he was used to being poor and suddenly received a priceless treasure. Moreover, this jade pendant was definitely not simple. If he lost it and was blamed by the exalted immortal, wouldn't he lose his immortal fate? Moreover, what if this jade pendant was the exalted immortal's test for his son? "I know, father. Don't worry." Although Xianxia was young, he was very sensible and smart. He hurriedly kept the jade pendant, knowing that there was an unknown outsider in the house. After this incident, Wang Erniu and his wife were no longer in the mood to continue eating. At first, Wang Erniu thought that Xianxia looked a little extraordinary. However, he looked a little travel-worn, and his face looked weary and even haggard. Out of kindness, he brought him home and let him have a meal. He did not know Guchanga's background or name. Only when Guchanga opened her mouth to ask for water did he ask. However, Guchanga did not explain much and only smiled amiably. This made Wang Erniu have a good impression of him. Although this person looked travel-worn, he seemed to have walked a long way. However, it was difficult to hide the nobility and extraordinariness in his actions and words. It was not something that boorish people like them could compare to. Moreover, this was the first time he had seen such a good-looking man. Although he looked travel-worn, it was difficult to hide his handsome facial features. After washing his face, he and his wife were a little dazed. This made Wang Erniu wonder if Guchanga was a fallen noble who had wandered here. "Big brother, where are you going? I think you seem to have walked a long way." Seeing that the family of three was talking about the jade pendant immortal fate, Guchanga seemed to be indifferent. He did not hear them and just quietly ate the dishes in his bowl. Wang Erniu finally could not help but ask, "Where am I going?" When Guchanga heard this, he raised his eyes, but there was some confusion in his expression. He did not know where he was going. It was as if he was looking for an invisible path. To the end of this path. However, he did not know what this path was, nor did he have any memories of it. It was as if only his instincts were urging him to continue on his journey. However, he was quite tired now and just wanted to find a place to stop. Perhaps after resting enough, he would continue on his journey. Seeing Guchanga's expression, Wang Erniu was also stunned. He did not expect that Guchanga himself did not know the answer to this question. This state did not seem right. Could it be that he had forgotten something? At this moment, Wang Erniu's guess became more and more certain. He felt that Guchanga had become like this because he could not take a huge blow. In fact, he already had a complete story in his heart. Guchanga was originally born in a wealthy family and had a noble status. However, an unforeseen event caused a drastic change in the family. He lost his previous status and identity. Unable to take such a huge blow, he began to wander around. He did not know where he would go in the future. He's also a pitiful person. Wang Erniu shook his head. He had seen many such things. Over the years, he had heard that many dynasties had fallen and there had been wars everywhere. There were many people like Guchanga. They were once noble young masters with noble statuses and rich lives. They had stretched out their hands and opened their mouths to eat, and they enjoyed endless glory and wealth. However, now, he was just a pitiful person wandering around. He could not even be compared to a villager like him. At least now, he could eat his fill and wear warm clothes. He did not have to eat his fill or starve. He also had a place to stay and shelter from the rain. He had a hard-working and virtuous wife and a sensible and smart son. Moreover, his son had obtained the legendary immortal fate and would soon become an immortal. Thinking of this, Wang Erniu could not help but reveal a blissful smile. He was very satisfied. Guchanga looked at this scene and seemed to be a little moved. He looked slightly confused. Was he being pitied and pitied by a person? Was this what it meant to be satisfied and happy? So simple, but why had he never felt like this before? What had he always been pursuing? He was always trying to fill that empty gap. He was always on the path of pursuit, but he was never satisfied. What was he not satisfied with? What was he missing? Guchanga felt his head hurt a little. He knew that he should have forgotten something. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly recall it. However, he did not do so. I just want to experience all of this personally. Guchanga regained his calm and did not continue to investigate. Everyone had different pursuits. There was no need to measure yourself by other people's pursuits and satisfaction. He just wanted to quietly experience all of this and understand what it was. When I become an immortal, I will take father and mother to the best city to live. I will buy the best wine for father and the best jewelry for mother. Look at you. Immortals can fly and burrow into the ground. They are omnipotent. Not to mention living in the city, they can even buy it easily. Hee, I'm just saying. First, think about the scene at that time. When the time comes, I will find an elixir for mother to stay young forever. She will always be beautiful and moving like Sister Sue. Okay, mother knows that you are filial. Big Sister Sue? Miss Sue is even older than your father. You little brat, if you dare to call her that, I'll beat you up." Under the dim oil lamp, the faces of the family of 3 were filled with happy smiles. They were imagining and looking forward to the future. Gu Chang'e watched quietly. He seemed to have some kind of enlightenment in his heart. After the meal, Wang Erniu cleaned up a clean guest room for him and changed the bedding. They usually could not bear to live in this room. Wang Erniu felt that Gu Chang'e was used to living with a noble identity and would definitely not be comfortable. So he specially put a layer of soft hay under the bed. Gu Chang'e was not used to this simple and honest man's kindness. But he also did not want to owe him anything. After thinking about it, he also took out an exquisite jade pendant. Although he could not remember the value of this jade pendant, he understood that even if it was exchanged for silver, it would be enough for this family of 3 to live a rich life for several lifetimes. But Wang Erniu would not accept it even if he was beaten to death. He knew that this jade pendant was definitely expensive, but he was not willing to accept it no matter what. In his eyes, this little bit of help for Gu Chang'e was not as valuable as this jade pendant. Moreover, this jade pendant may be very important to Gu Chang'e. What if it could help him remember something in the future? Although he guessed that the jade pendant's value was amazing, he did not think of monopolizing it at all. Gu Chang'e was not used to owing people anything, but since he was staying here for the time being. The next day, he still followed Wang Erniu, wanting to do something to compensate him. In the field, Wang Erniu was wiping the weeds with a hoe, sweating like rain. Gu Chang'e was also learning from him. This novel experience made him feel a rare sense of wonder. It seemed that he had a new understanding of something. Wang Erniu could not persuade him, so he could only give up with a bitter smile and let Gu Chang'e help. The news that Qingshan village's Wang Erniu's family had taken in a handsome, destitute noble's son quickly spread throughout the surrounding villages. This kind of news could not be hidden from the surrounding villagers, and it quickly spread everywhere. Many familiar villagers came up to greet Wang Erniu when they saw him working in the fields. While chatting, they naturally asked about Gu Chang'e's background. Wang Erniu naturally made up a story based on his own guesses, saying that Gu Chang'e was a destitute noble's son, and that he pitied him, so he asked where he was going. However, Gu Chang'e himself did not know, so Wang Erniu took him in for the time being. In the end, Gu Chang'e did not want to owe him, so he came to the fields and worked with him. After hearing this, the villagers were all amazed. In recent years, many places had been in chaos. Many dynasties had been wiped out, and there were indeed many refugees fleeing for their lives. However, this was the first time they had seen such a destitute noble's son come to the fields to help. This was completely different from the image they had of the noble, pampered, and spoiled aristocrats. Moreover, when Gu Chang'e helped, he did not just do it half-heartedly. Instead, he was very diligent and serious. This level of steadiness was comparable to many of them. This made them click their tongues in amazement and disbelief. If not for the fact that Gu Chang'e's actions and speech were not like that of an ordinary person, they would have doubted the authenticity of Wang Erniu's words. Wang Erniu was also very troubled and helpless. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to be different from ordinary nobles and be able to endure hardship. During this process, he found that Gu Chang'e seemed to be very casual, as if he was enjoying it and was actively adapting to it. Wang Erniu did not know what to say about this, and could only shake his head and bitterly smile. However, with Gu Chang'e's help, it was indeed much easier for him to do farm work. Originally, he took Gu Chang'e in because he was pitiful and moved by compassion. However, he now had a much better impression of him. There were more than 100 families in Qingshan village, and the news about Gu Chang'e naturally spread to every family under the chatter of many villagers. Even the villagers in the nearby villages heard the news and came over out of curiosity. Some young ladies were even blushing as they quietly sized him up from afar. It was the first time they had seen such a good-looking man. Although he was destitute, it was difficult to hide his handsome features. This made them feel a little inferior, and they only dared to secretly look from afar. Gu Chang'e was very used to his current life. He followed Wang Erniu every day, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. His pace was leisurely looking at the green mountains, morning dew, and chasing the sunset. Sometimes, when there was more work, he would return. Sometimes, some young ladies would come to him with blushing faces and bring him a bowl of sweet water. This caused Wang Erniu to be extremely envious. He sighed that regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, it was good to be good-looking. Of course, most of the time, his wife would personally cook and deliver the food to the fields. Then, when Wang Erniu was eating, she stretched out her sleeve and wiped the sweat off his forehead. At this time, the two of them would look at each other and smile. They had a tacit understanding. Gu Chang'e had seen this kind of heartwarming scene many times, but every time he saw it, he seemed to be touched and enlightened. Wang Erniu's family gradually became familiar with him. After learning that his surname was Gu, Wang Xianxia would always call him Uncle Gu, which made Gu Chang'e speechless. Even Wang Erniu's wife would call him Brother Gu. But now that he was slovenly, it was easy for people to call him that. However, he was too lazy to spend time on grooming himself. He would do whatever he wanted. Gu Chang'e had a vague feeling, but when he fully understood this, he remembered everything that had happened in the past. But for some reason, he felt more comfortable, natural, and unrestrained at this time. It didn't seem unacceptable to live like this every day. However, this thought did not continue. He knew that he was a passerby to Wang Erniu's family. He temporarily stayed here because he was tired from the journey and wanted to rest. When he had enough rest, it was time for him to continue on his journey. He didn't know where he was going to go from here. Xianxia village was not big. Even if you added up the surrounding villages, there were only a few hundred families. Therefore, during this period of time, many villagers became familiar with Gu Chang'e. Some people would try to find out where he came from, wanting to know who he was. Gu Chang'e would only answer that he was currently just a wanderer with no background. However, these villagers still did not believe him. His behavior and bearing meant that his background could not be simple. His life in the past was definitely not what they could imagine. But since Gu Chang'e did not say, they could not get to the bottom of it. However, during these days, Gu Chang'e and Wang Erniu worked in the fields seriously and diligently, which fell into the eyes of many observant people. In addition, during this time, many young women would come over, and from time to time, they would send bean paste cakes, desserts, and even scarves and handkerchiefs that they made themselves. The way they expressed their feelings was actually very simple, and they had not really come into contact with Gu Chang'e. Sometimes, when she was delivering water to him, she would blush and talk to him shyly, asking him his name and where he came from. But just these few words were enough for their imagination to run wild. The magnanimity, calmness, and nobility revealed in his speech and behavior made her blush and her heart beat faster. This was definitely not something that could be seen in the men in the nearby villages. Under the coaxing and pestering of some young women, their parents also came to inquire about Gu Chang'e, asking if he had plans to stay in Xianxia village and wanted to betroth their daughters to him. They also hinted that Gu Chang'e did not need to give any betrothal gifts, and that the bride's family would prepare the necessary preparations. However, Gu Chang'e had always politely refused to do so. This made the young men in the nearby villages envious. In order to ask for a marriage, not only did they have to ask a matchmaker to break through the other woman's threshold, but they also had to prepare a lot of betrothal gifts and be prepared to be rejected. But how long had Gu Chang'e been in Xianxia village, and so many young women had taken a fancy to him? Was this the advantage of being good-looking? Moreover, he directly refused and had no plans in this regard. When compared, it was really frustrating. When I grow up, I want to be like Uncle Gu and let so many girls chase after me. Although Wang Xianxia was young, he knew a lot and was very envious of this. You're just a kid, what do you know? Wang Erniu and his wife looked at each other and smiled. In fact, they had been approached by many villagers, and their purpose was actually the same, which was to probe Gu Chang'e's intentions. In a small village like Xianxia village, it was indeed rare to see a down-and-out noble young master like Gu Chang'e. He had a good personality and was hardworking, unlike those rumored nobles who were spoiled since childhood. It was inevitable that many young women would have a good impression of him. Of course, there were definitely some who had other motives. They felt that Gu Chang'e's current situation was only temporary. What if he regained his identity in the future? But not all villagers were as kind and simple as Wang Erniu's family. Why hasn't that old Taoist come to me yet? I've been waiting for him for so long. Has he forgotten about me? Or is he just playing with me? Wang Xianxia was only a child after all. His attention was quickly placed on another matter, and his face could not hide his thoughts. As he spoke, he took out the sword-pattern jade pendant again. He had lost count of how many times he had said this over the past few days. In the beginning, he looked forward to the old Taoist coming to pick him up every day, but now he was numb. Even Wang Xianyo felt that the old Taoist priest might be lying to him and teasing him. "Little brat, don't talk nonsense. What if this is the immortal's test for you? Why would an immortal fool a child like you for no reason?" Hearing this, Wang Ernyu hurriedly scolded him. He naturally did not think that the old Taoist would lie to Wang Xianyo. Perhaps he was delayed by something. Or perhaps he was testing Wang Xianyo to see if he was sincere. Wasn't there such a thing in the legends about immortals? Sincerity could move metal and stone. But even so, Wang Ernyu still felt a little regretful. If Wang Xianyo could really be valued by the immortal, then he would be proud and could boast to the surrounding villagers. During this period, he had been holding back and did not speak of this matter. He had also warned Wang Xianyo not to speak carelessly. Guchonga quietly looked at the family of three, but a strange feeling arose in his heart because of the words seeking immortality. The next morning, Guchonga still followed Wang Ernyu to work in the fields. The morning glow was like fog, slowly appearing on the other side of the mountain. Wisps of the morning glow flowed over, diffusing between the mountain and the treetops. There was no noise of carriages and horses, a peaceful scene. And Wang Xianyo also went to the private school at the east side of the village as usual. But today, he was a little excited because he would be able to see that beautiful big sister Su again. In the eyes of all the children in Xianxia village, there was no woman more beautiful than Sister Su. Every month on this day, Sister Su would appear in the private school and teach them to read and write. Even some adults would rush over and peek at Miss Su from outside the academy. Everyone has a love for beauty. No one dared to disturb Miss Su in the bamboo house where she usually lived. Unless she really encountered some problem, or incurable disease and needed her help. However, no one had forgotten that Miss Su was also a powerful cultivator. In the academy, the sound of reading came out, like the wind blowing through the forest, full of vitality. All the children sat honestly and seriously, holding the books and reading aloud. A white-clothed woman wearing a veil that covered her face, only revealing a pair of limpid eyes, slowly walked over. She held the book with one hand and the other hand behind her back, seeming to have a slight smile on her face. From time to time, she would use the book to knock on the heads of some of the less serious children. The woman in white was tall and slender, like a fairy. Her beautiful hair was tied up, revealing part of her slender white neck. But part of her black hair poured down, giving her a cold and dignified temperament, like an untainted fairy. She was the living bodhisattva that all the villagers of Xianxia village called. That Miss Su who had saved everyone and resolved the plague that had swept through many villages and towns. In fact, no one had seen her real face. All along, she was either wearing a bamboo hat or a veil, not revealing her real face. But this didn't reduce people's various guesses about her real face. Beneath the veil was definitely a devastatingly beautiful face that was as beautiful as a fairy. Soon, the morning reading was over. The woman in white also let the children take a break, and she would teach them how to read later. For her, it was also a pleasure to teach these children 5 words. Building a cottage in the human realm without the noise of carriages and horses. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely looking at the southern mountain. This was the true portrayal of her current life. Away from the cultivation world, away from her former acquaintances, away from the intrigue and life and death battles, she was truly unrestrained and free. But sometimes, it was inevitable that she would feel lonely and frustrated. However, this was her own choice. There was a true meaning behind the return of the birds. "Xianyo, remember to put in a good word for my elder sister. This morning, she told me again. If you don't help me, then I won't talk to you in the future." Next to Wang Xianyo, a little girl with a twist braid was blinking her big eyes, talking to him and asking for his help. After hearing this, several children on the side surrounded them as if they wanted to join in the fun. "I know. Leave it to me, Arya. I will definitely persuade Uncle Gu to agree." Looking at the little girl in front of him, Wang Xianyo showed a happy and proud expression, patting his chest and promising. Hee hee, Xianxia, you are so nice. Hearing Wang Xianxia's reply, the little girl immediately showed a satisfied smile. Then, her eyes rolled, and she said with a smile, my elder sister is the famous bean-curd beauty in the village. The men who want her can line up from the beginning of the village to the end of the village. Except for Sister Sue, no one is more beautiful than my elder sister. I advise your Uncle Gu not to be ungrateful and quickly agree to my elder sister's marriage. Let me tell you, the people who want to marry my sister line up from the beginning of the village to the end of the village. Previously, the young master of a big family in the city personally came to propose marriage, but my sister didn't agree. The little girl's name was Xianxia. Although she looked obedient, she was actually very mischievous. When she spoke with her hands on her hips, she spoke in an old-fashioned tone. However, Wang Xianxia had long been used to her words. The two of them were very familiar with each other. They grew up together. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were childhood sweethearts. He happily touched the back of his head and said, I also know that Sister Xianxia is beautiful, kind, and the tofu she makes is delicious. The people who chase her have lined up in a long line. But my Uncle Gu doesn't have such thoughts, you're stupid. Don't you know to say more good things about my sister in your Uncle Gu's ear? Xianxia's black eyes turned, and she was thinking of a trick. She didn't know what was going on with her sister. She just took a few glances at Uncle Gu of unknown origin in Wang Xianxia's family and was fascinated. She even pulled her parents at home, wanting to matchmake for herself. Xianxia was young and didn't understand these things. However, she had seen Uncle Gu's appearance with her own eyes. He was indeed very good-looking, dignified, gentle, and most importantly, reliable and diligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have urged Wang Xianxia to put in a good word for her sister. When the two children talked about these things, they didn't avoid anything at all. When the surrounding children heard this, they all started to talk about it all at once. Xianxia, I heard that your mysterious Uncle Gu used to be a prince of a kingdom. However, the kingdom he was in was destroyed, so he ended up here. Is it true or not? Was he really a prince? Many children began to ask curiously. During this period of time, a lot of news about Gu Changde had spread in the nearby villages, becoming the topic of conversation for adults before and after tea. Naturally, they also heard about this matter from the adults. However, there were all kinds of rumors, and naturally, it evolved into all kinds of versions. A down-and-out prince of a kingdom, a noble young master, a wandering young master of a big family. Many of these speculations came from the mouths of those young ladies. When Wang Xianxia heard all this, his head started to swell. He didn't know that Gu Changde had such a background. He had never heard of it before. As a result, all kinds of rumors appeared, and they were all very ridiculous. The woman in white quietly watched this scene, listening to the laughter of these children, but her expression was slightly absent-minded. She recalled many things. Many scenes involuntarily appeared in her mind, spreading like wild grass. The surname was Gu. This surname was not common. She had been in the upper realm for many years, but she only knew that the surname of that clan was Gu. Other than that, he had never seen or heard of another tribe with the surname Gu. In this remote and peaceful little mountain village, hearing this familiar family name again by chance made her feel absent-minded, and she fell into many memories. Is it a coincidence? Or is it just a random person with the surname Gu who ended up here? The white-clothed woman shook her head, feeling frustrated. She had actually heard the news a few days ago. She knew that the Wang family at the entrance of the village had taken in a fallen aristocrat who had ended up here. That fallen aristocrat was not only dignified but also humble and courteous. He did not mind the work in the fields, and was diligent and serious. He worked with Wang Erniu from the Wang family, working at sunrise and resting at sunrise. Many villagers were discussing and guessing his identity. They only knew that his surname was Gu, and they knew nothing else. The white-clothed woman was a little surprised at first, and even had some indescribable surprise. Because she had not heard this surname for a long time. So much so that at that moment, it felt like years had passed, as if it was a lifetime ago. She had some unbelievable guesses. However, later on, the white-clothed woman shook her head and rejected all of these guesses. It was unrealistic, like a fantasy story. He was a god high above, overlooking all living things. How could he end up in the mortal world, a fallen aristocrat? What was she thinking? It was purely a coincidence, a person with the same surname Gu. Over the years, the white-clothed woman had also gotten used to life in Xianxia village. She accompanied the breeze and the moon, welcomed the morning glow and watched the sunset. Outside the elegant bamboo house, there were grass and some poultry and spirit beasts. Not far away, there was a green lake with rippling blue waves, and the scenery was pleasant. The green hills were always accompanied by the green water. How elegant and peaceful it was. Compared to the killing and fighting in the cultivation world, where there was mutual deception and intrigue, this kind of life seemed to be more suitable for her. When she came to the upper realm, she also thought about becoming a powerful cultivator, standing at the top of the power and looking down on everyone. However, the later on, such thoughts became fainter and fainter. To her, being able to live seemed to be an extravagant hope. She once thought that if she worked hard to cultivate, she would not hesitate even if she became the inheritor of the demonic technique. That way, she might be able to be valued by him and truly enter his eyes. All along, she hadn't desired much. She just wanted to have a small corner in his heart, and that was enough. Therefore, after 743 found out about her identity as the inheritor of the demonic technique, she thought about a lot of things, and also thought about ending it so as not to cause trouble for him. After all, he was a young existence who stood at the top of the upper realm with a bright halo and a boundless future. He was the leader of his generation, the invincible legend of the younger generation, and the focus of the world. However, she, the inheritor of the demonic technique, was his maid. In the future, she would bring disaster to the heavens and was destined to stand on the opposite side of him. Once this identity was exposed, it would definitely become a stain in his life that would be difficult to erase. For this reason, she hid everywhere, hid her identity, and carefully lived on. This identity of the inheritor of the demonic technique that the world feared, to her, was a shackle, a curse that could easily kill her. She still remembered that her identity was almost exposed when she was in the Immortal Academy. At that time, she asked him what if she was really the inheritor of the demonic technique. He smiled and answered that he would kill her with his own hands and then accompany her in the afterlife. Because of this sentence, at that moment, she felt that she could do anything for him. No matter what the outcome of this life was, it was already worth it. Many memories came to her mind, but the white-clothed woman's expression became more and more absent-minded. If this was a dream that he made for her, if she never woke up, how good would that be? I don't care. Anyway, when the time comes, you must put in a good word for my sister in front of your Uncle Gu. Otherwise, I won't spare you. Got it. You are so barbaric. No one will marry you when you grow up. Humph, it's none of your business. The bickering of the two children, Xianxia and Xianxia, interrupted the woman in white's thoughts and made her come back to her senses. She regained her composure and looked at the children in front of her. Almost all the children were giving suggestions to Xianxia's elder sister. Although they were not old, they knew quite a lot about the matters of men and women getting married. Each of them acted like an old man and seemed to know it very well. This made the woman in white smile and shake her head with a smile. However, this scene also caused her to withdraw her many thoughts. No matter what, the past was gone, and the past could not be recalled. Even if she was immersed in these past memories every day, it was impossible to change anything. Instead of such endless fantasies and expectations, it was better to face all this and regain her sobriety. That beautiful dreamland had long been shattered, and even the edges were badly mangled. What else did she not dare to face? Wang Ernia's house was located at the entrance of the village, which was not far from the private school. It was only a few miles away. After the woman in white finished teaching all the children, she left the small academy. She hid in the void and followed behind Xianxia, Xianxia, and the other children, intending to take a look at the man surnamed Gu. These children were innocent. On the way home, they did not forget to tease Xianxia about what happened in the morning. Arya, when you grow up, will you also find a good-looking man and marry him like your sister? Several girls of the same age said with a smile. Of course. Xianxia's big eyes rolled, and she said with a confident smile, when I grow up, I will definitely be more good-looking than my sister and find a husband who is more good-looking than Uncle Xianxia. You are so barbaric. He won't like you. Xianxia curled his lips. However, as soon as he said this, he was punched by Xianxia. The two began to play again while running to the entrance of the village. The rest of his companions chased after him. They were carefree and happy. When the woman in white saw this, she felt a little envious. This was a pure and unadulterated emotion. Perhaps the two children couldn't feel it now, but when they were a little older, they would understand. Today's playfulness was such a rare moment of pure affection. They were childhood sweethearts, childhood sweethearts. At this moment, the scene in front of Wang Xiaonu's house was quite lively. Many villagers gathered around, as if they were watching a show. Many busybodies were still cracking jokes and making fun of the newcomers. A woman with fair skin and a beautiful face wearing a light green dress stood behind her parents with a slightly shy expression on her face. Her jade-like hands were tightly gripping the hem of her dress. She had a thin layer of powder on her face and a little makeup on her face. In this nurturing landscape, there was a kind of bright and moving beauty. She was the sister that Xianxia mentioned, Xianxia. The famous beauty of Qingshan village owned a tofu shop at the entrance of the village. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also kind-hearted. The tofu she made was also delicious. Many busybodies also called her the tofu beauty, which showed her beauty. Many young men nearby wanted to marry her. Even the big families in the city had come to propose marriage, but she rejected them all. In front of Xianxia were her parents and a matchmaker with a very kind smile. They were holding Wang Xiaonu's mother's hand and chatting about family matters. From time to time, the surrounding villagers would chime in with a laugh and help out a little. They could also see that Xianxia's parents had brought Xianxia personally, and they even brought a matchmaker. There was no need to say what their intentions were. However, the man surnamed Gu that they wanted to meet had followed Wang Erniu to the market today. He had been selling some fruits and melons that he had grown, and he hadn't returned yet. Many young men who heard the news were extremely envious. To them, Xianxia was like a goddess. Usually, no matter who proposed marriage, she would politely reject them. But who would have thought that a girl like her would be so bold? She would not hesitate to persuade her parents and personally bring a matchmaker. It's a pity that I don't have her appearance. It's normal that little Yi doesn't like me. Since ancient times, it's only right for a beauty to be matched with a handsome man. However, they also knew what they looked like. They knew that they were ugly, so it was natural that Xianxia would not like them. The Qin family was considered wealthy in Qingshan village. Therefore, Xianxia and her parents did not think about asking for any betrothal gifts. They came in person to persuade Wang Xiaonu's mother to help say something. In their opinion, Guchanga was taken in by the Wang family, and the people he usually interacted with the most were the three members of the Wang family. He had led a wandering life and had no relatives. Perhaps he had already regarded the three members of the Wang family as his family in his heart. Xianxia's parents had a scholarly aura. They came from a scholarly family, so they were polite and appropriate in their speech. This made Wang Xiaonu's mother feel helpless, but she could not directly refuse. How could they make the decision for Guchanga? Sister, Dad, Mom, at this time, Xianxia and Wang Xiaonu, who were jumping around, came over when they saw the scene. Xianxia looked at her sister and smiled. She reached out and pinched her sister's nose. Sister, you don't know how to be reserved. People who don't know will think that you can't get married. But I asked Xiaonu to put in a good word for you. How are you going to thank me? As soon as she arrived, Xianxia began to ask for credit with a smile on her little face. Xianxia reached out and poked her eyebrows. She pretended to be angry and said, "Don't talk so much. No one will think that you are mute." Mom, Wang Xiaonu also went to greet her. Xiaonu, it's good that you are back. The old Taoist you mentioned before is now waiting for you at home. Seeing that he came back, Wang Xiaonu's mother could not help but smile. She hurriedly pulled him and said. Just this morning, an old Taoist dressed in rags suddenly appeared in their house with a middle-aged man who looked extraordinary. He asked if this was Wang Xiaonu's house. Wang Xiaonu's mother was just an ordinary peasant woman. She had never seen such a scene. She was very shocked. But when she thought of the immortal opportunity that Wang Xiaonu mentioned before, she calmed down and answered honestly. Although the old Taoist looked kind, the middle-aged man beside him made Wang Xiaonu's mother feel uneasy and afraid. She originally wanted to go to the private school to find Wang Xianyo and ask him to go home. But the old Taoist hinted that there was no need to do that. He just needed to wait here. And this wait lasted the whole morning. What? Hearing this, Wang Xianyo's eyes widened. When he came to his senses, the surprised expression on his face could not be concealed at all. He almost felt that the old Taoist was lying to him or had forgotten about him. But he did not expect that the old Taoist would really come and appear in his house. At this moment, everything was thrown to the back of his mind. How could it be more important than his own cultivation? That's great. Wang Xianyo's face was full of joy and pride. He was very excited and could not help but show off to Xianxia. Area, from today on, your brother Ernyu will become an immortal. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, just tell me. I'll protect you. Wang Xianyo's mother did not mention this at all before, nor did she mention it to Xianxia's parents and the others. She just casually chatted with them at the door. At this moment, all the villagers were shocked when they heard this. They wondered if they had heard wrongly. Wang Xianyo was going to become an immortal? Xianxia's family was also shocked by these words. They almost forgot the purpose of their trip. Xianyo, you're not lying to me, right? Xianxia was also shocked. Her small mouth was wide open in disbelief. Since they were young, they knew that immortals existed in this world. Immortals could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. They were omnipotent. They had also once revered and yearned to become such immortals one day. However, cultivation required opportunities and talent. They did not have the talent and opportunity, so naturally, they had no chance to cultivate. But now, Wang Xianyo suddenly told her that he could become an immortal? How could this not make Xianxia shocked and envious? That day when I was herding cows, I met a kind old Taoist. He came here on his sword, Wang Xianyo said proudly. Many of the villagers around him were even more shocked because of his words. His luck was simply unparalleled. At this moment, in Wang Xianyo's house, an old Taoist with a genial face, wearing a somewhat tattered feather robe, was sitting on a stool, looking calm and composed. It seems that this kid is back. He listened to the movements outside and revealed a faint smile. He took off the gourd hanging on his waist, raised his head, and drank wine. Beside the old Taoist stood a middle-aged man. However, this middle-aged man's clothes and expression were extremely inconsistent with the sloppy old Taoist. He was wearing a golden robe made of the Yin-Yang divine fire silk. He wore a golden crown on his head. The robe was wide, and there were patterns of order hanging down in some places. When his eyes opened and closed, there were wisps of golden light flashing past. His aura was majestic, and he was not angry but dignified. Clearly, this middle-aged man was a cultivator with a powerful cultivation base. Even if his aura was restrained, he still looked extremely terrifying. Ancestor, are you sure that the guy outside is really a good seedling? But in my opinion, he is really useless. He is even worse than those disciples in the sect. The middle-aged man was very respectful to this old Taoist in front of him. At this moment, he also showed some confusion and could not help but ask. In such a remote small mountain village, there was a seedling that even the ancestor praised. He felt a little unbelievable. Just now, he had actually used all kinds of methods to size up the guy named Wang Xianyo. However, not to mention the root bone, he probably could not even sense the aura. As for Sword Bone's talent in the way of the sword, he had to be able to cultivate first. In his opinion, this child named Wang Xianyo was just lucky to have a sword bone. Other than that, he was not good at anything. However, in today's great world, even if he had a sword bone, it would still be useless even if he cultivated for thousands of years. Not to mention that a talent like the sword bone was not particularly powerful. Don't you trust this old man's judgment? This little guy will not be simple in the future. Don't look down on him because of his current appearance. Don't look down on a young man because he is poor. Hearing this, the sloppy old Taoist only shook his head and smiled. He did not explain much. A strong smell of alcohol pervaded his body. He did not care about his appearance and was unkempt. If he appeared in other places, he would probably be thought of as an old beggar. Hearing this, the middle-aged man did not say anything, but he was still confused. He knew the identity of this old Taoist, so he did not doubt his words at all. Let's go out and see this little guy. The old Taoist got up, patted the dust on his butt, and walked out with a smile. The middle-aged man followed closely behind. All the villagers outside were shocked by Wang Xianyo's words, and they were speechless for a long time. Some of them had even forgotten that they were here to watch the Chen family show. With the appearance of the old Taoist and the middle-aged man, some villagers who were still confused no longer doubted. Their expressions became respectful and fearful. No matter what, immortals were not people in the same world as them. The strong lived as long as the heavens and could destroy the world. Even the most powerful dynasty could be destroyed with a finger. Just by standing there, the middle-aged man gave them an indescribable and terrifying pressure. Their souls seemed to be trembling, and they wanted to kneel down before him. However, when he faced this sloppy old Taoist, he was incomparably respectful. This made all the villagers envious of Wang Xianyo. Obviously, this old Taoist's background was even more shocking and terrifying. Greetings, upper immortal. Some villagers were afraid and could not help but kneel down and begin to salute. Xianxia, and the others were also afraid and did not dare to speak again. Before this, they did not know that there would be an immortal in the Wang family. Little guy, do you still remember me? The old Taoist did not care about this. He looked at Wang Xianyo with a smile and a kind expression. Wang Xianyo was not too afraid of him. Hearing that, he quickly nodded and said hurriedly, "Yes, I remember. This is the jade pendant you gave me. I have been keeping it well." As he spoke, he took out the exquisite jade pendant with sword patterns and handed it to the old Taoist in front of him. Seeing this jade pendant with sword patterns, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and he was shocked. He did not expect that his ancestor would even give away this jade pendant. However, he soon noticed that his ancestor glanced at the void not far away, and then withdrew his gaze. The middle-aged man was puzzled. He also looked in that direction, and then he quickly noticed that something was wrong. He immediately frowned and snorted, "Who is spying here, hiding and not daring to show up? Hiding your head but showing only your tail. I want to see who you are." The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with golden light as he stared at the void not far away. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. A terrifying aura spread out and shook the space, about to shake the figure there out. If the ancestor had not sensed it and looked in that direction, he would not have been able to escape. He probably would not have noticed that there were other cultivators spying on them in the dark. This made the middle-aged man a little angry and embarrassed. He was someone who was about to attain the Tao. In this remote mountain village, he almost missed the other cultivators spying on them in the dark. Moreover, this was in front of the ancestor, which made him feel ashamed. All the villagers were frightened by the middle-aged man's actions. Their faces were pale, and the villagers who were kneeling on the ground were trembling. They did not know what the middle-aged man meant, but they could feel the fear. "Why are you acting like this in front of mortals?" The old Taoist priest was a little dissatisfied with the middle-aged man's actions. He frowned and scolded him softly. Wang Xianyo was also shocked, and his face turned pale. Because the first cultivator he came into contact with was the old Taoist priest in front of him, he subconsciously thought that all immortals were as amiable as the old Taoist priest. He did not expect this middle-aged man to be so terrifying. "Yes, ancestor." The middle-aged man's expression changed after being scolded by the old Taoist priest, and he hurriedly withdrew his pressure. However, his gaze was still cold as he stared at the void. "As a cultivator, is this how you show off in front of mortals?" At this moment, a faint figure appeared in the void not far away. A woman in white with a veil on her face appeared there. She spoke with a calm expression and a calm tone. She did not care about the middle-aged man's strength at all. She was the living Buddha in the eyes of all the villagers of Qingshan village, the girl surnamed Su. "Miss Su, Sister Su." Seeing the woman in white appear, the villagers could not help but be surprised, and some of them could not help but exclaim. Xianxia shouted excitedly. In their eyes, Miss Su was also a powerful cultivator. She was gentle and kind, and no matter who she was very kind and treated everyone equally. All these years, Miss Su had helped them a lot. As for the middle-aged man in front of him, he was also a powerful cultivator, but he made others feel fearful and uneasy. The two of them could not be compared at all. Sister Sue. Wang Xianyo couldn't help but shout. He was a little excited because he didn't expect that the woman in white would appear here. In the past, she would leave the private school after class and return to her own residence. It was very difficult for others to see her. But today, she actually appeared here, which was too surprising. I didn't expect such a beauty to be hidden in this small mountain village. What a surprise. When the middle-aged man saw the woman in white appear, he was stunned at first, then a trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. What surprised him the most was the cultivation of this woman in white. From the looks of it, his bone age was not considered old, but he was already at the level of a quasi-emperor. Although the current era was suitable for cultivators to cultivate, it was rare throughout the ages. However, quasi-emperors were not cabbages that could be found on the streets. They were strong enough to occupy a territory and establish an ancient sect. But now, it gave him the feeling that he could grab a handful of them anywhere. The old Taoist priest didn't seem to be surprised by the existence of the woman in white. He just glanced at her and then looked away. If it was in other eras, a quasi-emperor might be able to stir up trouble and have extraordinary significance. But in today's chaotic era, not to mention quasi-emperors, even those who had attained the Tao or perfected immortals were just cannon fodder. This woman in white was not worth his attention at all. I also didn't expect that a quasi-emperor would appear in this remote mountain village. It is indeed surprising. Hearing this, the woman in white just responded calmly. She put more attention on this old Taoist priest that she couldn't see through. As for this middle-aged man, although he was in the same realm as her, she didn't take him seriously. Because she basically couldn't find an opponent in the same realm, she was very confident in her own strength. It was really surprising that these two people appeared in Xianxia village, especially when they mentioned that they wanted to see Wang Xianyo. This confused the woman in white. She had been in Xianxia village for decades, and no one knew the situation of these villagers better than she did. Wang Xianyo was not suitable for cultivation and didn't have the corresponding wisdom. Unless they were willing to pay a huge price to rebuild his foundation. But instead of paying a huge price, it was better to find a new seedling. Therefore, this made the woman in white wonder if these two people had other motives. What's so surprising about a Qilin hiding in the mountains? Don't you also live in seclusion in this small mountain village? Seeing that the woman in white's cultivation was similar to his, the middle-aged man put away his initial contempt. He habitually put his hands behind his back, showing a faint majesty, and asked. I'm from the Kongtong Hidden Immortal Sect. How should I address you? Kongtong Hidden Immortal Sect? The woman in white raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't have any impression of this sect in her mind. She had never heard of such a sect in the upper realm before. Since it was related to immortals, it was very likely that their ancestors had given birth to perfected immortals. Seeing that the woman in white didn't answer his question, the middle-aged man frowned and was somewhat displeased. However, the old Taoist seemed to have expected him to be angry. He waved his hand and said calmly, "We're not here to show off." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he hurriedly said respectfully, "I'll remember the ancestors' teachings." The woman in white's pupils constricted inadvertently. The middle-aged man called the old Taoist ancestor, and he was related to immortals. Could it be that he was a perfected immortal? In this great world, perfected immortals were not rare. Even in Xianxia village, she had heard many rumors about perfected immortals. During this period of time, there had been changes in many places. Many ancient ancestors of Taoist orthodoxies had appeared, and their strength was unfathomable. Among them, there were even existences beyond perfected immortals. An old Taoist who was suspected to be beyond perfected immortals suddenly appeared in Xianxia village and asked for Wang Xianyo. No matter how she looked at it, this seemed abnormal. I don't mean any harm. I just want to take this child to cultivate. You don't have to worry. If I really want to harm this child, you won't be able to stop me. The old Taoist seemed to be able to see through the woman in white's guess. He reached out and stroked his beard, smiling slightly. His attitude was much kinder than the middle-aged man's. The surrounding villagers could also see it. The origin of this old Taoist was probably not simple. Even Miss Sue seemed to be very afraid of him. However, the old Taoist's expression was very gentle, and there was no malice. Many people were relieved, and they were very envious of Wang Xianyo. Since Senior said so, I'm relieved. The woman in white nodded. The old Taoist was right. If he had any ill intentions, she couldn't resist with her strength. Because of Miss Su's appearance, the nearby villagers of Qingshan village were relieved. Qinya's family originally planned to persuade Wang Xianyo's family to help them and form a marriage. But they didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Whether it was Qinya or Qin area, Wang Xianyo was very envious. If there was an immortal fate, who didn't want to become an immortal and live a long life? Unfortunately, they didn't have that luck. Wang Xianyo was young after all. His initial fear of the middle-aged man disappeared with the old Taoist's gentle attitude. He began to ask many questions curiously. The old Taoist explained patiently, and the nearby villagers learned a lot of things because of this. As for the sword bone mentioned by the old Taoist, they didn't understand. They only knew that there was a very ancient and powerful orthodoxy behind the old Taoist and the middle-aged man. The old Taoist's seniority was even older. He was the ancestor of this ancient orthodoxy, and he was called the Wine Sword Immortal. The middle-aged man was just a junior of the old Taoist, and he was also an elder with real power in the sect. Kongtong Hidden Immortal Sect, the woman in white didn't leave. She had a lot of guesses about this ancient orthodoxy. It was probably a orthodoxy that had just appeared in the world. Before, it had been in seclusion and didn't know about the world. The old Taoist patiently answered Wang Xianyo's questions. He planned to take him away from here and return to the sect to cultivate after his mortal fate was settled. He believed that with his ability, he would be able to cultivate Wang Xianyo into a peerless sword immortal in less than 100 years. Wang Xianyo was not simple. With the old Taoist's ability, he forcibly deduced his past and future. In the end, he only got a blurry scene, which was covered by the chaotic fog and couldn't be seen clearly. One had to know that at his level, even those powerful cultivators could easily see through their past and future, let alone ordinary people. To put it in another way, apart from people at his level, everyone else was like a complete book in his eyes, recording that person's past and future. He could flip through it as he wanted, and he could even start to modify it. However, he encountered a fog when it came to Wang Xianyo, and it was difficult for him to see through his past and future. This made the old Taoist extremely surprised. He knew that he had found a treasure, and it was very likely that Wang Xianyo was the legendary variable. At the very least, he was the reincarnation of a powerful ancient cultivator, and his cultivation at his peak would not be weaker than him. The current Great Era caused the heavenly secrets to be in chaos, and the Great Tao to be blurry. Some variables and anomalies could be born in response to disasters. In the past epochs, it was almost impossible for an existence with outlier talent to appear. The right time, the right place, and the right people were indispensable, and it still took a long time to accumulate. It evolved from the collision of billions of instantaneous changes. For example, a person with extraordinary talent could no longer be predicted in the future, and he could easily break through common sense and transcend the shackles of heaven and earth. Therefore, in the old Taoist's opinion, Wang Xianyo in front of him was a future Tao state seedling. The old Taoist sighed in his heart, and felt that Wang Xianyo might be the child of destiny that was born in the chaos of the present era. In the future, he might take on the heavy responsibility of fighting against the outer heavens and saving all living beings. At this moment, on the village road in the distance, Wang Xianyo's father, Wang Erniu, was pushing a carriage back. The villagers he met on the road all greeted him and looked at him with envy. Behind Wang Erniu, Guchanga was wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a backpack, which contained some fruits that had not been sold out. This time, he went to the market a little late, and missed the most crowded time, so he couldn't sell them all. Wang Erniu didn't care. With someone helping him, he was much more relaxed than before. The most important thing was that many young girls deliberately came to talk to Guchanga under the guise of selling melons, and bought some while they were at it. But Wang Erniu still felt sorry. He was very simple, but he just felt that he had caused a lot of trouble for Guchanga. He had no choice but to buy a bamboo hat for Guchanga and put it on to cover his face for the time being. But since it had already come to this, there was nothing he could do. Because even if his face was covered, it was difficult to hide his tall and slender figure and extraordinary gentleness and nobility. Many girls had heard the news early, and knew that there was a down-and-out noble in Xianxia village who was extremely handsome, like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Such news spread like wildfire, and it caused a lot of waves in the vicinity. Dad, Wang Xianxia was talking to the old Taoist at the entrance of the village. He saw Wang Ernia coming back with a carriage from afar, and immediately shouted excitedly, wanting to tell his father the good news. "Your filial piety is commendable." "Not bad, not bad." Seeing this, the old Taoist smiled and stroked his beard. In the conversation just now, he had a deeper understanding of Wang Xianxia. This was a simple and honest little fellow with a pure and innocent heart. He was unpolished and was a good material for teaching. Although Xianxia's family was a little fascinated by the old Taoist story just now. But when they saw Wang Ernia coming back, their eyes lit up. They were not fated to be immortals, but marriage was something they could fight for. "Young Master Gu," Xianxia tightened her grip on her dress, looking very nervous. She looked at the other figure following behind Wang Ernia. But at this moment, the woman in white with the surname Su looked over with her. "What?" But the reaction of the woman in white was far more intense than her reaction. "Is this the guy with the surname Gu that you've been talking about? Why are you still wearing that bamboo hat? Why are you acting so mysterious and not showing your true appearance?" Xianxia clenched her fists. Her heart was filled with anticipation and shyness. Hearing her parents' question, she couldn't help but guess. Maybe he doesn't want to cause a commotion and bring unnecessary trouble? "Young Master Gu has been quite famous recently." "How is that possible?" The white-robed woman with the surname Su clenched her hands that were originally behind her back. Her bony fingers turned white because she clenched them too hard. Her heart was in turmoil. She simply couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was a familiar figure and a familiar face. Even though he was wearing a bamboo hat and looked like he had been through a lot, it couldn't hide his familiar features. Even the way he walked was incomparably familiar. It could be said that she was one of the people who understood him the most in this world. She had followed him for a long time. Her face under the veil was filled with shock and confusion. She couldn't calm down at all. Her entire body was trembling slightly. Her eyes were a little moist and misty. "It's really him. Why would I meet him again in this place? Is it a coincidence? Or is it an accident, or is it a surprise that he arranged for me?" At this moment, she even suspected that she was dreaming. Everything in front of her was just an illusion that could disappear at any time. "Father," on the village road, Wang Xianxia greeted him excitedly. He couldn't wait to tell his father this good news. Wang Ernia's face was also full of smiles. He was very excited. On the way home, he learned about this from some villagers. One day, his old Wang family actually had the opportunity to meet the elusive exalted immortals. How could this not make him excited? If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, he would probably have burned a few incense sticks for his ancestors. "Uncle Gu, I'll be able to cultivate and become an exalted immortal soon." Wang Xianxia didn't forget to share this good news with Gu Chang'e, who was wearing a bamboo hat. "You finally don't have to worry about it every day." Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to pat his head. "Hee, I was worried before." Wang Xianxia touched the back of his head. He didn't know why, but he didn't dare to be naughty in front of Gu Chang'e. He tried his best to appear steady and mature in his speech and actions. Although Gu Chang'e was kind and gentle, sometimes she gave him a kind of heart-palpitating and very scary feeling. Wang Xianxia felt that this should be the prestige accumulated by being in a high position for a long time. He didn't even feel it from those old masters in the city, so he didn't dare to joke in front of Gu Chang'e most of the time. Today, he was too excited and happy, so he was a little carried away. "Oh right, Uncle Gu, big sister Xianxia is here again. She even brought the matchmaker." Wang Xianxia jumped up and down in front. Rolling his eyes, he couldn't help but whisper in Gu Chang'e's ear. "I think big sister Xianxia really likes you." "What do children know?" "Shut up." Wang Ernia's face darkened when he heard this. He reached out and patted Wang Xianxia's head to tell him not to talk nonsense. After all, Gu Chang'e's origin was mysterious. Although he was temporarily living in Xianxia village, no one knew when he would leave. A person whose origin was unknown, but many young girls in and out of the village were infatuated with him, and they would marry no one but him. This made Wang Ernia helpless, and he could only sigh in his heart. Moreover, although their family of 3 was familiar with Guchanga, it didn't mean that they could decide his marriage. At most, they could give Guchanga some advice. The priority couldn't be reversed. Xianxia? Is it the girl who sells osmanthus cake at the entrance of the village? She is a good person, thoughtful and kind. Guchanga heard this, showed a surprised expression, and then couldn't help but agree. No, not that. Wang Xianyo and Wang Erniu, father and son, heard this. The expression on their faces was a little awkward and stiff. The sister who sells osmanthus cake is called Huang Xiaoyu, not Sister Xianxia. Wang Xianyo quickly explained. He didn't expect that Guchanga would even make a mistake. Moreover, the nearby villagers were all listening. How embarrassing would that be? Oh? Did you remember wrongly? Is that the one who sells candied dates and candied haws? Or the one who sells tofu? Guchanga was even more surprised and continued to guess. Uncle Gu, you should be careful. Sister Xianxia is the most beautiful sister in the village, the one who often brings you water. Wang Xianyo was helpless. He wanted to cover his face and quickly explain. Although he was young, he basically knew everyone in the village, so it was impossible for him to be mistaken. As a result, his Uncle Gu couldn't even recognize all those young girls and couldn't remember their names. So it's her. Didn't I tell her that I didn't plan to get married? Guchanga nodded in realization. Outside the Wang family, Xianxia's family of 4 looked a little ugly. Although there was a distance between them, they could hear the conversation over there. The nearby villagers also looked like they were watching the show and wanted to laugh out loud. Xiaoya, is this what you meant by being elegant and courteous, and gentle like jade? It's simply infuriating. He doesn't even remember who you are and what your name is. You still want to marry him? Xianxia's parents had a scholarly aura. They came from a scholarly family and had good self-restraint. But now they were a little angry, and there was a hint of anger on their faces. Their daughter had said all the good things about this person in front of them to convince them. He didn't hesitate to lower himself and come to the Wang family in an attempt to propose marriage. But before they even met, their impression of Guchanga had dropped to the freezing point. Xianxia's small face was also full of anger. She clenched her small fists and said, "Sister, you can't be fooled by his appearance. This person doesn't know how to respect you. He can't even remember who you are." She was very angry, revealing a pair of small canine teeth, grinding them there. Xianxia's face was originally filled with shock and embarrassment, as well as some embarrassment. Her cheeks were burning. Today, she came to the Wang family's door, intending to personally come to the door to propose marriage. She had already made up her mind, no matter what outsiders thought and said. But she didn't expect to hear this. But now that she thought about it, when she was chatting with Guchanga before, he wouldn't speak like this. In her impression, Guchanga was the image of a graceful young master. His words were gentle and polite, decent and humble, making it easy for people to have a good impression of him. Young Master Gu is not such a person. He must have said that on purpose to make you angry so that you can retreat. Xianxia explained to her parents in a low voice. This explanation stunned both her parents. Young Master Gu, however, at this moment, a soft murmur came from the side, giving Xianxia a fright. Only then did she realize that Miss Su had unknowingly appeared beside her. She was clearly still standing in the air and had not landed. Of course, Xianxia didn't notice the abnormality of the woman in white just now. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Miss Su." This, in front of the Wang family's door, the old Taoist who was stroking his beard and smiling froze on his face at this moment, then gradually disappeared. His brows furrowed, seeming to be somewhat bewildered. "Ancestor, ancestor," the middle-aged man at the side was puzzled, not knowing what the ancestor was doing. He called out a few times, but there was no response. He followed the gaze and found that the ancestor was staring at the bamboo hat man who was walking over with Wang Xianyo. Could it be that there's something special that made the ancestor have such an expression? But why can't I see anything? The middle-aged man couldn't help but guess in his heart. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't see anything unusual. he was just an ordinary mortal. He had no bone structure, no talent for cultivation, and naturally, he had no cultivation. However, even the woman in white with the surname Su appeared, as if she was very interested in this bamboo hat man. At this moment, the middle-aged man even had an illusion that this woman with the surname Su's expression was a little strange. What happened? Why are these immortals all looking like this? The nearby villagers who hadn't left yet were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Looking at the three immortals' solemn, bewildered, or puzzled expressions, they couldn't help but guess. Littleya, are they all looking at that man with the surname Gu? Xianxia's parents also noticed, and they couldn't help but ask. It should be. Could it be that young Master Gu has some other identity? Xianxia was also confused at this moment. Why was this situation happening? This was a little strange. Wang Xianyao saw that everyone was looking in his direction, and he was quite proud, showing off to his father. Did you see that, Daddy? I'm so impressive now. But Wang Erniu was not blind, he could naturally see that everyone's eyes were actually on Guchanga. He couldn't help but be surprised, and he couldn't help but start to guess. Guchanga, however, acted as if he didn't see these gazes, casually walked over, intending to tactfully reject Xianxia. He had a hunch that he wouldn't be able to stay in Qingshan village for long. Therefore, he naturally couldn't marry a wife, have children, and settle down here. If this experience was a big dream, then it was time for him to wake up from this dream. However, just as Guchanga walked over and was about to speak to Xianxia and explain his intentions, his gaze couldn't help but fall to the side. He raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at the woman in white, and asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned and shocked. Xianxia was even more stunned on the spot. She didn't expect Guchanga to talk to Miss Su in such a way. Everyone, including her, knew that Miss Su was as beautiful as a fairy, although she had never taken off her veil and revealed her true appearance. But normally, no one dared to speak to her like this. Guchanga's way of striking up a conversation could be said to be very bold. At this moment, everyone actually felt that this was Guchanga striking up a conversation with Miss Su, but this play was too old-fashioned. However, to everyone's surprise and shock, after the initial shock and disbelief on Miss Su's face, she directly nodded her head. Yes. Yes. She lowered her eyes and resisted the urge to cry, trying to make her voice calm as she answered. However, her tone was slightly trembling, and her eyes were slightly red. She didn't expect that Guchanga would actually become like this. Could it be that he had forgotten the past? What happened during this period of time? Did he encounter an invincible enemy? He had forgotten the past, but he still remembered her. All the villagers here were completely shocked and stunned by the woman's words. Wang Xianyao's family of 3 couldn't believe their ears, wondering if they had heard wrongly. How is this possible? Wang Xianyao's eyes widened. Miss Su had actually seen Uncle Gu. Didn't that mean that the two of them knew each other? So Uncle Gu wasn't a fallen aristocrat, but a cultivator like Miss Su? Young Master Gu is a cultivator? Xianxia was stunned, and she found it difficult to accept this reality. Only the old Taoist, who had been bewildered since the beginning and hadn't spoken, wasn't surprised at all. Not only was he a cultivator, this was simply a great horror in the world. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his hands and feet were a little cold. He couldn't believe it. Logically speaking, at his level, it was impossible to have such a feeling. In this world, what existence could truly threaten him? However, the Guchanga in front of him gave him a great fear. His whole body trembled, and his scalp went numb. The old Taoist couldn't help but recall countless years ago when he had just stepped into the cultivation world. He was afraid of the road ahead, as if he was facing an abyss, and he was cautious. What kind of small mountain village is this? The old Taoist didn't dare to make any moves. He wasn't sure what Guchanga was experiencing now. However, he could understand that if the other party wanted to kill him, he only needed to stretch out a finger and gently press. Ancestor, the middle-aged man on the side also swallowed his saliva. Since he could reach this step, he was naturally not stupid. What did he see on his ancestor's face just now? Was that fear? Have you seen it before? I said that I felt that you were a little familiar. Guchanga ignored the surprised and shocked expressions of the crowd. He looked at the woman in white in front of him and smiled. We haven't just seen each other. The woman with the surname Su smiled gently. She wanted to reach out and touch his face, but she stopped. My name is Xianxia. Young master, long time no see. No one had expected that the lady in white would call Xianxia that way. Her expression and tone were even more unexpected. It was not as simple as just knowing each other. The surrounding villagers were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Many of them even began to associate love and hate in their minds when they came to themselves. Xianxia, is that Miss Su's real name? Xianxia was the first to react. She did not know what had happened between Xianxia and Xianxia. But judging from Xianxia's expression and behavior, something must have happened between them. They might even be very close. As a lady, she was too familiar with such gaze and tone. Xianxia's heart sank. If she were to compare herself with other ladies in the village, she would not hesitate to fight and would not think she was weaker than anyone. But in front of Xianxia, she would only feel inferior and extremely dim. Xianxia, at this moment, Xianxia slightly muttered this name. He just felt that this name was very familiar from the bottom of his heart. He did not simply remember it, but seemed to have known it for a long time. There was a long history between the two of them. But he did not force himself to recall it. He just let nature take its course. When he reached a certain level, he would naturally remember everything. That's a nice name. Then, Xianxia smiled. It's not the first time you said that. Xianxia also smiled, her eyes full of gentleness. Not far away, the old Taoist hesitated for a long time. At this moment, he also walked over and made a fist and palm salute to Xianxia. Greetings, Taoist brother. Although his strength was unfathomable, he knew that he was no different from an ordinary person in front of Xianxia. So he was not sure what Xianxia was going through. He could only brace himself to greet him, so as not to be impolite. Greetings, senior. Seeing this, the middle-aged man also followed behind his ancestor and hurried to greet him as a junior. Although Xianxia looked very young, how could he be judged from his appearance when even his ancestor was afraid of him? To guess, the surrounding villagers all opened their eyes wide. In their eyes, the old Taoist and the middle-aged man were high and mighty, but in front of Xianxia, they had such expressions. This made them feel that it was inconceivable, as if they were dreaming. Although Wang Xianyo's family of 3 had some expectations and guesses just now and were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. Uncle. Uncle Gu is also an extremely powerful cultivator? I'm not dreaming, right? Wang Xianyo felt a little dizzy. Was he dreaming? He had always yearned for and pursued the immortal. He had always been by his side, and he kept calling him Uncle Gu. Wang Xianyo's father, Wang Erniu, also felt like he was in a dream. During this period of time, Xianxia was still helping them with farm work, welcoming the sunrise and the sunset, full of the simple atmosphere of life. He even kept calling him Brother Gu, and in his heart, he even wanted to persuade Xianxia to stay and not wander around. In the end, he learned that this mysterious Brother Gu might actually be an unbelievably powerful cultivator, it was just that they were mortals and couldn't see it. While Wang Erniu smiled bitterly in his heart, he also felt very lucky. Fortunately, his family of 3 got along well with Xianxia during this period of time. Judging from his many actions, Xianxia didn't look like a cultivator at all. He had completely integrated into the mortal world, and there was no difference between him and an ordinary person. I'm not a cultivator or an immortal now. You don't have to be so polite. Xianxia shook his head. He didn't think that the old Taoist and the middle-aged man were different from the surrounding villagers just because they were cultivators. The old Taoist let out a bitter laugh. He didn't know what Xianxia was going through now. But from his words, he understood that he was no longer a cultivator now. That didn't mean that he wasn't a cultivator in the past or in the future. The sudden appearance of such a terrifying existence in this small mountain village made him feel shocked and incredulous. He also felt that the world had changed greatly. The catastrophe had descended and the world was in turmoil. In this vast world, there were still many mysterious and unsolved things. Originally, he thought that he was already standing at a certain peak, but now he suddenly realized that wasn't he looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Xianxia's appearance made the old Taoist understand this in a real sense. You can only know the sky from beyond the sky, and you can only know people from beyond the people. Everything that happened in Xianxia village spread to the nearby areas at a very fast speed. Many villagers were shocked and in disbelief when they heard the news. If someone didn't see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that an immortal was actually by their side? During this period of time, those who had come into contact with Xianxia were all shocked and felt like they were dreaming. Some people even thought that they had bought the melons that he sold. At that time, they even joked that if they looked like him, why would they sell melons? Who knew how many young ladies were waiting for him to marry? Now that they thought about it, they were shocked and bitterly smiled. For a time, Xianxia village was covered with a layer of mystery. With so many mysterious people appearing one after another, it made people wonder if this was because the scenery was good, or if there was some secret hidden here. Some of the nearby cultivation sects had also tried to inquire about the Kongtong immortal sect, but the results shocked them. This was actually a supergiant force that spanned across the immortal realms and the upper realms. Even if it had only appeared in recent years, it was impossible to measure how long it had been in existence. This was no longer a level that they could imagine and come into contact with. In the following period of time, Xianxia village gradually returned to its former tranquility after the initial shock and bustle. Although many villagers knew that Xianxia's identity was extraordinary, they found that he was no different from before. He did what he had to do. His daily life was very regular. He worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. However, the people who delivered water and food to him changed from many of the young ladies in the village to Miss Su. After learning of Xianxia's identity, basically all the young ladies gave up on him, including Miss Xianxia who sold tofu at the entrance of the village. In their eyes, the huge gap in identity was almost an insurmountable gap. However, there were still some people who would secretly peek. Young people did not worry, but who did not yearn for love. Time passed quickly, and Xianxia was finally taken away by the old Taoist. Although his parents were reluctant, they also understood that from now on, their child would become a real cultivator, which was much more honorable than being the top scorer in the exam. Therefore, they did not let Xianxia feel too much of a burden. With smiles and expectations, they watched him go away. Before leaving, the old Taoist left a lot of good things for the couple. Not to say that it would make them immortal, but it would be easy to extend their lives by decades or centuries. Whether it was for Xianxia's sake or for Xianxia's sake, he had to do so. As soon as Xianxia left, Wang Erniu and his wife were more or less reluctant to part with him, because they did not know how many years Xianxia would cultivate after this departure, and when would be the next time they saw him. Of course, in addition to Wang Erniu and his wife, there was another person who was very reluctant to part with Xianxia. The youngest daughter of the Chen family, Xianxia, was just her nickname. Her real name was Xianxia. Before leaving, Xianxia secretly came to see her and gave her the jade pendant with sword patterns that the old Taoist gave him. He said that he would come back to see her after his cultivation was successful, and he would bring her delicious food and fun things to play with. The two of them were not old. Although they were not at the age where they first fell in love, they already had a vague good impression of each other. Moreover, Xianxia did not accept his jade pendant. She just wiped her tears and asked him to cultivate well. In the end, the two children directly hugged each other and cried. Xianxia knew about this matter because Xianxia took the initiative to tell him. Because she thought that Xianxia was also a cultivator, and he was respected by the old Taoist, she wanted to know if she had the fate to become an immortal. Xianxia did not answer this question. But Xianxia told Xianxia that she and Xianxia would definitely meet again in the future. The thing called fate was actually predestined. For Xianxia, everything that happened today was her fate. She did not know why Xianxia experienced such things, but it was the best gift that God allowed her to meet him again here. Before Xianxia left with the old Taoist, Xianxia moved out of the Wang family and lived with Xianxia. Of course, it was Xianxia who took the initiative to mention this. For Xianxia, this was very natural. It seemed that this was how it should be. Although the two of them were not married, they had a tacit understanding as if they had been husband and wife for many years. Xianxia knew his habits and preferences. Even the temperature of the tea was clear to her. Xianxia was also used to the simple and comfortable life with her around. Outside the courtyard, he opened up a few pieces of land. It was not big, but some bean sprouts, fruits and vegetables were planted there. He worked hard every day, weeding and watering. When it was time to harvest, he sent them to the market with the help of the Wang family's cart. Because the nearby villagers all knew his identity, these fruits and vegetables were very popular. Xianxia also seemed to have abandoned her identity as a cultivator. She changed into coarse linen clothes, put on a headscarf, and tied up her hair. Every day, she cooked and washed for Xianxia. She would also bring him sweet spring water when the weather was hot. She would use her sleeve to gently wipe away the sweat on his forehead. She would also carefully smooth out his collar, tidy up his cuffs, and sew his clothes. When it was cold, she would heat the stove and embroider cotton-padded shoes for him. When autumn came, it was bleak. The nearby trees began to fall and swirl in the autumn wind. And the harvested rice was exposed to the sun in the courtyard. Each grain was golden. When the sun set, there would be a few wisps of twilight. Xianxia looked at it and felt that all this was very gentle. Xianxia was busy with it, but he also enjoyed it. At night, it was snowing. The weather was getting colder and colder. It was winter. The nearby villagers were used to Xianxia's identity, so they were not overcautious because of his origin and identity as a cultivator. In addition, Xianxia had a good reputation in the village. In this season, the villagers also sent cured meat, homebrewed liquor, and other things. And at this time, Xianxia was happy to show the cooking skills she learned. Although the dishes were not perfect in color, smell, and taste, in Xianxia's eyes, they were good in appearance and taste. It was getting colder and colder. Even the lake was covered with a layer of ice. Soon, the courtyard was covered with a thin layer of snow. The whole world was silvery white and silent. Inside the room, the fire in the stove was burning fiercely. The dry wood crackled and splashed some sparks from time to time. The two huddled together on the bed, which was not very big, and slept in each other's arms. Xianxia listened to the falling snow outside. Some snowflakes drifted in through the gaps. He tightened the quilt around the two of them, hugged Xianxia tighter, and smoothed the hair around her ears. And Xianxia leaned on his chest, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat of 5, 4, with a smile on her face. At this moment, it seemed that only the two of them were left in the whole world. Winter came and went, and the sun and moon flew. Time passed quickly. Xianxia's perception of the world became clearer and clearer. He felt that all of this had something to do with mortals. So what if they were cultivators? Some pursued natural Taoist methods and longevity, while some pursued returning to nature and being plain and natural. Everyone had a different view on mortals. The so-called mortals were actually not mortals in the real sense, but a kind of ordinary state of mind and ideology. Cultivators pursued longevity and immortality. They were dissatisfied with the current situation and fought for it. And mortals pursued glory, splendor, wealth, and power. Wasn't this also a fight? Both of them did not want to live an ordinary life. Wang Xianyou's family of 3 and all the villagers in Qingshan village were mortals, but they were still fighting for it. The poor wanted to live a rich life, and those with chronic diseases wanted to live a healthy life, while the rich wanted to have a complete family with plenty of children and grandchildren. Wang Erniu worked hard on the farm tomorrow. He worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. In this world of mortals, the sound of insects only lasted for one autumn, and the flowers of the epiphyllum only lasted for one night. Who was not fighting for it? In Xianxia's view, the words immortal and mortal had long been out of their original meaning. What was immortal? What was mortal? What was heaven? What was human? Immortals fought, robbed, and deceived each other? Or immortal, lofty and ethereal, not competing with the world, and quietly watching the world of mortals, but these were all immortals. Mortals experienced birth, aging, illness, and death, saw all kinds of things in the world of mortals, transcended the world, and lived in seclusion. But they were still mortals. In Xianxia's eyes, the words immortal and mortal were not so important anymore. Originally, there was no definite boundary between immortals and mortals. People lived on the mountain, and people walked down the mountain. This was also immortal. Immortals and mortals were in the category of the Tao of man. Even if one had reached the peak state of immortals, it was still difficult to escape from this category. Because of the existence of man, immortals and mortals existed. Guchanga understood a lot. He felt that he had caught something in the unseen world. The original vague concept of man gradually solidified and took shape. Time flew by. Several years had passed. The trees around Xianxia village turned yellow season after season. Those children had all grown up. Some even got married, started their own careers, and had children. The old villagers passed away, and new babies were born. It was like flowers and plants that withered for a season were reborn in the early spring. The cycle repeated. However, Guchanga and Xianxia still looked the same as before. It seemed that time had never passed on them. After all, Xianxia was a powerful cultivator with a long lifespan. To her, these few years seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye, passing by in the blink of an eye. Although Guchanga looked like an ordinary mortal, even the concept of time had been blurred on him. Of course, he would not grow old in a real sense. Only when he subconsciously wanted to adapt to life and death and grow old did his body show the signs of aging. But this kind of aging was just a facade. When he adapted to nature, everything returned to its original state. To him, the concept of time was almost non-existent. The days in Xianxia village made him understand a lot. It could be said that he had experienced a new life in a real sense and experienced all the forms of life. During this time, Guchanga and Xianxia were like a real mortal couple. They looked at the mortal world in silence. Spring went and winter came. Time passed quickly. All the forms of life seemed to be condensed in this moment. For Guchanga, he seemed to have made up for the missing Tao. He also seemed to have transcended his original humanity and looked at another self from another angle. This was a new life, and also a different kind of reincarnation. However, there were too many experiences in the world, and Guchanga could not truly experience every single one of them. It could be said that he had personally experienced all of this. If it could be said that he had originally stood at the end of the Tao of heaven, overlooking all living things, then he would have been able to do so. Today, it was as if he had transformed from a mortal into a human and personally walked the path of a human. Of course, he had only walked the Tao that he had never walked before. Naturally, he had not walked to the end of the Tao of man. There was no distinction between immortals and mortals. In fact, they all belonged to the Tao of man. There was no sense of time in the mountains. During the years that Guchanga had disappeared, the situation in the upper realm had also undergone great changes. The ancient existences of the various orthodoxies appeared one after another, wielding great power. This was equivalent to truly raising the ceiling of the upper realm's battle prowess. Even those celestial kings of the celestial realm were in awe. As for the powerful warriors of the other realm, they began to communicate with the celestial realm to discuss how they should deal with the chaotic situation. Some of the celestial kings guarding the borders of the vast expanse battlefield discovered some ancient warships closing in on the celestial realm. Their momentum was shocking, and the waves shook all directions. Many of the ancient universes were shaken because of this. The ripple that came from the other side was like a storm of the great Tao, and all the worlds were disintegrating. Did the people from the other true worlds also discover this place? Great waves surged into the sky. An old man in white robes and a white beard stood at the realm dike with a young woman beside him. The one who spoke at that moment was the old man in white robes. He was the old man who had walked out of the sea of realm monuments, Ming. The young woman beside him was his disciple, Xianxia. People from the other true worlds? Are they not the hunters you mentioned before, Master? When Xianxia heard this, surprise appeared on her face, and she could not help but ask. Ming shook his head and frowned. Speaking of which, over so many eons, the true mountain and sea world has never been discovered by the people from the other true worlds. But as the hunters from the vast expanse ocean approached, the other true worlds also found traces of them. Is this a coincidence? Or is there someone who is adding fuel to the fire? He could not help but come to this conclusion. After all, how many eons had passed since the War of the Heavens? During that time, no one from the other true worlds had ever discovered the true mountain and sea world. In fact, they had never heard of any ancient cultivator from the other world stepping into this place. However, as the current situation changed, the hunters from the true world began to appear. They wanted to hunt down the true mountain and sea world and sacrifice it so that the true world behind them could descend. Besides this, there were also traces of the other true worlds, as if they were also trying to come into contact with the true mountain and sea world. This forced Ming to connect all these things together. It was difficult for him not to believe that there was no invisible hand behind all this. Xianxia had been by Ming's side, and under his influence, she had gained some understanding of the current situation in the true mountain and sea world. At that moment, she could not help but put on a puzzled expression. Master, based on what you said, is there a possibility that the true spirit protecting the true mountain and sea world has not disappeared since the ancient era? In truth, it has always been protecting the true mountain and sea world in the dark. But in the current era, something happened to the true spirit, and it no longer had the strength to protect the true mountain and sea world. As soon as she spoke of this guess, Ming's expression instantly changed slightly, and then her brows knit together tightly. There is indeed such a possibility, he mumbled. Golden light instantly shone brightly in his eyes, as if he wanted to see through the ages and see the present. If he thought about it this way, then he could indeed connect all these things together. Could those ancient existences who were continuously reviving be the handiwork of the Lord True Spirit over the years? Looks like something has really happened. Ming's expression turned solemn. He did not feel happy because he had guessed that the Lord True Spirit had not died. I didn't expect that there would still be a true world in this region, but it seems to be a newly born true world. It has long since lost the protection of the true spirit, and its presence is exposed in the vast expanse. Looks like Lord Shuiyu's guess was correct. At that moment, there was an ancient warship that was entirely dark green in color in the vast expanse of space. He was breaking through the huge wave and charging through it, heading in the direction of the true mountain and sea world. The ancient warship was incredibly huge, as if it was carrying all the stars in the universe on its back. The dark green hull of the ship was filled with an ancient air. It was made of a rarely seen mother of all gold, and it was covered in a terrifying divine light of order. Wisps of chaotic aura fell down and interweaved with each other. They spread out like fog, and they were so thick that they looked like they wanted to crush everything. There were blurry figures standing on the ancient warship. All of them wore armor and were armed to the teeth. Even their faces were covered, and only a pair of eyes could be seen. They looked incredibly cold and callous. They were conversing with each other in an ancient language, and excitement seemed to be shining in their eyes. It was the excitement of discovering a new birthplace of life. This new true world has let me smell the aura of the immortal Tao. There was once a spark of the immortal Tao left behind here, perhaps we can analyze it and replenish it. Perhaps there are still remnants of the true spirit. Without the protection of the true spirit, it means that a battle of Tianfa must have occurred here. The blurry figures were communicating with each other in an ancient secret language. Their eyes were flickering with light. There was a suppressed expectation and excitement in their eyes. It was as if they had been hungry for a long time and suddenly saw a fertile land full of vitality. Divine light of order interweaved on the ancient warship. Some places were engraved with ancient and mysterious runes. A dense primal chaos aura surged and fell down like fog. It sped through the boundless sea without deviating from its original course. However, if one looked inside the ancient warship, they would see a different scene. Some of the materials were sparkling, as if they were cast from a completely different material. There was also a transparent screen projected in the void. The figures sitting in the center of the ship seemed to have a resplendent silver liquid flowing through their bodies. Their faces were pure white, and only their eyes were visible. They had no nose, ears, or other facial features. Some parts of their bodies flickered with a faint light, as if they were some kind of life form from a higher dimension. These figures were also filled with a frightening pressure. Some of them were surrounded by lightning, flames, nebulas, and other real matter. They were not formed by the laws of order. It was clear that they were the masters of the ancient warship. The figures outside who were wearing armor and had their faces covered were their servants. The boundless vast expanse was boundless, and it gave birth to countless civilizations and inheritances. Some civilizations had lasted for countless years, flourishing without end. Even in the present day, they did not wither or die out. As for some civilizations, they were like meteors that disappeared in the blink of an eye, illuminating the deep night sky for only a short time. They were like a flash in the pan, disappearing without a trace. For countless years, one of the most prosperous and powerful civilizations in the vast expanse was the immortal Tao civilization. Although some ancient and powerful civilizations had appeared in the past, they were comparable to the immortal Tao civilization. However, they only existed for a short period of time before the flames of their civilization were extinguished. They were unable to be passed down eternally like the immortal Tao civilization. The ancient worship had come from a distant true world. However, that true world did not give birth to the immortal Tao civilization in the beginning. Instead, he gradually studied the power and mysteries of life as it evolved. From there, a higher level of power was born. They called it spirit force. Unlike the immortal Tao civilization, this civilization excavated the power of the heart and studied the soul and spirit. In a certain way, one could reach the level of immortality, placing one's soul on all kinds of matter and coexisting with that matter. Of course, this kind of power had its limits. It could only rely on external objects, and could not truly make one immortal. Therefore, later on, they fought some low-level immortal Tao civilizations and combined some of their power. After many epochs of evolution, they called themselves the immortal spirit civilization. From a certain point of view, the immortal spirit civilization could also be considered a branch of the immortal Tao civilization. The true world they resided in had always been known as the true immortal spirit world. It might not be ranked at the top of the vast true world, but it was definitely an ancient true world that was famous for giving birth to many living beings in Tao realm. To us, a new true world that has lost the protection of true spirits means a rich supply of resources and a vast territory. It can bring us endless wealth. Perhaps there are still remnants of the immortal Tao flame left behind. If we can successfully occupy it, we can advance to a higher level. It was a human figure with a much more graceful figure and eyes shining with a faint dark light. She was looking at the picture in the air and muttering to herself in a language that was difficult to understand. If Lady Zhuyu can successfully occupy this new true world, there is hope for her to undergo the fourth transformation of her soul, placing her soul on an origin substance and condensing the fourth lattice. Then, she will be comparable to the fourth tribulation void Tao realm ancient cultivators of the immortal Tao civilization. At that time, we will have a much higher chance of conquering the ancient true worlds. The eyes of the other figures around this figure flickered with faint excitement when they heard her words, and they echoed her words. They were very respectful towards this female figure called Zhuyu. Although the immortal spirit civilization had used the inheritance crystals of many immortal Tao civilizations as reference, in their eyes, their level clearly surpassed that of the immortal spirit civilization. In the immortal Tao civilization, void Tao realm ancient cultivators who had passed through the fourth heaven's blight tribulation were extremely rare. Over the course of countless epochs, only a few of them were born. For example, in those new true worlds, it was impossible to find a single cultivator who had walked on the path of transcendence. They had to go through too many tribulations. Moreover, there was a large amount of luck involved, and it couldn't be done by accumulating innate talent. But in the immortal spirit civilization, they could use all kinds of methods to make the origin crystal of their soul be passed down generation after generation, achieving some sort of immortality. When the soul power of the ancestors was exhausted, they would condense the origin crystal of their descendants. As long as they placed their soul power on the origin crystal of their soul, they would be able to completely receive the power of their ancestors. From father to son, from son to grandson, and from grandson to grandson, there was no end to the number of descendants. Through this method, although the immortal spirit civilization was born later, it possessed a terrifying power that couldn't be ignored. The figure called Zhuyu before them had a huge ancient race supporting her. They analyzed the immortal Tao civilization, condensing origin substances and laws, and placing their soul power on these origin substances to achieve a true transformation. They also traveled through various true worlds and experienced the remnants of the blight tribulation in the battlefields of various true worlds, condensing the remnants of the true substance and carrying out a higher level of transformation. Some of the true worlds of the immortal Tao civilization had immortal Tao fire seeds. In those immortal Tao fire seeds, there were remnants of substances that were close to corporeal. They called them origin substances, which meant that they were the origin of all things. The origin substances of all things were incomparably mysterious and could evolve into all things in the world. The world was turbid and clear, the universe was black and yellow, and chaos was reincarnated. Even now, The immortal spirit civilization didn't clearly understand the origin of origin substances. They only knew that they were highly likely to appear in some of the true worlds that had given birth to the immortal Tao civilization. The ancient warship rumbled as it moved forward. It was like a huge mountain range that crushed through the vast expanse, heading straight for the true mountain and sea world. In another direction, there was also an ancient warship speeding forward. However, the material of this ancient warship seemed to be even more ancient and broken. The figure standing on the ship was very tall and looked very similar to a human, but there was an ancient picture at the center of his brows. It was the group of hunters from the true spirit ruins world. The terrifying existence called Ancestor Whitebone King sat quietly on the ship, as if he was motionless. A vast expanse of fog swept over from all directions, surging forward like waves. We're almost there, we're almost there. We'll be able to guide the descent of our homeland. I can already sense the presence of that new life. The living beings from the true spirit ruins world sensed the presence of the true mountain and sea world that was getting closer, and there was excitement in their voices. It was as if they had been waiting for this moment for countless years, waiting for this moment. The waves of darkness continued surging forward, causing the dikes in the vast expanse battlefield to tremble. The edges of the horizon had become indistinct. A lot of substances that looked like bubbles continuously piled up. This might cause people to shudder. The frequency of the waves of darkness is getting faster, I just don't know how much longer they can last. The expressions of Luo Wang and the other immortal kings who were keeping watch at the edge of the vast expanse battlefield turned solemn. They stood tall on the war fort. They could see wave after wave of terrifying waves crashing towards them from the other side. They covered the sky and covered the earth, and there was no end to them. The entire world was shaking because of the waves. They didn't dare imagine how the immortal region would be able to withstand this sort of impact without the dikes serving as a buffer. It would probably crumble in an instant and turn into powder that filled the sky. Is there still no news from the Moon Queen? Hasn't she always been in contact with Sir? Why did she suddenly seem to have vanished from the face of the earth? The hearts of the immortal kings were heavy. The atmosphere of a disaster pressing down on their hearts was like a mountain, making them palpitate and feel oppressed. They tried to contact Guchanga and report this matter. However, they discovered that Guchanga had suddenly disappeared, as if he had evaporated from the world. Even the Moon Queen, who had a closer relationship with Guchanga among the immortal kings in the immortal region, did not know where Guchanga had gone. This made them have some bad guesses. Could it be that Guchanga had already left the immortal region like some of the emperors in the foreign realm and given up on this world? After all, during this period of time, they also discovered that the people who were close to Guchanga seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Regardless of whether it was the divine country of the higher realms or the heavenly court of the immortal region, they all gave off a quiet and peaceful feeling, as if there weren't many people. We also have to make preparations. I have already received news that some clans are already considering the matter of migration. A veteran immortal king spoke with a heavy voice, not optimistic about the future situation. This was especially so when in their eyes, their only pillar of support, Guchanga, actually disappeared at this time. This made them even more terrified, worried, and uneasy. In addition, some ancient existences revived, starting to take charge of various places. Then, there were news of them trying to open up a tunnel to the outer realm and migrate their clans. Of course, they treated Guchanga as their pillar of support because Guchanga's strength was powerful and unfathomable. Perhaps when the disaster descended, there was hope for him to contend against everything. However, it was clear that with Guchanga's personality, it was more like he would do something that the entire world had nothing to do with him. However, because of this, they had no choice but to place their hopes on Guchanga. However, while the hearts of the immortal kings were heavy, two figures suddenly appeared on the other side of the realm embankment. A white-robed old man was walking towards them with a young woman in tow. It's the senior who crossed the realm embankment back then. Noticing this scene, Luo Wang's expression froze. His figure disappeared from the war fort, and he got up to welcome them. When the other immortal kings saw this, they also appeared one after another. Apart from Guchanga, this white-robed old man was the second one they had seen so far who could bring people across the realm embankment. His cultivation was at least that of a half-immortal emperor, or even higher. They had no choice but to respect him. The white-robed old man, Ming, walked over with Xianxia. He had long known that there were many immortal kings guarding this place, constantly paying attention to the situation outside the vast expanse. Luo Wang and the other immortal kings came over and bowed respectfully, calling him senior. Ming did not waste time introducing himself. Instead, he went straight to the point and asked about the current situation in the immortal region and how to deal with it. During the time he had been outside the vast expanse with his disciple, Xianxia, he had been sensing the fluctuations outside the vast expanse. He wanted to determine the level of the group of hunters who had descended here. However, Ming did not expect that there would be traces of other true worlds. Besides the group of hunters, there were also living beings from other true worlds descending. If both sides came with ill intentions, it would indeed be a terrible disaster for the mountain and sea world. However, when faced with this question, Luo Wang and the others showed some embarrassment. Some of them also showed bitterness, shaking their heads and sighing. What could the immortal region do to deal with it, besides having them guard this place and constantly pay attention to the situation outside the vast expanse battlefield? There was nothing else. During this period of time, even Xianxia had vanished without a trace, and no one knew of his whereabouts. This caused them to be unable to help but wonder if Xianxia had already given up on the immortal region and left them to fend for themselves. After hearing this, Ming had a complicated look in his eyes. He did not expect the immortal region's current situation to be so terrible. However, from what Luo Wang and the others said, besides the immortal kings guarding this place, there were actually many ancient existences that had revived in the immortal region. These ancient existences controlled various universes and orthodoxies. Their strength was also unfathomable. They suspected that these ancient existences' cultivation had surpassed the immortal kings, and they might even be quasi-immortal emperors. However, in Ming's eyes, this was still far from enough. Perhaps in the eyes of the immortal kings, quasi-immortal emperors were invincible existences who could look down on all living beings and easily decide their lives. However, Ming, who had experienced the War of the Heavens, knew very well. 370 quasi-immortal emperors had not reached the peak of the immortal realm and were not far from the immortal emperor realm. How could they be a match for those ancient Tao realm cultivators? Even those ancient cultivators who had just touched the threshold of the Tao realm could kill quasi-immortal emperors with just a thought or a glance. There were definitely Tao realm existences among the hunters who had descended to the true mountain and sea world. For example, Ming himself had only barely touched the first threshold of the Tao realm after countless years of accumulation, and he hadn't completely overcome the first heavenly blight tribulation. He had no idea if he could contend against those hunters when the time came. Therefore, he needed to find a companion who could fight alongside him during this period of time. The situation is very bad. Lord True Spirit is also in trouble, and the Demon Master seems to be unreliable. I don't know what happened in between, Ming sighed in his heart. He was someone from the same generation as the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world. He had experienced the first War of the Heavens and knew just how devastating and terrifying that battle was. Naturally, he also knew of the existence of true spirit Qing robes from the true mountain and sea world. However, he had died in the Great War of the Heavens. He had fallen in the heaven-seeking battlefield. As for what happened in the future, he actually didn't know. Ming could only make vague guesses based on some of the records in the future and the rumors passed down by cultivators. He had never seen the Demon Master's true appearance, but he knew that it was because of his existence that the true mountain and sea world had survived the first Aeon tribulation. In Ming's opinion, there was definitely a hidden story behind everything that happened during the Forbidden Era. It was impossible for it to be as dark as what all living beings saw. During this period of time, some of the ancient existences who had revived had been confirmed to be dead during that era. Even Ming himself was the same. But they had come back to life. Had they been reflected in the current era from another era and revived in the current era, even if it was in Ming's opinion, it was practically impossible to accomplish. It was such a long period of time, spanning countless eras. How could it be reflected in the current era? There were too many powerful beings and living beings during this period of time, so it was impossible to achieve. Reviving the entire history with one's own power, in Ming's opinion, the people who had died back then might have entered the cycle of reincarnation in a different way and returned from it. Why did he think so? Because during this period of time, the true mountain and sea world had not been discovered by other ancient cultivators, nor had it been invaded by other true worlds. This meant that during this period of time, the true mountain and sea world had been protected by its true spirit. Only during this period of time did something happen to its true spirit, causing the true mountain and sea world to be noticed by other true worlds outside the vast expanse. It was highly possible that this was a grand scheme that had been planned for a long time. After that, Ming took Luo Wang and the others and left the vast expanse battlefield, telling them that they did not need to continue guarding the place. If the hunters from outside the vast expanse battlefield descended, then they would be useless here. They would not even have the right to be cannon fodder. At a certain level, they could sense the existence of others of the same level even if they were separated by an endless universe and space. Once the living beings from outside the vast expanse descended, all worlds could sense them. Their presence was enough to make all living beings go mad and fall into chaos. After returning to the immortal region, Ming did not go to the other orthodoxies. Instead, he brought Xianxia to the Gu family. He knew about the relationship between Xianxia and the Gu family. He also knew that Xianxia could be considered as Guchang's cousin. Of course, the main reason was that Ming wanted to find his companions to discuss the grand scheme of things. The longevity Gu family's foundation was unfathomable. It was hard to imagine that they had existed before the first calamity of the true mountain and sea world. The ancestor who had founded the Gu family was a terrifying figure whose cultivation base was difficult to fathom. In Ming's opinion, finding the Gu family to discuss countermeasures was the only way now. Luo Wang and the other immortal kings were at a loss. They did not know what to do next. After thinking for a while, they decided to follow Ming. They did not know why Ming would go to the longevity Gu family. They did not even know Ming's origins. Some people guessed that Ming was an ancestor of the longevity Gu family. After all, the longevity Gu family had always been mysterious and did not care about the affairs of the world. Even when the immortal region collapsed and the immortal kings from the other regions invaded, the longevity Gu family did not care much. Moreover, even Guchangga was a member of the Gu family. He was once the young master of the Gu family. Ming's action caused the immortal kings to make many guesses and make many connections. In the current immortal region, every action of the immortal kings involved countless living beings and cultivators. The moment Luo Wang and the others left the vast expanse battlefield, the various orthodoxies also noticed them. They were very curious as to why Luo Wang and the others would go to the longevity Gu family. While the orthodoxies were puzzled, they also sent people to follow them and find out what was going on. Some ancient existences who had been revived even formed avatars to follow after them. Divine light shone brightly in the universe. Various majestic avatars crossed the galaxy and rushed to the Gu family's territory. In the immortal region, in the oceanic tribe's territory, the third prince of the dragon tribe, Ao Teng, who had received the news, also followed with Ao Ling. He had always wanted to meet Guchangga personally and ask him some questions. After all, he was a supreme figure whom even his father greatly admired. He had left a deep impression on Ao Teng. Ao Teng was even more unwilling to believe that Guchangga was a demon who would harm the heavens. Of course, another big reason was that Ao Teng felt that the changes in the mountain and sea realm were related to Guchangga. Guchangga should know some of the truth. The commotion caused by the immortal kings of the sea tribe also alarmed the other forces, causing waves to rise in various parts of the immortal region. In the immortal region's Wang family, Ni Chen, who had completely possessed many true immortals of the Wang family, sat cross-legged in his cave abode. A vast galaxy appeared behind him. Stars filled the sky, rising and falling like a waterfall. 9 ancient bronze lamps floated above his head. They intersected with each other like inextinguishable divine light, stabilizing Ni Chen's drifting true soul. His eyes burned brightly. He did not ask about what was happening in the outside world. He focused on cultivating his innate ancestral art and planned to possess the mountain and sea realm. The current mountain and sea realm was like a floating duckweed. It was the best time for him to possess it. Before this, Ni Chen had planned for a long time and finally found a suitable opportunity. The process was very dangerous, which was why Ni Chen had to make other arrangements before he possessed the mountain and sea realm. After all, there were many powerful cultivators in the mountain and sea realm now. In that case, all of his previous plans would be for naught, and all of them would turn into bubbles. With the innate ancestral art of the Abyss Defiance, I can easily possess anything. Now that I am the young master of the Wang family, I can use the identity of the true spirit's successor to travel the world. Enai Chen's eyes sparkled. He had a plan in his heart. He knew that there was definitely a problem with the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm's aura to spread through the universe and attract many hunters. And his appearance just so happened to be able to resolve this matter. He had successfully possessed a galaxy before. Even though it was far from the true mountain and sea realm, he had already been tainted with some of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm's essence. Based on this alone, he could completely pass himself off as the real thing. At that time, as the successor of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm, he only needed to take over everything and become the new true spirit. Then, he would be able to save the true mountain and sea realm in time. Even if someone suspected the authenticity of his identity, it was not important. In a life-and-death situation, who would care about such things? Before I pretend to be the successor of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm, I must quickly reach quasi-immortal king or even higher. That way, I can dispel some people's doubts and guesses. Enai Chen's eyes were filled with ambition. He planned to carry out the next step of his plan. Before he possessed Wang Wushang had yet to reach true immortal realm. This was something that all the races in the immortal region knew. If he successfully reached quasi-immortal king or even immortal king realm in a few short decades, it would cause a stir in all the races. He would definitely break a record that had existed since ancient times. At that time, his identity as the successor of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm would be even more stable. To outsiders, Enai Chen could say that he had obtained the legacy of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm, which was why he had broken through in one go. On the other side, many of the immortal palace's descendants had gathered in Fu Yan and made the city of No Return their new gathering place. All the forces of power are rushing to the Longevity Gu family. Looks like something big is about to happen. Sun Shuang and the others, who had received the news from the outside world, were also discussing it. In the end, even Sun Shuang, who still harbored great enmity towards Gu Changge, decided to personally make a trip to the Longevity Gu family with Uncle Yi and the others. Also, many majestic magical bodies appeared in some of the orthodoxies and races in the upper realm and the other world. They were millions of feet tall and stood in the galaxy. These figures were like immortal gods. In the end, they turned into divine light and crossed through the universe to rush to the Longevity Gu family. The entire true mountain and sea realm was shaken. All the universes and ancient worlds were restless. Due to this matter, the atmosphere had become abnormally heavy. The entire celestial realm was in an uproar. No matter what cultivation level one was at, they all saw this shocking scene. Avatars crossed the universe one after another, heading towards the Gu family's territory in the celestial realm. However, several years ago, the Gu family in the celestial realm had already moved away. All the clansmen had gathered in the upper realm. Therefore, the various clans that rushed over didn't see any figures. They turned around and crossed space again, heading to the upper realm. At the same time, there was also a strange movement in the upper realm. Many Gu family clansmen sensed powerful auras descending from the outer realm. The phenomenon was shocking. What happened? Why are so many powerhouses descending on our clan's territory? The clansmen guarding the mountain gate were all shocked. They hurriedly went to report. Ming brought Xianxia and appeared outside the mountain gate. He didn't force his way in. He came with a purpose, so he naturally couldn't offend the Gu family. Is this the family that sister is from? Xianxia was a little shocked. She was stunned by this magnificent and majestic foundation. As expected of the clan that even her master valued and feared. Their inheritance was incomparably long, and their strength was unfathomable. Speaking of which, she was the same as Gu Xian'er. The bloodline of the Gu family flowed in her veins. However, she was born in the Tianlan realm by her parents. This was also Xian'er's first time coming to the Gu family's territory. Seeing it with her own eyes was shocking. Is this the Gu family's territory? Now that I look at it, there are mysteries everywhere. Luo Wang and the other celestial kings were also shocked. At first, they didn't understand. Why would Ming come to the Gu family? But now that they looked at it, they realized that these small details were shocking. Even if they were celestial kings, they couldn't act presumptuously in front of the Gu family. The rising providence was like a surging river, gathering above their heads and illuminating the sky. This was more like a small world, detached from the world and not affected by the outside world. Perhaps there was still some peerless figure hidden in the current Gu family. This senior is, in the sky, beams of divine light descended. Some ancient existences revealed their true bodies and asked about Ming's identity. However, Luo Wang and the others only shook their heads and didn't say anything. They didn't know Ming's background. Many figures gathered here, some of their bodies still surrounded by primal chaos mist, hazy and indistinct. Their strength exceeded immortal kings. These were figures who had just revived in this world. Along with the brilliance of the Great Path, the people of the Ocean Clan also arrived. The one in the lead was the third prince of the Dragon Clan, Ao Ting. Great Commander Ming. At first glance, he noticed Ming standing at the Gu clan's mountain gate. His entire body shook, and he was in slight disbelief. Commander Ming, Ao Ling, who was following behind Ao Ting, widened her eyes and cried out involuntarily. As characters from the pre-heaven mythological era, they could be said to be separated from the people of the current era by countless epochs. Even the remnants of the immortal palace in the Dark Era might not know of their existence. Seeing this, many ancient existences in the area looked over. However, there were also quite a number of experts from the sea race. There were even a few existences that had surpassed the immortal king realm. They are characters from the innate mythological era. Those two are the descendants of the ancestral dragon. An old man who had transformed into a human explained to the existences around him with a slightly shocked voice. He was transformed from a carp that came from a dry well. He had once transformed into a true dragon and was extremely powerful. He had some inherited memories and knew part of the origins of Ao Ting and Ao Ling. As soon as these words were spoken, many ancient figures in the surroundings were immediately speechless. The pre-heaven mythological era was such a distant epoch. It could be traced back to the beginning of the world and before the chaos was divided. How could the characters of that era not be shocked by the fact that they were still in the world today? Hearing the exclamation behind him, Ming also turned around. His gaze swept over and landed on Ao Ting and Ao Ling, the third prince of the Dragon Clan. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. He did not expect to meet an old friend here, and one that he had met many times. That was the time before the first calamity. How long had it been since then? He could not remember clearly, but he could still see an old friend of his. Ao Ting greets Commander Ming. I didn't expect Commander Ming to still be alive in this world. This is great. Although Ao Ting was the third prince of the Dragon Clan, he was not arrogant. He was very respectful to Ming, who had once led the army of the heavens. Ao Ling also greeted him. Her eyes blinked and landed on Xianxia. Then, she was stunned. Why did she look a little like that lord? But there was only a slight resemblance, and the expression was different. Could she be the reincarnation of that lord? Ao Ling did not know Xianxia's background, so she could only guess. Ao Ting's arrival made Ming smile. In terms of seniority, he was older than Ao Ting and could be said to be the oldest group of people. Back then, he had also led the army of the heavens to resist the calamity and the great liquidation. After such a long time, they could still meet again. It was more or less a surprise and joy. Ao Ting was even more surprised. He had originally thought that this commander had died in the War of the Heavens. But he did not expect that he was still alive and well, and his cultivation was even more unfathomable. In that case, could the supreme figures of the Dragon Clan who had fallen in the past be still alive? It was just like what his father had said. While Ao Ting was catching up with Ming and the others, several streams of light descended from the sky. The Immortal Palace's descendants had also arrived. Sun Shuang followed Uncle Yi and observed the situation quietly. More and more people gathered outside the Gu clan's land, but they all waited with Ming and did not step in casually. Even the quasi-immortal emperors who had surpassed the immortal king realm felt uneasy and fearful. They knew that the Gu clan was not to be underestimated. The ancestor of the Gu clan, who had created the mountain and sea realm, stood outside the ancestral hall with his hands behind his back. The patriarchs who had come to report all stood respectfully in front of him. So many people have come to the Gu clan. Are they here to ask me for a solution? Haha, you do have a solution. The ancestor of the Gu clan was dressed in a black robe. Even his true body was shrouded in darkness. He shook his head and let out a laugh that could not be described as mocking or disdainful. In fact, he had been thinking about what Xianxia had said before. The establishment of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance was not something that could be done with just a few words. Over the years, he had not made up his mind. He was still thinking about it, so he did not give Xianxia an answer. During this time, Xianxia herself seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, disappearing without a trace. He did not know where Xianxia was. There were many things that could not be discussed even if they wanted to, so they could only delay. The ancestors of the Gu clan standing in front of him shook their heads and smiled wryly. They did not know how to answer. The ancestor did not allow those people to step in, so they naturally could not answer. Master, is this the grand occasion that you want me to see? A sword light landed outside the Gu clan's mountain gate and turned into two figures. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and he had a heroic spirit. The old man wore a Taoist robe. It seemed to be tattered, but there was the aura of the Great Path in many places. It was extremely shocking. Something extraordinary might happen here today. The old man in the Taoist robe chuckled and shook his head. He swept his gaze past the many figures in front of him. However, besides Ming, no one else caught his attention. Half a step into Dao realm? At that moment, Ming also noticed the old man in the Taoist robe, and his eyes were filled with surprise. He did not expect that there would be such a powerful warrior hiding his strength. He could be considered to have taken half a step into the path of transcendence. If there were no accidents, this should be the strongest warrior born in the true mountain and sea world after the calamity. He had surpassed the immortal Emperor realm and taken half a step into Dao realm. The weather outside Green Mountain Village gradually turned cold. It was the season for leaves to fall, and it was cold everywhere. Some ripples appeared on the calm surface of the lake. Some leaves floated down and landed on the beautiful figure who was rolling up her sleeves and washing her clothes. She put down her clothes and plucked the dead leaves that had landed on the ends of her hair. Her wrists seemed to be a little sore. She moved them around for a while before continuing to wash her clothes. Xianxia was dressed in a simple hemp robe as he watched the scene before him quietly. Coincidentally, a leaf floated down, and he reached out to catch it. It's autumn again. He looked at the clear veins on the leaf and shook his head gently. Spring passed, and autumn came. Day after day, the cycle repeated itself. He could not remember how many years he had stayed in Green Mountain Village. Those children in the past had long since settled down and had children of their own. The young girls who admired him had long since married. Their families were harmonious, and their lives were happy. The girl who had been waiting for Xianxia at the entrance of the village had long since grown up. She was slender and elegant, and she refused the marriage arranged by her parents. But the person she was waiting for never came back. She inherited her sister's tofu shop at the entrance of Green Mountain Village. Business was good, and she became the new tofu beauty. Her sister, Xianxia, married a few years ago and moved to another city. Her husband was a simple and honest scholar. Now, they had a son and a daughter, and the couple lived in harmony. Looking at these changes, Xianxia sometimes wondered why he and Xianxia did not have a child. And this seemed to be something that Xianxia felt regretful about. The world is changing. Xianxia gathered his thoughts and looked up at the sky. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. But because of the autumn, the sky was dyed with a layer of light gold. Xianxia came back after washing the clothes and drying them. Seeing Xianxia's expression, she could not help but smile. What's so nice to see in the sky? She walked over and held Xianxia's arm. In fact, she could feel that Xianxia had been changing during this time. He seemed to be experiencing a life that he had never experienced before, and feeling the breath of mortals. Sometimes, Xianxia would quietly look at the mountain top and the changes in Green Mountain Village. And he would do that for months. If Xianxia did not know his identity, she would be worried that something would happen to him. In fact, Suchinga was also worried that if Guchanga ended this experience, he would abandon her again like before. For her, all this would become a joy in vain. After waking up from the dream, she would feel empty. If so, she hoped that she would never wake up from this dream. There's nothing to see in the sky. I'm looking for the end there. Guchanga shook his head and gathered a few strands of her hair around her ear. For him, if all this was just a dream, he would have woken up a long time ago. He knew what he was doing and what his purpose was. But he subconsciously wanted all this to pass a little longer. The changes in the world had happened a long time ago. Although Guchanga had never seriously sensed anything, to him, there was no need to sense these things. But some things had a beginning and an end. Since there was a beginning, there would naturally be an end. From Guchanga's point of view, this ending was not abrupt at all. It was a natural process. The end there? Suchinga followed his gaze. However, with her cultivation, she could only see a small part of the star area. How could it be easy to see the end of it? Tao is boundless. How can there be an end? Seeing that Suchinga seemed to have been looking at it seriously, Guchanga could not help but smile. Tao is boundless. Then why do you keep looking for the end? Suchinga came to herself and glanced at him sideways. She had long given up on cultivation and Taoist magic. She had been very satisfied with the life she had with Guchanga these years. Even if she died now, she would have no regrets in this life. Therefore, Suchinga could not understand Guchanga's persistence in looking for the end. Because Tao is boundless, I have to look for the end. Hearing this, Guchanga just smiled. Looking at the falling leaves, he said, "It's windy. It's cold again." As he spoke, he took off his coat and gently put it on Suchinga. "I'm not cold at all." Suchinga held his arm tightly and buried her head in his chest. She blinked. The children in the village are so cute. Guchanga shook his head slightly and smiled. Cute. Why don't you have one yourself? Come on, let's go inside. Suchinga's face was a little rosy and seemed to be a little hot. Regardless of the fact that it was still early, she pulled him back to the room. In fact, Suchinga knew that the Guchanga standing in front of her now had ended this almost dreamy experience for her. And now, he was once again that high and mighty godlike existence that looked down on countless living beings. With Guchanga's current cultivation, it was basically impossible for him to have a child. For him, he actually didn't want to have an heir. It was more like a kind of trouble. Suchinga knew it herself, but she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Perhaps for her, it was more like a kind of sustenance. Now, she didn't think about anything else. She just felt that such a peaceful life was extraordinarily beautiful. Even if the world was destroyed and all ages returned to ruins, she didn't care. As early as many years ago, she secretly returned to the original lower world to see her father. Not long after leaving the lower world, her father married another woman and already had an heir. Perhaps in his opinion, after his daughter left the lower world, she might never come back in this life. So he married another woman and started a family. In the future, he could have an heir and carry on the eternal foundation of the Taishan Holy Land. Suchinga didn't reunite with her father. She just left some elixirs in the original palace. Later, she also went to the Ji family to see her mother. As for her sister, Ji Qingxian, the two had already turned against each other. There was no longer the warmth in the beginning. Now, Ji Qingxian held great power and acted like a queen. She could be said to be in high spirits. For Suchinga, everything had been accounted for. She had no regrets. Originally, she lived in seclusion in Qingshan village. She just wanted to be alone and die of old age here. And the unexpected appearance of Guchanga made up for her last regrets and expectations in a certain way. She had nothing to regret or be reluctant to part with. Half a month later, the forest was dyed red. The autumn wind was rustling. Guchanga looked at the sky dyed red. Thousands of thoughts flashed in his mind. He had already woken up. In fact, he didn't really wake up. It seemed that this experience had ended earlier. There were all kinds of things in the world. The mortal world was full of life. The end of everything was very natural. The way was fine, but the road had an end. In this short period of time, He naturally couldn't really understand the way of man thoroughly. However, it gave him a deeper understanding of this alternative path. What was man? What was heaven? Everything was washed away and returned to the mortal world. During this process, Xianxia would rather call it returning to the mortal than returning to the mortal. This process was equivalent to planting a seed regarding the way of man in his heart. This seed may not have sprouted yet, but Xianxia had a premonition that this would be a great opportunity for him, an opportunity to truly transcend the variables. Do you want to leave with me? Gathering his thoughts, Xianxia withdrew his gaze and spoke casually. He couldn't stay in Xianxia village forever. As he said at the beginning, he just regarded this as a short journey of rebirth, a new reincarnation. If there was a beginning, there would definitely be an end. Xianxia appeared behind him and shook her head gently. I still want to stay here. I'm tired of the cultivation world and don't want to experience the past again. Xianxia was not surprised. Since Xianxia chose to live in seclusion here, she must have her reasons. He respected her choice and would not force her to leave with him. During this period of time, he unexpectedly appeared here and reunited with her. It was really unexpected. Even Xianxia could not help but sigh at the coincidence of fate. It was predestined. Even if Xianxia wanted to deduce something that involved himself in the beginning, he might not have been able to do so. And Xianxia clearly had a lot of connections with him. If he forced himself to deduce the future intersection between them, it was very likely that the backlash would fall on her. At that time, it would not be as simple as her body and soul being destroyed and consigned to eternal damnation. Is the entire world going to suffer an unimaginable catastrophe? Xianxia asked. She did not talk much about the topic of parting. Xianxia nodded and then shook his head. For all living beings, this was indeed a catastrophe. But for him, it was an opportunity to unite the whole mountain and sea world. Countless civilizations have been born beyond the vast expanse. The civilization of the path of immortals that we are practicing now is just one of them. For example, the immortal region and the upper realm are just one of the many civilizations of the path of immortals. Every day, many civilizations are born and disappear. Competition is always an unchanging theme. Even in this world, there is competition every day, let alone in the vast world of civilizations. This catastrophe can be said to be another civilization plundering and occupying the immortal region in order to continue. He made a long story short and casually explained the current situation of the mountain and sea world. Xianxia nodded as if she didn't fully understand. Although she lived in seclusion in Xianxia village, she still knew about the turmoil in the outside world. But now she was only in the quasi-emperor realm. She was still very far away from becoming a Tao master. What could she do in this catastrophe? She no longer pursued things like realms. But it had to be said that because of her close relationship with Xianxia, even if she had not practiced cultivation, there was still a strong power of fortune descending from the unseen world, helping her to increase her cultivation. In fact, the great divines should have felt this more clearly. Since ancient times, there were many benefits to relying on the strong, the powerful orthodoxies, and the powerful forces. In ancient times, some of the innate gods actually had some divine servants who were protected and blessed by them. I can't help you much now. The only thing I can do seems to be to not cause trouble for you. The immortal region, the mountain and sea world, and the vast expanse are too far away from me. Speaking of which, I am just an ordinary woman among the masses. If you hadn't brought me to the upper realm, I might have reached the end of the bottleneck and turned into a skeleton. Perhaps I can only pray for you now. I will stay here and clean up the place where you lived. When you are tired or want to rest, you can come back and have a good sleep. I will always be here waiting for you. Xianxia said softly with a smile on her face. Xianxia also smiled. He reached out and touched her face. Then he nodded. Okay. He left Xianxia village, still wearing the coarse hemp clothes. Xianxia had sewn it herself over the years. Although it was not very gorgeous and exquisite, every stitch and thread was made by her. Xianxia did not want to waste her good intentions. In the land of the Gu family, the black-robed ancestor of the Gu family had to show up. The more time passed, the more powerful cultivators from all over the world came. There were also many ancient creatures from foreign lands. They looked very lethargic, as if they would not live for long. What is the purpose of your visit to the Gu family? The ancestor of the Gu family was called Gu Wuwang. Although his whole body was covered in a black robe and his face was hidden, no one dared to underestimate him. He asked while knowing the answer. He glanced at everyone who came. The strength of this ancestor of the Gu family is really terrifying. The old man in the tattered Taoist robe looked serious. When he saw the ancestor of the Gu family appear, his heart skipped a beat and he almost cried out in surprise. As a person who was half a step away from the Dao realm, he boasted that he was invincible and could not find an opponent. But today, he was shocked one after another. Besides the unfathomable Ming, there was now another ancestor of the Gu family. This made the old man in the Taoist robe think of the young man he saw in Xianxia village. If he remembered correctly, his surname was also Gu. Could it be that the young man also came from the Gu family? At that moment, Ming was the same. His expression was incredibly solemn. He could sense the strength of the ancestor of the Gu family, and he was definitely much stronger than him. He was currently at the first threshold of Dao realm and had yet to go through his first heaven's blight. The ancestor of the Gu family was someone who had gone through at least a few heaven's blight. This made Ming's heart tremble in fear, and he was also shocked. If he had not suddenly had a whim and rushed to the Gu family to ask about Gu Chunga's whereabouts and traces, he would not have been able to do so. He might not have known that there was such a terrifying person in the Gu family. He might be the strongest person left in the true mountain and sea world. The other cultivators who had yet to touch the threshold of Dao realm could not sense the strength of the ancestor of the Gu family. However, based on Ming's attitude and expression, the ancestor of the Gu family was definitely not a simple person. They did not dare to be disrespectful. Even the descendants of Immortal Palace who boasted that they were once the true rulers of the Immortal region did not dare to say anything. Sun Shuang and the others stood quietly behind Uncle Yi, waiting for the situation to change. We came here to look for you, Senior, so that we can discuss a way to break out of this situation. A disaster is about to descend beyond the vast expanse. If we don't deal with it, then the entire true mountain and sea world might be destroyed. Ming had to address himself as a junior before the ancestor of the Gu family, because the ancestor of the Gu family was definitely much stronger than him. He had lived longer than him. A way to break out of this situation? When the ancestor of the Gu family heard this, he only laughed and swung his arm. I don't have a way to break out of this situation. Are you looking for the wrong person? I just want to protect the foundation of the Gu family. What does the destruction of the mountain and sea world have to do with me? These words caused the expressions of all the people in the area to change. Ming was in disbelief. He did not expect to receive such an answer. Senior, no egg can remain intact when the nest is overturned. If the true mountain and sea world is sacrificed, then the Gu family will not be able to escape either. Ao Ting spoke in an attempt to persuade the ancestor of the Gu family. At this time, if the true mountain and sea world did not unite and fight against the enemy, then they would only end up being sacrificed and destroyed. The ancestor of the Gu family had an unfathomable level of cultivation. If he helped them, then they would have a lot more chances. The powerhouses of the other orthodoxies also frowned. They felt that the situation had become extremely troublesome. Even the orthodoxies who had a grudge against each other before had already let go of their previous grudges and were discussing how to solve this disaster. If they did not solve this disaster, then they and the orthodoxies behind them would be destroyed and become history. This was not something they wanted to see. Senior, although you are strong, do you really think that you can protect an entire clan with your own strength? The hunters outside the vast expanse have long been prepared to stake everything on this one throw, Luo Yanqi said. Luo Yanqi spoke. As a half-immortal emperor in the past, she was naturally here as well. She had personally experienced the disaster of losing her homeland, so she understood that in this situation, unity was more important than anything else. That was why she was also trying to persuade the ancestor of the Gu family. The more she understood what Gu Chunga had done during this period of time, the more she understood Gu Chunga's intentions. The true mountain and sea world was the world she had woken up from after reincarnation. Luo Yanqi did not want to see it fall and be destroyed like her homeland, returning to ruins forever. Previously, many people felt that it was not easy for them to speak because of their different statuses, but at that moment, they also spoke up and tried to persuade the ancestor of the Gu family. This was an unfathomable expert. No one knew what realm he had reached. The silver-robed man who was called Uncle Ebites and Shuang and the others also spoke up. Senior, this is a serious matter. It involves the entire true mountain and sea world and the life of all living beings. I hope that you can be merciful and help us. The Gu family might be strong, but its foundation is immeasurable. However, if it is difficult to resist this disaster, then the entire true mountain and sea world will be sacrificed. There will be no place left for the Gu family. He was the former great commander of Immortal Palace. He controlled countless heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. His kismet was long, and his cultivation base was powerful. After he came back from the dead, his cultivation base surpassed his previous peak, but he was still very far away from Dao Realm. There is no need for you to say that. I know the truth of Zero. 2 better than all of you. The cruelty of the disaster is not something you can imagine. If you don't want your entire family to be destroyed along with the true mountain and sea world, then leave as soon as possible. The ancestor of the Gu family frowned. He had not agreed to build the Heaven Crusher alliance with Gu Chang'e, but it was not because he was wary of those hunters. Those hunters might be strong, but they were at most existences at the same level as him. They could not truly threaten him. What he was worried about was that there were lunatics among the hunters. These lunatics walked in the vast expanse and destroyed countless true worlds with their own hands. Their strength was definitely not something an ancient cultivator in Void Dao Realm could hope to fight against. In the vast expanse, the Dao Realm was divided into Void Dao Realm and Truth Dao Realm. The threshold was the Heaven's Blight disaster. Once a cultivator went through the 4th Heaven's Blight disaster, they could jump to Truth Dao Realm. And once they went through the 7th Heaven's Blight disaster, they would have the chance to reach Nirvana Realm. Cultivators at that level were also known as those in Progenitor Realm. From what the ancestor of the Gu family knew, many of the lunatics in the vast expanse were in Progenitor Realm. Of course, this was only a small portion of them. After all, there were simply too few people who could reach Progenitor Realm. They gave up on everything. The past, the future, and the present did not exist. They wandered in the vast expanse like wandering ghosts. Even the Eons could not kill them. The ancestor of the Gu family was worried that there would be a lunatic among the hunters who descended on the true mountain and sea world. Gu Chang'e was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he had completely given up on the true mountain and sea world. The only thing the ancestor of the Gu family could do was to protect the Gu family, or at a critical moment, migrate. Everyone fell silent. Even Ming didn't know what to say. He felt that the ancestor of the Gu clan should have known quite a bit of the truth, otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. Have everyone think of a way to move out of the true mountain and sea world? Was this directly telling them that the future was incomparably bleak, and that even he could only think of a way to protect the Gu family in the end? Perhaps they could only move and leave the true mountain and sea world. Ao Teng and the others fell silent. They didn't think that the Gu clan's ancestor would lie to them at this time. In other words, the future would be cruel, and the situation would not be as good as they thought. Senior, are you trying to tell us that the future is incomparably cruel and not as beautiful as we think? An expert from an immortal emperor clan could not help but ask. Before he came to the Gu family, he had brought Qi with him. He thought that she might be the hope of the entire true mountain and sea realm. But now, he was told that this mysterious and unfathomable senior was unwilling to get involved in this matter, because he was powerless to protect himself. This made everyone's hearts heavy. Senior, don't you think it's too early to say that? Over the years, many of the powerful warriors in the true mountain and sea world have recovered. The kismet of all races in the true mountain and sea world surged, and the great power of will illuminated the world. The world is brilliant, and the future is brilliant. We might have a chance to fight against this disaster. Immortal Palace's Uncle Yi spoke. He took a step forward, arriving before them. His voice was resounding, carrying a wave of unswerving determination. The old Taoist in the tattered Taoist robe also tried to speak. He said in a low voice, Senior, since you are so strong, you should know that everything depends on human effort. There are too many variables in the future. If it was truly destined, then why did the true mountain and sea world still wake us up? At his level, he naturally understood that the Great World Eruption this time was not an accident. This could be said to be the true mountain and sea world's response to the disaster they were facing in order to protect themselves. This great era has never been seen before, surpassing the era when the Celestial Palace was at its peak. Even immortal kings are extremely ordinary. Senior entering the Tao realm isn't something that we can casually guess. We just want to do everything we can before the calamity arrives. Uncle Lee said again. There was a divine light in his eyes that was extremely dazzling. After all, he was someone who had died once. He had experienced true death. Therefore, in the face of such an incomparable calamity, he appeared to be very calm and fearless. The creatures of various clans all spoke up one after another, expressing their opinions fearlessly. On the other hand, considering how strong they were, it would be extremely difficult for them to migrate to the vast expanse. Furthermore, what was beyond the vast expanse? Where are they migrating to? Would they encounter a calamity along the way and be destroyed, buried in the long river of history? There were too many variables involved. Now, the only way was to use the power of the entire world to resist the enemy. The Gu family ancestor did not speak. He had already made it very clear that before Guchunga appeared and decided everything, he would not make a decision easily. There was no way he could stop the hunters outside the vast expanse by himself. Just as everyone was trying to persuade the Gu family's ancestor, in a cave dwelling located in the eastern regions of the immortal realms, a resplendent beam of immortal light shot up into the sky, blotting out the sun. The sound of rolling thunder resounded, as if it was an ancient lightning domain. All kinds of grand and vast scenes appeared. There were ancient palaces, pavilions, immortal palaces, divine halls, and even the outline of lightning pools. It was a hazy sight. Purple light pierced through the sky. The universe was enveloped by the light, endlessly glaring. Lightning radiance pierced through the clouds. The entire universe seemed to be filled with immortal light. All types of terrifying lightning tribulations appeared one after another. The void figures of ancient peerless figures walked out, as if they were alive, descending into this world once more. They raised their palms, attacking the figure undergoing tribulation. That was a figure that looked rather young. He had sword-like brows and bright eyes, high-spirited and vigorous. When he opened his mouth and roared out, the lightning that hacked down towards him was shattered. These fluctuations immediately alarmed the various universes of the immortal realms. Many powerful figures looked over, their eyes full of shock. This is a half-immortal king tribulation. Who would have thought that in the present world, there would still be someone who could experience a half-immortal king tribulation? Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. If it was in the past, he would definitely be a rising matchless figure. Many people noticed this. They felt shocked, but then felt pity. Half-immortal king tribulation, this was not something that everyone would experience. Only after cultivating for a long time in the true immortal realm, breaking through a certain shackle, would one have the qualifications to touch upon that profound realm. In the ancient times, half-immortal king tribulation signified exceptional talent. Even if one was only a half-immortal king, they could still go against immortals, challenge true immortal kings. That was why they all felt that it was a pity, feeling that this person's talent was great. If he cultivated for a longer time, perhaps he would have a chance of advancing into a higher realm. What rich power of destiny, there is actually the destiny of the immortal realms converging. Meanwhile, this strange phenomenon naturally couldn't be hidden from the many experts gathered in the Gu family. Immediately, someone spoke in shock. After the higher realms and the immortal realms were connected, with their abilities, they could naturally easily sense everything that happened in the immortal realms. After all, this was a group of true old monsters. Even immortal kings had to refer to themselves as juniors in front of them. The ancestor of the Gu family also looked over, his eyes revealing a strange expression. It is indeed a very powerful world power. Could it be that he is someone who was born in response to the tribulation? The old man in tattered Taoist robes was also surprised. Soon, there were people here who took action again, trying to deduce the origins of the person who was facing the tribulation. However, what surprised them was that they were actually obstructed by a mysterious force, unable to smoothly deduce that person's identity. What a pity. If it was in another epoch, perhaps he really would have been born with destiny, bearing the will of heaven. Someone sighed, knowing what half-immortal king tribulation meant. Something isn't right. The ancestor of the Gu family narrowed his eyes, feeling as if the will of heaven and earth seemed to have changed because of that person. There really was a variable that appeared in the unseen world. If it was just an ordinary creature, with his cultivation, it was definitely impossible for him to not see through his past and future. With a swing of his sleeve, the space before him split open, revealing a passageway. He directly stepped into it. When the others saw this, they were shocked. They didn't know the reason, but they quickly followed. Amidst the lightning tribulation that filled the sky, Xianxia bathed in immortal light, condensing his half-immortal King Dao fruit. Many parts of his body were blasted into a bloody mess. However, his gaze was resolute, as if containing a wave of madness, resisting the tribulation that descended from the heavens. This was the territory of the immortal king family, Wang family. Many creatures and cultivators were alarmed, appearing in the surrounding starry skies. They recognized that figure who was facing the tribulation. It was precisely the young master of the Wang family, Wang Wushang. This left them extremely shocked. In just a few short years, the young master of the Wang family was actually already about to become a half-immortal king. However, Xianxia had long expected this. He did it on purpose. It seemed like he was going all out to resist this half-immortal king tribulation, but in reality, he planned to use this to attract the experts of the various worlds. This was also something that was within his plan. What a young guy, Gu family's ancestor appeared in this universe. Behind him, the figures that followed also appeared one after another, looking at this scene with slight surprise. Judging from this bone structure, he is actually even more powerful than me. In the immortal palace, Sun Shuang was shocked. Looking at the young man who was bathed in blood, facing tribulation, she couldn't help but say in a low voice. What is inconceivable is that this person is actually carrying a portion of the immortal domain's fate. The will of heaven and earth seems to be protecting him. Uncle Li also spoke, divine light flickering in his eyes, beginning to guess Xianxia's identity. Ming didn't say anything, the fingers under his robes gently moving, beginning to deduce. However, the general situation of this world suddenly became blurry. Even though he was about to come into contact with the first heavenly blight tribulation, he still felt that everything before his eyes was hazy, unable to see through this person's origins. Someone who is fated to be born? He frowned, beginning to guess. This seems to be the current successor of the Wang family, Wang Wushang? He is actually already transcending the quasi-immortal king tribulation? Could it be that he obtained some heaven-defying opportunity during this period of time? Luo Wang recognized Xianxia's current identity, and the shock on his face could not be concealed. This was a younger generation that was equally famous as his descendant, Luo Tian. Previously, he wasn't even a true immortal, but now, he was about to become a quasi-immortal king. How could this not shock him? From Luo Wang's explanation, everyone also understood Xianxia's identity. While they were shocked, they also felt that it was inconceivable. However, they were not simple people. Their minds were active, and they immediately guessed that this young man should have obtained some heaven-defying opportunity during this period of time, which was why he could break through to the quasi-immortal king realm in one go. But, what was the use of this? Even immortal kings were cannon fodder, let alone quasi-immortal kings. Many people immediately felt that it was a pity. If this is really a variable that was created by fate, could there really be a glimmer of opportunity? However, compared to everyone's regret, the Gu family's ancestor's gaze flickered. The eyes of the ancestor of the Gu family continued sparkling. Many waves rose in his heart as he remembered the matters related to the distant ancestor. In the past, the distant ancestor was also created by fate and became a variable. He transcended the shackles of the world and was not limited by his potential. In the end, he reached that step. In such a desperate situation, the true mountain and sea world, a new true world, had actually given birth to a variable that was created by fate. After all, even in those ancient true worlds, it was difficult for such a person to be born after countless years. A variable was an existence that was even more astonishing than a variable, because it was not part of the general trend or trajectory. No one knew why a variable would appear, and no one knew how far it would go in the end. Most of the time, a living being's potential was limited by its upper limit. In the eyes of the ancient Tao realm cultivators, they could see how far a living being could go in the future, what kind of fortuitous encounters they would obtain, and what kind of opportunities they would obtain. At that moment, this made the ancestor of the Gu family feel that it was a little hard to believe. He could not help but think of what Xianxia had said previously. Could it be that he had truly never seen through this true world? If this person is truly a variable born to face the disaster, then we might have a chance. Forget about this disaster, even the third disaster is nothing to worry about. The thoughts of the ancestor of the Gu family became active, and he saw a different hope in Xianxia. If it was not because he could not see hope, he would not have been so heartless and aloof. He would not have cared about the lives of the 920 people in the worlds and only wanted to protect the Gu family. When the crowd heard the ancestor's words, they were shocked. However, Abyss, who had also stepped into Tao realm, guessed the ancestor's intentions, and he could not hide the excitement on his face. The heavens will not destroy us. If this person is truly a variable born to face the disaster with the kismet of the worlds, then he will definitely be able to solve the disaster. The variable cannot be predicted, and it cannot be imagined using common sense. The realms that a normal person uses their entire life to reach might be something that can be accomplished with just a single thought to this sort of existence. This explanation shocked the crowd, especially Cin Shuang, Ao Ling, and the others. Did this not mean that if this person was truly a variable, perhaps he would only need a few years to grow up quickly and carry the flag to protect the true mountain and sea world? This caused the crowd to become excited. If that was really the case, then what was there to worry about? Shouldn't they try their best to ensure that he grew up? However, while the ancestor of the Gu family thought the same, he still thought about it and said, based on the current situation, there is only a sliver of possibility. The birth of a variable is too rare, and it is almost impossible. Even so, the crowd could not help but feel hope in their hearts again. As the crowd spoke, the sparks of lightning disappeared from Xianxia's side. He sat cross-legged in the galaxy, and the essence that filled the world surged towards him. It was like smoke that pierced through the heavens. All the universes in the worlds resonated with each other. The great Tao echoed, and an astonishing, auspicious light surged in the world. It was as if Wang Yang was continuously gathering towards him. At that moment, even the will of the world seemed to have manifested. The light of the great Tao was incredibly dazzling, and auspicious scenes descended. They tumbled down and drowned Xianxia. He seemed to be immersed in his cultivation and did not care about what was happening in the outside world. However, at that moment, his heart was filled with pleasant surprise. He did not expect that after possessing part of the galaxy, his aura would become much more similar to that of the true mountain and sea world. And now, after he broke through, he was bestowed with good fortune to stabilize his cultivation base. Many people were terrified. They could sense that Xianxia's cultivation base was going through a metamorphosis. He might only be a pseudo-immortal king, but he was not weaker than some immortal kings. I wonder if he's a variable? The ancestor of the Gu family, who had been paying attention to Xianxia, took a step forward. A great Tao appeared under his feet, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Xianxia, intending to speak. The others also went forward and looked at Xianxia as their hope in the face of the disaster. However, they also wanted to know what sort of serendipity he had obtained for such a metamorphosis to happen. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the galaxy, surrounded by the light of the great path. As he breathed in and out, the spirit chi of the entire universe swarmed towards him like a surging wave, completely drowning him. His cultivation base was quickly stabilizing. The light of the quasi-immortal king realm was very dazzling, and even his cheekbones were shining brightly. Even if he had just broken through to the quasi-immortal king realm, it still made the hearts of some of the older immortal kings palpitate. The ancestor of the Gu family and the other ancient figures came forward, wanting to confirm Xianxia's origins and find out what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. From there, they could determine whether he was a variable born from the disaster. Greetings, seniors, Xianxia opened his eyes. His expression was very calm, and he did not panic because of the scene in front of him. He appeared very calm. The ancestor of the Gu family, Ming, the old man in the Taoist robe, and the others nodded slightly. They swept their gazes over him, and they could sense the richness of Xianxia's kismet even more clearly. It was simply beyond imagination. He seemed to be a person destined by the heavens, and even the will of the world was showing its care for him. This made their guesses even more, and they felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. I am Wang Wusheng, a member of the Immortal Regent's Wang family. I know that you are puzzled, so please allow me to explain in detail. Anichen cupped his fists in greeting. His attitude was very humble, as he had expected the crowd's reaction. That was why he did not waste his breath and directly explained the excuse he had thought of a long time ago. As a member of the Dark Defiant clan, he was not afraid that the powerful warriors here would detect anything unusual. Besides, he was now favored by the heavens. Even if there was something unusual, these powerful warriors would not pay too much attention to it. After all, he was the last hope to solve the disaster of the true mountain and sea world. The people were quite satisfied with Enichen's attitude. They did not disturb him and waited for him to explain many things. Luo Wang even secretly contacted the other two immortal kings of the Wang family, wanting to ask them about Wang Wusheng. This place was in the territory of the Wang family. However, the two immortal kings acted as if they did not know anything. However, what surprised him was that the other two immortal kings were not in the immortal region, but in the Wang family in the upper realm. He could not truly contact them now, and there were many things that he had to ask them personally. What's going on? He actually isn't in the immortal domain, instead bringing some of his clansmen away from the Wang family, heading to the higher realms? Luo Wang had some misgivings in his heart. However, in this place, he could only be considered a junior. He didn't dare say anything and could only quietly listen to Anichen's explanation. He obtained the legacy of the true spirit of the mountain and sea world? The Gu family's ancestor raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, if they observed Anichen closely, they would indeed notice that he had a presence that was of the same origin as the true mountain and sea world. The true spirits of the true mountains and seas world were born when the true mountains and seas world was created. It could be understood as the will of the true mountain and sea world. During the War of the Heavens, the true spirits of the true mountains and seas world had also attacked and fought against the Great Showdown. In truth, the immortal palace before the era of darkness was also built by the true spirit of the mountain and sea world. These secrets were told to all living beings, but in his eyes, they were not secrets at all. Truth be told, he had personally witnessed the birth of the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world and had grown to this day. However, he did not know where the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world was now, or whether it had already disappeared. However, there was a high possibility that it had already disappeared and could no longer protect the true mountain and sea world, which was why the disaster had descended. The other ancient existences did not have as comprehensive an understanding of secrets as the Gu family's ancestor. At that moment, they also had some doubts in their hearts. However, Ao Ting, Ao Ling, and the others from the era of the gods began to explain to them what the true spirit of the mountains and seas world was and where it came from. Once they heard it, they could not help but feel deep respect for it. They understood that there was such an existence protecting the lives of the true mountain and sea world. However, based on Ao Ting and Ao Ling's words, there was a high possibility that the true spirit had already disappeared. Not necessarily. Uncle Yi and the others could be revived. Lord True Spirit might have been the one who planned all of this in the dark. How could she have truly disappeared? The people from the Immortal Palace did not quite believe it. Many of them knew that the first palace master of the Immortal Palace was the incarnation of Lord True Spirit of the true mountain and sea world in the mortal world. In the past, the first palace master and the demon lord were an immortal couple in many people's eyes, but later on, when they thought of this, they still found it difficult to calm down and could not understand. In truth, Anichen did not know any of these secrets. However, to cover up his identity, he still began to explain how he obtained the true spirit's legacy from the true mountain and sea world. Naturally, there was also a vague dream in it. In it, he saw a woman walking towards him. She said that he existed because he was born to stop this disaster so that he could protect all lives in the future. He described all the details very clearly. However, when he talked about the woman's true appearance, he only shook his head. He felt that she was very vague, as if she did not exist in this world and was very far away from him. When the ancient existences heard this, they were all shocked. However, passing down Dharma in dreams was not rare. they could also do it easily. If they found a good seedling who was suitable for their legacy, they could also use this method if they found it troublesome. However, the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world had passed down Dharma through this method. Did that not mean that perhaps it had truly disappeared, or perhaps it could not truly appear? When they thought of this, the expressions of Xianxia and the others turned gloomy. They were not willing to accept this result. The hand under the abyss robe moved slightly, trying to trace back the dream based on Xianxia's words and see whether he could confirm the location of the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world. At the same time, he wanted to verify the truth of Xianxia's words. In truth, he had doubts in his heart and did not completely believe in Xianxia's words. How could an old man like him who had lived for countless years easily believe others? However, the result of his deduction made him frown. There was a thick fog, and everything was blurry. If it's just a quasi-immortal king, it's impossible for me to not be able to deduce the result. Or is it that there's a powerful warrior helping to cover it up? Or is it that the world is blessing it and its kismet is too thick, so it covered up the karma? Ming was puzzled, but he did not pay too much attention to it. Based on the current situation, regardless of whether what Xianxia said was true or not, it was actually beneficial to the entire true mountain and sea world. There were actually quite a number of people who had the same thoughts as Ming. When he said this, Xianxia started calling the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world his master, and his tone was filled with respect. He said that after he woke up from the dream, he felt that there was a connection between him and the true mountain and sea world, and his cultivation improved at a terrifying rate. No matter what he did, everything went smoothly, as if he was blessed by the heavens. Sometimes, even when he drank water, he could reach an epiphany and break through. In just a few short years, he successfully reached his current realm. In just a few short years, he broke through from a small cultivator who was not even a true immortal to a quasi-immortal king, and is even comparable to a veteran immortal king. When they heard this, almost everyone's expression changed. Sun Shuang and Ao Ling could not hide the shock and disbelief on their faces. Compared to the people in this place, their real age could not even be considered as children. However, in order to break through to their current level, they had also paid a huge price. In terms of foundation, their innate talent was definitely far above Xianxia's. Sun Shuang's father was the former celestial lord of longevity in Immortal Palace. Ao Ling's father was the dragon ancestor. Before them, Xianxia was like a normal person. This is too terrifying. The young man who followed beside the old man in Taoist robes also widened his eyes in extreme shock. No wonder they say that variables have all kinds of possibilities. This kind of breakthrough speed is simply unheard of. It cannot be measured with common sense. It is unimaginable. In just a few years, he has already reached such an achievement. If he is given more time, won't he break through to a level comparable to us? An ancient figure could not help but exclaim in amazement, feeling that it was inconceivable. They had also walked step by step from a small cultivator to their current level. Their talent was unparalleled, and they were the best of their generation. They suppressed many epics, pressuring their peers to the point that they could not breathe. What kind of price did a cultivator have to pay to reach the quasi-immortal king realm? How many hardships did they have to go through? How many years did they have to endure? However, Xianxia had reached this level in just a few short years. This made them feel that it was not fair. This was indeed not something that could be limited by one's foundation. At this moment, everyone, including the ancestor of the Gu family, felt that this matter was very ridiculous. It was like a dream, unreal. However, it was happening right in front of them. It seems that he really is a variable. It is normal that I can't see through his past and future. The ancestor of the Gu family sighed with emotion, and a rare smile appeared on his face. The others were not normal people either. Soon, they recovered from the imbalance in their hearts. They knew that this was not the time to be envious. After all, even someone like the ancestor of the Gu family said that the existence of variables did not make sense. Forget about thousands of years, even billions of years, there might not even be one. No one knew what the variables were, and no one knew where the variables came from. Senior, does this mean that there is hope for the true mountain and sea world? An ancient figure from the other world could not help but ask. This was also the thing that everyone paid the most attention to. So what if Xianxia was a variable, if he could not survive in the future, what was the use? Indeed, there is hope. The ancestor of the Gu family nodded slightly. When he looked at Chen, there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Variables could not be measured with common sense. No one could be certain just how much he could grow in the next few years. The ancestor of the Gu family was also a person with the potential to become a variable. The speed at which he rose to power could only be described as inconceivable. Even the ancient scrolls did not dare to record it. A slightly puzzled expression appeared on Chen's face, as if he did not understand what the people meant. If your Tao doesn't collapse or something unexpected happens, then you will definitely reach a level that even we can't reach. All the lives in the world will depend on you to save them, the ancestor of the Gu family said. In truth, he was also very envious in his heart. This could be considered as affirming Chen's future. I understand. When Master taught me in my dream, he also told me to become the new true spirit of the true mountain and sea world and protect all lives in the world. When Chen heard this, he was momentarily stunned before he seemed to have come to his senses. His gaze was firm, and his tone was resolute. At that moment, an endless amount of light seemed to have appeared in all the heavens. It gathered and enveloped him, making him look incredibly sacred. Does this count as some sort of great ambition? Many of the ancient figures in the area sensed that some sort of change had happened. Because of Chen's words, the great Tao and the various universes resonated and reflected each other. The ancestor of the Gu family nodded. Then, his gaze turned cold as he swept his gaze over the crowd. He might be a variable, but he still hasn't grown up. If anyone has any devious thoughts at this time, don't blame me for being merciless. In truth, he could sense that some of the ancient figures seemed to have developed a lot of interest in Chen. It was especially so when he was breaking through at such a terrifying speed. There might be someone who did not care about anything and just wanted to use Chen's body to rebuild their foundation. By saying this, he also wanted to intimidate them so that they would not act recklessly and destroy the hope that had appeared after so much difficulty. When they heard this, the expressions of the people in the area changed slightly. Even Ming felt a chill in his heart, and a chill ran down his spine. The terror of the ancestor of the Gu family was definitely far greater than his. No one knew how many heavenly blight disasters he had gone through. When Chen heard this, gratitude appeared on his face. He bowed respectfully to the ancestor of the Gu family and said, "Thank you for your protection, Senior." He was actually very excited. Everything was developing according to his plan, and there were no loopholes. You don't need to thank me. I just don't want this familiar sea of mountains to be destroyed in a few years. The ancestor of the Gu family waved his hand and did not say much. He then fell into deep thought. There were other things to consider. However, at that moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the void in the distance. It was accompanied by unhurried words that resounded under the starry sky. It seems that it is time for the world to be united again. We will use the power of the world to help this guy grow. However, if he dies halfway, the luck of the various races in the heavens will also dry up. There is no need for a catastrophe to descend. This great world will collapse. A young figure in linen clothes appeared and walked over. His gaze was calm as he swept his gaze over Chen. His words were even more calm. Uncle. Uncle Gu? Looking at the young man who appeared out of thin air, the young man who followed the old man in the Taoist robe suddenly widened his eyes and almost cried out involuntarily. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Why would the Uncle Gu in Xianxia village appear here? He felt that everything was too surreal and unbelievable. It's him? The old man in the Taoist robe couldn't help but be shocked. He found the figure a little familiar. He had seen him in Xianxia village and was very impressed. He even called him a senior. Even after the incident, when he carefully thought about it, he still felt his hair stand on end. It was extremely frightening. He really didn't expect to meet him again in such a place and in such a way. Fiend Lord? Guchanga? The others also reacted at this moment. They kept exclaiming, but they all called him by different names. Obviously, they all recognized Guchanga. Even those who had just been revived had learned about what had happened during this period of time from the younger generation. They knew Guchanga's identity and background, so they became cautious and vigilant. For the current world, Guchanga's actions were both good and bad. Some people hated him to the core and regarded him as a demon who harmed the world, while others revered him like a god and built temples. This demon, Xianxia's face was cold and she was still full of hatred. She gritted her teeth and clenched her hands. She still regarded Guchanga as the enemy who killed her father. She didn't hear anything about her father and her relatives in the heavenly palace. There was also no news about senior brother Qingfeng, who went to Jiutian. Xianxia couldn't help but wonder if it was Guchanga who'd plotted against senior brother Qingfeng. Uncle Yi, who was next to her, had a complicated expression. He didn't know how to address him. However, the remaining members of the heavenly palace were naturally hostile to Guchanga and they all became vigilant and uneasy. He was the demon who destroyed the heavenly palace and caused them to fall to such a state. Fiend Lord, Xianxia was even more dumbfounded when he heard the way people addressed Guchanga. He was shocked to the extreme. He never would have thought that his Uncle Gu's background was so big in 403. This could be said to be the strongest person in the true mountain and sea world, right? Or even more, this was not the first time he had heard the rumors of the demon master from the cultivators around him. But such a person who could make even the heavens tremble in fear had actually once lived in their home, and was even addressed as Uncle Gu by him. At this moment, Xianxia just felt a little dizzy and couldn't turn around. The Taoist-robed old man couldn't help but smile bitterly. But on second thought, it seemed that all of this made sense. Greetings, my lord. Ao Tang and Ao Ling, on the other hand, were much more natural. They directly addressed Guchanga as lord. After all, that was how everyone addressed Guchanga in their time. Although Ming had never seen Guchanga's true appearance, she had learned many things from Ao Tang and Ao Ling Kong after the Battle of the Heavens. That was why he was still respectful towards Guchanga, who had once protected the true mountain and sea world. Greetings, my lord. He wrapped his fist in his palm slightly and bowed. When the ancestor of the Gu family saw Guchanga appear, he sighed in relief. He was really worried that Guchanga would leave and abandon the entire true mountain and sea world. You're finally here, he said. He did not ask about Guchanga's whereabouts during this period of time. Guchanga nodded slightly and swept his gaze past the people in the area. His gaze lingered mainly on Ming and the old man in the Taoist robe. Including the ancestor of the Gu family, there should be 3 Dao realm ancient cultivators in the true mountain and sea world. Ming had already stepped into the threshold of Dao realm, but he had yet to go through the first disaster of Heaven's Blight. As for the old man in the Taoist robe, who was Xianxia's master, he was half a step into Dao realm. He had just touched the threshold and had yet to truly step into it. These 3 people could be considered the strongest forces in the true mountain and sea world. As for the others, their levels of cultivation were uneven. Most of them had just surpassed the immortal king realm and were half-immortal emperors, but they were still quite far away from becoming immortal emperors. These kinds of people were gradually showing themselves. In the past, they might not have been seen even after several epochs. However, there were still 2 immortal emperors among them. They were shrouded in fog and fragments of time. One was from the other world, and the other was the Uncle Yi that Xianxia spoke of. The immortal emperor from the other world could not reveal his true appearance. He used a secret art to hide his ripples as much as possible so that he would not disturb the current environment of the true mountain and sea world. Emperors could not be seen. In truth, it was already not easy for an immortal emperor to be born once in an eternity. If 2 immortal emperors ran into each other and their Dao arts clashed, there was a high possibility that the space and time around them would distort and shatter, affecting the environment of the world. In fact, it was possible that the entire history of the world would be shaken and be thrown into chaos. The world would be reshuffled once again. They were still unable to completely hide themselves from the past, future, and present like the ancient cultivators in Dao realm. They could truly not be affected by karma. You said just now that you intend to reunite the world? The ancestor of the Gu family did not beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and asked what Guchanga meant by what he said just now. Compared to the others, he would rather listen to Guchanga's suggestion. Because in his eyes, when Guchanga was at his peak, he was someone who was at the same level as the ancestor of the Gu family. He was a predecessor who walked at the pinnacle of Dao. His vision and opinion were naturally different from that of a normal person. The variable has already appeared, so it's only natural that we should reunite the world. While there are still a few years left, perhaps we can really change something. When Guchanga heard this, he smiled faintly and averted his gaze from Enichen. Even Guchanga admitted that Enichen was the variable, so the people who originally had some doubts no longer doubted him. They began to consider the karma of reuniting the world. Because if that was the case, there would definitely be someone who would bear the great kismet and karma. If they were not careful, their Tao would collapse, and they would die. If their Tao was obstructed, they would implicate all the races in the heavens. To put it bluntly, this was a huge gamble. All the races and orthodoxies in the true mountain and sea world had placed their bets on Enichen, the variable. But if they did not do so, they did not have much choice. At that time, the disaster would descend, and no one could stop it. All the races would also collapse and be buried in time and chaos. It's indeed time to make a choice. The ancestor of the Gu family nodded. He had been thinking about whether he should agree to Guchanga's request to establish the Heaven Alliance. The appearance of the variable this time might be a suitable opportunity. Guchanga swept his gaze over the rest of the people and asked casually, "What do you all think?" Ming represented many people in the era of Khanate legends. Ao Ting, Ao Ling, and the others listened to him. The Immortal Palace and the Lost Races listened to Uncle Yi, whom Sun Shuang mentioned, and listened to him. As for the people of the other eras, they looked to Wang Xianyo's master as their leader. As for the other world, they listened to the mysterious immortal emperor. Besides Guchanga, the current true mountain and sea world could be divided into 5 forces for the time being. Now, the people in charge of these 5 forces were gathered here. If we can solve the disaster this time, we will listen to your orders. What's wrong with that? Ming thought about it for a moment. He did not hesitate for long before he took the initiative to make the decision. Ao Ting, Ao Ling, and the others behind him naturally did not have any objections. The matter of the Dark Era did not have much to do with them. Besides, in their eyes, Guchanga had an indescribable supreme status, so they could trust him without hesitation. Guchanga nodded slightly. His gaze swept past the young woman behind Ming, and he was a little absent-minded. But he soon averted his gaze. He had seen this woman in the Sky Billow realm. She was Gu Xian'er's younger sister, Xianxia. Putting aside their personalities, their facial features were very similar. When they stood quietly, it was easy to mistake them for the same person. However, Gu Xian'er was not so quiet. Even if he showed this expression, it was still an act. This made Guchanga remember some things about Gu Xian'er. He had prepared a great gift for her. With Ming, an existence with unfathomable power, taking the initiative to agree, there was naturally no need for the others to hesitate. Even the descendants of Immortal Palace who hated Guchanga agreed. They were willing to unite the world. In the face of this apocalyptic disaster, personal grudges could be temporarily put aside. Since all of you have agreed, then this matter will be much easier. I will do my best to support his growth. I hope that he will not disappoint us in the end. Guchanga nodded slightly. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Enichen. His tone was very calm. When they heard this, the people, including the ancestor of the Gu family, looked at Enichen. They did not expect that even Guchanga would say such a thing. Was he staking everything on one throw and placing all his hopes on Enichen? It seemed that even Guchanga felt that this variable, Enichen, could change something in the future. Enichen's heart trembled. He did not expect that Guchanga would appear at this time. He was originally like the others and thought that Guchanga had already left the true mountain and sea world. He always felt uneasy in front of Guchanga, as if the secrets he hid would be seen through. However, Guchanga would support his growth with all his strength. This was something he did not expect. When he had gone to the upper world to search for Wang Zijin, he had been trapped by Guchanga outside the human ancestors' temple. He had lost a lot of face and lost a lot of his life force. Yet now, Guchanga acted as if that matter had never happened. He seemed to be truly considering the overall situation of the true mountain and sea world. Enichen was very surprised. In his opinion, a person like Guchanga should be in existence who did not care about the lives of the people in the world. He should not care about the heartless existence of the true mountain and sea world. But in the end, this demon was actually willing to support his growth with all his strength. Xianxia felt that this was a dream, but he did not know whether to laugh or cry. If Xianxia and the others knew the truth, what would they think? In the end, the true mountain and sea world would become his wedding dress, a tool for him to resurrect his family. I will definitely not disappoint Master and everyone's expectations. I will definitely do my best to welcome this disaster. Xianxia cast away all his thoughts and put on a serious expression as he cupped his fists and spoke. The appearance of Xianxia and the Gu family's ancestor had basically decided the overall situation of the true mountain and sea world. All the orthodoxies and races also received the news. The many universes and ancient worlds of the true mountain and sea world were about to be unified. The other world, Immortal Palace, the lost races, and the races from the era of the Khanate legends had long since reached a consensus that the time was right. From then on, the situation in the true mountain and sea world would change completely. The heavenly court and divine nation would be overthrown and rebuilt. Xianxia planned to build the Heaven Crusade Alliance. On that day, lightning fell from the sky, and Dao flowers bloomed in the air. The heavens resonated with each other, and the universe rumbled. The abnormalities were boundless. When the wills of all the races returned to their respective worlds, a great amount of power of will surged forth. The light of the great Dao rose and rolled over to the heavenly court. Xianxia was dressed in a long black robe and had a crown on his head. His gaze was calm and profound as he stood calmly in front of the hall. Light that filled the sky surged and covered the universes one after another. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands pushing the universes from all directions to gather together. This was an unimaginably terrifying amount of power of will. All the orthodoxies and races resonated with each other. The world surged, and the sun, moon, and stars shone with an endless amount of light. Today, I will build the Heaven Crusade Alliance. Xianxia spoke in a calm voice. It was not loud, but it seemed to echo through the heavens and into the ears of all living beings. Thunder suddenly roared in the depths of space. It was incredibly terrifying, as if it wanted to pierce through the world. Heaven and earth seemed to be angered because of this. The end of the world collapsed, and endless cracks appeared. A great terror appeared from the unseen, watching over from a distant unknown place. At this moment, no matter what existence it was, they all seemed to see an eye descending from a certain latitude. This eye light seemed to have pierced through the ages, the present, and the future, descending from the depths of heaven and earth. But it was clear that its origins were even more terrifying. It was not just in the depths of heaven and earth, but on the other side of the collapsed world. What was over there? No living being or cultivator could describe all of this, because the moment they looked at this eye light, it was as if they had lost their soul, frozen in this world. Even immortal kings were like this. Time and space became absolutely still. At this moment, it seemed that only Dao realm existences could break free from this kind of restriction. Otherwise, existences of other levels could only be imprisoned in place. The three words Heaven Attacking Alliance seemed to contain some inexplicable meaning. The moment Xianxia said it, a clap of thunder sounded. The world was angered, the limits collapsing, terrifying cracks appearing. It was as if endless world-destroying gales and shattered natural laws were blowing over from that place. The heavens were swaying and trembling, as if they were going to collapse. Every great cosmos was on the verge of collapse under this type of aura, even immortal kings trembling. At this moment, forget about all living things, even those supreme beings who revived were horrified, their entire bodies going cold, simply unable to move. Xianxia was dressed in black clothes, calmly overlooking all of this, looking towards the limits of heaven and earth. Following his words, a mysterious great force was born, as if a supreme decree was engraved between heaven and earth, able to seal everything. The Heaven Punishing Alliance is about to be established. This is the general trend. How are you going to stop me? He spoke coldly, as if he was conversing with the creatures there. The world seemed to be even more furious, endless lightning radiance descending, accompanied by an endless sea of blood, drowning out everything. Hong Long Long, right now, terrifying absolute beginning chaotic lightning radiance descended between heaven and earth, even containing power that exceeded half immortal emperor level. It already couldn't be described as heavenly tribulation. This was the true fury of heaven and earth. Puff. All of the cultivators and creatures from immortal domain and the higher realms were horrified. At this moment, even ordinary people saw a crack appear in the depths of heaven and earth. That place was like a cracked mirror, but also like a cracked egg. At this moment, it continuously cracked, stretching across the sky dome, and then it began to collapse. That place surged with boundless anger and killing intent, ice-cold and merciless, simply about to destroy everything. The cultivators who saw this scene all felt their hearts tremble, their bodies going cold. What was that? In the depths of the collapsing world, a streak of eye light descended. That was an eye. That eye was too terrifying, simply as if it was formed from millions and millions of universes. It was deep and boundless, dark and merciless, black blood continuously seeping out, making one's hair stand on end, feeling cold from head to toe. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest bit of emotion, cold to the extreme. At this moment, even their souls were frozen. Even immortal kings were like this, not daring to move in the slightest. As if they were targeted by an indescribable existence. Not even an ant. No, not even a speck of dust. This was no longer an existence in the same dimension. They simply couldn't understand what it was. Their heads felt like they were going to explode. In that area, the universe was annihilated, the world was split apart, and even the river of time had dried up, making it difficult for it to manifest. Such a scene could not be seen except during the apocalypse, so it was hard to imagine. Is this the heaven that so many of our predecessors and wise men have tried to conquer since ancient times? It's hard to imagine. How can this kind of power be resisted by human strength? Many of the ancient powerful warriors from the true mountain and sea world felt their hairs stand on end. They had already felt despair. This was merely a manifestation of the phenomenon, and not the true descent of the Holy Spirit. If it truly descended, it would only be more terrifying. They might not even have the courage to resist. Many of them had never experienced the war of the heavens, but they felt as if they were ants being stared at by a real dragon. It made their scalps go numb. They felt as if they could be destroyed millions of times with a single thought. This is not heaven. At most, it is just a will that has been occupied and refined to patrol the vast expanse of heavens. It can be said to be the incarnation of heaven. Once the real heaven appears, all worlds will be instantly destroyed, and nothing will be able to survive. His words were grave, and there was weariness on his face. He knew how terrifying this existence was. It could not be killed, and no one knew where its real body was. They only knew that it would watch everything in the unseen world. Once it touched a certain taboo, it would manifest and restore order. Clearly, Xianxia's intention to form the Heaven Alliance had completely alarmed this existence. At Abyss's level, there were still things that he was wary of and afraid of. And this sort of existence that was akin to the incarnation of heaven was something that even he would be wary of. It suddenly sensed something taboo, which is why it was alarmed. Right now, it is still unable to determine where this expanse cosmos is. Gu family's ancestor also spoke while watching the scene from afar. When Xianxia decided to form the Heaven Alliance, he had already expected all of this. How could this sort of thing not touch a taboo? If a mortal said such words, it would definitely not have any effect. However, Xianxia was not an ordinary person. He was already standing in a certain supreme realm, touching a level that ordinary people could not imagine. His words and actions would trigger a great terror in the unseen world. These two words are indeed not so easy to say. Many ancient existences were watching all of this in shock. Ao Teng, Ao Ling, Sun Shuang, and the others felt that they were going to be completely destroyed, and their soul lights were going to dim and disappear. They were terrified and did not dare to look again. A pair of terrifying eyes that seemed to be formed by countless universes lay across the top of their heads, containing densely packed eyeballs. Each eyeball seeped out black blood, causing one's scalp to go numb and hair to stand on end. The wrath of heaven and earth, the heavenly Tao is heartless and treats all things as dogs. However, this does not mean that it can be angered at will. The true heavenly Tao patrols all the worlds in the heavens and controls everything in the world. These eyes were born when it watched over every world, but those worlds collapsed in the end, Wang Xianyo's master said. Wang Xianyo's master spoke. He had learned many things and knew that the heavenly law existed. The great Tao did not appear, and the heavenly Tao controlled everything, maintaining the operation of all things in the world. It was the true supreme. Within that great crack, terrifying primordial chaos lightning appeared, crackling like a river of stars as it cascaded down. It could simply destroy the universe easily. They did not dare to imagine what kind of terrifying disaster it would cause if this kind of power descended. They reckoned that the heavens would collapse. Since he dares to say such words, there is naturally no need to worry about all of this. You all do not need to worry too much. Seeing everyone's worry, Gu family's ancestor shook his head, telling them not to worry. Gu Chunga's strength was definitely not something they could imagine. How could a figure comparable to their ancestor at his peak care about a trifling heaven and earth's wrath? Outside the heavenly quartz palace, Gu Chunga walked out. With a step, he already disappeared from the various worlds, arriving outside the realm. At this moment, his magical body was terrifying to the extreme. His enormous body towered in the present world. With a light shake, primal chaos was destroyed, and the order of the heavens disintegrated. He reached out a large hand as if he was going to mend the heavens. That large hand covered the sky and struck the eye light, causing it to tremble. Millions of strands of immortal light tore through the ancient heavens. Many boundless lightning bolts were instantly turned into dust. Unparalleled emperor's might swept through the universe. Gu Chunga's palm struck towards that pair of terrifying eyes, as if it could pierce through everything. So strong, it's already at a level that is beyond our imagination. Many ancient figures, including Ming, were astounded by this scene. Who would have thought that such a terrifying scene of destruction would be so easily resolved in front of Gu Chunga, without any ripples? Without a doubt, Gu Chunga's strength had long exceeded the scope of their understanding. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to make that eye light explode so easily. It's the Lord of the Divine Nation. The light of the Divine Nation illuminates the world. He will forever protect us. The living beings who had fallen into despair because of the scene just now could not help but kneel down in that direction. They were incomparably pious. Many of the believers of the Divine Nation were also incomparably fanatical. They kept kowtowing there. Gu Chunga attacked again with peerless strength. He stood at the end of the world. His magical body covered everything. The long river of time was indistinct. In the end, it completely dried up and disappeared behind him. The entire true mountain and sea world seemed to be trembling at that moment. Every universe was swaying. All the living beings felt their soul light sway, and some of them were even unstable. The laws of Tao were in chaos, and the secrets of heaven were completely destroyed. That place was covered in a haze, and endless primal chaos covered it. Some of it escaped and swept towards all directions. In the end, the aura that caused the heavens to tremble completely disappeared. No one saw what had happened there. The crack at the end of the world healed, and the terrifying blood-red eye disappeared as if it had never appeared. However, that terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate still remained in the hearts of all living beings, and they could not forget it. Zero Gu Chunga walked back calmly. His aura did not change in the slightest. Ming and the others, who were originally incredibly respectful towards him, respected him even more. Besides some cultivators who knew the truth, the others did not know what it meant just now. Even some of the immortal kings only understood what it was after hearing the words of the other ancient people. Their hearts were filled with fear. The higher the level they stood in, the more they could feel fear and helplessness. Of course, in the eyes of all living beings, this was more like a disaster, and it was resolved by Gu Chunga's appearance. When the true mountain and sea world created the Heaven Alliance and caused a huge commotion, beyond the vast expanse shrouded in fog was the ancient warship from the true immortal spirit world. Many figures were alarmed and personally left the main cabin to go outside. An obscure light shone in the eyes of the female incarnation called Shuiyu. She was surprised and bewildered. I'm about to form the fourth grid, and I'm considered a top-notch figure in the true immortal spirit world, but why did I feel uneasy just now? Could it be that I triggered something? Will I be safe on this trip? She muttered to herself in an ancient and obscure language. Puzzlement rose in her heart, and she tried to use her mental power to make deductions and replay the scene just now. However, she only saw a terrifying bloody eye staring at her coldly from a certain latitude. Could it be that this new true world still contained some sort of great terror? She suddenly felt uneasy, but since things had progressed to this point, leaving was already impossible. She could not remain calm in the face of the temptation of the fourth grid, and her heart was filled with anxiety. The terrifying presence just now made her even more certain that the true world in front of her had a flame seed of the immortal path that could create essence matter. On the other side, Ancestor King Whitebone, who was also sitting cross-legged on the ancient warship and had not moved since ancient times, opened his eyes at that moment. It shocked all the people from the True Spirit Ruins world on the ancient warship. They were all terrified, and their bodies tensed up. Is the world angry? There's actually someone who dares to do this in this new true world? How interesting. Ancestor King Whitebone was a skeleton, but at that moment, he could not help but grin, and his eyes shone with madness. His words caused many of the people from the True Spirit Ruins world on the ancient warship to feel uneasy. Along the way, other than showing some interest in them at the start, the Whitebone Ancestor King had fallen silent. Even their strongest expert, their big brother, felt very uneasy. Even someone who had gone through Third Blight and was about to touch the true Dao domain was incredibly wary of him. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying Ancestor King Whitebone's strength was. This made him wonder if this Ancestor King Whitebone had already come into contact with the domain of Dao Fathers. Void Dao, True Dao, and True Dao were the three watersheds on the path of transcendence. Different true worlds had different names for them. Some people were used to calling them Void Dao Realm, True Dao Realm, and True Dao Realm, but in truth, they were all the same. In the True Spirit Ruins world, touching the True Dao domain was already the limit. The True Dao domain was something that only existed in deductions and distant legends. During the past few years, the Heaven Hunting Alliance had gradually taken shape. Gu Chang'e was naturally the leader, and Gu Wuwang, the ancestor of the Gu family, was the vice leader. No matter what, he was someone who had gone through Third Blight and stood at the peak of the world. The strongest people from the other races, such as Ming and Wang Xianyo's master, had important positions in the Heaven Hunting Alliance. However, there were very few people who could see Gu Chang'e. Most of the important matters were handled by the ancestor of the Gu family. During this period of time, Enai Chen had become the Dao child of the Heaven Hunting Alliance. His status was high, and his peers in the past, such as Luo Tian and the others, did not even have the right to see him. After all, Gu Chang'e had once said that he would use the power of the entire world and pour in a large amount of resources to help Enai Chen grow. He carried the heavy responsibility of saving all lives in the true mountain and sea world. Even the peerless figures of the various races and orthodoxies would be extremely respectful when they saw him. Enai Chen had Gu Chang'e, the ancestor of the Gu family, and other people supporting him. It could be said that the current true mountain and sea world revolved around him. The Dao disciple of the true mountain and sea world was a status that was incomparably noble. He was practically above everyone else, and it could be said that he had created a precedent. Even the peerless figures of the various races did not dare to be negligent when facing Enai Chen. If Enai Chen needed something, no orthodoxy would dare to reject him directly. However, he also had a sense of propriety and did not do anything that would anger the various races. The things he usually asked for were related to cultivation. The powerful warriors of the various races saw this, and many of them had great expectations for Enai Chen. They hoped that he could quickly rise to power and placed their hopes on him. By then, the Heaven-Slaying Alliance had gathered all the orthodoxies in the true mountain and sea world, including the heavenly court and divine nation that Gu Chang'e had built. Some of the smaller sects in the human world had spread like a spider web throughout the various universes of the true mountain and sea world. It could be said that this was the true strongest force in the true mountain and sea world after the Forbidden Era. There were several Dao realm existences in the true mountain and sea world. This force was even stronger than when Celestial Palace was at its peak. The Heaven-Slaying Alliance might have just been established, but it had caused the entire true mountain and sea world to shine with a new atmosphere. Besides the Dao disciples, Gu Chang'e had also discussed with the powerful warriors of the various races and left behind the positions of Dao disciples, seeds, and other positions. Those with outstanding talent could also obtain a lot of resources from the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. This could be considered as leaving a chance for the younger generation to compete. However, even so, Enai Chen's position as the Dao disciple was still as stable as a rock. No one could shake it. Once he stabilized his Dao fruit, he tried to break through again. After a few days of isolation, he broke through again and reached the middle stage of the Immortal King realm. Some of the older immortal kings were at a disadvantage when they fought against him. They were not his match. For a period of time, the name of Chen, who was also known as Wang Wushang, spread throughout the true mountain and sea world, and all the universes were shocked. Many of the powerful warriors of the older generation were even more certain that he could change the fate of the entire true mountain and sea world. They even had thoughts of following him. Many people even saw Guchanga's shadow in him. At that time, Guchanga had also been incredibly brilliant. Forget those of the same generation, even the older generation would change their expressions when they heard of him. They were suppressed to the point that they could not breathe and could not raise their heads. As for Chen, who was a variable, the speed of his rise was equally shocking. His former peers in the immortal domain had long been left in the dust by him. That was why while Chen hadn't truly matured yet, there were many wise individuals with unique foresight who already began to place bets on him, pouring resources into him, wishing to follow him. The ancestors of the Gu clan, Ming, and the other Dao realm existences did not agree with this, but they did not object either. This was also the first time they had witnessed the growth of variable, so there were many things that they could not personally intervene in. Even Guchanga had told them to let them grow and give them what they needed. No one knew what would happen in the future. They weren't sure if Chen could really solve this disaster. The successor of the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, the Taoist child of Heaven Crusader Alliance, let's hope that we aren't mistaken. Otherwise, all of our efforts will go to waste, the Gu family's ancestor shook his head. During this time, there were actually some ancient figures who wanted to take Chen as a disciple, but they stopped them. Speaking of which, there was a karmic connection between the science of the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, and not just anyone could take them in as their disciple. As the Tao disciple of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, Chen should share the glory with the people who were related to him. However, at that moment, in an extremely ancient palace in the land of the Wang family in the upper world, the two immortal king progenitors of the Wang family were frowning and sighing. The other progenitors of the Wang family were also in the land. They were very respectful towards the two immortal king progenitors. They might be progenitors, but they were only Tao masters. They were not even true immortals. In front of the two immortal king progenitors, they were all juniors. Progenitor, you have to be careful with your words. You can't say this casually. At that moment, one of them hesitated, and there was a hint of shock on his face. He could not help but speak up. There was a rune engraved in this place, so they were not worried that their words would be spread by the other members of the clan. But now, the true mountain and sea world was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Peerless powerhouses had appeared one after another. They could not guarantee that the words they said here would not be heard by some people. Wang Zijin was also in the palace, but she only crossed her arms. Her expression was very cold, as if she was not interested in the words of the two immortal king progenitors. When she was in the Wang family in the immortal region, one of them wanted her to marry into the Luo Wang family. If she had not refused with her life, and if the other immortal king progenitor had not objected, she might have already married into the Luo family by now. How could Wang Zijin treat him with a good expression? Of course we can't say this casually. Otherwise, why would we leave the immortal region and come to the upper world to avoid trouble? We originally wanted to figure out the situation first, then take action to solve it. But now, that guy has become the Tao disciple of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance. He has so many ancient existences supporting him. How could we dare to say such things? Besides, even that person said that he would use all the power in the world to help him grow. With him supporting him, who in the true mountain and sea world would dare to say such things, one of the two immortal kings of the Wang family could not help but have a bitter expression on his face. Who would have thought that the immortal king of the Wang family, who was once a person who looked down on a part of the universe, would flee his family and come to the upper world to avoid trouble? The person he was talking about was naturally Chen, who was also known as Wang Wushang in the eyes of the world. He was once the successor of the Wang family. He was the Tao disciple of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, whose limelight was unparalleled in the true mountain and sea world. Logically speaking, since Wang Wushang had such prestige and status, they, as the ancestors, should be happy and excited about it. But they were not. In fact, they were terrified and did not dare to stay in the Wang family in the immortal region. We actually noticed some clues a few years ago. but we were not sure at that time. Later on, after we analyzed some details, we found that Wang Wushang was no longer the same person as before. His body was occupied by some unknown will. Even the clansmen around him had problems. They had lost their true souls and were like puppets. While the two of us were in seclusion, the entire Wang clan had been almost completely devoured by him. Moreover, there is a power that is not weaker than us lurking behind him. So, if we don't escape from the immortal region, we will probably follow in the footsteps of the other family members and be occupied and devoured by him. When the other female immortal king said this, bitterness filled the corners of her mouth. Back then, she had thought very highly of Wang Wushang, thinking that he had the potential to become an immortal king. As long as he did not die in the future, he would definitely become an immortal king. But who would have thought that such an accident would happen? The Wang family's immortal ancestors here more or less understood the cause and process of the matter from the two's words. They looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. If that's the case, then who is he? Do those ancient figures think that he is the hope of the mountain and sea realm in the future? Could it be that even they are kept in the dark? When they thought of this, they could not help but shudder in fear. The current Wang Wushang was not actually Wang Wushang, but another will that had occupied his body. Wang Zijin also raised her eyebrows, feeling rather surprised. She did not expect that Wang Wushang's body had already been occupied by another will. Did that mean that when he came to the mortal ancestors' hall to look for her, there was already a problem with Wang Wushang? At that time, Guchunga's words had made her feel that it was strange, but she did not think too much about it. Could it be that he had already seen through the problem? When she thought of this, Wang Zijin also felt that something was off. It seemed that Guchunga had personally said that Wang Wushang was chosen as the Tao disciple of the mountain and sea realm. We can't do anything now. We can only say these words in the family. How would we dare to spread it outside? But Zijin has a very good relationship with that lord. If she personally says these words to that lord, perhaps there will be some chance for a turn for the better. The Wang family's immortal ancestor who had spoken just now looked at Wang Zijin and spoke with some hesitation. Right now, who knew how strong Wang Wushang had become? Even if he attacked, he might not necessarily be his opponent. Besides, the other powerful warriors of the mountain and sea realm would not let him attack Wang Wushang. Wang Zijin cast a glance at the Wang family's immortal ancestor with a cold expression. In truth, she really wanted to laugh coldly. What did he think of her as? A mouthpiece? However, when she thought about it, she felt that there was still a need to tell Guchunga about this. Even though she had a feeling that Guchunga had other motives. I'll be able to break through to Immortal King realm soon. The power of the wishes of all living beings is indeed amazing. Not only did it allow my innate talent to go through another metamorphosis, the power of my soul has also become much stronger. My plan to possess the mountain and sea realm has taken another step forward. Enichen sat cross-legged on a cushion in a cave abode that shone with brilliant rays of light. There were plenty of immortal materials placed in front of him. They were all wondrous items that could help him in his cultivation, and their value was astonishing. Kismet could be seen rising above his head. It was so vast that it was as if there were millions of Wang Yang flapping its wings. It was incredibly bright. As long as one was a living being, they would be able to sense this astonishing power. This mountain had gathered all the spirit veins in the world, and the spirit chi was so thick that it was shocking. Even if he did nothing and just sat there to cultivate, his speed of improvement would still be unimaginable. Pretending to be the successor of the mountain and sea realm went surprisingly smoothly. Even Guchunga, the biggest obstacle that Enichen had been worried about, said that he would protect him and pour in resources to help him cultivate. This was a completely unexpected and pleasant surprise. However, Enichen understood the importance of the matter. He was now the Tao disciple of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, and his status was indescribable. Even on the mountain peak, there were many protectors to ensure his safety. However, his current priority was to successfully break through to Immortal King realm and then reach Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. Only when he reached Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm would he have the right to truly possess the mountain and sea realm and become the new true spirit. At that time, he wouldn't even need to be afraid of those in Tao realm. When that day comes, I will truly conquer the mountain and sea realm. My family, parents, and lovers will be personally revived by me. shocking ambition and madness shone in Chen's eyes. However, this emotion was quickly hidden away by him. He was worried that the powerful warriors on the Tao Disciples Mountain would notice that something was off. In truth, he knew that many people didn't really believe in his identity as the successor of the true spirit of the mountain and sea realm. The main reason was because of his talent, which could be called a variable. However, Chen knew very well that he wasn't a variable. He had just replaced the original Wang Wushang with the talent of the Ming and clan. During this period of time, he had used the power of the galaxy in the mountain and sea realm that he had possessed to increase his level of cultivation. However, things were just so coincidental. Everyone, including Gu Changge, saw him as a variable and believed that he could change the fate of the mountain and sea realm in the future. During the process of establishing the Heaven-Slaying Alliance, Gu Changge had even personally obtained a thick power of good fortune and virtue for him. This made Chen's heart tremble, but at the same time, he was also deeply ecstatic. If even Gu Changge had done this, then was there any reason for the various races and forces of power in the mountain and sea realm not to believe him? From that day onwards, a thick and continuous power of Kismet gathered towards him like a surging river. With the help of this terrifying power of Kismet, even a pig could be remade into an immortal beast. He had only pretended that he had the unbelievable talent of being a variable, but in the end, Gu Changge had forcefully made him look like a variable. This was such a good thing that Chen almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Originally, he had quite a bit of hatred towards Gu Changge for humiliating him, but now, most of it had disappeared inexplicably. You might be an unforgivable demon, but in my eyes, Gu Changge, you're a good person. A cold sneer appeared in Chen's heart. He closed his eyes and calmed down to cultivate so that he could break through the threshold of the immortal king realm as soon as possible. The power of Kismet in the entire mountain and sea realm is surging. If this continues, then before the next apocalypse, there will indeed be a geyser-like transformation. When Qingyu wakes up again, this game of chess will truly begin. However, the name of the Heaven-Slaying Alliance should spread through the other true worlds. For me, the mountain and sea realm can only be considered as a stepping stone. Gu Changge stood high in the sky and looked down at the entire mountain and sea realm. The changes in the Kismet of all living beings appeared in his eyes. Everything that happened in each universe could not escape his eyes. As long as he wanted to, he could include the state of all living beings in his mind and deduce the changes in their destinies. Wisps of Kismet rose from the world like smoke signals that covered the sky. They represented some people with great Kismet, some people with great Kismet, and some were the protagonists of their destinies. Gu Changge looked in the direction of the Kismet. Outside Qingshan village, Wang Xianxia and Xianxia had reunited. They shared their experiences with each other. Wisps of Kismet floated up and surged into the sky, in the path of Wang Xianxia's destiny. He is the protagonist. This scene made Gu Changge remember the people with Kismet he had personally created in the past. It might have been his method of harvesting Kismet, but to him now, it wasn't that useful. Besides, compared to before, his mentality was completely different now. In the past, he had taken the Tao of plunder and harvested the Kismet of all living beings. The true Tao of heaven was to give birth to all living beings and nurture them. Heaven gave birth to all living beings and nurtured them without asking for anything in return. There was a huge difference between the Tao of heaven and the Tao of man. The true Tao of heaven evolved all things and gave birth to all life without asking for anything in return. As for the Tao of man, it took away what was not enough and gave what was more than enough. After all, humans were selfish and had their own selfish desires. They would prioritize everything for themselves. Walking the Tao of heaven means truly giving birth to all life without asking for anything in return. Of course, if Gu Changge wanted to do that, he could. The realm he stood at did not require any external source to support him. With just a thought, he could bring fortune to all life. After completely refining the Devil Master's true blood, Gu Changge no longer needed to deliberately devour source to strengthen himself. During the time he was in human form, he had considered using the Tao of man to bear fruit and walk the path of transcendence. The Tao of man and the Tao of heaven complemented each other, increasing his chances of success. Because regardless of whether it was the Tao of heaven or the Tao of man, in essence, they were only the embodiment of the concept of Tao. He had once stood at the end of all tangible and intangible things, deducing the concept of Tao, restricting the rules, and creating Tao laws. Now, he had nowhere to go. The only way was to follow his original plan and break through his original shackles to truly leap forward. My Tao can be the Tao of man or the Tao of heaven. It can also be the myriad of Taos in the world, the billions of Taos, and the thousands of Taos, but they are just my thoughts. As long as I want to, I can create a new Tao, a new order, karma, Guchanga muttered softly and slowly gathered his thoughts. Regardless of whether it was the Tao of man or the Tao of heaven, he had already understood the essence of it. Tao originally had no concept, but because it existed and had restrictions, it became a concept. It was just like how the true mountain and sea world formed its own circle. The Tao of destiny was stable and prosperous, and he did not need to interfere with it. This process was not long. At most, it would take a few hundred years or a few thousand years before a shocking change like a blowout. 100 years or 1,000 years is not long, but to me, I can use this as a foundation to establish the concept of the Tao of heaven. The change in the fate of all life involves the future fate of the true mountain and sea world. Fate is difficult to predict, but fate can be found. Since that is the case, then I will make a great wish today. If all life is strong, then my Tao will prosper. From today onwards, the true mountain and sea world will change its name to the true Tao Chang world. Guchanga remembered all the lives in the true mountain and sea world, and with a swing of his arm, he gathered up the kismet that was surging towards him and conferred the title of Tao Chang. As Guchanga recited the two magnificent and ancient mantras, they shone brilliantly in the void like a boundless universe, falling into the depths of the vault of heaven. Changing the name of a true world? This was the first time such a grand move had been made since ancient times. This was because when a true world was born, it would have a true name. Once it was passed down, it would contain an extraordinary meaning, so it was impossible for it to change. However, on that day, Guchanga made a great wish. He changed the name of the true mountain and sea world to Tao Chang True World, and with the power of wishes of all living beings as the source, he forcefully created a foundation for the true world. From a certain point of view, the stronger all lives were, the stronger Tao Chang True World would be. The Tao reaches Yong Chang. How bold! Are you planning to rebuild this true world and continue on a new path? Gu family's ancestor stood up in his ancestral hall. An astonishing divine light shone in his eyes as he mumbled to himself, not daring to believe all of this. With his level of cultivation, it was definitely impossible for him to change the name of a true world to this extent. He reckoned that only the distant ancestor of the past could do this. However, if he did this, there was a high possibility that it would involve an incomparable amount of karma in some way. A normal person would have been crushed to death a long time ago. Not even their souls would be left behind. The name of a true world had an extraordinary meaning since the moment it was born. In fact, from a certain point of view, it had already decided the future of the true world. For example, while the name of the true mountain and sea world might sound vast, it was derived from mountains and seas. However, Gu family's ancestor had seen far too many true worlds in his long lifespan. True Cloud Swamp World, True Jiangchuan World, in layman's terms, this sort of true name was too simple and ordinary in the vast true world. It was difficult for it to bear the boundless kismet. Since Guchanga had changed the name of the true mountain and sea world to the true Tao Chang world, he had definitely considered the various consequences. Did he think that the true mountain and sea world would not be able to bear the thick aura in the future and would collapse ahead of time, so he decided to change its name with great boldness? Gu family's ancestor's heart was filled with shock. At that moment, the surging kismet was like a boiling wave that covered the sky and earth, covering the entire sky. An endless amount of light from the great Tao gushed out. The stars in the sky and the boundless universe were all gathering together. All the cultivators and living beings in the universe sensed this astonishing change. It was as if there was an endless amount of kismet gathering together from all directions to drown everyone. Thunder rumbled in the world. All sorts of rays of light intersected with each other. There were billions of strands of auspicious light, and they could not be counted. They gathered together in Wan Yang's body. Ordinary cultivators did not know what this meant, but the powerful warriors who had awakened since ancient times could sense this astonishing change. It was especially so for Wang Xianyo's master, the old man in Taoist robes called the Wine Sword Immortal. He could be said to be the strongest warrior born in the true mountain and sea world over the past eons, and he had already taken half a step into Tao realm. The power of Kismet in his body was naturally so thick that it was difficult to imagine. All those who could reach this step had endless serendipity and fortuitous encounters. Their talents shocked the ages, and they had dominated the world for many years. I can actually see the path ahead. A faint light has appeared. This is a continuation of our serendipity. At that moment, he was also shocked. It was not only because of the change in the true mountain and sea world, but also because of the subtle change in his own cultivation base. He had been standing at the threshold of half a step into Tao realm for countless years, and it had almost made him wonder whether the path ahead of him still existed. At that moment, when the Kismet in the sky gathered together and blessed all living beings, he could vaguely see a ray of light. How could this not make him excited? He simply wanted to throw his head back and laugh. This old man is truly unable to repay this kindness. I am not the only one. All the living beings in the universe might find it difficult to repay this favor. The old man in the Taoist robes finally calmed down, but he could not hide the excitement and surprise in his eyes. He bowed towards the endless expanse of space. If Guchanga did not do this, he would not even know when he would have the chance to touch a higher realm. On that day, the entire true mountain and sea world. No, the current true mountain and sea world had already become the Daochang true world, and it held an extraordinary meaning. Almost all living beings, even mortals who had never touched the path of cultivation, were affected by the blessing. Of course, the higher the level of cultivation, the greater the effect, because what Guchanga did was the Tao of heaven. Heaven nurtured all living beings, and it did not ask for anything in return. Because of it, the Kismet in the Daochang true world became stronger, and the true world became stronger. Guchanga had rebuilt the concept of the Tao of heaven, but from a certain point of view, he was the new Tao of heaven of this true world. Of course, regardless of whether it was the Tao of man for himself, or the Tao of heaven for all living beings, it was still him. He was only following his own heart and using the Tao of heaven as a method. Guchanga could not be truly fair and did not ask for anything in return like the Tao of heaven. He could only use this method to strengthen himself. In the end, be it the Tao of man or the Tao of heaven, as long as it was beneficial to him, he did not mind doing it. Before the apocalypse, the Daochang true world will give birth to countless powerful warriors. The more powerful they are, the stronger my power as the Tao of heaven will become. From a certain point of view, I can be considered to have outlawed the Tao of heaven and turned it into one of my powers. This can also be called my incarnation of the Tao of heaven. Guchanga's gaze was profound. He swung his hand again, and the power of Kismet that rose from the various races in the universe was casually seized by him. His robes fluttered, and the power of Kismet started changing around him. It was as if a new world was being created. Wind and lightning moved about, divine light shone, and chaotic aura filled the air. It was as if chaos was being reopened, and the presence of the long river of time was fading away. However, this was not the case. Divine weapons and treasures were being born in this dimension. With one thought, Guchanga created numerous divine weapons of creation. There was a small pot the size of a palm that could receive the essence of the world, sun, and moon. It could give birth to spirit plants and sacred herbs. There was a white jade bottle that could be used to refine divine cores and wondrous medicines to rebuild one's foundation. There was also the dual swords of constellation, the great order of mountains and rivers, the demon god's war spear, the rusted ancient bronze ring, and all sorts of balls of light the size of fists. There was a mysterious air about them as they intersected with each other. Then, Guchanga swung his arm again. Some of the wandering souls in unknown places were captured by him and thrown into the balls of light. Among them were powerful warriors who had been sealed, as well as powerful people who had nearly died. Some of them had their memories sealed by him, while others had memories of their missions. Aside from that, Guchanga also plucked a few wisps of connate chaotic aura and refined them into the shapes of saplings, seeds, golden boards, and shooting stars. Then, he casually threw them into the balls of light. These divine items did not pale in comparison to the 7 treasures of heaven wielding that Guchanga had collected in the first world. Some of the objects of creation were even created by Guchanga due to some of his wicked interests. */ splash, * the long river of time was indistinct, and it was accompanied by the sound of waves. It was an astonishing sight. Xianxia thought about it for a moment. He did not throw the objects of creation into the long river of time. Instead, he swung his arm and threw them all over the Daochang true world. Rays of divine light swept through the sky and scattered down from the deepest parts of the universe. It was as if a rain of providence had fallen. If they were thrown into the long river of time, it was inevitable that some strange accidents would occur. They might cause some changes to the past or some events in the future. That was why Xianxia decided to test it out in the Daochang true world first before he considered whether he should change the entire long river of time. At that moment, the light that filled the sky was like snow falling from the sky. It drifted to various parts of the universe and various regions. Some of the cultivators with astonishing levels of cultivation had already sensed the change in their kismet, but they did not know what had happened. When they lifted their heads to look at the sky, they could only see a vast expanse of emptiness. Due to the appearance of the light in various parts of the universe, the originally stable fates also underwent a huge change. In some places, pools of creation, immortal mountains, treasure grounds, and even ancient ruins appeared. The kismet that was rising in the entire Daochang true world increased by a large margin at that moment. 030 In a world where martial arts flourished, a very ordinary teenager was practicing his fist techniques at the back of a mountain. However, he accidentally ran into a ferocious tiger. The teenager was fleeing for his life, but he accidentally fell into a bone-chilling cold pond. The pond water was clear and cold. When the teenager fell into it, he seemed to have alarmed some sort of powerful existence. Buzz, a bell containing a supreme pre-celestial energy appeared in the deep pond. That bell had a presence that could suppress the entire universe. It contained an endless amount of profound mysteries and the Tao of cultivation. Then, it entered the teenager's mind as he practiced his fist techniques. An astonishing presence spread out from the teenager's body, scaring away the tiger outside the cold pond. Then, he discovered that he had suddenly gained a lot of memories. He turned around and stopped practicing martial arts. Instead, he began to seek the Tao and cultivate. In an inconspicuous cultivation sect was a similarly ordinary outer sect disciple. He was watering an elder's medicinal field and weeding while he was at it. Suddenly, he found a small green bottle the size of a palm in the medicinal field. It flickered with a weak light. When he curiously picked up the small green bottle, his palm suddenly burned. He was so shocked that he hurriedly let go of his hand. In the end, he discovered that the small green bottle had disappeared. It was as if the scene just now had been an illusion. At the same time, in a large family in another part of the universe, a young girl who was bullied by her official mother had no choice but to play the fool to avoid being bullied by her evil servants. She hid in a corner of her room and chewed on a cold, hard-steamed bun with a fierce look in her eyes as she muttered that she would take revenge for her birth mother and make all those who bullied her pay the price. Suddenly, she saw a faint golden light shining from the tattered book she had used to prop up the corner of her table. The young girl put down the cold-steamed bun and quickly brought out the book. Then, the faint golden light rushed into the center of her brows. Emotionless creation art, the young girl chanted the ancient words that had appeared in her mind. This was a supreme demonic art that could help her refine her demonic body and obtain an undying and imperishable body. It was of a much higher grade than the cultivation arts practiced by the core members of her family. Similar scenes played out continuously in various places. On this day, all sorts of shocking abnormalities appeared in various parts of the vast Daochang true world. Different people obtained different serendipities. Some obtained the help of old grandpas, some obtained a mysterious system that allowed them to pretend to be others and obtain great power, and some obtained summoning enchanted vessels that could summon powerful warriors to help them. Thick kismet gushed out, and all sorts of fortuitous encounters appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. End of chapter 959. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.